Get ready, because today, I'm bringing you a brand new story. It's just another perfectly normal day unfolding in Korea. Folks are just walking around, minding their own business, and right there, smack dab in the middle, there's no doubt that's our main protagonist. Looking closely, he's actually quite the handsome fellow. But seriously, if he keeps staring at his phone like that, his neck is gonna turn into a full-on boomerang. He was so utterly distracted, he walked straight into someone. The guy cursed him out, and honestly, it was totally deserved. And our hero, ever the good boy, quickly apologized. And this is the sad, uneventful life of our dude, indeed. But while he was mentally complaining about how utterly boring everything was, a ridiculously loud, ridiculous noise suddenly shook the entire area, making everyone stop dead in their tracks. Before anyone could even process what was happening, boom! A second earth-shattering explosion hits. A giant, yellow lightning bolt crashed down just a few steps away from them, and instantly deep-fried a bunch of innocent people. Everyone froze, paralyzed in absolute, gut-wrenching fear. The blast was so powerful, it sent cars flying like mere paper planes. And then, as if things weren't already terrifying enough, even more lightning bolts started raining down. But these were absolutely not your regular lightning strikes. No. These things were basically massive, destructive mini-meteors. People ran like their lives depended on it. Spoiler alert. Their lives absolutely times did. What started as a bizarre, isolated event, quickly escalated into an all-out lightning apocalypse across the entire city. Just try to imagine the sheer destruction of a single lightning bolt. Now, multiply that by a terrifying 10,000. Our poor protagonist was just one of the countless thousands, sprinting for his dear life. A girl near him was also desperately trying to escape, and he saw a chance to finally be useful in life. He yelled for her to follow him, promising safety. But as it turns out, she had far more luck than he did. An ambulance suddenly screeched to a halt, stopping to help her. Now, she didn't have to run for her life any longer. Actually, she didn't have to run at all, ever again. Our guy, however, went straight back to running, crying. Partly from the sheer trauma of it all, and partly because that was just straight up terrifying. But fate wasn't done messing with him yet. Because right ahead of him, a huge truck was barreling towards him, ready to times him into another dimension. And just before it could turn him into instant protagonist paste, something utterly wild and unexpected happened. A blinding white flash erupted, and he was instantly sucked into a portal. A massive lightning bolt, precisely like the ones from before, crashed down in a totally different place, under the shroud of night. How much time truly passed, we simply don't know. But one thing's for certain. He survived. He awoke, groggy and utterly bewildered, still reeling from that infamous truck-kun incident. But his attention quickly snapped to something new. Where the heck was he? He looked up and saw something absolutely insane. The birds in the sky looked less like avians, and more like monsters, straight out of a terrifying horror game. And then he noticed 2 moons. That definitely wasn't part of the Korea he once knew. That realization hit him harder than the lightning he'd seen in the city. And to make matters worse, he was freezing, and not just his hands and feet. No, I mean absolutely freezing everywhere. One thing was crystal clear about this place. This was absolutely not Earth. And looking up again, he becomes confused, as several monsters are now surrounding the area. Confused and disoriented, he asks himself what's going on, and moreover, why he has no clothes on. Shortly after, the young man slowly stands up, seeming surprised by an immediate threat, as he finds himself face to face with a giant, terrifying bear. However, within mere seconds, he is attacked by a relentless pack of wolves. The scene then cuts to a doctor, meticulously analyzing some data, stating that when he woke up, he was on a planet with 2 moons and a forest full of terrifying monsters, wondering how he managed to come back alive from such a dangerous place. However, the young man seemed apprehensive, clearly troubled by something. Suddenly, a flashback to that bear being brutally defeated appears. Then, the pack of wolves begins to fiercely devour the bear. Watching it all, our protagonist is filled with desperation. Meanwhile, a menacing white wolf lurks directly behind him. The boy suddenly notices the predatory creature behind him. As a result, he starts running non-stop, fueled purely by survival. He gave it absolutely everything he had. At that critical moment, a system informs him his constitution has increased to level 1. Seeing all of this, the protagonist is utterly confused, but he trips over a rock, starting to tumble wildly downhill. Falling off a cliff, however, the boy manages to grab onto some precarious bushes, successfully staying alive, by a thread, wondering what that mysterious sound from earlier had been. Looking around intently, he is surprised as he finds a strange kind of fruit right in front of him. Mentioning he's incredibly hungry, he wonders if they're edible. But when he looks to the side, he notices some ants already devouring those fruits. So, without any remorse, he starts eating them immediately. But at that very moment, he hears a startling noise in the bushes, and a creature with a piercing gaze is staring right at him. Suddenly, a colossal snake lunges right at the boy, but in a flash, it's swallowed whole by an even larger frog. The young man, witnessing this chaotic scene, still can't quite grasp what his eyes are showing him. This place is absolutely beyond wild. Or perhaps, he's the one who's completely lost his mind. Days turn into weeks, and it's now been 67 days since he landed here. To make matters worse, that relentless pack of wolves from before is still hot on his heels, refusing to give up the chase. The boy constantly fears they might ambush him when he least expects it. And let's not forget, this forest hides dangers far worse than mere wolves, meaning he absolutely needs to find a sanctuary. Again, more time flies by. And it's officially been 1 year since his arrival. Gazing upwards, our protagonist spots a monstrous banana. So, he starts hauling in the enormous fruit. The system instantly chimes, alerting him. His strength has leveled up to 1. And wow, you can already see the boy is seriously ripped now. As a direct consequence of this brutal environment, our protagonist has been forced to adapt at lightning speed. But one persistent wolf pup just won't give up, chasing him relentlessly. He's gotten so incredibly used to its presence, he actually misses it when it's not around. Meanwhile, something heavy seems to be plummeting towards the boy's back. He glances up, noticing something terrifying, and his expression instantly shifts to pure dread. A colossal gorilla is charging directly at him, yet, the young man swiftly dodges the beast's powerful strike, snapping the branch he was clinging to clean off. He taunts, "Better luck next time." As a result, the massive gorilla crashes hard to the ground, but it was aiming for that wolf, and ends up absolutely clobbering it. Our protagonist, meanwhile, watches the chaos unfold. Soon after, the furious gorilla lunges back to its feet, glaring at the wolf, which appears to be badly injured. It begins to charge straight for the unfortunate animal. However, the protagonist is already moving, rushing towards the gorilla, landing a precise, powerful blow right to its eye. But even that isn't enough to stop the enraged beast. So, the gorilla violently hurls the boy away. He crashes swiftly and painfully into a tree. The monstrous ape charges at him once more. Irritated, the young man growls, "That was an incredibly stupid move on your part." The scene then dramatically cuts to the doctor, who asks if our protagonist truly did all of that. The boy coolly replies that he simply couldn't keep running from territorial disputes, because that wouldn't solve a single thing. After all, no matter where he might go, there would always be a dominant ruler. Returning to the heart of the action, our protagonist was just moments away from a brutal guerrilla attack. But then, a majestic wolf bursts onto the scene to shield the young man. The boy collapses unconscious as the pack fiercely swarms the gorilla. He genuinely believed this was the bitter end for him. Yet, the wolves left him untouched, even as he lay unconscious. It seems they remembered him saving their cub earlier, and that little one? None other than the son of the legendary Wolf King, the fearsome leader of the Crimson Wolves. Time, as it always does, marched on after that pivotal event. Soon, those very wolves were dashing towards a new destination, and with them, our protagonist, running shoulder to shoulder with his newfound wolf family. He glances to the side as he runs, noticing something important. His dear friend was clearly starting to lag, utterly exhausted. So, without a second thought, he scoops him up and carries him onward. Once again, the relentless march of time progresses. 2 whole years have passed since the boy first found himself there. It appears they've truly accepted him as one of their own, part of the pack. A full 3 years have now gone by since the young man was stranded, and he was clearly honing his climbing skills, becoming quite adept. However, he remained deep within the sprawling forest, and indeed, he still hadn't managed to find a way out of that colossal wilderness. What's more, not a single trace of civilization had been discovered. Thus, he had fully integrated, becoming a true member of the wolf family, and he actively participated in fierce territorial battles, all for the desperate survival of his beloved family. And then, an astonishing 120 years have passed since his stranding, leading him to believe he was the sole human left on this entire planet. In this relentless, unending battle for survival, he managed to forge even more unexpected friendships. But even amidst these new bonds, he also endured the pain of losing cherished companions, wondering just how long he'd been stranded, for he had utterly lost track of all dates and time. It felt as though centuries upon centuries had truly flown by. He constantly questioned how he could possibly still be alive. The doctor then presses, asking if, even after becoming the Wolf King, after 500 grueling years, he still hadn't encountered any civilization. That's why they were desperate to know. How did he ever manage to return to planet Earth? The boy calmly replies with his unbelievable tale. He had initiated a full-blown war against the gorilla race, battling for the coveted lunar hill. Thus, a colossal, earth-shattering battle erupted, and our protagonist was right there, in the very thick of it all, fearlessly charging headlong at one of the towering gorillas. But then, an astonishing phenomenon occurs. He was teleported once again, and as his eyes slowly flutter open, he finds himself in an entirely unfamiliar, bewildering place. Meanwhile, a girl is intently analyzing a buzzing radio, mentioning that something was profoundly strange, a true anomaly, as the dimensional energy readings were absolutely times off the charts asterisk. Our hero, then, demands she send those coordinates to portal control, and without hesitation, she complies. Suddenly, a monstrous portal rips itself open. Chaos erupts as everyone flees, engulfed by a deafening explosion. The violent impact sends everyone crashing to the ground. Stunned, they realize a true portal has manifested. Our panicked hero, utterly desperate, screams that he refuses to die here. Meanwhile, the other girl stands ready, bracing for the assault. Vowing to buy them time, she urges the others to flee. Our protagonist then implores headquarters to dispatch emergency reinforcements immediately. Just then, the portal looms directly before the girl. She fiercely commands whatever's inside to get out, threatening to slice them into a million pieces right then. From the swirling depths of the portal, a man's silhouette emerges, leaving the girl utterly bewildered and frozen by the sight. In an instant, she finds herself completely paralyzed. Suddenly, the man lets out a chilling, guttural scream, and with a surge, he bursts forth from the portal. In that same moment, the girl rushes toward our protagonist. Our hero is astounded. It truly is another person. The girl muses on the sheer power she felt earlier, a pressure so immense, she's never experienced anything like it, not even battling monsters in the highest level dungeons. She questions, just what exactly is this protagonist? So, the situation resolved. That boy is a returnee. Quick, call the ambulance immediately. The scene then shifts back to the distinguished professor. He expresses his sincere gratitude to the boy for everything, his invaluable testimony, and his medical examination, which will be shared with the awakened Central Office for analysis. He appears quite healthy and should be discharged within a few days. Shortly after, the boy calls out to the doctor once more, confessing it's the first time he's spoken to a civilized being. In 1,000 years, he thanks him for listening to his tale. The doctor replies that it was he who shared a truly invaluable story, so it is times they times who should be thanking times him, asterisk. As he exits the room, he walks and reflects. He muses that the boy was an incredibly interesting patient, and his story was so vividly detailed. He could have been an extraordinary novelist. The scene then shifts to the bustling, awakened central office. A girl there questions if the information they received is truly correct, because something about it just doesn't sit right with her. The man then challenges her, asking what the problem is. The girl points out that his card clearly states he's an F rank. The man clarifies, he's not just F rank, he's a times rare times F rank patient. And what a shame, because if he had just been E rank, he would have qualified for government disability benefits. The girl, after glancing at the protagonist's card, declares that an F rank means he's just an ordinary person. She wonders how he possibly managed to pass through a portal, asking if they're absolutely sure it wasn't a mistake. The guy responds, he simply got lucky and slipped right through. Then by pure chance, he found the returned stone. He mentions that he just received the doctor's report, asking if she'd like to take a look. So, the girl begins to read through that information, noting it's a common disorder among F-rank returnees. What's more, he's been behaving as if he were a wolf. Remembering the protagonist's intense expression, the girl questions if it had all been her imagination. She asks if this is indeed the documentation for the returnee named Park. The man confirms it is, explaining that even as an F-rank, they still need to treat a returnee with proper consideration. So, the girl requests to deliver it to him personally. However, the man immediately wants to know why. She responds that she needs to verify things with her own eyes. 2 weeks have now passed since he returned to Earth, after spending a staggering 1,000 years in another world. He wanted to go back at any moment, but since his return, everything just seemed incredibly strange. For that very reason, he didn't know how he was supposed to live from that day forward. Shortly after, a girl appears, mentioning that it's time for his meal. She then hands him his food, and the boy, apparently ravenous, devours it immediately. Shortly after, other times girl appears, observing the protagonist eating in a rather unique way. Then, Park finally notices the girl standing beside him. It is revealed that her name is Choi, and she hails from the awakened central office. Standing up, Park remarks that the scent is of a blonde person, and for some reason, it seems incredibly familiar. Choi responds that she was indeed the very first person he had met upon his return. She thinks he definitely resembled a predator when he first emerged from the portal. However, she wonders if perhaps there's something wrong with his sensory ability. Finishing his meal, Park declares it was very tasty, then asks what the awakened central office is all about. Then, the girl asks why he's speaking so informally with her. Park replies that he's over 1,000 years old, and the girl doesn't seem to believe him one bit, stating the awakened central office was an organization specifically designed to help returnees adjust to society. Therefore, these were the essential pieces of information returnees needed to know. He could take all the time he needed to read them. For now, he just needed to sigh and agree to share his information. Soon after, Park takes the pen, remarking it had been an eternity since he'd seen such an object. Even so, after 1,000 years since his return, they were still using this kind of primitive tool? Moments later, Park signs the paper, and observing our protagonist, Choi wonders if he was nothing more than a complete idiot. Immediately after, she calls the boy again, and Yanana asks what she wants. Choi questions if he had learned how to draw in that dimension. The protagonist replies he already knew how to draw before. Choi then asks if he had learned anything different, like magic or intense martial arts. Park replies, no. As he had lived in a forest, to survive, he had to do many things. The girl then comments that in order to survive, he spent 10 years running everywhere. She adds that to become a true returner capable of crossing portals, it's necessary to kill monsters and steal their dimensional energy. However, she mentions that despite surviving in such a perilous dimension, he only managed to cross the portal and find the return stone. By pure, dumb luck. Park responds, he wasn't there for 10 years, but for 1,000 years. Choi, irritated, insists it wasn't 1,000 years, but only 10, and he was clearly mistaken. Choi asks him to double-check his information, which clearly indicates he disappeared in 2015 and triumphantly returned in 2025 through a portal. Looking at the data, the boy is utterly surprised, realizing it's true. The girl then hands him his awakened identification again. As she walks away, Choi mentions that part of his expenses would be deducted due to the extensive damage he caused, and he should inquire about it later. She also recommends that once he's fully recovered, he should go straight back to his family. Shortly after, Choi says goodbye and makes her exit. Park, for his part, is deeply thoughtful about the girl's words. He wonders if his family would still be alive. In the past, he had given up on everything, assuming that even if he returned to Earth, his friends and family would have long since perished. Now that he had finally returned, he had to grapple with the devastating loss of his forest family, a bond that had lasted 1,000 years. However, that was merely a grim assumption, since only 10 short years had truly passed. As he scrutinized the documents, Park's heart lurched with a jolt. He discovered his parents had indeed tragically perished that very day. Yet, not everything was lost entirely, for Juno, his younger brother, was still miraculously alive. Desperate, Park practically bolted from the hospital, rushing back to the doctor's side. The doctor, bewildered, asked if there was a problem, and Park, breathless, replied that he urgently needed his help. Because my brother is still alive, could you possibly find him for me? The doctor, his expression wavering, said he didn't believe Park was ready to re-enter society just yet, and that he'd need to assess the situation beforehand. Park, his patience now completely gone, responded fiercely that the doctor hadn't grasped the true gravity of his situation. He wasn't there to ask for permission. At that moment, the doctor made a telling gesture. He then calmly mentioned there was a small condition. Shortly after, Park was already settled into a car, thanking the doctor profusely and promising never to forget the favor. The doctor simply responded that they would stay in touch. Before leaving, he asked the driver to ensure Park arrived safely, as Park still wasn't fully recovered from his ordeal. As the car sped away, the girl commented that the doctor had paid all of Park's hospital expenses, as well as providing clothes and even the driver for him. She then asked why he did all of that for Park, considering that Rank X returnees are usually neglected by the central office. The doctor replied that he wanted to keep hearing that man's story, and besides, he needed to fix the doorknob as soon as possible. The girl, completely surprised, suddenly remembered how the doorknob had been damaged, recalling the moment when Park had burst through the door in a hurry. Later, the doctor sat in his office, reflecting that it was the second time that doorknob had been broken. He commented that it had been a long time since he'd smelled an irregular. Meanwhile, Park was still in the taxi. A news report came on, informing that, at 3 p.m. that day, monsters had escaped into an unprotected field in the province. The error occurred due to a miscalculation. Through a rapidly fracturing portal, monsters immediately swarmed the vicinity. The crisis is projected to be contained within 50 minutes. Though 2 attacks were neutralized, 12 awakened soldiers perished. As he intently listens to the news report, Park watches closely as a doctor's flashback begins, where he recounts how the world drastically transformed, becoming an unrecognizable realm after the Great Disaster. The doctor laments that if he were awakened, he would have instantly quit his mediocre job and become filthy rich by hunting in the fields. The protagonist then inquires, "What was that phenomenon?" The man retorts that Park must have hit his head hard. To not even know that, Park then insists, "Just explain it already." Exactly 10 years ago, a colossal gate ripped open worldwide, which is why that fateful day is dubbed the Great Disaster. It marked the very first dimensional convergence for their world, connecting with countless others, instantly swarmed by monsters. That single day saw a staggering 10% of the global population vanish. The military forces at that time were utterly insufficient to contain the monsters pouring forth everywhere. Thus, in regions where military strength was critically lacking, mercenary forces were immediately dispatched. Individuals who vanished during the disaster, the so-called awakened, received mercenary licenses and explicit permission to hunt monsters. Park then eagerly asks, "How can Times become a mercenary?" The man erupts in hearty laughter, declaring, "It's virtually impossible for an ordinary person, because first, you absolutely must awaken. After that, you merely need to clear the mercenary aptitude test." At the official Awakened Central Office, the boy mutters, "That sounds rather complicated." Time swiftly passes, and the boy appears to be journeying somewhere new. The driver announces their destination has been reached. He points, "Can you see that house right there in front? As that is indeed the address you provided." Moments later, the protagonist swiftly exits the car, expressing his sincere gratitude for the journey. Meanwhile, the young man briskly walks toward the house. An elderly woman spies him from above, demanding, "Who are you?" He answers, stating he's here for Chernobyl. The woman falls silent for a beat, then remarks he still wears diapers, yet speaks with the air of a fully grown adult. Park, however, looks utterly bewildered, completely fails to comprehend her words. She curtly replies, "No one by that name lives here," and sternly instructs him to leave. The boy ponders if he's stumbled upon the wrong address. Yet, from deep inside the house, he distinctly hears the clamor of a heated argument. Soon, his steps lead him right to the door. A curious paper nearby catches his eye. A cold dread settles. Was his brother drowning in debt? Flash forward a bit in time. Our protagonist strolls down the street, pondering a stark truth. In the jungle, only the strongest claw their way to the top. But in civilized times, society, money, he realizes, is the ultimate power. Suddenly, we're whisked away to a formidable building. Park makes his entrance, proudly brandishing his awakened card. The stern woman behind the counter grimly informs him that his application for the mercenary test has been flat out denied, because he simply didn't meet the stringent requirements. Park, stunned, demands to know what's wrong, pointing out, he's an F rank, awakened. The woman, unmoved, replies he was indeed classified as F rank, but a crucial 4 points below the necessary level. Our protagonist, bewildered, asks how that's even possible, since he distinctly crossed a portal just 2 weeks ago. The woman, with a slight shake of her head, explains that ordinary people, attempting to cross a portal, invariably meet their doom. Their bodies, she chillingly adds, are ripped clean in half. She continues, insinuating she doesn't believe he actually crossed it. Still, her solution is simple. He could attend the awakened school, or rack up points in perilous field battles. He should only return, she warns, once he truly becomes and awakened. As he leaves, Park muses that this whole system is incredibly confusing. Yet, a spark of curiosity ignites within him about Suwon's goblin field. The scene dramatically shifts to a new, bustling location. Inside a speeding taxi, Park gazes out, asking just how far those colossal walls stretch. The driver casually replies they encircle the entire city **. He adds that Park can easily spot them on the map app. He then asks if Park even has the app downloaded, because the city's segmented into 12 distinct areas, with hundreds of gates connecting them all. Park, keenly observing his surroundings, realizes he needs to immediately get his bearings. Moments later, his eyes land on his fated destination. The taxi announces their arrival at the sprawling Suwon field. Gate 27. Our hero steps out, confronting a truly colossal area. He surmises that passing through Times Gate must lead straight to a prime hunting ground. Without hesitation, he begins his determined walk towards the site. Suddenly, 2 vigilant soldiers stand motionless at the entrance. They snap, demanding to know what our protagonist thinks he's doing here. He confidently replies that he's here for one thing: to hunt. One soldier, a stony expression on his face, then asks to see his mercenary license. However, Park, with a sheepish look, responds that he doesn't have ×1. One soldier grimly states that ordinary civilians are strictly prohibited from entering this dangerous area. Just then, their eyes catch something alarming nearby. The other soldier, his voice urgent, requests they immediately seal the exit. But it's already too late. A car suddenly bursts onto the scene, plowing right through. And within that vehicle, a monstrous creature is devouring a man. In the ensuing chaos, the car smashes head-on into a wall. Meanwhile, the other soldier quickly radios for the emergency response team, desperate to contain this terrifying creature. Soldiers instantly encircle the wrecked vehicle, snapping into their combat stances. Then, with a chilling presence, the creature emerges from the car. Without hesitation, the soldiers unleash a volley of fire. They open fire, riddling the monster with countless rounds. The creature seems to be finally defeated, collapsing to the ground. The soldiers swiftly report the situation resolved. Mission accomplished. They confirm the monster, which had breached the gate, has been neutralized. But then, the other soldier wonders aloud. Where did Park go? He questions if Park had perhaps abandoned his post and fled. Surely, he must have bolted the moment he saw that terrifying monster. However, that was far from the truth. Meanwhile, our protagonist calmly strolls away from the immediate vicinity. He notes that this place used to be a vibrant field, now eerily silent. Yet, even amidst the desolation, he could feel time's everything asterisk. On top of that, he'd definitely need to get himself a car. The boy scans the horizon, pondering if, apart from the sprawling city of Seoul, all the other cities truly lay in utter ruin. The sheer scope of destruction made it almost impossible to believe. Sometime later, as dusk fully gives way to the deep of night, Park muses that this enveloping darkness feels strangely familiar. He begins to stride, purposefully, through the desolate ruins, declaring, "It's time to hunt." Just before, he suddenly stumbles to the ground, his body feeling oddly heavy. Meanwhile, he spots some towering buildings in the distance. With a renewed burst of energy, he sprints toward them. Scaling them with incredible agility, he quickly ascends. Reaching the very peak of one colossal structure, Park stands triumphantly, the full moon gleaming behind him, painting a scene that is nothing short of breathtakingly epic. But he wasn't up there just to strike a cool pose. Our protagonist closes his eyes, focusing his entire being, activating his heightened senses to pinpoint the optimal direction. With a swift turn of his head, he makes his decision. He'll start there. He then descends the massive building with astonishing ease. Seriously, the grip on those shoes must be from another planet. As he glides through the desolate, empty streets, he's drawn toward a particularly dark and ominous alleyway. At its deepest point, a snarling pack of goblins has cornered a defenseless dog, clearly ready to make it their next meal. The horrifying drool dripping from their gaping mouths leaves no question. They are absolutely ravenous. But that dog isn't going down without a fight. It bravely fights with every ounce of strength it possesses. That's when, emerging gracefully from the deep shadows, our boy makes his grand appearance. He glances at the dog and, with a touch of irony, casually asks, "Need a hand?" The desperate pleading look in its eyes clearly screams, "Yes!" But it was too late. The goblins had already sealed their fate. They lunged forward, charging right at our protagonist. Park flashed a wicked grin, sprinting headfirst into the fray. In a flash, he spun on his heel, striking an unseen blow from behind. The first goblin took a punch so unbelievably powerful. Its head practically vanished into its own torso. Just as quickly, something far stranger began to unfold. Suddenly, a barrage of glowing system windows erupted before his eyes. Error messages flashed across the screens, one after another, leaving our protagonist utterly baffled by the chaotic display. The vibrant display seemed to scream that something had gone terribly wrong, while attempting to register his recent, brutal actions. As he desperately tried to comprehend the bizarre phenomenon, the remaining goblins seized their chance, lunging in for the attack. Swelling with a misguided surge of self-assured bravado, that confidence was brutally annihilated as, one by one, each goblin was decisively knocked out with a single, bone-shattering blow. With every devastating knockout, the final terrified goblin, having witnessed the brutal massacre of his comrades, scrambled to escape, consumed by pure, unadulterated panic. He frantically scaled the nearest building, seeking refuge, but made one grave, irreversible mistake. Reaching the summit, he paused, turning back for a desperate glance, as if compelled to face the monstrous force he'd just encountered. And there it was, Park, already right behind him. With a swift push, he sent the goblin hurtling off the edge, the fall ending its miserable life. It's back on solid ground, yet another system window materialized. This one warned of an error while attempting to display his class abilities. The message sparked a sudden, vivid memory from a century ago, when he was stark naked, battling for survival through a dense, hostile forest. That's when he first began accumulating mysterious status points. Could it be that even now, back on Earth, these system windows still function? And, perhaps more crucially, do these persistent errors relate to his body's diminished strength? His power hasn't been the same since returning to this world. Suddenly, a brand new window popped up, proudly titled, Achievement Shop. A surge of curiosity overtook Park, compelling him to explore. He saw 7 precious points available, and a handful of item options. Nothing overly flashy, but he selected a couple nonetheless. Then, as if by magic, the chosen items materialized directly before him, but before he could even take a bite of his meal, a faint sound tugged at his attention. It was the familiar dog he'd encountered earlier, but this time, it wasn't alone. A tiny, trembling puppy, huddled close to its side. Park moved cautiously closer. He gently laid his hand on the dog, instantly realizing it was fading. The animal, trusting its deepest instincts, seemed to feel it could finally, peacefully rest. But Park wasn't about to give up that easily. In silence, the dog's quiet gaze seemed to plead. "Take care of my pup," it seemed to say. How could he forget? In his other world, wolves were once his family. Was fate, perhaps, repeating its course? He pulled a snack from his pocket, offering it to the dog. Perhaps it was even hungrier than Park himself. After that, he stood and walked toward the goblin corpses, scattered across the ground, 7 in total. It was still the dead of night, but he wouldn't finish his gruesome task until sunrise. He fashioned a simple grave for the dog that died protecting its pup, and there he stayed, in quiet reverence, honoring that poignant moment. Meanwhile, at the bustling entrance of Area 27, traffic was pure chaos. Horns blared, and stressed drivers fought to push through. But all that pandemonium ceased when a figure approached, carrying several dead goblins slung across his back. Even though they were lifeless husks, the sight of those monsters made the crowd instinctively step back. The protagonist sold the bodies, raking in over 10 grand for his loot. The most valuable prize? The glowing crystals inside each monster. That was the real prize. Since he didn't have a bank account, the payment came entirely in cold, hard cash. Stunned by the staggering amount, he began to wonder just how much more he could earn by dungeon crawling and collecting even more precious crystals. Elsewhere in the bustling city, a truck sat parked near a convenience store. Inside, a man cheerfully chatted with an old friend, picking up a chocolate bar for his kid. Back at the truck, the man looked undeniably cheerful. It had been a calm workday, and all he wanted was to head home. But that peaceful vibe shattered in an instant. On his way back, someone abruptly called out his name, Park Jun-ho, and without a moment's warning, he took a brutal punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. They menacingly mentioned it had been a long time, and claimed they were worried, because he'd threatened to abandon his child and run away. The man looked up, seeming to recognize his attacker. Then, the others joined in, mercilessly beating Jun-ho, Park's own brother, scoffing that he looked better than last time, then asking how many times they'd had to come looking for him. Shortly after, Jun-ho reluctantly took out some money, explaining it was the payment he had just received. As they counted the bills, the man declared the monthly fee was 8,000 Brazilian real, and the accumulated interest topped 6,000 Brazilian real. So, there's still money missing, he sneered. With tears welling, Jun-ho desperately apologizes, explaining that if he couldn't find the money, they'd just need to wait 3 more days. Hitting him again, the man scoffed, asking how much he thought 3 days of interest would be. "Stop lying," he sneered. Just then, a voice suddenly called out, "Jun-ho." The thug, startled, questioned who that person was. Jun-ho was utterly shocked, realizing his brother was still alive. Moments later, Park approached, asking if he was indeed Jun-ho. A flashback then revealed Jun-ho being relentlessly bullied. The protagonist was seen watching the whole situation unfold. Jun-ho desperately begged his brother for help, but Park seemed to completely ignore his pleas, abandoning Jun-ho to face it alone as he walked away. Thus, his brother had never been much help throughout his life. The flashback then shifted to news reports of mysterious explosions, spreading fear across the entire country. Alongside these blasts, strange red spheres, revealed to be portals, began appearing everywhere. Jun-ho, watching all of this unfold, was completely shocked. He ran towards his mother's room. His parents were overjoyed to have him home, but they still had no idea where his other brother was. Just then, with a deafening roar, an explosion occurred, and terrifying monsters began to emerge. And, meanwhile, a giant eye watched Jun-ho. Then, he vanished. Back in the present, Park seemed quite pleased, remarking that Junho had certainly grown since their last encounter. Junho, stunned, responded that he'd thought Park was dead. Immediately, the other thug angrily interrupted the situation. He demanded to know if this man was truly Junho's older brother. In that instant, Park grabbed the guy's head. In mere seconds, the thug was violently hurled backward. Junho watched in utter shock, frozen. The protagonist had thrown the guy with such force he went flying. The two remaining henchmen were stunned by what they'd just witnessed. Park then asked if his brother was hurt. Junho replied, "I'm fine." Just then, the remaining thug furiously charged at Park. Park attempted a kick, aiming for a swift blow. However, it seemed to have absolutely no effect. Instead, the man's leg simply broke asterisk. Falling to the ground, the guy began writhing in excruciating pain. The last remaining thug was now trembling uncontrollably in fear. He immediately assumed the protagonist was an awakened being. Moments later, Park calmly told the man to come at me. However, the terrified man insisted he hadn't heard a word. He pleaded, "Park, you have to believe me. I told those people to just leave him alone," he cried. Just moments later, Park hands a wad of cash to the man. "Take the money and get out of here," he snaps. Time flies, and soon the cloak of night descends. Suddenly, an elderly woman materializes before them. Standing directly in front of her is none other than our protagonist, intently watching alongside his brother. The woman asks if he's absolutely certain that man is his brother. Junho confidently assures her, "I'm positive." Park, affectionately calling the woman grandma, happily mentions that he's brought some delicious meat. The woman gently reminds them that family should always keep in touch. She then urges them to hurry up quickly, as her grandson has already fallen asleep waiting for his dad to come home. Inside the cozy house, a little boy is indeed sleeping soundly. Park, intrigued, asks Junho if that's his son. Junho beams, responding that his name is Gung Ho, and he's his one and only precious treasure. Park then gently inquires about the boy's mother. Junho replies that she had left to pursue her own path in life, admitting it was his fault for not providing enough for their family. Sensing the somber mood, Park quickly tries to lift his spirits, suggesting they grab a drink together later. Soon, they find themselves at the table, drinks in hand. Junho confesses that after Park mysteriously vanished, he had thought he was dead all this time, yet here he was, alive and well, without having aged a day. Park, getting straight to business, asks how much money he owes. Junho reveals the staggering amount, around 220,000 Brazilian real, but assures him it's okay, confident he'll manage to handle his debts. He mentions he has a job now, prompting the protagonist to ask what kind of work he does. Junho explains that he works at a bustling logistics center. Park, noticing details, asks if the truck belongs to him. Junho replies that it isn't his, and that it used to belong to his grandmother's son. However, he's currently renting it from her. Once again, our protagonist asks what his grandmother's son used to do for a living. And then, Junho responds that he had heard Park tragically died during the Great Disaster. Shortly after, the little boy suddenly stirs and wakes up, immediately realizing there's an adorable dog right in front of him. Looking to the side, his eyes land on his father. Junho, beaming with happiness, asks if his son has already woken up. Embarrassed, the boy quietly asks who that man is. His father replies that it's his uncle, asking him to go greet him properly. A short while later, the boy is seen joyfully playing with the dog. Junho thinks to himself how wonderful it is, as the boy had always dreamed of having a dog. Park then proposes a bold idea. The two of them should work together. However, Junho seems utterly bewildered by this suggestion. Park confidently responds that he will handle all the hard work. Instead, he simply asks for help with the truck. Junho, on the other hand, immediately questions his grand plans. Park, unwavering, declares his intent to hunt monsters. Junho is utterly flabbergasted by this shocking revelation. Sometime later, the scene dramatically shifts to the command center. A cheerful girl is seen congratulating our protagonist. He's officially registered as an awakened being. Astonishingly, he'd boosted his stats in just a single day. Park eagerly asks if he's now an F-rank druid. The girl promptly responds that now, he can use his new identification to open a bank account. She explains he's now cleared for all financial transactions. Handing him something, she calls it a small gift, a token for officially registering as an awakened being. Oh, and he absolutely mustn't forget to download the Awakened Central app. She advises him to gather enough dimensional energy to become a ranker, which would unlock pensions and a host of other benefits. She then asks if our protagonist knows how to open his status window. Due to some recent technical issues, the interface has actually undergone a few changes. At that very moment, Park utters the secret keyword. Suddenly, the system screen bursts forth, displaying all his stats. Observing this, Park quietly wonders why his stats seem so meager. Then, the scene swiftly cuts to the truck belonging to Park's brother. He's absolutely thrilled his brother finally managed to get a phone, and he congratulates him on officially becoming an awakened being. In the middle of their call, he casually mentions he's on his way, promising to meet his brother as soon as he delivers the last batch. Now that Park is an awakened being, officially on paper, all that remains is the thrilling mercenary test. However, Park emphatically replies that before any times of that, they absolutely must pay off his debt first. Junho, ever practical, reminds him he's still an F rank, and doubts they're ready to hunt monsters just yet. However, our protagonist, with a decisive click, hangs up on him. Junho wonders if that was really his brother speaking. It's as if he's completely transformed. As he confidently walks toward the designated location, the protagonist observes that the gate appears to be closed. Meanwhile, chaos erupts on Route 77. A frantic group of people seems to be in an incredible rush, fearing they're about to miss their crucial game. Inside the car, a group of passengers appears visibly nervous. However, another guy coolly tells them all to relax. He asks why they're so scared. They're awakened after all. He questions if they've already forgotten. They could officially become raiders in the guild. Because if they succeed, they'll totally clear that dungeon. The other guy seethed, deeming everyone else utterly incompetent. They were clearly only in it for the cash. After all, their connections were the sole reason they'd ever made it this far. Moments later, the soldier's voice boomed, calling for the next person. And just like that, the man gasped in surprise as our protagonist materialized right there. The soldier then questioned if he was truly alone. Park confirmed it with a simple, direct reply. Soon, Park pressed his card against the reader's surface. The soldier immediately began pulling up all the protagonist's data. He asked if Park understood this was a ranked dungeon, with strict limits, meaning he couldn't just waltz into any dungeon he pleased. Meanwhile, the man from earlier intently observed our protagonist, who was now entering that dangerous place completely alone. The other soldier wondered aloud if the protagonist would even be okay. After all, he didn't even have the proper equipment, but the other guy quickly reassured him not to worry, because that was the guy who single-handedly took down 7 goblins. At gate 27, the other guy in the car, seemingly bristling with jealousy towards our protagonist, mumbled about who Park thought he even was. Was he seriously going into the field looking like that asterisk? For that reason alone, he thought Park was utterly insane. The other soldier then profusely apologized for the delay, explaining he was having some technical glitches finishing the verification. The guy quickly urged his friend to speed things up, because they were going to follow the protagonist's exact route. However, he suddenly grew confused, as the boy had simply vanished in the middle of that tunnel. The other guy wondered, where on earth had Park gone? And the man mused to himself, he might just have stumbled upon something incredibly interesting. Meanwhile, the scene abruptly cuts to a dense forest, where Park was now sprinting through the overgrown wilds. Shortly after, he abruptly halted, uttering that this must be the current state of his body. It seemed Park had clearly become incredibly weak. He needed to motivate himself, to improve, to start training again. Gazing at something, he seemed utterly surprised. He was hearing strange, echoing voices, and he guessed it could only be the distinct sound of a sword battle. A little further ahead, the boy's keen eyes pinpointed something. He immediately assumed the sound was originating from Time's direction. Moments later, the young man broke into a confident smile, thinking that a fight between civilized beings, not just beasts, could present a truly golden opportunity. For that very reason, he absolutely couldn't afford to miss it. The scene then dramatically cuts to someone losing their arm high above that brutal battle. Our protagonist observes it all, with a chilling, cold gaze. And right there, amidst all the terrifying commotion, a group of people suddenly finds themselves surrounded. Park, looking utterly irritated, declares that it felt like they'd take all day to even start the killing. Meanwhile, a mysterious man coolly steps out of a car. He immediately demands why it's taking so long to deal with these people. The soldier, observing this man, looks completely taken aback. Then, growing irritated, the man orders them to deal with it at once. Another man chimes in, revealing that person had a staggering 200,000 Brazilian real bounty on his head. Meanwhile, our protagonist intently observes what the man is saying, utterly surprised by the astronomical sum he could receive for a single kill. The soldier watching Time's man seems utterly astonished. Thus, the group now seems poised and ready to finish off those people. The man then confidently affirms that his bounty is precisely that amount, daring them to try and catch him if they even could. However, the surrounding group doesn't seem very confident, wondering if, even giving their absolute all, they would truly be able to win this fight. At that very moment, The man abruptly charges right at the people, but within mere seconds, our protagonist Times appears asterisk, heading straight for the other soldiers. The man watching Park becomes utterly confused, and the other soldier wonders aloud who that man could be, who then calmly begins walking toward the other soldier. The guy demands to know, who times or times you, Park? Park, on the other hand, casually asks if he really times, said the bounty on his head, was times that, times high. The man, confirming it, then demands to know who this boy is, and Park responds that he's just someone who desperately needs a lot of money. The man's subordinates collectively wonder who this mysterious boy could be. Shortly after, the man starts openly laughing at our protagonist, mentioning that it seemed he wasn't part of the central office, so it would have been much better for him to mind his own business. At that very moment, our protagonist starts to feel something incredibly strange, wondering what on earth was happening to his body. The man then calmly explains that Park had looked into his eyes for more than 5 agonizing seconds, which now meant he would no longer be able to move a single muscle. And shortly after this revelation, the man gives a chilling order for his soldiers to charge straight at Park, who immediately point their menacing swords at the boy. However, against all odds, our protagonist is able to move again, leaving everyone completely shocked and utterly dumbfounded. With a wide smile spreading across his face, Park asks, "Was that magic?" Mentioning that it was very interesting indeed. But then, the man unleashes his binding ability once more, immobilizing our protagonist completely, once more, who coolly states that it was expected, because he's certainly no small fly. He then swiftly draws his gleaming dagger. He should have known better than to cross me, that fool. But just then, Park lands a lightning-fast strike, and the man clearly takes a heavy hit. Park casually asks if he has any more pathetic tricks. Then, a single punch erupts into a whirlwind of furious blows. The man is sent flying, seemingly utterly defeated. Park, on the other hand, just shrugs, declaring it was all incredibly boring. The other guy can't believe how easily he dispatched him. Park must be unbelievably powerful. He's left wondering who the real protagonist is. Meanwhile, the troop of soldiers keeps their eyes on the boy. Park coolly asks if they're still eager for a brawl. The group quickly responds with a terrified, "No way." Shortly after, our protagonist points to a spot, telling them to head over and asking, "Anyone got a rope?" One of the men sheepishly confirms he has one. The protagonist then asks what they have to offer. However, the group desperately replies, they have no bounty, not even a copper coin on their heads. They swear they had no choice. Forced to work with that man, or they'd be dead themselves. So, delivering that man alone would make Park incredibly rich. With tears welling in his eyes, the man is absolutely floored by his companion's betrayal, abandoning him after all the help he'd given. Park, for his part, coolly asks, "So, finally snapped out of it, huh?" The group starts showering the man with insults, calling him nothing more than pathetic trash. The boy then inquires if he'll get anything for getting rid of these guys. But then the other man pipes up, saying they're lying. They're all criminals themselves. Surely sometimes of them have bounties on their heads. However, the group adamantly insists it's not true. They're just worthless vagabonds, they claim. Park, on the other hand, is suddenly called out by the man he just beat, who asks what city laws make him feel so limitless here. Because in this place right here, he boasts, this land is true freedom. He offers, "If you just let me go, I'll do everything to make you live like a king." But in that very instant, our protagonist kicks the man again, silencing him, as the man seemingly passes out cold. Park then asks the other guy, "So, you're saying, all these people have bounties on their heads?" The man quickly answers, "Yes, most of them are former criminals." This man, utterly miserable, believes his end has finally arrived. Park questions, "Weren't there far too many to bring along?" The boy suggests, "We could just leave them all behind." Our protagonist coolly responds, "It's time for everyone to take a little nap." Sometime later, the scene shifts to a car speeding down the road. Inside, the boy states, "We really needed your help back there, so we simply must repay you somehow." Our protagonist, however, insists, "There's no need for you to do that." The other man then exclaims, "Thanks to you, Park, we managed to escape that horrifying place alive." Park muses, "If you truly want to see it that way, then perhaps there is something you could do for me." The group then eagerly bombards him with several questions, like, "What exactly are your special powers and abilities?" The man proudly responds that his awakened ability is swordsmanship, and he learned to track by diligently studying skill books. Park, utterly surprised, realizes one could actually learn magic through books. The man, equally surprised, asks, You seriously didn't know what a skill book was? Meanwhile, our protagonist ponders, it would be wise to learn 1 or 2 combat magic abilities, as they could prove incredibly useful in the future. However, something utterly astounding surprises him, because right before him, a massive, glowing light begins to envelop the entire area. He urgently asks, "Is that a portal?" The boy is taken aback by the sudden question, affirming, "Yes," and mentioning, "It's a level 1 dungeon, the absolute lowest level, which is exactly why we're planning to go there." Park sighs, "It's such a pity, because I might have actually been able to go to that place, if I at least had a mercenary license." The man, absolutely shocked by what he just heard, demands, "You seriously don't have a license, Park?" Park bluntly replies, "No, I really don't have one." When a portal rips open, the military first secures the area, and any monsters found lurking in the fields are nothing but small fry that somehow managed to survive the initial attacks. The meager experience one could gain in those low-level fields, where level 1 dungeons are open, and ranking as E, could barely allow you to surpass that level. In other words, you should be going to level 2 dungeons. The man, still utterly confused, wonders, how did this rookie, who hasn't even entered a level 1 dungeon, manage to defeat that fearsome C-ranked man? Park, noticing the man's intense stare, asks, "What do you want?" The man quickly apologizes, asking, "Could I perhaps know your rank, Park?" Kim then coolly informs him, he's an F rank, leaving the man utterly dumbfounded by what he just heard. Park then ponders aloud, "What favor should I request?" The scene dramatically cuts back to the massive portal from earlier. From its depths, a figure begins to emerge. And look, that man from earlier is right here. His squad looks pretty battered after their portal jump. The aftermath of their recent battle clearly took a toll. Tragically, another young man lost his hand. A doctor was desperately needed, and fast. Fuming, the man couldn't help but wonder, are mercenary licenses just handed out to anyone with a pulse these days? The first thing he'll do back at the guild is give a stern talking to whoever chose those fools. But the other young man urged him to calm down, saying he shouldn't be so harsh on the rookie. After all, he knows the guild's current state. Even with that knowledge, the man was still boiling with frustration. He mused how easily people with rich parents can enter that place, become awakened, and then, their parents just hire mercenaries to carry them through dungeons. Suddenly, they're ready to join the guild and take on missions. Yet, it's the dedicated guild members who suffer for accepting these useless people. Noticing his captain's rising irritation, the guy suggested they should probably cool their heads. "How about we grab a drink?" he proposed. The man then asked for an update on everything. Since a level 1 dungeon was about to vanish, he inquired if anything unusual had occurred. A soldier excitedly replied that something huge had happened. Someone had just delivered 10 looters to them, and among the captives, there was even a rank C he'd definitely heard of. The man then questioned if any high-ranking individual was scheduled to visit their camps that day. However, the soldier replied, no, revealing it was a rank F novice, who didn't even have a mercenary license who managed to capture him. Utterly disbelieving, the man demanded, "How did that happen?" The soldier admitted he didn't know the full details, but according to witnesses, the rank F had simply beaten that man senseless. The man was utterly taken aback. He guessed it might be the person he'd seen earlier in the tunnel. "Where did that rank F go?" he pressed. The soldier, in turn, replied he'd seen him heading towards the portals. Quickly, the man rushed towards the portals once more, thinking he absolutely had to witness that boy's ability with his own eyes, and if it proved truly remarkable, he might gain something incredibly valuable from that story. Soon after, the man found himself inside a truck. Then, the other guy pressed, "What's the issue?" He then questioned if the boy, the one who'd seized that guy earlier, had just zoomed into the portal. Meanwhile, our protagonist, along with his brother, was stepping through a portal, remarking how this time, it hadn't stung one bit. And his clothes? They seemed perfectly fine. Junior then replied, items lacking dimensional energy couldn't breach these portals. But as they'd just witnessed, those clothes sailed right through, because they were crafted from materials found times within times the dungeons. Glancing aside, Park looked utterly bewildered, asking, "What in the world is that thing in front of me?" Junior then calmly responded, "That's called a door, and the portal they just entered was merely one of several such doors, granting access to all 38 dungeons." At that very instant, both of them gasped in surprise. Park questioned, "Why did the door just vanish?" Then, the man clarified that it would reappear once they had triumphantly cleared the dungeon. Our protagonist then asked if they needed to slay all times, the monsters. The boy promptly responded, "No, they only had to take down the strongest one, the boss." Stretching, Our boy declared he'd finish this quickly. However, Junior urgently called out for him to wait. But our protagonist seemed utterly deaf to the warning, and he swiftly leaped into action. The man, utterly surprised, mused. Who times that guy? He wondered if this could be the one from the rumors. With that times level of power, he could very well shatter the record time for clearing a level 1 dungeon. However, he soon realized something crucial. Because they didn't even have times tracking abilities, they wouldn't be able to pinpoint the door's location within the strict time limit. Because of that asterisk, if they got trapped, they could vanish forever with the portal. Then, the scene snaps back to the man with the analyzer. The door our protagonist had entered had just sealed shut. This news clearly infuriated the man. Now, we cut back inside our protagonist's portal. A few monsters were sluggishly wandering around the area. However, one was suddenly struck by times, and sent flying. Park, observing all of this, remarked, "They're carrying very interesting things," and he began extracting the glowing stones from within them, noting there was only one blood crystal, after taking down 3 monsters. But still, what truly mattered most right now was leveling up. Meanwhile, that times guy was silently watching Park's every move. He pondered just how many monsters he had already taken down. Soon after, the boy activated his tracking ability, ready to hunt. Quickly pinpointing the protagonist's exact location, he was meticulously checking his freshly updated stats, realizing he could snag 2 new abilities with his 102 achievement points. With a decisive click, he purchased the beast taming ability. Just then, 2 monstrous creatures began charging straight for him. Noticing them, he swiftly immobilized and effortlessly defeated both. The system chimed, confirming he had earned an impressive new achievement. But then, the system blared again. A critical error had occurred. A data synchronization conflict was actively in progress. What was happening? Park, utterly confused, wondered what in the world that even meant. Moments later, a report flashed. The boy had leveled up to level 2. He felt a surge of happiness as his stats had increased, just as they should. Energized by this boost, he decided to splurge on the tree spirit ability, costing 100 points. And just like that, the system confirmed. He had finally acquired the ability. The boy then commanded, "Summon the tree spirit." A gentle, mystical light began to envelop the entire area. From the glow, a vibrant, ethereal green spirit slowly materialized. Park gasped, utterly surprised. He initially thought it was the same spirit he'd seen before, back when he first encountered it deep within the jungle. Back then, he'd mistaken it for some ordinary firefly. So, he instructed the tree spirit to search for the missing goblins. Dutifully following the protagonist's direct orders, the spirit promptly departed, embarking on its quest for the missing monsters. Park mused that the tree spirit could transmit memories it gleaned from the vegetation and trees, directly into his mind. However, he noticed it was still a bit on the slow side. He wondered if that was simply because his current level was still low. At that very moment, he began to meticulously analyze his status window, carefully examining his abilities. He then realized he now possessed 2 distinct abilities, one for broad searching, and the other for precise tracking. With that in mind, he decided to purchase both, eager to keep improving. Instantly, he pressed his hand firmly onto the ground. He activated his powerful searching ability, casting it wide, stating aloud that it would serve as his crucial reference point. Then, he seamlessly employed his tracking ability. Receiving immediate intel, the goblins were already dead. However, a wave of genuine surprise washed over him. Glancing to the side, he realized this wasn't just an ordinary goblin at all. In that instant, he sprinted full speed toward the ominous spot. His eyes widened, utterly astonished by the sight before him. The boy from earlier was under attack by a completely different monster. Park, on the other hand, just watched. He first asked, "What are you doing?" And then, a smile spread across his face, thrilled that the protagonist had, against all odds, returned. The young man then cheekily asked, "Didn't you say you'd hunt alone?" But the young man revealed a shocking truth. He was the one being hunted. Desperate, he then pleaded with our protagonist for immediate help. Without a second thought, our protagonist instantly rushed toward the creature, expertly managing to block its fierce attack. Swiftly, he recovered his stance, ready for the next move. But within mere seconds, Park struck again with incredible force, slamming the monstrous creature against a jagged rock. The monster was left completely drenched in its own blood. However, there was no time to even think, as Park was already looming above him, and thus, he managed to deliver the finishing blow to the monster. A satisfying system notification chimed. He had leveled up, racking up a sweet 120 achievement points. The young man observing our protagonist was utterly amazed by his incredible skills. Park then assumed the portal's exit door should have already opened by now. The young man confirmed his assumption, stating he was absolutely right. Not long after, the two had already emerged from the portal's depths, and that familiar group from earlier was intently watching their every move. One of the men pondered if it was indeed the same guy, the one who had apprehended that bounty man earlier today. He then mentioned that Captain Kang had specifically requested to be contacted should our protagonist make his reappearance. Scanning some crucial information on his device, the man curiously wondered about the exact completion time for that dungeon. Meanwhile, the boy stated he urgently needed to return to his teammates, so he promised he would definitely get in touch with him later. Park, in turn, readily confirmed his understanding, saying he would leave all his gear and clothes in the warehouse. The scene then dramatically shifted to that very location, and Park had already changed out of his combat clothes, grumbling that he was absolutely famished. However, just as he thought of food, he was surprised as a man suddenly materialized, asking if his name was Park. The boy demanded to know who he was, to which the man introduced himself as Kang, the formidable captain of the guild's 27th combat team. He then politely asked if he could spare a few minutes of his time. A little while later, the discussion was in full swing. Our protagonist and that unknown man were deeply engrossed in discussion. Park, meanwhile, curiously inquired if he was from the Sheila Guild. The man then extended an enticing invitation to join his powerful guild, promising to provide the perfect environment to help him grow and thrive. However, the answer was not what he expected. The boy responded he wasn't interested, leaving the man utterly irritated. He fumed, asking what exactly was wrong with this kid, refusing to join a guild without even a moment of thought. He stated that if Park was already affiliated with a guild, then he could make an official, compelling offer. However, the boy bluntly responded that he wasn't in any guild. The man acknowledged that they might currently be in 4th place, but stressed he needed to know there was practically no discernible difference in strength between the absolute top guilds. But the boy quickly shot back, saying he loathed being under anyone's command. As time swiftly marched on, Park was apparently already comfortably at home, remarking to himself that they still hadn't made it back yet. As he sank down to relax, he mused they were likely enjoying some precious quality time together, as father and son. Then, in a flash, an elderly woman suddenly appeared, asking why young people these days so brazenly disrespect time. The protagonist then calmly replied that she, too, should take a seat, as the weather was absolutely perfect for a relaxing nap. However, the woman quickly retorted that she was busy hanging up clothes, and certainly didn't have any time for such leisurely activities. Witnessing his grandmother handling all those chores entirely by herself, the boy immediately stepped in to lend a helping hand. Then the grandmother, with a hint of surprise, asked if he was really Junho's older brother. The protagonist confirmed, simply stating that he was. Soon after, the woman remarked that it was quite a pleasant surprise to see Benjamin visiting their house, but Park quickly responded that wasn't true at all. It was the opposite, the woman replied, adding that, with all those strange monsters appearing out of nowhere, and causing such utter havoc, she thought looking younger was hardly something to be surprised about. She continued, stating, she had heard it had been a full 10 years since he had seen his brother. Because of that, she wondered if he would truly take care of himself, and not break his family's heart ever again. Upon hearing the woman's heartfelt words, Park smiled warmly, and asked her not to worry, saying he certainly wouldn't die so easily. Soon after, the boy's brother, along with his son, finally appeared. They warmly greeted the protagonist. Then Park extended a piece of paper to the man, who, looking utterly confused, asked what it could be. Park explained that it was indeed the money he was owed, and he should use it to secure his life. He urged him to repay his debt swiftly so they could finally have dinner together. Overwhelmed with emotion, his brother asked how he could ever repay such a favor. However, Park told him not to get too sentimental, urging him that he should just go. With tears welling in his eyes, the man finally left. Park then called out to his brother once again, asking if he had enough money to buy food and drinks on his way back. The man, beaming, replied that he did, and promised he would return before they even noticed. Park stayed on the terrace, diligently taking care of his nephew. At that exact moment, a system screen abruptly appeared, indicating that the target was actively following him, and he was prompted to give it a name. Park pondered. What on earth should I name this dog? A child piped up, suggesting, how about Baku? And hearing that name, Park mused, you know, that doesn't sound half bad. From that moment forward, the dog would forever be known as Baku. As time flowed onward, the child, now lying down, groaned, I'm so incredibly hungry. He wondered aloud, why isn't Dad here yet? Then, spotting his brother's familiar truck, Park instantly realized his brother had already made it. So, he decided to head out and give him a proper welcome. A moment later, the child, now alongside the protagonist, rushed eagerly toward the truck. However, the man appeared, utterly drenched in blood, and collapsed onto the ground. The Park, witnessing this horrific sight, could only wonder why. Sometime later, the scene dramatically shifted to a shadowy building under the cloak of night. Meanwhile, inside, a group of figures appeared engrossed in an intense card game. One man questioned, "So, should the fight kick off this week?" Another replied with a decisive, "Yes," explaining he'd seen. All the online communities were placing their bets on Miho. The man then asked, "Any news from Horizon?" "Last time we went there," he grumbled, "we lost a ton of money." Just then, a thunderous banging erupted from the door. Irritated, the man demanded, "What in the world is that racket?" The other men then rose, eager to investigate the commotion. At that precise moment, the door burst inward, revealing the silhouette of a man, completely drenched in blood. Instantly, someone seized the man by the head, violently dragging him right out the door. The men watching the horrifying scene could only wonder, what just happened? Then, a piercing gaze was locked onto the door, and from that very moment, pure chaos erupted. The group, utterly shocked, couldn't even comprehend what was unfolding. Within mere seconds, a cabinet and a weapon were hurled right in their direction. A full-blown commotion broke out as several people were violently thrown around. The boss, observing the entire spectacle, was utterly taken aback. The protagonist had effortlessly taken down everyone in a matter of seconds. Another man urgently asked, "Do you even know who that person is?" The boss replied, "He seems to be awakened." At that very moment, the protagonist sent a table hurtling straight at the man. Immediately after, he leaped on top of it, demanding, "Is your name Kim?" Irritated, the man confirmed, "Yes, that is indeed my name." He then angrily demanded, "Who in the world are you?" The boy simply replied, "Someone wants to settle Park Jong-ho's debt." The man scoffed, "You must be absolutely insane. Do you really call yourself awakened after beating up honest, hardworking people?" he warned. "Don't think for a second you'll get away with this." Suddenly, a sharp slap rang out across the man's face. Park demanded to know what that had to do with anything, and why he dared to lay a hand on him. Simply because he wanted to settle his debt, he declared. All he had to do was take the money from his brother and disappear. Why did he cross the line and betray his own brother like that? Amidst the torrent of slaps, the man desperately pleaded to be spared. Park, unrelenting, gave him a grim choice. Settle the debt, or be beaten to his last breath. Without a moment's hesitation, the man blurted out he'd settle everything, right then. Moments later, the entire trembling group was prostrate before Park, humbly stating that from this very moment forward, their former client, John Rotham, would owe them absolutely nothing. All his debts were now completely settled. Park then gravely warned them, if he ever laid eyes on them again, they could consider themselves dead men walking. He ordered them never, ever, to cross his path again. Still kneeling, they all meekly confirmed the boy's every word. However, one of the men still harbored a flicker of defiance. Later, that very man grumbled that the protagonist had already vanished. Fuming, the man, deep in his schemes, muttered if that boy truly believed he had no powerful allies backing him up. Meanwhile, the scene dramatically shifted to a gleaming building, where that enigmatic guild leader from earlier exclaimed that he had stumbled upon incredible new talent. He eagerly requested to see this mysterious individual, as information about Park flashed onto the screen. Yet, the man observed, he was merely a rank F, and, astonishingly, had registered as an awakened just that very day. The other man countered that this made him even more times fascinating. They just had to take a closer look at his full profile. But then, a stark system notification flashed. Access denied. Just what kind of person was this guy? Undeterred, they skillfully bypassed the security and finally accessed the encrypted information. Still, the question remained, why was his profile so strictly confidential? It appeared he hadn't even joined a guild yet, and there was clearly much more to his astonishing story. Then, the man eagerly asked to review his reported abilities. The boy revealed he was a rare type of conjurer, and astonishingly, he had previously taken down a notoriously high bounty target, doing so with unbelievable ease. Did they realize this target had been missing for a decade? That fact alone made the whole situation incredibly bizarre. Could he possibly be a special agent? The man then mused. He had assumed his strength simply stemmed from his potent abilities, never once suspecting he might be connected to an intelligence service. The boy then firmly stated they should abandon all attempts to recruit him. He was absolutely 100% certain that Park was an asset of another nation. He admitted he'd anticipated this very outcome, ever since that massive commotion started. Eager to swiftly change the heavy topic, the other man smoothly suggested a coffee break. He then questioned why a special agent would enter a level 1 dungeon. The younger boy, perplexed, wondered why it mattered so intensely. Once more, the man urged him to closely observe our protagonist. Yet, the boy appeared quite hesitant and unwilling to comply. The scene then dramatically shifted its focus to a bustling hospital, where our protagonist was seen visiting his own brother. He gently inquired, "Are you awake just yet?" Juno then noticed his brother's timely arrival, questioning why he'd brought such a mountain of food. Juno explained he'd heard he ate a ton, and that it would greatly aid in his recovery. Park, in return, keenly asked if he was feeling better. Juno confidently responded that he would be able to remove his bandages as early as tomorrow. He then asked if his crucial mercenary test was indeed tomorrow. The boy confirmed, stating that it was. Juno excitedly expressed, "It would be amazing if you passed and got invited to a guild." However, our protagonist clearly didn't seem to want that path. He mused to himself, remembering he was once the king of the forest. For that very reason, he couldn't join a group and be a lackey. Juno then suggested he should look into some high-ranking guilds for him to join. The boy swiftly replied, "There's no need," declaring that he would simply create his very own guild. In utter this belief, Juno asked if he was truly going to forge a guild instead of joining one. Sometime later, the bustling scene shifted to the adventurer's agency. Meanwhile, Shuai was seen confidently striding through the building. Shortly after, an older man sharply called out to her. He questioned what exactly had been happening to her recently. She explained there had been 2 security breaches in her sector, and if yesterday's portal had been a devastating bridge portal, the entire city would be nothing but ruins right now. The girl then sarcastically asked if they were helpless without her. However, the man earnestly pleaded for her assistance, because the portal department manager had been hounding him relentlessly. What he truly meant was that she was squandering her immense talent, but the girl retorted that it had been incredibly hard to stay focused. Handing her an official paper, the man commanded her to cease her nonsense and read it immediately. Shuai, in turn, was utterly surprised, because they'd assigned her manual labor just when she thought she was finally getting a well-deserved break. But the man smoothly replied that she wasn't the only one, and it certainly wasn't the first time this had happened. Immediately after, the girl, clearly irritated, as she started to make her exit, the man urged her not to just reject candidates left and right, simply because she was feeling upset. He reminded her they were critically short-staffed, and desperately needed every single person they could get. Shuai fired back that it was far better to reject those utter idiots, who couldn't even protect themselves. Shortly after, the scene dramatically shifted to a new location. There, a bustling group discussed their urgent need to ace the upcoming test. Meanwhile, a lively man appeared, busy doing a YouTube livestream. Everyone in that place was absolutely buzzing with eagerness to take the test, and finally snag their mercenary license. Soon after, a distinct new group of people strode into the area. The streamer noted they'd have to cut the live feed short, because the highly anticipated test was about to kick off. Right then, our protagonist materialized, his gaze fixed on that boy. The boy then asked if it was the protagonist's first time watching the live stream of the exams. Park, however, asked who he was even talking to, as the boy requested some space. Soon after, the supervisor introduced himself with authority, declaring he'd be in charge of absolutely everything for the next 3 days. The 21 supervisors present that day would meticulously evaluate if they truly had what it took to pass this rigorous test. He assumed everyone had received a ticket with their designated number. Upon their arrival, they would then kick off the supervisor selection via a random draw. So, when their name was dramatically called out, they were to form a single, orderly line in front of their assigned supervisor. Time flew by, and many names were called until it was finally the protagonist's turn, who received the number 15. However, he was utterly surprised by something unexpected. His supervisor would be that very same blonde girl from earlier. As he observed her, he mused that it had been ages since he'd last seen her. The boy, recognizing her instantly, chimed in. The man then instructed them to head to their respective waiting rooms and rest up until further announcements were made. Meanwhile, the boy who had been streaming earlier was confidently heading to his location, bragging to his viewers about how tough it would be to pass the test. However, it truly seemed like he'd be leaving the very next day. It was then dramatically revealed that the streamer from earlier was also in the very same room as our protagonist. Looking to the side, he instantly noticed the boy, asking why he looked so utterly dejected when he'd been so hyped earlier. Upon looking at the protagonist, he realized it was the exact same guy from before. He then asked if he'd ever heard about that blonde girl's legendary craziness, because there was a very good reason everyone called her the witch. This girl was the type who'd straight up eliminate someone just because she was having a bad day. Park, in turn, demanded why the supervisor was to blame, and not those who hadn't bothered to prepare. Utterly irritated, the boy fumed, thinking Park had just brushed off his words, knowing he was useless from the start. Demanding if he cared to show any respect to his seniors, however, our protagonist coolly replied that, if he had a problem, he should solve it like a real man. With a fight. The boy then scoffed, asking if he thought he was easy prey. Quickly, Park, quick as a whip, responded that he did. Utterly irritated, the boy yelled he was going crazy, and ordered Park to follow him. Meanwhile, Choi had just arrived at the location. However, she noticed no one was there. Utterly annoyed, she wondered aloud where everyone had gone. The scene then cut to a ring arena, and our protagonist, along with the boy, was preparing for an epic fight. The boy gloated that Park was incredibly unlucky, because he should have fought twice before even thinking of fighting him, asking if he had never heard of TV Kaboo, since despite appearances, he was a genuinely promising YouTuber. However, Park seemed completely unaware of what that was, casually asking if it was some kind of food. This, naturally, made the boy even more irritated. He declared he would have to teach Park a lesson. Everyone in the stands was practically vibrating with excitement for the fight, loudly cheering for the streamer, who said one of his hobbies was teaching manners to disrespectful kids, like Park. Watching all of this, the protagonist coolly remarked that everything seemed quite fun. The streamer then menacingly warned Park not to ask him to cover his hospital expenses once he was finished with him. At that very moment, he charged at the protagonist, throwing a punch. However, Choi suddenly appeared at the scene, ordering everyone to return to the waiting room immediately. As a result, the group hurriedly left. Watching the protagonist and the man, Choi sharply asked if they were desperate to fail the test, and she didn't need a single explanation. One of them simply had to take the blame. Whoever lost would fail the test, so they should continue the fight. The streamer, watching this, figured it was to be expected, because that woman was just plain crazy. Then, Park prepared himself for the battle. The streamer casually asked him not to be nervous, reminding him that the protagonist had asked for this. Park, in turn, simply apologized for what was about to happen. Just then, the young challenger lunged straight for Park, but in a blink, he took a devastating punch and was instantly knocked out cold. Choi, witnessing the scene, gasped in surprise. She realized that ever since their first meeting, a strange, unsettling feeling had persistently lingered within her. Park, noticing Choi's distraction, asked why she seemed so lost in thought. He challenged, "If you're eager to fight too, then step right into the ring." But he added one crucial condition. If he won, she couldn't disqualify his previous opponent. Choi, in disbelief, declared that this guy must be absolutely crazy. With a determined gaze, she then stepped into the ring, asking if the young man was, by chance, an irregular. Park, clueless, simply asked what an irregular even was. Suddenly, the girl launched herself fiercely at our protagonist, who expertly managed to dodge her initial attack. Choi then unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on the young man. Yet, he seemed to stay entirely on the defensive, just blocking. Just as she was poised to strike again, Joey suddenly declared that if he wins, she would grant his earlier request. However, she suddenly received a fatal blow delivered by the girl. The attacker thought something felt terribly wrong, because he was clearly hiding something significant. Moments later, she gasped in utter surprise, and the protagonist, unfazed, simply responded, "You're much stronger than I ever anticipated." The girl was then utterly stunned, because Park had somehow managed to withstand her most powerful attack. At that very moment, she charged at him once more, declaring that this time, it would truly be the end. She landed another powerful strike on the boy, immediately unleashing a furious series of follow-up blows. But then, seemingly out of nowhere, he suddenly began to fiercely fight back. He landed a solid punch squarely on the girl, even managing to completely shatter her defensive shield. Yet, incredibly, it still wasn't enough to stop her. But even so, she was utterly shocked that Park had managed to break her shield. A moment later, the boy lunged at her once more, exclaiming with glee that this was absolutely thrilling. Choi, for her part, declared that he truly was an irregular after all. Park, still completely bewildered, asked what she meant, before the girl abruptly responded, "I surrender." The protagonist, utterly perplexed, demanded why, especially since the fight was just getting good. The girl replied that this area was simply too small to properly use her abilities, and that they should fight in a much larger area next time. Park, intrigued, wonders if Earth boasts any girls as mighty as her. To his query, Choi admits that such formidable women are a rare sight. Moments later, our protagonist boldly declares that he chooses times her asterisk, and for that very reason, he suggests they make babies. He then brazenly asks if she'd like to mate with him. However, the girl swiftly delivers a resounding slap across his face. Meanwhile, the streamer finally stirs, utterly bewildered about what just transpired. At that very moment, Choi, thoroughly irritated by the whole ordeal, simply walks away. The other guy remains in utter disbelief, shocked that he was knocked out cold with a single punch. For that reason, he decides it's time to head home. He just wasted money on the application without even taking the test. He mutters how incredibly embarrassing it all was. Glancing at our protagonist, the young man still appears utterly seething with anger. He demands if Park is satisfied with this outcome, but Park calmly replies that he hasn't been disqualified. All the while, a hidden camera silently observes their exchange. The scene then cuts to an old man, eyes glued to a computer screen. He's utterly flabbergasted that Choi actually lost. Park then calls out to the streamer, inviting him to leave together. But the streamer, still bewildered, asks why he wasn't disqualified. Park reveals that he asked Choi to overlook his disqualification. The streamer, however, still burns with curiosity about why Park got slapped, but Park casually retorts that he didn't intend for him to know. Moments later, the young man seems to have a sudden realization. He deduces that Park got hit because of times him asterisk. That's why Park convinced the girl to ignore the commotion, by letting her hit him. Realizing this, shortly after, the guy starts to follow Park. Just then, someone on the intercom calls out to Park, requesting his presence at the supervisor's office as soon as possible. A short while later, our protagonist finds himself in the supervisor's office, talking with him. He promptly asks why he was summoned. The man then states that before they proceed, Park should be aware that their conversation is being recorded. He adds that he witnessed Park's fight with Supervisor Choi, and for that very reason, he's utterly astonished that a candidate like Park managed to hold his own against a rank B awakened. He then asks if Park is, by any chance, an awakened himself. However, Park still has no clue what an awakened is. He points out that this question has already been asked twice. The man, observing the situation closely, deduces that Park requires more information about the portals. These enigmatic pit portals link Earth to 3 other planets. The first of these is known as Aruka, the ancestral home of elves and dwarves. Furthermore, that planet has established relations with Earth, and occasionally, they'd even engage in fascinating exchanges. Upon their return, the humans who journeyed from those worlds had mastered incredible skills in magic and artifact creation. Next up was the planet known as Gukchen, a fierce realm inhabited by Momonas and powerful martial artists, who were locked in an endless struggle for their planet's sovereignty. These formidable martial artists became their invaluable allies, while the Momonas, naturally, were their sworn enemies. And finally, there was Meter, the last planet they encountered, a brutal domain absolutely overrun by monstrous orcs. But if that wasn't bad enough, that planet was also crawling with even more ferocious monsters. Among the Earthlings who returned from these 3 perilous planets, some had acquired incredibly potent and unique abilities. Their combat power, they soon discovered, far surpassed that of even the Awakened. That's why they were officially classified as irregulars. Hearing the entire convoluted tale, Park admitted it was just too complicated. Yet, he was absolutely certain the place he had been was none of those 3 specific planets. The supervisor, on his end, was utterly perplexed by this revelation, wondering if, by some chance, he was a dungeon returnee. He pressed him, asking exactly which planet the boy had returned from. Park calmly stated that he had already informed the previous doctor, that he had lived among wolves for over 1,000 years. A while later, the protagonist finally finished recounting his incredible story. The supervisor then thanked him for sharing his experience, and told him he could return to his waiting room. But shortly after the protagonist left the room, the supervisor scoffed, deeming the story far too absurd to be true. Just then, a man appeared in the room. Introducing himself, he mentioned he'd heard he was called in. The boss then inquired if he could take over as the supervisor of room 15. The man questioned if that wasn't the area Captain Choi was in charge of. Confirming it was, the man grimly informed him that she had fled. But the specific details, he added, didn't matter. He simply wanted him to meticulously monitor candidate Park and provide a comprehensive report once his test was complete. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already settled in that room with all the other candidates, eagerly awaiting the grueling test to begin. Shortly after, everyone, alongside their captains, was precisely lined up, and that man from earlier had indeed officially taken over as the supervisor of room 15. The streamer, observing the scene, wondered if Choi had been fired by chance. The man then formally introduced himself, stating his name was Song, and that he was now in charge of supervising Team 15. The minimum requirement for that day's intense physical test was a blistering 9 seconds for a 100-meter dash, and a grueling hour to complete the triangle challenge. Barely after the test had kicked off, and several contestants were swiftly disqualified. The girl then declared that healers should have an easier test. Sang scoffed, asking if she truly expected monsters to go easy on her, just because she was a healer. Thus, the man then called out for the next candidate. Han was then introduced, confidently stating that 9 seconds was far too easy, and promising to see the protagonist in the next round. Then, Sang gave the signal, and Han absolutely exploded times into a run. The supervisor announced that it took a total of 8 seconds, and for that incredible speed, he easily passed the test. Then, the next candidate was called, and the protagonist began preparing. Meanwhile, from afar, Han cheered for the boy, and when the race started, Park instantly began to run, covering vast distances in a matter of seconds. Everyone around was completely astonished by what they had just seen. Shortly after, the director then received a call from someone, Sergeant Kim, mentioning that the result of candidate Park Soo-ho's physical test had just been released, and that it was quite surprising. Back at the test, there were reporters taking pictures and recording Park because he was so incredibly impressive. At the same time, another person received a call, and the girl said she was Miso from the association and the director of the returnee center. The supervisor on the call said he would send some videos of Park, and for that reason, she absolutely needed to watch them. Watching those videos, the girl seemed utterly surprised. The other guy mentioned that Major Young had the uncanny ability to detect lies, so they could verify that the protagonist had told the truth in that interview. Miso, on the other hand, still didn't believe that the doctor's report was actually true. To that limit, the boy was probably an irregular, so he had to be at least stronger than a rank B. For that reason, if his story was true, it meant that Park Soo-ho might have returned from a 4th planet. Shortly after, Miso asked him to make sure no reporters appeared at the training grounds. Again, however, that guy seemed surprised, mentioning that it was already too late, because the protagonist had already appeared in the news. At that moment, Miso demanded to remove all those articles immediately. Then, the scene cuts to several photographers, taking some pictures of someone. Meanwhile, the protagonist, alongside Han, was walking down the street. Miso, for her part, thinks that it meant Park somehow managed to maintain his physical status. Even after zooming through a portal without a shred of protective gear, he's left wondering if, by some wild chance, he got an F rank because his dimensional energy was totally MIA. Either way, if he truly did return from a 4th planet, South Korea could be looking at a massive leg up in the race to develop this mysterious new world. Meanwhile, a swarm of reporters were desperately trying to breach a secured area, while just above them, numerous test participants were enjoying a meal. Elsewhere, Park, munching away alongside Han, was doing the same. Han, taken aback, muses that not just anyone could have knocked him out with a single punch. Catching Han's intense gaze, Park asks what's up and if he's already done eating. Han quickly replies that it's nothing, then offers to grab the kid some water if he's thirsty. He thinks that simply watching the builder eat reveals he's operating on a whole different plane of existence. Because of this, he's absolutely convinced Park is destined for greatness. Soon after, time flies by, and Park looks like he's about to nod off. Han points out the empty lockers, saying it seems the rest of the participants must have failed the test. That means they're now in some serious hot water. Park casually asks why he thinks so. Han responds, explaining that the next phase involves dangerous incursions and tricky dungeons, making it way easier for larger teams, and a real struggle for smaller ones. But Park simply tells him not to sweat it. They don't need more people. Hearing the kid's confident words, Han is shocked, thinking he's incredibly skilled. However, the dungeon situation is totally different, with countless unpredictable factors, so he figures it'd be much simpler with more diverse abilities on their side. Park reiterates that he already told him not to worry, and more importantly, he asks, "What exactly were you doing with your phone when I first saw you?" The boy then lights up, responding that he was streaming on YouTube, then asks if Park, by some bizarre chance, doesn't know what that is. "Did you live in a cave or something?" he teases. The protagonist deadpans. "Yeah, it was pretty much exactly like that." Han whips out his phone, declaring, "It's called YouTube," and with that, he starts showcasing all its incredible features. Soon after, Park declares that Han is truly a good person. A short while later, the two have already exited the house, and the boy thinks his partner has it all figured out. The journey it took to become the next YouTube sensation. Not only that, he was an absolute stud with a physique carved to perfection. It's no wonder he even made national headlines for absolutely shattering a world record. And that's precisely why. If Park unleashes his true combat power during dungeon incursions, it'd surely be only a matter of time before he snatches the attention of every single guild out there. Park then responds, declaring he really likes the kid, and invites him to join his very own clan. Han, completely taken aback, asks if he's actually planning to forge his own clan, and if he isn't interested in joining an established guild. But the young man simply replies that's not what he wants. Meanwhile, Han can't help but wonder, what would happen if he filmed the clan's formation, and streamed their dungeon incursions, with the year's absolute top mercenary test candidate. Shortly after, the scene dramatically cuts to the boy hitting the ground. Boxing was the sole anchor that helped him survive his rotten childhood. Despite repeatedly failing, he still managed to earn his professional license. Even then, he was on the brink of losing all hope. But then, catastrophic disasters completely shattered his hopes and dreams. Yet, as they say, hope is truly the last thing to die. Which is exactly why he ultimately reinvented himself as a YouTuber. Back in the present moment, Han realizes this is precisely what he'd been searching for. He can barely believe such an incredible opportunity is right before his eyes, declaring he's willing to do absolutely anything for our protagonist. For Park, pleased, says he's really starting to like, and that he should consider talking about the stream. With tears streaming down his face, the guy vows he won't go back on his word. Park, for his part, then asks why he suddenly burst into tears. Han quickly replies that it's nothing at all, then asks if Park knows they need at least 3 members for a clan to be officially recognized and created. However, Park still seems completely unaware of that crucial detail. Shortly after, an unknown man unexpectedly strides into the room. Han immediately questions why Monk is even in this place. The man then calmly introduces himself, stating his name is Muki Jin, assigned to Team 15. At that very moment, a device blares, announcing that candidates must don their battle suits. They're to meet in the 3rd floor conference room within 30 minutes. Park, alongside a stunned Han, watches on in utter surprise, wondering if they seriously expect them to suit up at such a late hour of the night. Our hero, bewildered, asks if they weren't hitting the dungeons tomorrow. Miyuki Jin calmly explains that sometimes, rumors say, the Reapers storm dungeons under the cloak of night, without any prior notice. Han exclaims, that's utterly wild. They're just springing it on us without a word. Suddenly, we're in a room teeming with students, where the dungeon is announced as a crucial part of their test. This one's nestled in Seoul's 5th sector, firmly under the Phoenix Guild's protective wing. As such, it's a level 1 dungeon, sporting a whopping 250 doors. Meanwhile, Park, ever curious, can't help but ask what under protection actually means. Han, utterly dumbfounded, is still floored by his rival's utter ignorance. With countless dimensional doors popping up everywhere, the South Korean government struggled to manage them all. So, they enlisted private mercenary clans to protect the 12 sectors of the city. A guild is simply the term for a private mercenary clan, contracted directly by the government. In exchange for their invaluable services, guilds earn the rights to process the dimensional energy harvested from the dungeons they manage. Park, for his part, then asks if it's basically a tax-free hunting zone for them, and Han confirms, pretty much. Yeah, our hero thinks to himself, he just wanted to form a clan, because he missed hunting with his pack of friends. But now, he could even get his own land. Han replies that having your own dungeon would be amazing, because that way you wouldn't have to pay a single dime to use it. Park then confidently declares that his clan's goal is to become a guild. But wait, Han cuts in, asking if they shouldn't worry about passing the mercenary test first, wondering if our hero is just pretending to be dumb. And soon after, a speaker shows an image of the portal's location in Sector 5. He explains that dungeon only has 15 days left before it collapses. It's a labyrinth-type dungeon, boasting the absolute lowest difficulty level, and the fewest monsters of all the dungeons known. It's a shame they won't be able to obtain much dimensional energy. Though, since the monsters lurking, they are extremely weak. Anyway, that's all the man has to say about the dungeon's explanation. Han wonders, what was all that about? Because the monsters might not even be their biggest problem. If they aren't careful, they could end up getting hopelessly stuck in that labyrinth. For that reason, if they at least had some kind of tracking ability, half of their problems could vanish in an instant. But Park coolly reveals he already possessed that very ability, leaving the boy utterly stunned by the revelation. He questioned if Park had truly mastered such a skill previously, even before tackling the mercenary test, given that specific ability came with a hefty price tag. leading him to suspect our protagonist hailed from a seriously wealthy family, practically born with a silver spoon firmly in his mouth. Meanwhile, the enigmatic monk remained silently at Park's side. Then Han probes, wondering if the monk possessed any awakened abilities, but the man simply offers a chilling, unsettling silence in response, leaving the duo utterly bewildered by his mysterious demeanor. At that critical moment, he dramatically produces an unusual, strange tool. The scene then sharply cuts to a sudden, dramatic flashback. Horrific monsters are closing in, completely surrounding that house. As they rapidly advance, their monstrous forms surging towards the location. Targeting the monk, they begin their devastating assault, tearing the house apart. Then, in a frantic rush, another monk bursts through the door, demanding they cease their monstrous racket. Without a moment's hesitation, Maya and Jin question him, bewildered by his actions at this late hour of night. The man then urgently demands the priest be swiftly escorted away with him, and that the entire area be evacuated, right this instant. Just as he finishes speaking, a monster lunges from behind him, only to be effortlessly defeated by his swift attack. Back in the present, that very man now wears a deeply terrified expression. Han, noticing, pointedly asks why he appears so utterly petrified. The other man gravely responds that from this very moment forward, their mission leads them directly to the clearly marked target. Therefore, they must commence their assault, storming the dungeon as a unified team, led by their capable supervisor. He sincerely hoped that every single person would pass this grueling test, with no failures. Moments later, the entire group was moving towards the shimmering portal. The stern soldiers instructed everyone to immediately disembark from the bus, then demanded to know if everyone was truly prepared. Once they stepped inside, they were to act as if invisible, adhering strictly to the agreement. Han points out that his team is the only one comprising 3 members, so he questions if, should the situation turn truly dire, the supervisor would genuinely step in to assist them. However, the man dismisses the question entirely, simply ordering them to move swiftly. Ben Park, with a smirk, teases Han about his apparent fear. He then inquires if they're even permitted to use their own personal weapons. The soldier, taken aback, replies that they are indeed surprised. Han then speculates if the enigmatic monk wields a weapon crafted from dimensional material. All this, while the mercenary tests are ongoing. Meanwhile, each group's entry into the shimmering portal was being completed seamlessly. Soon after, the soldier sternly commands their group to finally enter. And just like that, Team 15 steps through the swirling portal. Han can't help but wonder why Park consistently charges ahead of everyone, causing a surge of unease within him. He quickly instructed the boy to establish a perimeter, but in that very instant, he fell utterly silent. Believing he'd lost points for not entering quietly, and for failing to hold his position, as a direct consequence, he attracted the attention of monsters, and one materialized directly before our protagonist in seconds. The boy swiftly grapples the monster and defeats it. Han comments that making noise to catch them off guard and lure them into a trap could actually be a brilliant idea. He asks if the boy was using tracking while they advanced, but in that instant, he steps on a trap, and within seconds, a flurry of arrows begins firing down upon them. The scene cuts to a dragon being absolutely showered with gunfire. That monk had apparently defeated all the surrounding monsters. With tears in his eyes, he apologizes, confessing it was all his fault. Thus, the monster is completely obliterated. The scene cuts back to Park's incredible fight. Han, observing the protagonist's prowess with the staff, mentions that he was absolutely phenomenal. However, the unexpected still lay in wait. He steps on another trap, and they plunge to the floor below. The door apparently slams shut, leaving everyone completely trapped in a dungeon. Looking up, they all realize the opening above had been sealed. Han, overcome with desperation, wonders if this is how all his dreams simply disappear, and if they were truly going to die right here. But in that same instant, he suddenly realizes something. He says they thought they had truly attracted more monsters. Then, the monk immediately apologizes, mentioning his awakened ability was an area-wide provocation, which, as a consequence, attracted the monster's attention. Park coolly says, "That's just great," because he was too lazy to hunt all the monsters down to kill. Shortly after, he simply leaps out of the dungeon, leaving Han surprised, wondering how anyone could kick so hard. Mark says he really liked the monk and he should join his clan. However, that man still didn't seem to grasp the situation. Shortly after, a massive horde of monsters suddenly appears. Park observes them coldly, and Han begins to use his tracking ability. Seeing all the targets in front of him and all the traps around, he quickly starts running. Han thinks that they had really messed up big time. Then, that monk points his staff at Han, asking him to grab it and climb out. Han says he didn't know anything anymore, as the operation was not what they had planned at all. When they stand up, they are utterly surprised, because the horde of monsters had already been defeated by Park. Watching all this unfold, the boy just thought it was utterly insane. Park then motions for them to follow him closely, and to be extra careful around those who were already knocked out. The two quickly moved to do exactly as he asked, immediately beginning to decimate the remaining monsters with fierce determination. Surprised, the monk pondered if our protagonist was expertly avoiding the traps, or perhaps using some incredible tracking ability for this very purpose. He was absolutely blazing forward at an unbelievable speed, decimating monsters left and right, even turning the traps to his own advantage. Looking up, he suddenly spotted a monster sneaking up behind our hero, but just in the nick of time, the monk swooped in to save him, launching his staff with incredible precision straight at the unsuspecting skeleton. And shortly after that thrilling moment, the system proudly informed Park that he had acquired a whopping 42 conquest points. The scene then dramatically shifts to an agency headquarters. One soldier announced that a team was already returning from the dungeon, and the other soldier was utterly taken aback by the news, because only mere minutes had passed since the test had even begun. He pointed out that the dungeon typically took a full 2 hours to finish. Fearing the worst, he wondered if some terrible accident had occurred. However, the man calmly confirmed it was Team 20, and all vital signs were perfectly normal. Shortly after, that very gentleman received an urgent call. Answering immediately, he stated it was the supervisor, wondering why they were returning so unbelievably early, and the soldier on the other end of the line confirmed with unwavering confidence that they had, in fact, completed the mission. He promised the supervisor would understand once he watched the video replay, but also admitted it would be quite difficult to properly assess his performance in a mere level 1 dungeon. Additionally, Park had absolutely shattered a performance record inside the dungeon. Talk about impressive. The scene then excitingly cuts to the bustling city, where we find Han kicking off a brand new live stream, announcing that they'd be doing daily streams, all about his awesome clan. A viewer quickly popped up, asking what exciting things they'd show today, and the boy excitedly replied that they were all going to watch the video of Su Clan's house together, as it was going to be uploaded super soon. He then proceeded to show everyone where each person's dormitory was located. Next up, he boldly heads to the protagonist's grandmother's house, enthusiastically asking her to take a quick peek at his subscriber count. The grandmother, clearly irritated, declared she had far too many important things to do. Instead of fretting over something like that, she even dramatically told the boy to leave, before she sliced him up. Hearing this, Han immediately fell silent, thinking she wasn't usually like that at all. In fact, she was actually a genuinely very nice person. Then, Han finally makes his way to the room where the protagonist and the monk are hanging out. Right in the middle of his live stream, Han excitedly introduces the monk, revealing his name was Myung-jin. He then charmingly asks the monk to say something to introduce himself to the audience. The monk revealed he'd lost so much during the wicked spirit's relentless assault, leaving him with only a staff of brilliant clairvoyance. It was a precious memento his eldest disciple had left behind. Just then, a heavy-duty truck rumbled to a stop right outside the house, prompting the protagonist's brother to eagerly ask if he was ready. With no time to waste, everyone began bustling toward the waiting truck. As they set off toward their mysterious destination, a sleek drone soared ominously into view, high above their heads. Park, ever vigilant, wondered what that flying contraption was and if he should just blast it. Han, taken aback, admitted he hadn't known a thing about it. He then announced that at this very moment, they were hurtling toward their mission area. Gate 30, Sector 4. That looming, ominous portal nearby signified today was their clan's very first dungeon mission. Meanwhile, back in the thrilling live stream, the boy dramatically asked if his subscribers knew about his awakened ability. It was video memory, he explained, so there was absolutely no need to panic, because very, very soon, an even times more incredible times video was coming. A short while later, the protagonist and his tenacious group had already plunged deep into the dungeon. Han, ever practical, inquired if the boy possessed any long-range abilities, but the protagonist, with a shrug, replied that he didn't. Han, utterly bewildered, then questioned, "Without that kind of ability, how exactly are we going to deal with all these bats?" However, the monk, with a confident smirk, simply told him to leave it to times him asterisk. In that instant, he began furiously pounding on some ancient, resonant drum, unleashing a truly deafening, earth-shattering noise as a result. And just like that, the entire screeching horde of bats started swarming directly toward them. Han, utterly taken aback, frantically wondered why they were all pouring out, like times that asterisk. Moments later, those furious bats were hurtling straight for the monk, where he apparently unleashed a blazing fire ability. However, it wasn't remotely over yet, as a truly colossal bat suddenly appeared. But it was utterly futile, because Park had already effortlessly sliced it in half. With that, the perilous mission seemed gloriously complete. Park, ever alert, mentioned the gate had already opened, urging them to hurry. Observing all the chaotic madness that had just unfolded, the livestream viewers seemed utterly speechless, caught in pure disbelief. Then, the scene dramatically cuts to Mizra's pristine office, where she too, apparently couldn't believe her own eyes. The other guy then declared that with the sheer thirst for battle those people had in Sector 4, those three were easily capable of clearing even times 20 times dungeons a day. What's more, they were utterly decimating times, all times the level 1 dungeons out there. Mizra, exasperated, sighed that she had done times so much times to keep the protagonist out of the news. But unfortunately, one of his own guild members was a notorious streamer. He then revealed that Park's crazy videos were now ranked third in real-time popularity across all platforms, and if they just left it alone, it would only continue to absolutely explode. Shouldn't they be taking some serious precautions here? The girl, for her part, simply stated she was acutely aware of that. Meanwhile, she seemed completely engrossed, watching a video of two people locked in a fierce battle. And that guy, he looked like he'd effortlessly won the battle. The other person watching was none other than Lee Sung-woo, an SS rank irregular, a true powerhouse born in South Korea. She pondered the chaos that would erupt if the country approached him, without caution * under the pretense of protecting a talent, only to end up triggering a second disaster. Lee Sung-woo. She then decisively stands up, demanding they prepare to make immediate contact with our protagonist. And for that, she would meet him face-to-face herself. Moments later, the scene flips back to the protagonist's house. Han, for his part, asks if the monk truly had no work to attend to. Ark wonders where he'd even go *, seeing as he had no temple whatsoever. Junho replies that he'd said he was residing right there in Seoul, with a temple family, who somehow survived that tragic day. Catching on to Han's clear irritation, Junho asks if the creature couldn't at least take one day to rest, since his clan was ready to finally renew its rank. What's more, his clan's account had already amassed a whopping 140,000,001 total, leaving the boy utterly flabbergasted by the news. He thinks he'd done nothing but gather mere blood crystals, yet his account already held 20 million in a mere 3 days. Park, observing all this, stayed completely silent. And the boy continues *, exclaiming it was insane, because if it were true, they would receive massive donations. Park thinks about how he'd earned over 3,000 conquest points, so he should, absolutely, invest in some varied abilities, since he could acquire everything he desired now. Thus, he declares he would take that very day, to rest. Standing up, Junho then says he would take his son and grandmother to the park just around the corner *. Meanwhile, that elderly woman seemed to be lovingly feeding the little dog. As he observed the little dog, Park wonders if dogs, by some twist of fate, could awaken like humans. Moments later, he calls out to his brother, mentioning that he'd been fixing up the truck pretty often lately, and asking if it wasn't getting too difficult *. Junho replies that he didn't even know where to start anymore *, and that it was already tough enough just to find the parts, but the actual fixing was absolutely exhausting *. Then Park asks if he wouldn't rather just get a new car *, leaving Junho absolutely thrilled by the proposal. Sometime later, the two seem to be discussing with the manager, trying to decide which car to get. The man starts explaining the car many times over, in great detail *. Park eagerly asks his brother if he loved it, and Junho quickly confirms it with an enthusiastic, "Absolutely." Decision made. Park confidently states his intention to pay in cash. He then asks if they can drive off the lot immediately. Moments later, the two zoom off, cruising away in their brand new car. Junho is absolutely thrilled, exclaiming that the car is beyond incredible. He adds that it's on a completely different level, compared to anything he's ever experienced. Park chimes in, remarking that even the passenger seat, in that car feels amazing, and that he absolutely should have bought it ages ago. Junho then curiously asks why they're heading towards Area 34, wondering aloud if that isn't, in fact, a restricted zone. Our protagonist retorts, "Didn't you tell me that you couldn't awaken your powers? Because you simply didn't have the funds?" And that's precisely why they're going to awaken him today. Moments later, the scene cuts to them arriving at their predetermined, mysterious location. Looking around, they find themselves surrounded by several utterly destroyed houses. Meanwhile, Junho clearly isn't feeling confident about their current situation, and their canine companion appears to be on extremely high alert. Park asks if even the dog can sense Time's particular smell, because that unmistakable odor is definitely from a goblin. Junho, clearly uneasy, replies that he's not feeling comfortable at all, and urgently asks if they can just leave right now. Suddenly, Park leaps out of the car, declaring he'll be back soon, and tells them they should wait there with the dog. Then he quickly leaps away, vanishing from the spot. Junho, understandably, looks far from pleased with that turn of events. A moment later, the scene dramatically cuts to a completely different location. A mysterious group of individuals appears to be watching a video of our protagonist and his group. One man remarks that he's incredibly popular on YouTube, stating that he's an irregular, which is why his true combat level remains utterly immeasurable. Then another man interjects, saying that if he's truly at that level, it's utterly useless to even consider hiring an assassin against him. However, even with that formidable power, they absolutely cannot just leave him be. The other guy then demands a comprehensive list of all guilds in Area 4 that have frequent sponsorships and influence. He instantly recalls the name Shuai, but notes there's another individual even better suited for this specific situation. He instructs them to contact this person, offering as much money as is necessary to secure their services for the job. Sometime later, the scene dramatically cuts once more, as rain begins to pour over the city. That elderly woman we saw earlier walks along, musing to herself that she should really do the laundry. Moments later, a sleek car suddenly pulls up beside her, and a group of people quickly steps out, asking if the woman's name is indeed Suksha, and stating they are from the returnees department. A request comes in. They want to meet with Park. As the girl's words echo, the woman remains absolutely silent. The scene then dramatically cuts to Junho's car, caught in the furious rain. He mutters, frustrated, that he can barely see a thing. He can't help but wonder what our protagonist is up to right now. The dog, however, is on incredibly high alert, sensing danger. Then, in a flash, a grotesque goblin materializes. But before it can act, someone effortlessly defeats it, and Park appears. Moments later, the two step out of the car, into the chaos. And just like that, more terrifying monsters begin to emerge. Park then thrusts a gleaming dagger into his brother's hand. He orders Junho to follow closely, while he takes down the rest. Desperate, the boy pleads for him to wait just a moment. Park, however, is having none of it. He sharply questions why Junho is hesitating. Junho then questions if this terrifying awakening was truly necessary. Park retorts that he won't survive if he stays weak like this. That's precisely why he must kill them. And quickly, just then, another hideous goblin lunges into view. It's charging straight for the defenseless dog. Park immediately barks at the dog, ordering it to attack the goblin. The dog bravely leaps at the goblin, sinking its teeth into the monster's arm. Yet, even that ferocious bite isn't enough. Park explains, it's because the dog is still too young and inexperienced. So, unless the goblin is weakened first, the dog will almost certainly die. Junho must go and help the dog right now. He commands his brother to finish off the goblin, but Junho still seems deeply reluctant, frozen in fear. Meanwhile, the poor dog is on the verge of being devoured. Suddenly, Junho snaps out of it, rushing wildly at the monster. He manages to plunge the knife in, saving the dog's life. Yet, even that isn't enough to defeat it. Park yells at him, demanding he continue the assault. Junho then unleashes a desperate flurry of attacks once more. When it's finally over, his hand is drenched in blood, thick as ketchup. Utterly desperate and traumatized by what he's just done, Park sternly tells him to pick up the knife again. But Junho protests, insisting he absolutely can't do it. Park harshly responds that if he doesn't kill now, he will almost certainly die once again. Suddenly, the dog is on high alert once more. Yet another menacing goblin appears. Park, once more, orders him to follow as he annihilates the monsters. There's no time to waste, they're quickly running out of it. Desperate and overwhelmed, the boy is suddenly plunged into a painful flashback. He recalls being brutally bullied by those cruel individuals. Back then, Park had simply ignored his suffering brother. He had abandoned him, leaving him completely alone in his torment. But now, everything had fundamentally shifted, and Park was doing everything in his power to help him. Witnessing all of this, Junho's expression utterly transformed. He seemed to embrace everything with open arms. He then seized the dagger once more, declaring it true, because he had always been like this. He then lunged forward, charging at the monster. Effortlessly attacking it, he snarled, "Shut up and just die." He then cleaved its face in two, unleashing a relentless flurry of attacks while the monster was downed. Shortly after, everything was finished. and the ketchup-like blood streamed down in the rain. Junho, for his part, seemed to have changed dramatically, because now, instead of fear and trepidation, he held a truly terrifying look in his eyes. At that very moment, another goblin appeared. However, Junho immediately spotted it, managing to block the monster's ferocious attack. Both of them tumbled to the ground, but Junho still managed to finish off the monster. He quickly sprang back to his feet, thinking that this feeling he was experiencing was incredibly good. Meanwhile, Park stood atop a building, observing his brother. Surprised that Junho's given name was Butcher, mentioning that his brother was evolving, and it was quite cute. Park then asked if his brother had worked part-time at a slaughterhouse. With a truly threatening look, Junho sharply replied, "No." Park then called out to his brother, who, with a menacing gaze, began to approach the protagonist. On top of the building where Park stood, several monster bodies were meticulously lined up. The boy stated he was going to take a rest there. The scene then cuts dramatically to the awakened association. Junho, alongside his brother, was completely drenched in ketchup-like blood. The other woman, utterly surprised, wondered what had transpired. Park, for his part, coolly replies that he had just awakened. The woman then asks him to at least take a bath and be re-examined to check for any kind of disease. Afterward, he could proceed to the dimensional energy measurement room. On the third floor, as they climbed the stairs, Junho then asks what the woman had said about the meter. Park responds that it's a machine that measures dimensional energy, and the number needs to be higher than 100 to be registered as an F rank awakened. He mentions that he scored a 96, which is precisely why he failed. However, Junho didn't understand why he had passed, as it made absolutely no sense. Inside the room, the doctor asks Junho to lie down on the machine. Looking up, he notices some kind of energy orb hovering above. Then, the number 1, or perhaps 11, appears as his rating. The doctor gives the green light. He can get up. Next, he's told to head straight to the ability manifestation room. He then wonders if Park will be going through it too. Moments later, the boy lies on the machine, and as he looks up, the system blares an alert. Something is observing him. It's actively recording all his information. In that very moment, a powerful reflex kicks in. He flings his eyes open, and no. 189 flashes before him. Park is absolutely stunned by this sudden apparition. The woman remarks that his dimensional energy has skyrocketed, exactly as the rumors have been buzzing. Park then questions if the machine is truly providing accurate data, demanding to know who could have possibly built such a device. The girl confidently responds that she's certain. It was the time scientist who brought this incredible machine to life. Sometime later, that same girl reappears, announcing the results are in for both Park and Junho. And as a special gift, they each receive a brand new cell phone. Junho is now fully qualified to register for the mercenary test. As Junho readily accepts this news, the protagonist enthusiastically congratulates him, then asks if he felt anything strange while on that machine. However, Junho calmly replies that he felt absolutely nothing unusual. Park wonders if it's because Junho simply isn't as sensitive as he is, then eagerly asks about his awakened ability. His brother dramatically reveals his ability, decapitation. Meanwhile, they suddenly run into Choi's group. Spotting the girl, Park immediately strides towards her. The guy beside her scoffs, muttering that Park seems to have a death wish, but then they suddenly realize it's Times. The Times Park. The protagonist quickly apologizes to Choi for the misunderstanding, explaining he's still not quite used to conversing with civilized people. However, the girl bluntly replies that they won't be seeing each other again. Watching Choi walk away, Park falls silent, lamenting it's a real shame, considering she's the captain, but her personality is just utterly unpleasant. The scene then dramatically shifts to the Suho clan's house. Meanwhile, Miso is sitting beside an elderly woman, who's enjoying a drink, commenting on how truly exquisite the wine is. The elderly woman warmly shares that it's wonderful to have a girl with such a hearty appetite, and reveals her late husband made that very wine 10 years ago, but tragically passed before ever getting to taste it. Miso then remarks that Park is taking quite a while, but soon after, a young boy suddenly appears. Junho's son, absolutely thrilled, notices their arrival. Miso approaches Park, and the boy instantly asks who she is. Checking her stats, he's amazed to see she's a rank A, level 2. Park then questions if she's the captain of the returnees department, demanding to know why she's even here. Miso coolly reveals she's here to seal a contract with him. She probes, "Do you know the official term for a returnee, by any chance?" Park shakes his head, and she dramatically declares, "It's a human coordinate." Then, she asks if, upon his return to Earth, he happened to emerge from a vibrant red portal. She elaborates that once someone passes through that specific portal, specific conditions are met, ensuring its reappearance. Thus, that very portal will inevitably materialize again, creating a bridge portal, allowing travel back and forth. Park, hearing this bombshell, instantly falls into deep thought. A thrilling possibility sparks. Could this be his chance to find his friends? Miso then reveals that the Awakened Department suspects this planet is the mysterious new fourth planet. If her groundbreaking assumption holds true, South Korea would stand as the sole nation across the globe possessing a direct portal to the fourth planet. Park, eyes wide, immediately asks, "When will this portal finally form?" The girl calmly replies, "At least 99 days from now." The protagonist, intrigued, then asks what she truly wants from him. Her request is simple: don't show yourself until the portal fully forms. Confused, the boy blurts out, "Why on earth not?" Miso emphatically states she doesn't want him to become another Lee Dungeon. Utterly bewildered and understanding nothing, Park demands, "Who in the world is that guy?" Miso clarifies that he is currently the world's undisputed #1, and, surprisingly, he's originally from Korea. During the chaotic early stages of the Great Disaster, the government, in the name of national protection, detained and confined returnees. They confined them, all in the name of safeguarding the nation. However, at that critical time, they possessed precious little information about these irregulars, and precisely because of this, Seok-woo, a rank D awakened upon his return, effortlessly broke free. Currently, all 9,000 gates plaguing Tokyo exist solely because of him. She asks if Park has any idea what the dimensional industry is. If a portal were to suddenly appear while he's just on vacation, Korea could face an absolutely devastating loss. Park, ever pragmatic, then asks what he'd gain from doing this. The girl's response is tantalizingly vague. Anything you desire. The protagonist boldly requests a massive promotion for the Suo Guild, along with an exclusive, dedicated territory just for them. Meanwhile, just across the room, Han has been silently absorbing every single word. Miso, pen poised, asks if he has any other demands, as she meticulously jots down every detail. Park then inquires if she knows precisely when the portals will manifest. The girl reveals that a specialist agent, adept in dimensional energy disruptions, will be dispatched, and she happens to be the department's absolute best. Meanwhile, a flashback hits, showing the protagonist exclaiming, "You want to have children with Choi?" The words hang in the air. The girl, aghast, demands if he was just joking with her. The other man, observing the chaos, questions why she's reacting so strongly. Choi, thoroughly irritated, snaps back, she should have thrown Park in prison for what he did. Just then, Miso pops in, wondering what all the fuss is about. The girl huffs, explaining that exact reason is why she's so upset. Miso shouldn't bother her right now. Then, she sharply asks Miso what she even wants. Miso calmly replies that she needs her for a critical mission. As she reviews some papers, the girl questions, "Why am times I times the one assigned to times that times mission?" Miso responds decisively, "Because Choi, you are absolutely the right person for the job. She's the team's top expert when it comes to detection, after all." She then asks Choi what she thinks would happen if a rogue portal suddenly rips open in the middle of the city, especially one leading to a planet of unknown horrors. Choi immediately responds, "It would be absolute hell on earth." Miso instructs her, if she spots any signs of a dimensional breach, she must grab the protagonist and evacuate the field immediately *, and until that happens, she is not to leave his side for a second. "Do you understand what I'm saying, Choi?" With that final warning, Miso promptly departs. Choi, still seething with irritation, mutters under her breath that one glorious day, she will definitely write her resignation letter because of all this. The scene then swiftly cuts to the protagonist's bustling house. Chernob asks why Park is beaming with such unbridled joy. Ham enthusiastically replies that they passed the clan promotion test. What's more, starting from today, they'll be able to tackle dungeons all the way up to level 2. Park comments with satisfaction that this is truly excellent news. Chernob adds that to enter level 2 dungeons, they'll need to be a rank P group. But right now, he points out, we still have too few members. He wonders if it wouldn't be smarter to focus on level 1 dungeons for now. Ham agrees, admitting Chernob isn't wrong in his assessment, but as long as Park is with us, he asserts, I'm sure even level 2 dungeons will feel easy. Park declares their plan. First, they'll rake in cash from level 1 dungeons. Then, they'll level up massively by acquiring powerful skill books. After that, once they're fully prepared, they'll assemble attack teams and recruit more members as needed. Shortly after, the monk introduces himself to the group. Everyone greets him warmly, asking if he's already eaten. The monk responds yes, adding, "They will set out times today asterisk." The scene then cuts to several cars lined up in formation. The people are eagerly heading toward the mysterious portal. Across the way, another man's eyes catch on something intriguing. He zeroes in on our protagonist's group, a curious gaze. Approaching Park, he offers a familiar, yet somewhat distant, greeting. "It's been a long time," he muses, a hint of history in his voice. He then inquires about the whereabouts of his old comrades. But just then, the man's expression shifts, a shadow crossing his face. Park, for his part, remains bewildered. Confused, our protagonist states that his friends are doing well. Yet Park presses, wondering why they're still stuck in day groups. Suddenly, the man's own group urges him to make a move. With a reluctant nod, the man explains he must depart. The monk then turns to Park, curious about the man's identity. Park reveals he was a dungeon companion from a past adventure, but he quickly dismisses it, urging them to forget it and enter the dungeon. Meanwhile, an unknown figure watches our protagonist's group from afar. They're heading straight for the portal, completely unaware. And this mysterious figure seems to be smiling. Then, the other man's group too, decides it's time to enter. Back with the man from before, a thought crosses his mind. He couldn't tell Park that his once proud clan had completely disbanded. The two individuals he once called companions had abandoned ship under the guise of medical care. It's a tale as old as time in this world. A guild crumbling when its vital core members suddenly vanish. Zero-level clans, in particular, form and dissolve with alarming ease. The relentless stress from a kill-or-be-killed environment pushes many past the point of no return. Mercenaries, adrift without a clan to call their own, often band together, forming temporary day groups for dungeons. Surely, among them, there had to be someone destined to be his true comrade. With that fervent hope, and for that very reason, he would soon begin anew, determined and resolute. The scene shifts abruptly to Shu, tearing through the streets on her motorcycle. She announces she's been on her way to the destination since early morning. Misa promptly replies, promising to forward the exact location. And now, back to the dungeon, where our protagonist is. They're absolutely annihilating everything in their path with ease. Han, brimming with excitement, declares that the skill he mastered from the skill book is incredibly potent. Meanwhile, Junior is frantically attacking the relentless monsters. Suddenly, a monster materializes right behind him, but Junior, with lightning reflexes, spots it and successfully defeats it. Han, utterly surprised, notices Junior actually smiled after his victory. High above, Park observes the entire exhilarating scene unfold. He muses that it seems the three of them are more than sufficient. Just then, a blinding light erupts from among the trees. Another hunter is spotted, frantically fleeing a horde of monsters. Suddenly, the man from earlier appears, seemingly to offer aid. However, his help seems to accomplish absolutely nothing. The fleeing hunter then demands to know why he just threw a firebomb at him. Just moments later, another companion is snatched by one of those terrifying monsters, and in a terrifying blink, he seems to be devoured whole. Meanwhile, that same boy, still sprawled on the ground, muttered that their team was truly on its last legs. He couldn't help but think how much he envied Park's thriving group. But no, he refused to give in and was determined to get back on his feet. Han proudly declared that this time he felt faster and surprisingly less exhausted. The protagonist grinned, saying that was fantastic. And from this moment on, they would split up, launching their attacks in coordinated teams. Suddenly, a man appeared, sharply asking if they belonged to the Suvo clan. The boy, startled, immediately demanded to know his identity. That stranger introduced himself as none other than Choi Myung-woo, and he proudly announced he was from the formidable BG Guild. Everyone gasped in surprise. It was a truly renowned guild. In fact, it was ranked 20th across the entire country. The man casually stated it was quite a coincidence. Their guild happened to be operating in the same area as the Suvo clan. So, he simply wanted to bestow a special gift upon them. He'd heard whispers that their group had recently leveled up, so they would receive a complimentary entry ticket to a level 2 dungeon. Han's eyes lit up with sheer excitement, because an entry ticket to that Times dungeon, was easily worth around 10 million. Myung-woo then asked what the group thought about heading in right away, but he was immediately met with a question. Shouldn't they prepare more thoroughly before tackling a level 2 dungeon? However, he simply scoffed, responding that they had absolutely no need to worry. Elaborate strategies had already been meticulously crafted, and top-tier equipment would be freely provided as a gift. Han quickly told the protagonist that with this kind of support, it was more than enough, but Suvo, always thinking ahead, instead directed the rest of the group to a level 1 dungeon to sharpen their teamwork, while he would personally take on the level 2 challenge. The man, upon hearing this, couldn't help but flash a subtly malicious smile. Suvo's group, without hesitation, decided to obey his clear orders. Myung-woo then motioned for the young man to get into his car. As they journeyed towards their destination, the man informed him they'd be using Portal 47. Suvo, observing his surroundings, commented that he saw no mercenaries nearby. The man smoothly explained it was because this particular portal had formed quite recently, and that he had already personally handled all the entry procedures. So, the boy was free to enter right away, and they would be immensely grateful if the Suvo clan continued to utilize their guild's convenient portal services. The protagonist simply replied that he preferred portals that were close by. As they finally stepped out of the car, the man was promptly informed that everything was perfectly ready. A soldier swiftly handed over detailed strategy notes for the dungeon, along with a crucial survival kit, just before entry. The protagonist glanced back, promising they'd grab a bite to eat. Once they made it out alive, Myung-woo then waved him over, eagerly shouting for him to come out fast. They had drinks waiting, after all. Immediately, the boy activated his helmet and plunged into the swirling portal. Just then, a sleek motorcycle roared closer. As she parked, she yanked off her helmet, and sharply asked if Suho had gone in. The man confirmed, then suspiciously asked who times she times was. Chloe dashed towards the portal, boldly declaring she was part of the Suho clan, and she was going in too. A slight smile played on the man's lips. Myung-woo then informed the guy that the cost was 2 billion per head. The guy bristled, demanding why it was so exorbitant when it wasn't even murder. The man coolly responded that manipulating them wasn't the hard part. No, the high risk came from the boy's immense fame. Meanwhile, the woman who entered the portal earlier had already caught up with the protagonist's group, urgently asking about his whereabouts. His friends quickly filled her in. This sent the girl speeding off, determined to catch up to the young man. She informed Miso that he was heading for a different portal, and that she was in hot pursuit. The woman then instructed Choi to enter the portal right alongside him. She wanted Choi to confirm and report his abilities, with her own eyes, no less. The girl grumbled that there wasn't much worth seeing in a measly level 2 dungeon, and she certainly wasn't dressed appropriately for it. Miso reminded her that she already had the bracelet on. The girl retorted that she liked these clothes. The woman then declared she'd offer a double bonus times for property destruction. Choi skeptically asked if they really needed to go that far. Miso countered, asking if she didn't think catching Suho was important. While still driving, no less, the girl explained that the woman had already confirmed the contract, and in return, she shot back that guarantees were a basic expectation in the modern age. Meanwhile, on the other side, Choi was already stepping into the portal. Suho immediately noted how different the atmosphere felt in here. Just then, he noticed someone else emerging from the shimmering portal. It was Choi, who instantly commanded him to close his eyes. Her clothes had vanished during the journey through the portal, but quick as a flash, she tapped her bracelet, and a brand new outfit materialized. The girl muttered, "I should have asked for a triple times bonus." Then, she realized the young man had seen everything asterisk. The woman became utterly flustered, remembering she'd specifically asked the boy not to look nervous. Suho, unfazed, simply commented that he liked the bracelet, and then asked if it had an inventory function. But the girl completely ignored his question. Instead, she demanded to know how long he'd been watching. Suho, however, recalled that in previous situations, she had also seen him without clothes. So, they were totally even now. The boy then casually asked why she had come all this way. Choi, with a huff, declared she was there to be his guardian. Suho snarked, thinking they'd send someone competent. Annoyed, the girl shot back, claiming she was the most qualified. The boy retorted, "You certainly don't look like it." Choi hastily explained she'd only rushed in because she was in a hurry. The protagonist allowed her to stay, but warned her not to touch his prey. The girl playfully countered, just wanting to see how good he really was. Then, the girl noticed they seemed to have already arrived. Looking ahead, a welcoming committee awaited them. They came across a massive, terrifying creature. Choi exclaimed the boy was lucky to face the dungeon boss right off the bat. Suho, in turn, chillingly revealed there were 4 bosses. That statement left the girl utterly bewildered. Then, 3 more monstrous forms began approaching. The girl gasped, "How could that be possible? Level 2 dungeons definitely aren't like this." The protagonist calmly replied, "This isn't a level 2 dungeon," and asked if she hadn't noticed when passing through the portal. Choi admitted she hadn't noticed, thanks to her bracelet's barrier. While charging headfirst toward the monsters, Suho ordered her not to interfere, regardless. Next, a cataclysmic explosion suddenly erupted. The girl gasped, wondering what impossible speed that was. The protagonist delivered a brutal headbutt to one of the orcs, sending it soaring through the air. Then, the boy snatched the axe the monster was carrying, and cleaved its head clean off, just as the second orc appeared, but Suho hurled the weapon straight at the creature's head. While strategically evading the third monster, he grabbed a vine, making the orc completely lose sight of him. While it was distracted, the boy sprang atop the creature, far outside the dungeon's maw. Mangu was on a call, asserting they should already be paid, because even if they happened to be S-rank hunters, escape was utterly impossible. Meanwhile, the boy delivered a crushing blow to the monster's head, leaving the girl utterly gobsmacked at what she was seeing. The last orc began to charge forward. Suho grinned, asking why he would ever care about the dungeon level, when all he had to do was slaughter them all. The boy fluidly dodged its attack and landed a perfectly aimed kick. With the sheer force of the repulsion from his kick, the orc was skewered by a jagged tree branch, netting the boy a cool 32 conquest points. The protagonist declared, "This place is an absolute goldmine." Then, he commanded Choi, "Don't just stand there, help me collect these blood crystals." The girl mused that, despite being an irregular, he had barely any F-rank experience points. Yet, she saw not a single hint of hesitation, witnessing his brutal hunting and killing style. A chilling thought then struck her. Was he some kind of psychopath? With a decisive command, she uttered the word, "Search." As they began collecting all the items, the boy marveled, commenting on the sheer size of even the blood crystals. But Choi quickly cut him off, declaring, now was absolutely not the time for that. Suho, naturally, shot back with a puzzled, "Why?" The girl swiftly explained that despite him having already slain 4 orcs, the gate remained stubbornly shut, and all their bag held were mere rocks. The protagonist, ever resourceful, then declared, he could at least use the rocks to store their precious blood crystals. Choi grimly stated that this dungeon was, at minimum, a level 4 threat, and getting out alive would be incredibly difficult for them, even if they combined all their formidable forces. It was then the boy's blood ran cold as he realized Maimu had brazenly lied. He had been conned into entering a level 4 dungeon for absolutely free. Fueled by this fury, he dramatically shouted, vowing he'd buy something incredibly cool for that man once he escaped. When, if he got out of this terrifying place, Choi, watching his antics, could only conclude the boy was truly an absolute idiot. But right after, the situation escalated. A 5th savage orc suddenly charged directly at the girl, and she frantically tried to defend herself. But remember, a crucial detail. She wasn't carrying her trusty sword. She had foolishly left it behind on her motorcycle. Luckily, in a flash of speed, Suho managed to save her just in time. He confidently told her to relax, declaring he was incredibly strong. Though, he admitted, he used to be even stronger. Suddenly, Choi's senses sharpened as she felt an ominous presence, followed by terrifying loud noises. The girl, thinking fast, decided to activate her powerful clairvoyance, and saw a terrifying horde of creatures rapidly approaching. Choi grimly announced it was an ORC squad, and they were completely surrounded. And, to make matters worse, a fearsome warchief was among them. Suho, ever focused on the hunt, muttered that even though the monk mansion wasn't present, the prey just kept coming. All the orcs began their terrifying advance, and they were mounted on massive, snarling wolves, surprising the protagonist immensely. He brazenly told the girl not to touch them. They were all times his time's prey. Choi, ever cautious, immediately activated her shield to protect herself. Meanwhile, the boy, a whirlwind of blades, continued effortlessly cutting off the orcs' heads. Then, with a burst of ingenuity, the girl utilized her inventory to retrieve her sword, immediately using it to slash down one of the monstrous attackers. But still, a part of her would have much preferred to have had her time's own time's blade. Suho suddenly appeared, warning her times not to touch his precious prey. And without missing a beat, he continued to relentlessly cut off the orcs' heads. However, in a shocking turn, he was suddenly struck by one of the massive creature's clubs. It was none other than the monstrous orc warchief. But the boy, astonishingly, sprang back up, merely asking if times beast was the chief. Without a single word, the colossal creature roared and charged straight at him, but the boy deftly dodged, swiftly plunging his knife deep into the beast. Choi, hopeful, immediately asked if he had managed to kill it, but alas, it still wasn't enough to bring down the formidable orc warchief. Miso got the call. Had Choi gone after Suho? But their cell signals screamed 2 different locations. No movement, no trace, for a whole hour. The woman, however, was certain they were absolutely together. Perhaps they'd simply pulled over, resting for an hour, reorganizing their inventories before heading back out. It was only then that a chilling realization hit them. Our protagonist had left his phone back in the vehicle, while Choi's was still perched on her motorcycle. Miso immediately ordered them to pinpoint the girl's location. the shocking news came back. She was inside a brand new level 5 dungeon. The woman gasped. Why on earth would they be there? She demanded the manager of the DGB guild portal to call her out of that dungeon immediately. Our protagonist was thrown. But the orcs, relentless, kept advancing. Suho gritted his teeth. Now things are getting tough. He sprang up, swiftly immobilizing one of the monstrous creatures. Snatching its axes, he hurled them straight at the advancing orcs. Just moments later, arrows rained down. Choi barely managed to dodge the barrage, but a misstep sent her sprawling. The monsters, seeing their chance, lunged to attack the vulnerable girl. Yet, with a desperate move, she deployed her defensive bomb, blasting the creatures into oblivion. Suho, a blur of motion, saved the girl from the orc chief's crushing blow. Sweeping her away, he heard Choi yell, "What are you doing?" Our protagonist, eyes wide, simply barked, "We need to run," the girl cried out. "But there are orcs everywhere." He, however, pointed toward a spot that was utterly empty. Choi gasped, realizing it was a sheer cliff. They couldn't go there, but that was precisely why he intended for them to go. Then, without hesitation, Suho swept her into his arms, barking, "Hold on tight," and with a single, heart-stopping leap, they plunged off the cliff. Meanwhile, the enraged monsters were still hot on their heels. Somehow, Suho managed a controlled landing on the ground below. And the pursuing monsters? They all seemed to be completely knocked out. Choi, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered, still alive after such a fall. Right after, Suho unceremoniously dropped the girl to the ground, muttering, "I almost died back there." Choi was still reeling in disbelief at Suho's insane stunt. Looking up at the impossible height they'd just fallen from, she gasped. And yet, here they were, miraculously alive. The scene then shifted. Deep inside a mysterious cave, Suho, with the still-shaken girl beside him, was inside, and she demanded, "So, what's your plan, exactly?" He calmly replied that if he could just take down 4 more orc warriors, he could finally level up. And after that, they'd strike again. Choi retorted, "But leveling up only increases your limit, and it's not like you just inherently get stronger from doing it." But Park claimed it was like unleashing his inner potential. He declared he grew more powerful with every single level up. A little while later, the scene dramatically cuts to 2 ambulances, sirens wailing, speeding to an unknown location. And just like that, the portal, where our protagonist was trapped, had been completely surrounded, with a live reporter broadcasting the entire intense situation. Meanwhile, Han, along with his entire group, was plunged into utter despair. The news reported that the suspect appeared, claiming Park Suho, and Choi had entered the portal completely of their own free will. But once his blatant lies were exposed, the man from Army headquarters shockingly confessed to his heinous crimes. Immediately, the swarm of reporters demanded a statement from the guilty man, frantically questioning what our protagonist's final words had been. The man watching all this unfold found the whole spectacle incredibly annoying. He certainly hadn't anticipated that woman, Choi, was actually part of the department. While all attention was now being forcefully redirected towards a safe return, Park was controversially presumed to be a returnee from a 4th planet. Right after, the scene cuts to Miso, urgently demanding what the director was, times doing asterisk. He absolutely needed to go after those responsible. However, the director coolly responded that the main perpetrator had already been apprehended, and the head of driving loan had fled the scene. But not to worry, they'd already placed a massive bounty on his head. Miso vehemently retorted that this was merely cutting off the tail of the operation, considering this was a level 5 dungeon we're talking about. Did he really believe just one person could pull something like that off? The director sharply asked if she expected them to investigate an entire level 5 guild, just for that? And would Park and Choi even come back to life? If they did, however, Miso fired back that it was times more than enough to warrant a full-blown investigation. The man then retorted, Park was supposedly just a returnee from a 4th planet. Therefore, he might only be a returnee from a Times dungeon asterisk, not an entirely new planet. The reporter, continuing to speak, then added that recently, the sheer number of crimes linked to sinister criminal organizations had skyrocketed. And because of this alarming trend, there was mounting criticism regarding the urgent need to severely punish the lax dungeon management by the very guilds themselves. The director then stated, they are now strategically spreading this press release all around, specifically to pressure the guilds. So, if they could just head over there, it might just improve everything. With tears streaming down her face, the woman confessed, I was the one who sent Choi to that dreadful place. The director sternly asked if she truly thought he felt nothing about this agonizing situation, but at that moment, there was absolutely nothing he could do. But even those words couldn't mend what was broken. and the girl still bore the weight of her profound guilt. Meanwhile, the scene dramatically shifts back to Park, trapped in the dungeon depths. A hulking orc stomped through the shadows there. Suddenly, it reeled back, startled by an unknown, lurking creature. Without hesitation, it lunged, aiming to seize its prey. But the nimble creature expertly dodged, then lunged right back. It unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet none found their mark. In a flash, a figure materialized directly above the monstrous orc, who was swiftly dispatched with a single, decisive strike. A triumphant chime, the system blared. 32 conquest points earned. Park grinned. A surge of triumph. Just 3 more points to level up. Elsewhere, the hunt continued. Choi, her clairvoyance blazing, pinpointed another hulking orc. 100 meters, she warned. Precisely ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, our protagonist bounded forward, materializing stealthily behind the beast. But the monster was cunning. It sensed the duo's presence. She desperately tried to warn him. It was a trap, but fate had already been sealed. Park had already plunged into the snare, collapsing to the unforgiving ground. Apparently, grievously wounded in the fall. The orc then let out a chilling signal, an ominous call. And just like that, a horde of monsters swarmed, encircling the girl, who desperately rushed to her fallen comrade's side, pleading with him to rise, quickly, before it was too late. He stirred, vision blurring, to the terrifying realization they were surrounded. Shock coursed through him. He'd actually walked right into their trap, a disorienting question echoing. Why was this unfolding? His very senses began to blur, fading fast. His body felt leaden, utterly devoid of strength. But even so, giving up was not an option. He'd faced far graver perils. Then, with fierce determination, the girl hurled a barrage of bombs. The explosions ripped through the horde, obliterating many. Seizing that precious, fleeting moment, the protagonist surged to his feet, his trusty dagger in hand, and deftly dispatched a few more monsters. His mind raced. Just one more monster for that glorious level up. Yet, in a cruel twist of fate, mere moments later, he was struck down, a fatal blow from another lurking monster. All the while, Choi remained hidden, observing every brutal detail, muttering about the orc's immense size, just as Park was brutally flung directly into another monstrous foe. The impact was devastating. Both crashed to the ground, Park's axe violently ripped from his grasp, only to land with a sickening thud, straight into the monster's head. A new notification blared. 1,075 conquest points amassed. Prompting, unlock beast transformation ability. Park, witnessing this incredible turn, remained utterly speechless. And then, the colossal orc turned, its terrifying gaze now fixed on Choi. She gasped, admitting she lacked the strength to even stand. Then, the scene swiftly shifted to the protagonist's clan house, where an old woman affectionately called the dog to come eat, remarking that 2 days had passed without any word from the two. And just like that, we're back to Cho's battle against that orc, right after Park's thrilling beast transformation activated, and returned home. The dog seemed distinctly different, as a mysterious energy sphere now encased its entire body. Utterly stunned, the old lady gasped, demanding to know what that was. Then, the focus snapped back to our protagonist. A chilling black aura now pulsated, surrounding his very body, visibly morphing his entire form before our eyes. He had even sprouted sharp, menacing claws, completely obliterating his previous human appearance. Moments after Cho was hit by that massive monster, seemingly drained of all strength, unable to fight back. However, our protagonist, now unleashed in his wolf form, appeared before the orc, and swiftly seized its head. Cho, in turn, was utterly taken aback, wondering if, by any chance, that creature was a werewolf. In that crucial moment, Park, in his fierce wolf form, unleashed a furious series of attacks upon the monster. He even sank his fangs deep into its neck, and the system dramatically announced he had gained a whopping 45 conquest points. And just like that, the battle seemed utterly finished. Cho, still reeling from shock, was intently watching our protagonist, asking if he truly was Park Suho. Then, the boy simply let out a few barks, seemingly confirming that it was indeed true. With a gasp, the girl then asked if he was a dog or a wolf. Once again, the scene dramatically shifted to the bustling reporters, announcing that this marked the 3rd day, since those people vanished without a trace. No word had come since they ventured into the dungeon. A reporter then asked the director to enlighten the viewers precisely what dungeon they were discussing. The director confirmed it was Orc Castle, a level 5 dungeon. This was a dungeon where it was strongly recommended to bring at least a formidable group of 30 members, all of rank B or higher. With a quick transition, the scene cut back to the dog, still encircled by that pulsating energy sphere. The old lady was still utterly consumed by disbelief, pondering what on earth that peculiar thing could be. Simultaneously, the scene cut away to focus on Choi, who was visibly taken aback by what he saw. Park had, in fact, returned to his human form, revealing that he could fuse with the beast he had tamed. His gaze then shifted, looking off to the side. Choi saw the girl, who was now questioning her every move. They should gather all the loot they could, ready to roast and feast on later. But she shot back, declaring it was all utterly useless, because this very place would soon become their grave. But Park still couldn't grasp what she was even talking about. The girl then countered, saying even with the orc war chief now defeated, the mysterious door still hadn't opened a crack. She pressed, asking what he thought that truly meant, adding that they could be trapped in this place forever. Park then questioned, "Are you saying it wasn't the chief after all?" Choi confirmed with a nod, revealing there was an even stronger monster lurking. Park demanded, what kind of monster could make Choi believe she'd die, before she had even laid eyes on it? It was then the girl began to unravel a terrifying tale from 3 years past. Back then, when they had just soared to rank B, the department deployed a team of 20 elite fighters, along with 10 rank A mercenaries, into a level 5 dungeon mission. A sudden flashback hit. An unknown man was gazing intently at Choi. He asked, concerned, "Are your ankles holding up all right?" The girl quickly reassured him, "Don't you worry about that," adding that she was feeling much, much better now. Immediately after, the scene cut to hordes of orcs, relentlessly advancing on their group. The man barked orders, "Maintain the formation," as they pushed forward, directly towards the central tower. And so, the others began brutally eliminating the orcs right in front of them. The man relentlessly shouted orders, urging them to keep advancing. But in that very moment, he was suddenly, brutally cut down. Immediately after, Choi collapsed to the ground. The orcs then began swarming toward her, as she lay paralyzed, utterly unable to move, frozen solid with fear. But just then, that other guy heroically appeared, saving her from certain doom, swiftly eliminating the menacing orcs that surrounded her. Miso, right in the thick of the chaotic battle, barked out orders for them to clear the path, relentlessly defeating any monsters that dared come near, declaring that Choi, along with that very man, should retreat immediately. Right after, the guy firmly grabbed the girl's hand, insisting they needed to leave, and fast. But Choi sharply responded that they absolutely had times to wait, explaining that something felt fundamentally wrong. Yet the guy retorted, they could discuss it once they were safely out of this cursed place, and so, they began a desperate sprint, away from the monsters. Yet, a chilling strangeness still permeated the air, as an ominous energy pulsed from the tower's other side. Meanwhile, a terrified monster cowered atop that very tower, and at that exact moment, an arm violently dislocated. And then, Choi dropped to the ground, and a gleaming katana suddenly materialized before her. Mitsu, alongside the group. A sudden shock seemed to ripple through them. The captain had been brutally slain. That colossal goblin stood before him, tears streaming from its eyes. Choi's gaze absorbed every horrifying detail, and with his final, gasping breath, he spoke of the sword. Yet, Choi wondered, who truly cared about that foolish sword? Then, the man's teachings echoed in her mind. He'd said to pour her very soul into her sword, treating it as an extension of her own body and spirit, as if they were utterly one, a seamless bond. She should grip that sword, as if it were her entire world. Cutting back to that chilling flashback, that man had, heartbreakingly, been finished off. Choi, utterly traumatized by the sight, witnessed everything unfold before her very eyes. Now, in the present, Park stood in the rain, observing the girl, who appeared visibly shaken, deeply troubled. In that very instant, Park rushed to her side, pulling her into a tight hug, knowing something truly terrible must have happened to her. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a desperate Han, panicked, wondering what they'd do if he truly left them. Elsewhere, something absolutely insane was unfolding. A reporter's voice crackled, stating that a great shaman was performing a desperate ritual to save our protagonist's very life. In addition, an elite attack force, comprised of the highest ranks from the Sioux district, was gathering fiercely before the dungeon, poised for a mission of pure revenge. Meanwhile, a particular man was practically vibrating with nerves, muttering that if he had only joined the Sioux Guild from the very start, none of this awful mess would have ever happened. Just moments later, the scene shifted to an unknown man, intently watching that news broadcast. Suddenly, a girl grabbed him from behind, curiously asking what exactly he was watching. The man grumbled that no matter how much time passed, the foolish sentimentality of that country always remained precisely the same. The scene then transitioned to the cozy cave, where our protagonist was happily dining beside the girl, enthusiastically declaring the food was truly incredible. Watching the girl eat, Park remarked that she seemed to truly savor every bite. The girl then innocently asked if eating 12 hamburgers was really that much, adding that she was actually quite full now. Park, in turn, playfully asked, why, mentioning it was his 22nd. Right after, the girl sincerely thanked him for absolutely everything. Suddenly, a mysterious light began to gently glow around the entire area. Park then asked if she had used that sword to defeat the Orc Lord. Koi simply replied, no. She explained she'd instantly fainted, and when she regained consciousness, she was recovering in the hospital, right there next to Miso. Miso had daringly wielded her master's sword in battle, and even with 2 more elite, rank A mercenaries, they sacrificed themselves, barely slaying that monstrous beast. Park then demanded, you mean an Orc Lord is in that place? He pressed further. But times where times is it? Choi quickly surmised it had to be an Orc castle, but bewilderingly, nothing of the sort existed within a 1-kilometer radius. Right then, that tiny spirit from earlier popped up at the cave entrance, and the girl revealed that, usually, war chief monsters were found in 4 surrounding small towers, and the Orc Lord, the true threat, was in the very middle. Then, that tiny spirit darted over, appearing right beside Park, seemingly clutching some vital new information. The boy exclaimed, she's found the Orc castle. He sprang to his feet, declaring, we go at once. Oh, Choi, ever cautious, asked, do you even have a plan? The boy casually replied, we'll just find them and kill them. Choi, utterly flabbergasted, declared she wanted to smack him, but then conceded, she couldn't think of a better plan herself. Immediately, the scene cut to the formidable Orc castle, and in that instant, the massive gate began to ominously creak open. From within its dark maw, a terrifying host of wolf-mounted monsters began their swift march. Suddenly, Park appeared, the girl riding on his back with urgency. As they sped straight toward the ominous castle, the orcs quickly noticed, moving to block their passage instantly. Choi sharply observed the sudden change, exclaiming that the orc knights were now hot on their tail, and they absolutely had to move quickly. The monsters began knocking their arrows, preparing their bows to fire, but the girl swiftly conjured shield magic, defending against the onslaught. They made a desperate leap toward the bridge, managing to narrowly escape the immediate danger zone. Choi hurled a powerful bomb, and a massive explosion erupted behind them. Moments later, they had successfully escaped the ambush, and the girl urgently instructed them to head toward the castle's center, to create a massive distraction, drawing all the orcs away. She glanced up, only to see even more monsters swarming their way. Suddenly, the girl was violently grabbed, beginning her fall toward the ground, but she bravely yelled for him not to worry, or insisting that he just keep running. In that desperate moment, she grabbed onto a piece of the castle, managing a miraculous recovery. However, even more relentless orcs materialized right in front of her. Choi, with lightning speed, instantly drew her sword, while our protagonist relentlessly climbed toward the very top. He reached the central chamber, where he found a dominating throne, and atop it, a truly terrifying goblin lord was waiting for him. Immediately, the grotesque goblin stood up, ready for battle. Gazing down, to his shock, Park bit his neck, then slammed him to the ground. Effortlessly defeating the boss, the system pinged him with a level-up notification. And as if on cue, the entire castle started to crumble. Amidst the chaos, Choi found herself plummeting, convinced she would meet her end there, but then, Park materialized. Grabbing her hand, he managed to pull her to safety. Choi quickly asked what had become of the Orc Lord, and the protagonist calmly replied, he's already dead. They needed to leave, and find the portal exit fast. They immediately started running from the monsters. Choi, still utterly in disbelief, asked if he had truly killed the Lord that quickly. The boy confirmed it, then asked her to scan the door. The girl activated her unique ability, and was astonished to see that the dungeon door was, indeed, open. Still utterly bewildered, she wondered if the boy had actually killed the Lord that fast. The scene then cut to a truck, bustling with intense data analysis. Another man looked genuinely surprised by something, mentioning that the CT-27 dungeon was finally opening. Outside the room, the protagonist's group looked utterly surprised. A reporter announced that the countdown to the CT-27 dungeon breach had officially commenced. As a result, all the spectators erupted in joyous delight. Meanwhile, Park and Choi were still racing from the monsters. Park urgently asked if the girl had found the door. Choi, elated, replied, yes, adding that the door was very close, so they needed to hurry. However, The protagonist sensed a strange smell, abruptly changing direction. Choi immediately asked why he had done that, reminding him that they were running out of time. Park responded, stating he wanted something to drink. At that moment, he encountered wolves, and commanded them to follow him. Incredibly, the monsters obeyed his orders. Choi, completely surprised, asked if he was taking those wolves along. The boy replied, yes, mentioning that from that day on, they would be like his new family. Right after, they encountered that group of orcs again, and the girl lamented that they were now surrounded. However, Park responded that his friend had told him there was a small, hidden exit somewhere else. At that crucial moment, Choi used her ability again, telling the boy to turn right. They miraculously managed to find the exit. Amidst all the chaos, Choi warned, only 1 minute was left before the door closed. Then, the countdown started, ticking down from 23 seconds. Then, an arrow whizzed through the air, heading straight for Choi. Just moments later, the girl was pierced by that very arrow. Collapsing instantly, she tumbled to the hard ground. Without hesitation, the orcs began closing in on her. The boy, desperate, attempted to rush back, but Choi, urgent, cried out for him to stay back. Ignoring the warning, Park surged forward, charging right for the girl. He swiftly took down one of the menacing orcs blocking his way. Meanwhile, back outside the formidable dungeon, the frantic reporter declared, "It's already been 8 seconds since that colossal dungeon door slammed shut." Everyone at the scene clung to a desperate hope for their return. Deep inside that treacherous portal once more, Park battled fiercely, determined to escape this nightmare realm. Just as he scooped up the injured girl, she gasped. "Only 4 seconds left until it closes." He then yelled for her to hold on to him with all her might. With a massive, desperate leap, he soared out of the dungeon. The countdown had already dramatically hit 0. Yet, a blinding beam of light suddenly erupted. The entire dungeon appeared to be utterly annihilated. Outside, the obliterated dungeon gates, the reporter grimly announced that all hope had been lost. For Park and Choi, tragically, had not returned. However, a sudden, shocking sight greeted them. Several fierce wolves began to pour out from the very ruins. And then, the protagonist, with Choi by his side, emerged. The crowds around them swore they saw someone flying out. Driven by disbelief, they rushed forward to confirm. Recognizing the figure, they gasped. "It's a human." It was Park, accompanied by Choi, both miraculously alive. Amidst the overwhelming chaos, the reporter, stunned, declared with awe, "A true miracle has unfolded. The two trapped within the dungeon have returned, alive." 4 days later, Miso, closely observing the shocking footage, commented, "That image was captured right after they exited the portal," adding, "and they were rushed straight to the hospital afterward." Thus, a flurry of headlines about the astonishing event began to surface. The director, watching the reports in utter awe, remarked, "The reporters are certainly being very provocative with their headlines." Miso explained, "That's because someone gave them the crucial tip-off, so they were." When the man abruptly interjected, "They were there to figure out how to resolve this critical situation, not to simply accuse others, so they must continue the meeting." Miso went on to explain that news about Park had rapidly spread, and thanks to the incident, scouts from agencies worldwide were already, at this very moment, racing toward the boy. One of them, a formidable scout, was named Victor. Russia's KGB sent an agent, while Israel dispatched Gorenstein. And last but not least, we have Nakamura. He's the vice chief of Tokyo's Awakened Federation. Annoyed, the director snarled, "Did that idiot Nakamura show up times again, asterisk?" The girl affirmed, "Yes. And not only that, he's taken Sung Woo with him." Still, she believed America posed an even greater threat. The director stressed, "First, we must secure Park," he pressed. "Are there any security measures in place, beyond the contract we currently hold with him?" The doctor then revealed, "As long as Park's family stays in Korea, he won't abandon the country." A look of surprise crossed the director's face as he asked, "Does the boy truly value family over fortune?" The doctor explained, "You see, Park has lived among wolves for over 1,000 years. He's likely missing his family terribly right now. However, it's actually the complete opposite. He's started to miss the very wolves he lived with for a millennium." Upon his return to Earth, the director mused, "Our protagonist is truly a challenging individual to grasp." The doctor clarified, "He values time with his family above all else. For that reason, in a strange way, he's just a normal person. Therefore, we should offer him a territory where he and his family can live utterly undisturbed. Then, Park will have no reason to ever go against the department." The director gave his assent to the brilliant plan, but warned, "We still need to prevent other scouts from signing a contract with him first. Miso then displayed an image on the monitor, stating, "This abandoned factory, here, would be perfect as the Suo Guild's territory. We can mark the surrounding land as private property." The director mused. "Those buildings could certainly be fine after some repairs." He then inquired, "Will Cho continue to keep a close eye on Park?" Miso confidently replied, "She is absolutely the most suitable person for that job." The director then asked, "Has she already awakened?" Miso confirmed, "She's already recovering well." The director inquired, "Is she resting now, after writing that report about Park?" The girl replied simply, "He's like a dog man." This revelation left everyone utterly astonished by her words. The director urged, "Please, continue speaking." Soon after, the scene dramatically shifts to a grand arena. The announcer's voice booms, greeting fans from around the world. It's the grandest competition, poised to crown the strongest. And finally, the moment for the ultimate final match has arrived. The crowd erupts in a frenzy as the silhouette of an unknown man appears. The announcer's voice boomed, "Introducing our next contender." He was the current rank Heishon, reigning supreme, defending his title for an astonishing 21st time. Unbeaten, undefeated across 45 previous battles. The strongest creature in the planet's entire history. The last, shining hope for humanity in these desperate times. His name, Okita Hero. Get ready. Suddenly, the challenger's sword began to pulse with a dark, menacing aura. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman watched intently from above. Moments later, Hiro leaped into action. He landed in the arena, as the next participant was introduced. Was the S-rank human weapon, the rising star of his generation. Undefeated through all 13 of his battles. His name was Michael, and he too soared into the arena. He charged Hiro, declaring that his reign would end times now. Michael unleashed a furious punch toward the boy, but Hiro expertly dodged the attack. Undeterred, Michael kept relentlessly attacking Hiro. But then, the tide turned as Hiro launched his counterattack, landing a devastating series of blows on Michael. With a sickening crunch, Michael's armor began to crack. Yet, Michael shockingly pulled a blade from his very hand. But Hiro dodged again, landing another fierce strike on Michael. Still, it wasn't enough. Michael had already ensnared Hiro. Michael grinned, pleased he had finally trapped the boy. Immediately, he unleashed another barrage of attacks on Hiro. At that precise moment, Hiro calmly stated, "You're already dead." And then, from seemingly nowhere, blood erupted from Michael's mouth. The entire audience gasped, utterly shocked by the gruesome sight. Because in mere seconds, Michael lay crumpled on the ground. The announcer, utterly bewildered, cried out, "What just happened?" he exclaimed. Michael was on an incredible winning streak, he stammered. Yet he was defeated with such ease. Instantly, medics rushed in, desperate to save him. But the man remained motionless, unresponsive. And even as the announcer spoke, the referee had already delivered his final verdict. Michael was unable to continue the fight. Thus, Hiro had defended his title for a phenomenal 22nd time. Just as Hiro left the arena, another man approached, asking if Hiro had used a new technique. Hiro calmly replied. He simply threw the aura from his sword at the man, and then let it flow naturally. He added that everyone had done a great job, and suggested they all go out for drinks afterward. Moments later, he opened a door, and at that very moment, the girl from before rushed to embrace him. Then, she softly asked, "Did you kill that man?" Our hero responded, considering Michael was fated to become one of the 7 future villains, that he probably should have done it. The girl quickly replied that he shouldn't try to shoulder everything alone. Hiro then asked if anything out of the ordinary had occurred. She mentioned receiving a call from the department, but nothing else truly significant. The director had specifically told her to be careful, not to get hurt, so they should prepare and leave. As everyone waited in anticipation, the scene then dramatically shifted to that mysterious man from earlier, intently watching the battle unfold on TV. The girl then recalled that some time ago, she heard the person trapped in the level 5 dungeon had miraculously escaped. This left the man utterly astonished by what he'd just heard. People were calling him the second Samu of Korea, she explained, and expectations for him seemed incredibly high. Furthermore, reports indicated the Defense Department was highly interested in him. Hiro then sharply asked, "Who exactly is that person?" The girl replied his name seemed to be Park, asking if Hiro remembered the guy the reporters had previously mentioned, the one trapped in a level 5 dungeon. She then showed Hiro some information about Park on her phone. Hiro replied that he had never seen him before, wondering if perhaps he hadn't awakened as a swordsman, as it had been a year since one last appeared. The girl replied that from what she'd heard, he was a druid, And if he had truly returned from a fourth planet, there was a distinct chance Earth could finally connect with it. And even as an F rank, it was still utterly incredible. Soon after, Hiro gave a knowing smile, thinking that such a thing was utterly impossible. He mentioned this was his 25th regression. He had repeated the same events over and over for around 500 years. As a result, he remembered all the awakened individuals, who would forge their names in the future, and he had a general outline of all the major events. However, Park wasn't on that list, and throughout that entire period, no one named Park Soo had ever truly stood out, much less a returnee from a fourth planet. The story changed very little depending on his actions, and all of that happened after 5 years. A new planet would simply never appear in that timeline. Then the woman asked, "Wouldn't it be a good idea to bring the protagonist to our side?" However, Hiro replied that he wasn't sure how to answer that just yet. The woman mentioned he was currently the most popular person in all of Korea, but Hiro coolly suggested they wait a bit longer. For soon, the apocalypse was set to begin. The mighty cities, once grand, fortresses for cataclysm survivors, would soon fall, one by one, thanks to countless dungeon breaks across the continent. Waves of terrifying monsters would surge forth from their depths, and as a chilling consequence, monsters began to dominate the very skies above. Amidst the continent's growing despair and death, a desperate mass exodus commenced throughout the harrowing long war. Everything else was forgotten, as the emerging heroes, rising from the awakened Asians and the countless homeless, placed their hopes in a final, desperate gamble. That's precisely why Hiro resolved to establish his base in Japan, even though many branded him a traitor for this bold choice. He knew if he could conquer the dungeons plaguing that nation, alongside the talented individuals who revealed their true powers, then Japan would transform into the ultimate sanctuary for all survivors. What's more, the Korean survivors never once called him a traitor. They simply addressed him by his name, and consistently hailed him as a true hero. Now, flashing back to the present moment, Hiro declared he believed it was nothing more than a mere spectacle. What's more, it could even be a complete and utter fraud. If Park somehow survived once the apocalypse truly began, it would be far too late to bring him to their side. Thus, they needed to wait and observe a little bit longer. The scene then swiftly shifted to a bustling hospital. Miso entered the room where Troy lay recuperating. She asked if it hurt, and the girl instantly replied that it did. Immediately after, Miso sat on her bed, remarking that she didn't seem to be in pain. However, Troy vehemently insisted that she times was times hurting. Miso then brought up a persistent rumor circulating the hospital. A masked individual arrived every night and vanished by dawn. Was it Park? She questioned. Meanwhile, the girl seemed engrossed in reading an ebook. She then asked if Miso had managed to buy what she wanted. Miso replied that she was incredibly lucky, because Miso had sent her one and even brought her some delicious food. Sometime later, Troy had finally finished her meal. Miso sternly told her that she should be heading back to work, asking why she was still lazily lying down. The girl then playfully replied that she'd only sleep for 1 more hour. But Miso instantly shot back that she wouldn't let her get away with that. Right after, the scene dramatically cut to the bustling CIA headquarters. Several agents were intently watching the news, specifically about Hiro. One man commented that it didn't matter who he was, it was still Michael. And to think he was defeated so incredibly easily. Another man remarked that Hiro seemed to just keep getting stronger. At this rate, an SSS rank could appear very soon. He then wondered aloud where Park and Suho might have vanished to. It wasn't that they had anywhere else to go. Not really. Especially since these were recent photos, snapped by their own agents. The man looked bewildered, asking, "Is that Seoul Station?" He wondered aloud what that boy was even doing in a spot like that. The other man casually responded, "Park has actually been frequenting that exact spot quite often lately," he quipped. "Maybe he's just out there chatting with pigeons or something?" Adding, "Looks like someone got turned down pretty hard though." "Don't worry," he offered. "I can introduce him to tons of beautiful women. We simply can't let anyone steal our protagonist. After all, no matter what happens, our lead man needs to be protected." He then declared, "My special agents are leaving Korea this very morning." This left the other man utterly stunned by what he'd just heard. Just then, the man mused, "The airways don't look too clear out there. What's wrong with them right now?" the other man promptly asked. The scene dramatically cut to a sleek, powerful jet. Inside, several people were mid-flight. Meanwhile, a young girl peered curiously out the window. "Look, Mama," she exclaimed, "there's a really pretty bird flying outside." Her mother, intrigued, also leaned in to look, but what she saw utterly shocked her. A monstrous, winged beast was soaring right overhead. It was then chillingly revealed. This dragon was far smaller than they'd initially imagined it to be. Still, Its presence was enough to astound everyone in its vicinity. The passengers aboard the plane were equally aghast. They anxiously speculated. Is that monster following us? Could it be a wyvern? One man nervously wondered. However, the other man confidently replied, it's just a young one. Nothing serious is likely to happen because of that. Yet he still questioned, why is a monster like times in this area? He pondered if a new dungeon might have suddenly appeared nearby. He was utterly stunned by his own revelation because, at that very moment, a colossal wyvern began to dramatically soar directly above their plane. Moments later, it started to ready its attack, engulfing the plane in searing flames. In a terrifying consequence, the plane violently exploded. It plummeted toward the ground, a fiery wreck in freefall. Meanwhile, the dragon continued its majestic flight through the air, eventually joining a whole squadron of its formidable companions. The scene then swiftly cut to 2 cars on the road. Han gravely remarked, this country seems to have completely lost its mind, adding, but don't worry, we're almost there now. Juno then asked, is times the place we're actually heading to? Han, utterly taken aback by the sight before him, is that a haunted house, by any chance? He nervously inquired. Right before them stood a truly bizarre and eerie house. As Han cautiously approached the structure, he mumbled, yeah, it definitely looks like a haunted house. All right. He began to argue with a sigh. They questioned if Times was truly going to be their guild's headquarters. He wondered if the internet installer would Times show up, daring to venture into a place like Times this asterisk. Choi then casually dropped that she'd seen a ghost on the 2nd floor. Immediately, a lively debate erupted among the group. Should they even enter this house? Boy emphatically declared there was no way she could live in such a spot. Miso assured her it would be incredibly quiet here, suggesting she was just a bit shocked and overwhelmed, as it was her very first time in such an unusual place. She then revealed renovations would begin the very next day, so there was absolutely no need for worry. Mark Vin, however, confidently asked what the actual Times problem was, declaring he genuinely loved the place and its vibe, and they could easily move in right this instant. Choi, approaching the protagonist, bluntly asked if he'd lost his mind, so mused that a man with wild instincts would surely act impulsively. He then wondered aloud if they should properly mark the land's boundaries. That way, they could precisely determine how much territory to claim. Park seemed to genuinely ponder this intriguing suggestion in that very moment. Suddenly, he appeared to activate a unique kind of ability. An ethereal light began to shimmer and envelop the entire area, leaving everyone stunned as tree spirits seemed to magically materialize. These whimsical spirits then seemed to converge toward a single, specific location. Miso, bewildered, quickly asked him what exactly he was doing, and Choi, observing, mentioned he was busy marking the land's boundaries. The spirits then appeared to be orchestrating something incredible, and suddenly, tiny tree sprouts rapidly began to emerge and grow. In an instant, they transformed into a sprawling, massive forest. Everyone watched, utterly amazed by the sheer speed of these exploding trees. A vibrant, living forest had astonishingly materialized right in that area. Park then coolly announced that he had officially finished his task, stating the perimeter now likely extended about 1 kilometer from the house, at its center, so they should formally mark the land up to that extent. With a beaming smile, Miso declared that it all looked absolutely magnificent, boldly proclaiming that from this very day forward, this entire area would be officially designated as the Shugal Guild's exclusive territory. Thus, everything contained within this vast territory would now rightfully belong to the guild. Park, however, asked if they weren't being a little too generous, considering he only needed to remain in the country for a mere few months. Miso smoothly responded that they were simply following official protocol. Besides, her department viewed Park as a cherished part of their family. Park, in turn, confessed that he definitely liked the sound of that. Shortly after, Miso eagerly presented him with the contract and asked him to sign. However, Choi quickly intervened with a warning, firmly telling him to read every single line carefully first. But Miso playfully insisted he should just go ahead and sign it already. Afterward, it seemed as if every single detail had been smoothly settled. They all wholeheartedly agreed to give their absolute best until the portal finally opened. Park, for his part, made a solemn promise. He would faithfully keep his word. Miso then urged him to place his trust in the government. And with that, they sped off in the car. Choi vehemently demanded the renovation team be sent to the site immediately, threatening to abandon the car if they didn't comply. A visibly irritated Miso then remarked that the girl was proving to be an ever-growing nuisance. Meanwhile, another man questioned, could such an expansive territory truly be managed by so few? Miso confidently retorted that if they couldn't, she'd use it as the perfect pretext to deploy her own forces. For this very reason, she requested a comprehensive list of all attack units above level 5 and commanded them to be on standby. The scene then dramatically shifted to an unknown ship. Several ruthless bandits were aggressively attempting to board it, shouting excitedly that they'd hit the jackpot. With wild abandon, they opened fire on the vessel. Inside, the ship's crew appeared utterly desperate, frantically crying out for help. They urgently broadcasted multiple SOS messages to anyone nearby. Just then, the bandits began their full-scale boarding assault. One of the crew members desperately yelled to start the engine and quickly hide everyone in the engine room. However, their efforts proved tragically futile. In mere moments, everyone was utterly stunned by an inexplicable force. In the blink of an eye, all the men on the ship were violently hurled into the air. Immediately after, a massive tentacle erupted from the depths, as a gigantic creature appeared, attempting to swallow the entire ship whole. As a terrifying consequence, the vessel rapidly began to sink. The remaining man, presumably the captain, was thrown into the churning water in that desperate moment. A colossal monster then materialized directly before him, swallowing him whole. It was then terrifyingly revealed that several sharks, possessing unusually grotesque forms, were lurking ominously in the waters. Meanwhile, a helicopter dramatically soared over the disaster area, reporting that they had reached the precise coordinates sent by the distressed boat. Yet, after meticulously searching a 16 kilometers radius, there was absolutely no sign of the ship. All the while, the monstrous tentacle remained hidden beneath the surface, silently and swiftly heading toward another unsuspecting vessel. The scene then smoothly cut back to the protagonist's bustling clan house, where the vibrant tree spirit appeared to be actively working its magic on the surrounding trees, and the entire house itself seemed to be undergoing a grand renovation. Shortly after, Troy's phone began to ring insistently, but she was still deep asleep. Eventually, she groggily answered the call. Miso, on the other end of the line, sarcastically remarked that Troy seemed to be having a blast in that house. Troy, still thoroughly groggy, questioned why Miso would make such a statement, quickly reminding her that she was still very much on duty. Miso asked if she was with Park at that very moment. The girl, still half asleep and disoriented, irritatedly mumbled, claiming she didn't know. Miso, irked, instantly called her lazy, demanding what she meant by not knowing. Troy received a sharp command to get up. She promptly got up, only to behold a colossal tree standing before her. While she calmly sipped her coffee, she mused that Park had truly planted an astonishing amount, all within an incredibly short time frame. All the planted trees had already fully matured. She gazed in awe at the stunning, massive tree, now standing proudly before the house, with several magnificent wolves gracefully roaming the surrounding area. Meanwhile, a flurry of advanced system screens materialized right before Park, each one filled with critical information about the wolves. The protagonist then diligently began renaming every single wolf. The system issued a dire warning. If dimensional energy ever exceeded his own, he risked losing his very sanity during the fusion process. Park, intently analyzing the displayed information, pondered if he could somehow continue leveling up the wolves. Right then, Troy suddenly appeared, casually asking what he was currently doing. Park explained, saying he was naming the newest members of his family. Troy playfully grumbled that he really should have woken her up, asking why he had gone off alone at that exact moment. The dog from earlier then bounded over, looking quite surprised. Troy remarked, amazed, at its astonishing rate of growth. Park then casually mentioned that everyone else had left earlier that morning, and were most likely already heading straight for the dungeons. Troy, clearly taken aback, commented on just how tirelessly they were all working, even amidst such scorching hot weather. Park then gently asked if she'd like to take a walk to cool off. In that instant, the boy suddenly transformed. He gestured for her to hop on, and the girl readily complied. She playfully inquired if he was simply showing off his new form. Park, however, just chuckled, telling her to hold on tight. He instantly burst into a blindingly fast run, leaving Troy utterly speechless and amazed by the blur of speed, begging him to slow down. Meanwhile, the formidable pack of wolves was already making its way toward the protagonist. The perspective then seamlessly shifted to another distinct location. A man, sounding exasperated, questioned if there was truly nothing to report, stressing that headquarters had specifically requested immediate updates, but it had already been 2 full months since they last exited the house. He then sharply inquired if anyone had crossed the designated boundary. The other man, without a word, gestured toward the surveillance cameras, stating that the military would be immediately dispatched should anyone attempt to cross. And since the exact moment the portal would open remained utterly unknown, 2 specialized units would remain permanently stationed nearby. At that precise moment, a sleek car dramatically pulled into sight. The man instantly recognized it as the Suva clan's distinctive vehicle. Shortly after, the truck swiftly departed from the area, accelerating towards a very specific destination. Inside the truck, Shuno vocally complained about the stifling heat, but the tenacious reporters simply refused to abandon the story. Meanwhile, Han was absorbed in browsing YouTube, searching for any available information about the protagonist, left wondering about the surprising things he was seeing. Shuno, curious, asked what exactly he was looking at. Han quickly dismissed it, replying it was nothing important, though his mind was buzzing with excited thoughts. He wondered why countless nations were sending foreign donations, all directed specifically to Park. The highest donations, it seemed, came from incredibly influential figures. Glancing to the side, they caught sight of something. They spotted the protagonist and Troy, moving swiftly, with the powerful wolves faithfully following alongside them. Troy waved at them, prompting Han to jokingly call her sister-in-law, a remark that visibly irritated her. Han remarked that if Troy resided and aided the protagonist's home, she was undeniably his sister-in-law. He added that Park didn't seem at all willing to give them a ride. Watching the two, he commented on Park's astonishing speed, prompting Shuno to absolutely stomp on the gas pedal, insisting they absolutely wouldn't lose to a mere car. Thus, it seemed they were now locked in a fierce race to prove who was truly faster. Looking back, Troy suddenly noticed something amiss, asking if the boy had sensed it, too. As Troy intently observed, she confirmed they were witnessing an honest-to-goodness dimensional break, all unfolding within a 200-meter radius. A flashback then appeared, showing the protagonist and Troy in the hospital. The girl, wide-eyed, asked what kind of planet he had been on. The boy responded that he had been in the animal kingdom, an absolutely unimaginable place, full of hostile creatures with dimensional energy greater than 700. Troy was completely shocked by this staggering revelation, as that level of power was simply immense. Park continued undeterred, explaining it was a place where territorial and survival battles never truly ended until one was dead. And to become the leader of any group, one had to be at least rank U. Even after becoming a king, he had to accept challenges for hundreds of years. The scene then smoothly shifted back to the present. Troy thought that with the bridge portal now connected to the planet, unrestricted passage was now possible for both sides. If what the protagonist had said was truly accurate, that place would soon transform into an all-out war zone, where they'd be forced to clash with truly hostile beings, straight out of another world, likely monstrous beasts with dimensional energy far beyond rank S. The scene then shifts to Troy, deep in conversation with the director. She questioned if he believed Park's planet would truly be friendly towards them. The director, in turn, sharply questioned why she was so worried, pointing out that Park was, after all, the king of that very place. The camera then cuts back to Park and Troy. Troy pressed him, asking why he claimed to be king of that world. Park replied that if the current king wasn't the same as the one before, they would surely want him dead if they saw how weak he was now. Troy, utterly bewildered, asked, "Why does that make so much sense?" She then urgently told him to sprint full speed towards the northeastern field, because they absolutely needed to get as far away from the city center as humanly possible. They quickly moved towards some bushes. Han, meanwhile, wondered intensely where they were heading, deciding to follow them without a moment's hesitation. As they continued moving in the same direction, a blinding beam of light suddenly began to appear. Troy exclaimed that the portal was finally beginning to open, as the very space around them visibly started to distort, leaving her utterly puzzled by the bizarre sight. Soon after, Miso received an urgent call. Troy informed her, "The portal is about to fully form." Miso, completely confused, demanded clarification. Troy urgently requested that the portal's precise location be sent to all guard units. A short time later, several convoys swiftly arrived, preparing their missiles for a possible, devastating attack. The protagonists then seemed to notice something crucial, Park instantly mentioning, "This isn't the planet I was on. This is just a normal portal." Troy questioned how he could possibly be sure without even using any equipment. At that very moment, the boy abruptly stopped, saying the sensation was entirely different from when he had crossed before. Troy explained that the specific portal he had crossed earlier was, in fact, a unique teleportation portal, the kind returnees sometimes utilized. That's why it might understandably feel different to him. However, Troy suddenly realized something crucial, thinking that now that she had stopped to truly reflect, the dimensional energy of a teleportation portal that Park had crossed was immensely greater than that of a normal bridge portal. At the time, she had simply thought the device was broken and suspected that something was off with her own intuition. However, it was undeniably true. Her instincts were screaming that this was something incredibly dangerous. As before, this scene was still incredibly tense. But no matter what, this was undeniably a dungeon portal, and yet, she still questioned if it was truly a portal at all. The other soldiers, observing the scene intently, speculated it could be a dangerous dimensional break. Soon after, several sleek cars pulled up to a specific location. The other man announced, "This is the department's elite detection team." At that very moment, multiple helicopters materialized in the sky above. The man gasped in shock, exclaiming, "A portal has definitely opened," still suspecting it might be a terrifying dimensional break. Just then, another blinding beam of light engulfed the entire area, and as a result, a brand new portal shimmered into existence. Troy, for her part, she definitively confirmed it was a dungeon portal. She pondered that Park had far superior intuition than her own, even with her unparalleled detection abilities across the nation. Soon after, the protagonist's brother's car came into view. Hans and the processor quickly approached the scene. Hans, stepping forward, announced, "It's a portal," speculating it might even lead to a whole new planet. At that very moment, 2 more cars rolled in, and a disciplined group of soldiers emerged, stating they were the 11th detection team. For that very reason, they immediately began installing measurement devices. Juno, curious, asked, "What are those devices for?" The girl promptly explained that the device calculated the dungeon's formidable level, and the critical time until it would rupture. They swiftly analyzed some data, and the numbers 4002 to 80 appeared. The other man informed them, "It's just a level 4 dungeon." Park coolly remarked, "That will do." Miso, seemingly disappointed, asked, "Is it really just a level 4 dungeon?" Shortly after, the girl quickly changed her clothes, explaining that Park had mentioned this portal wasn't the one he had traversed, so she believed it was absolutely necessary to enter and investigate the area. The scene then dramatically shifted to the director, deep in a call, asking intently, "Is it really just a level 4 dungeon?" Miso replied that they weren't certain just yet. They first needed to determine if this newly created dungeon was somehow connected to where the protagonist had originated. The director, sounding utterly exasperated, exclaimed, "This is absolutely driving me crazy." He then demanded, "Miso, do you have any idea how much money we've squandered on this?" Miso reiterated that they weren't sure yet, especially since Park's skill level was unbelievably high. The director added with a sigh, "If the first portal appeared near someone who had just returned, it was undoubtedly a dungeon portal." He then questioned, "Miso, do you even know who entrusted and fully invested in this project's success?" Iso shot back, insisting Park possessed immense value, simply by virtue of being an irregular. A heated argument quickly broke out between them. The director finally demanded they find a way to resolve the situation, stating that failure to recover the investment would mean ruin. Back with our protagonist. All the analysis was complete, and all the latest analysis had just been presented. One of the men revealed the shocking news. The dungeon would breach in 50 days, therefore, they absolutely had to send the Park, ever confident, coolly remarked that this plan would work for him. Another man then brought up that Park would need to successfully clear the perilous level 4 dungeon. Park, unfazed, simply asked if that would prove difficult, considering their current number of active guild members. The man confidently assured him it would be quite easy. He then went on to explain that the dungeon energy measurement device, a standard piece of equipment most guilds already owned, but the cutting-edge, latest model cost a staggering 3 billion. Park, wide-eyed, commented that it sounded incredibly expensive. However, that wasn't all. The man then informed him they were instructed to permanently rent the device, specifically for this time's crucial portal. He then requested Park sign some crucial papers for that very reason. The protagonist, quietly observing the unfolding situation, wondered aloud why they were showering him with so many gifts. The man simply offered a knowing smile, telling him that even if he wasn't a returnee from a new world, the department would never treat him poorly. Regardless, he then mentioned that foreign countries had very recently been aggressively trying to recruit him away. For that very important reason, he should absolutely know the department viewed him as family. As the country's esteemed treasurer, they had specifically instructed him to relay this crucial message. However, Park's expression remained utterly confused, stating he hadn't received a single message from any foreign country. Just then, almost on cue, Han suddenly appeared, politely asking if he could have a private word with our protagonist. He then explained that, at that very moment, the competition for Park's attention abroad was absolutely fierce, and since Park didn't often use the internet, Han had personally received a truly staggering amount in donations. Park, intrigued, immediately asked how much it truly was. Han calmly stated it was an astounding 5 billion. The protagonist gently placed a hand on Han's shoulder, advising him that no matter how much he might love money, he must never, ever become a slave to it. He then added that, throughout one's life, one would truly realize that having someone to confide in is far better than that amount of money. Han seemingly sat and said he would keep Park's words in mind. He explained that the foreign countries wanted Park to at least see what they were offering. Han said he had to show him 3 offers. Park asked what Han had done. Han replied that the countries hadn't sent assassins, just because he didn't show them the offers. Park told him to just say that he showed the offers, but was ignored. He then asked Han to grab Chunho and change clothes for their return. Han said he would take some of the donations and send the rest to the guild's treasury. The protagonist told him to do as he pleased. Han, thinking that Park was very generous and exactly his type, was, "Please, these two have just gained over 3 billion. Time seemed to pass. Park asked if everyone was ready because they were about to enter the dungeon at that moment. The other man appeared again, telling them to wait, because a combat team from the department was on its way. However, the protagonist declined their assistance, saying that if they needed to mobilize someone to inspect the contract, it would only allow up to 2 people. However, they wouldn't be able to participate in the hunt. Troy reassured him not to worry, as they were ready to enter the other man mentioned that the leader of the team should know that a level 4 dungeon wasn't easy to handle, with just this many people. However, Cho told him to be quiet and focus on recording everything. Soon after, the dog from before appeared, and Park said it should come along to level up. They all entered the portal, immediately finding themselves in an unfamiliar place. Park mentioned he wasn't entirely sure of the location. Cho then began using her ability to scan the surroundings. Park remarked that the place seemed somewhat familiar. The other man asked why they were walking so casually, when they should be more cautious. Han replied that since the protagonist was leading, all they had to do was follow. Suddenly Cho asked everyone to stop, reporting that there was a group of 3 monsters 70 meters ahead. Han quickly drew his weapon. The other man questioned if that would be enough, and Han confidently said it was. With a determined look, Juno drew his sword. Surprised, the other man questioned why Juno was acting that way. Juno charged fiercely toward the monsters, but Park's swift strike took him down, instantly rendering him unconscious. Park quickly urged Han to help bring Juno around. The other man, bewildered, questioned Park's unusual actions, and Cho quickly clarified, explaining Juno's peculiar condition, one that drove him to madness every single time he gripped his blade. Meanwhile, Han persisted, still trying to rouse Juno from his stupor. Park, however, his keen senses picking up on something amiss, as an unknown presence rustled menacingly in the bushes. Park, without hesitation, yelled for everyone to fall back. Just then, a grotesque monster burst forth, lumbering menacingly toward them. Everyone swiftly snapped into their battle stances, ready to defend, but Park, defying logic, surged forward instead, barreling straight into the heart of the monstrous horde. The observer, awestruck, kept his camera rolling, capturing it all. A flurry of monsters lunged at Park, but he carved through them with breathtaking ease, dispatching every last one. The system promptly chimed, notifying him of 48 conquest points earned. The team stayed on razor-sharp alert, knowing more monsters could be lurking nearby. Park, himself, was taken aback by the sheer speed of his own reactions, questioning the reality of the moment he was living. Park then turned to Juno, playfully reminding him not to forget the valuable loot. The pair then got to work, meticulously harvesting the precious stones from within the fallen beasts. The other man mused aloud, noting how Juno appeared perfectly normal outside the dungeon, but the instant he gripped a blade, he transformed into a complete psychopath. Cho sharply cut him off, commanding him to stop chattering and focus on their advance. Park then declared his next move. He would personally initiate the monster hunt, so everyone needed to remain vigilant and ready for anything. Having successfully gathered the precious stones from the defeated monsters, the other man, meticulously observing their every move, found himself questioning if deploying C-ranked soldiers and mere interns to manage a rookie and a certified psychopath was truly the wisest decision. Park then whistled, summoning the loyal dog to his side, instructing it to plunge into the forest and herd more monsters their way. The dog, obedient and fearless, immediately followed Park's command, darting into the dense forest. And meanwhile, Cho and the other man watched the unfolding spectacle with bated breath, their minds racing with the terrifying question: what nightmarish chaos would ensue if a monstrous horde came stampeding their way? As the team leader voiced his growing concern, doubting their chances of survival, Cho, unwavering, simply ordered him to keep that camera rolling. Soon after, Park's voice cut through the air, announcing the imminent arrival of the monsters, and a thunderous rumbling reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath them. The other man, now in full-blown panic, was overwhelmed by the escalating chaos. Han, seeing Juno's eyes glaze over, realizing he was rapidly losing his grip, shouted at him to take a tranquilizer. Quick! However, Juno, consumed by his insatiable madness, bellowed a war cry and charged headlong into the monsters. In a flash, the dog reappeared, and an arrow zipped straight for it, but Juno, quick as lightning, deftly dodged the incoming arrow. Before immediately striking one of the grotesque monsters charging right at them, he pressed his advance, dispatching the monster with effortless grace. No sooner had he finished than the other man urgently warned Juno to watch out, as a hulking monster was looming right behind him. Yet, astonishingly, it was already defeated. Han had expertly taken it down from behind, crossbow blazing. Han sealed the monster's fate, fighting side by side with Juno, both sharing a nod of satisfaction at their flawless teamwork. As Han soared to level 9, the other man, watching it unfold, fell into stunned silence. Then, he blurted out, "Is this really a level 4 dungeon?" Cho, with a dry wit, shot back, "Oh, did you think it was a level 3 dungeon perhaps?" Then sharply told him to focus on the recording and cut the chatter. Suddenly, the dog tensed, hackles raised, on high alert, a detail Park instantly caught. In that tense moment, a monstrous creature lunged forth from the rustling bushes, barreling straight toward our unsuspecting protagonist, who, with incredible reflexes, swiftly drew his gleaming dagger. Meanwhile, the scene dramatically shifts to a car, stuck amidst a surging crowd. The other man, ever so politely, seemed to be welcoming the esteemed sector director, while Miso, bewildered, snapped, "What on earth are you doing? Do you have a death wish?" Demanding to know why he hadn't budged out of the way yet. The young man, stubbornly defiant, declared he would only move if something actually happened. They noted that not too long ago, in this very spot, Captain Lee's elite combat team had bravely ventured into that perilous area, and if it was indeed a combat team, then surely, didn't that scream, level 4 dungeon? The dungeon that just materialized was most certainly one of those dangerous ones. Upon absorbing this chilling information, Miso fell silent, her thoughts racing. Then, with sudden urgency, she ordered them to clear the path immediately, **. As she stormed off, the young man, dripping with sarcasm, called out his thanks, muttering that it was all a monumental waste of his precious time, and dismissively remarking, "It's only a level 4 dungeon." After all, meanwhile, back at base, they decided it was high time to start gathering their things. Concurrently, Miso's car barreled onward, hurtling toward the critical site. One of the men, a concerned frown on his face, voiced his comment. "This is undoubtedly a top-secret, confidential operation," he mused aloud. Then, he pressed, "What on earth will we do if this vital information gets leaked?" Miso, with a piercing gaze, challenged him. "Tell me, what do you believe is more crucial? The high-ranking VIPs playing their money games, or our one-of-a-kind protagonist?" The man, after a beat, reluctantly conceded that the protagonist was indeed likely more important. Miso then laid out her plan. "If we were to reveal to the world, to everyone, that Park is a miraculous returnee from a perilous dungeon, the sheer news of it would ignite an absolute firestorm of public attention." A worried expression etched on his face, the man inquired, "But, will Park truly be okay?" Miso calmly clarified. "And that is precisely why we're rushing headlong toward our protagonist, desperate to find a viable, urgent solution to this unfolding crisis." Simultaneously, the combat teams were gearing up, ready to breach the shimmering portal. The captain, eyes stern, demanded, "Are you all locked and loaded, ready to go?" Declaring with grim determination, "Because we're about to take down some serious monsters." "Hold on a second," a soldier called out. "Someone's asked us to pause." The man, clearly annoyed, demanded, "Why are we stopping?" Just then, a sleek car zoomed into view, and from it, a formidable woman emerged. Miso greeted the captain, but the man cut in. "What do you want?" Miso's answer was firm. "You can't go in." "Why not?" the man exclaimed, utterly baffled. Miso then laid it out clearly. "Until Park agrees to cooperate with the combat team, crossing the portal is strictly forbidden." The man, seething with frustration, snarled, "What kind of outrageous nonsense is this? We reprogrammed everything and rushed here for nothing." Miso simply stated, "Certain complications have arisen, and because of them, portal access is denied." The man countered, pointing out a critical flaw in the contract. "Does it make any sense to send only a recon team, especially one with no combat experience, into a dungeon?" Miso revealed, "We're already planning to amend the contract, and I'm here specifically to resolve this very issue. It also involves a delicate matter concerning the director." "Why does everything have to be so ridiculously complicated?" the man snapped, utterly fed up. Miso calmly suggested, Let's continue this discussion in the car. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the director, glued to his computer, watching the news. He muttered to himself, "A critical mistake has been made. I need to investigate a few more things," he thought, before releasing any formal statement. At that very moment, the man's phone rang, and he answered, frustrated. "Why can't I still reach Miso?" The scene abruptly cuts to a different building. There, the doctor from earlier meticulously reviewed the protagonist's data. He mused. Park represents a shattered dream on a forgotten planet in Korea. This, he concluded, is likely a pivotal moment in our story. He pondered how the boy's life unfolded like a gripping drama, constantly beset by numerous, intense conflicts. He remembered the protagonist's own words, describing how he'd hidden near the coast. Before stumbling upon fruit-laden trees, he noted that, in his previous life, the sea had always provided abundant food. Yet, it wasn't long before a stark realization hit him. This was no place where he could truly survive. Because, when he glanced to his side, he witnessed something horrifying, a massive, terrifying monster circling the area. The doctor gasped, utterly startled. There can't be an ocean in a level 4 dungeon, he realized with a jolt. He wondered, what could this possibly mean? His mind raced to the current theory about dungeon origins, the idea that an entire planet could become part of a dungeon. Suddenly, a flashback of the protagonist flashed through his mind, saying, "My brother is coming," and urgently asked the doctor to help find his brother. The doctor, surprisingly, agreed, but on one crucial condition. Park had to tell him his entire story, a tale spanning an incredible 500 years. Back in the present, the doctor thoughtfully remarked that our protagonist had indeed promised to share absolutely everything. Once he was reunited with his long-lost brother, he noted, with a hint of skepticism, that for an F-rank returnee, Park seemed like a surprisingly ordinary person, despite having reigned for hundreds of years as the undisputed king of the jungle. However, a pang of regret struck him. The doctor regretted losing the chance to hear a far more fascinating story, all due to his hasty decision. Meanwhile, back in the heart of the dungeon, Park was still fiercely finishing off those monstrous creatures he so coldly observed, systematically eliminating them, one brutal strike at a time. The other man, watching this unfold, exclaimed it was absolutely insane. How could he so expertly avoid an ambush like that? Park, ever pragmatic, simply asked what the problem was. After all, he should be helping with the spoils. So the man, startled, promptly began doing exactly as the young man had requested. Sometime later, the group was cautiously navigating deeper into the dungeon. Kui, utterly captivated, asked what this mysterious place was, because it was strangely, breathtakingly beautiful. And Han, in sheer disbelief, declared that the shining stone looked just like a priceless gem. Yet, despite its brilliance, it seemed to cast a sinister, dark aura. Park admitted he had never, ever been to a place quite like it. And yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something about it felt incredibly familiar. Soon after, the group stumbled upon yet another peculiar stone, immediately noticing that it bore a chilling inscription, an ominous warning: never return to this territory. Meanwhile, Park was intensely observing every detail of it, and Kui, ever suspicious, asked if this was, by any chance, one of Han's infamous pranks, with Han quickly replying, a little too quickly, that it absolutely wasn't. The girl reassured them, saying everything was fine. Someone asked if the guy was recording, and he promptly confirmed that he was. At that precise moment, she noticed something incredible as our protagonist began climbing to a higher, unknown place. Thus, the entire group instinctively ended up following him, where they soon discovered an entirely different hidden place, a mysterious cave. And then, as if by magic, that hidden place suddenly opened up. Han, completely stunned, stared in utter disbelief. He gasped, "What in the world is this?" For there were countless, ancient inscriptions adorning the walls of this magnificent place. They were utterly dumbfounded by the sight before their very eyes. However, these strange inscriptions proved to be incredibly confusing, as they were completely unlike anything they had ever expected to find. Moreover, etched within this peculiar writing, was a haunting message: it misses humans dearly. Additionally, various intricate drawings were beautifully etched onto those ancient walls. Soon after, they stumbled upon a sprawling phrase, proclaiming it missed many people it once despised, alongside its cherished family and his brother, Han. Han, for his part, was utterly shocked to see the name Junho etched there too. Moments later, another compelling phrase caught their eye, declaring that Park Suho had indeed once resided in that very spot. In that instant, a chilling realization dawned upon them all. Han mused that it mirrored prehistoric cave paintings, seemingly possessing immense scientific significance. Choi, approaching Park, boldly inquired if he, by any chance, had lived there before. The boy, with a menacing gaze, seemed to be intensely observing something. Catching sight of one of the markings, it stated it had been 500 years since he became the owner of Moon Hill, a place where he vividly recalled facing a formidable foe, none other than a colossal black tiger. It always met him with that same menacing glare during their battles. Soon after, Choi anxiously asked if the boy was all right, yet the protagonist remained fixated on those ancient writings, reliving every battle and experience he'd endured there. And just like that, a profound understanding seemed to strike him. Han continued his exploration of the cave, noting the presence of several unfinished, gleaming blades scattered throughout the area. He marveled at how these blades were forged, given the stone's brilliant sheen. In that very moment, the boy suddenly bolted, prompting Han to shout, "Where are you going?" Choi, for her part, immediately began to pursue the sprinting boy once more, who seemed to be rapidly making his way to an entirely different location. In a flash, he found himself standing atop a towering mountain peak. Startled, he pondered what could have possibly transpired in this very spot. Just then, Choi appeared, demanding to know what had occurred, and if this was indeed his former home. Park confirmed it was, but something felt terribly, utterly wrong. A snow-capped mountain now loomed in that direction, and a lush grove of fruit trees on the other. Furthermore, the vast, open sea stretched out in time's direction. A stunned, Choi gasped, "There's really a sea here?" Park replied that this treacherous place was called Maelstrom 12. No one should ever venture there, Choi. And she, for her part, wondered if a sea within a level 4 dungeon was even possible, then boldly asked if Park himself had written those mysterious phrases. The boy then answered with a simple, direct, yes. He explained it was the result of his desperate efforts to cling to civilized society, and that when he first arrived in this place, at the very beginning, he had lived in that very cave, seeking refuge from the other animals. Even after relocating to a new spot, he would return repeatedly, from time to time, to continue his writings there. Choi then wondered if the lizard man had always been there, right in that spot, but the boy quickly shook his head, saying, "No." The girl then pressed, "What about your animal companions? Where are they?" Park simply stated, "This is leopard territory, you know. They're not weak enough to scatter just because of a few measly lizard men." Choi then pointed, "Can you see that mysterious mist, right there? It marks the absolute end of the dungeon. After all, that's exactly why we can't possibly venture into that area." Suddenly, an ominous, unsettling noise began to echo through the dense forest. Choi instantly panicked. Could it be the lizard men? By any chance? Activating his ability, he grimly confirmed. It was definitely an ambush. Then, a horde of lizard men started swarming, scaling up the very cliff face. Meanwhile, Han, still with his group, was meticulously climbing just above the boy. Choi shouted back, "There are 102 lizard men, total, closing in." He wondered aloud, why are they all swarming us at once? And lurking beneath them, none other than the dreaded Lizard King, who, by the way, wore a chilling, unknown skull atop his monstrous head. Park, fixating on that macabre skull, assumed it belonged to one of the leopards he'd fiercely battled. He quickly told her, "Stay here with your group, no matter what." Then, with a fearless leap, he plunged off the mountain, tumbling headfirst toward the monstrous horde below. Choi, for her part, screamed, "What on earth do you think you're doing?" The scene then dramatically shifted to that mysterious woman, watching a lone pigeon. At that very instant, a vibrant blue energy began to gracefully envelop the bird, and Choi watched, utterly shocked, as Park suddenly manifested majestic wings, soaring swiftly and directly toward that monstrous foe. The Lizard King, enraged, hurled his deadly spear. However, Park, with unbelievable agility, effortlessly dodged it, and in a breathtaking matter of mere seconds, he was already right in front of the massive lizard. Moments later, a vivid blue energy began to pulse around that familiar dog from earlier, and Park, with a flash, transformed into his powerful wolf form. Unleashing a ferocious attack directly on the lizard, both combatants then plummeted rapidly toward the dense bushes below. Choi was completely taken aback by the incredible feat the boy had just pulled off. Han and his group swiftly made it to the mountain's summit. Choi, ever pragmatic, declared everything was fine, simply because our protagonist wasn't dead. Meanwhile, those relentless lizard men continued their ascent up the mountain. Choi warned, "Lizard men, 30 meters out and closing fast. Everyone, prepare for battle, now." The other guy, pumped, then hoisted a massive stone, declaring with a grin, "I'm more than ready for this fight." Han, for his turn, grasped his crossbow, practically daring them to try climbing. Meanwhile, Jun-ho, weaponless, he swiftly snatched up a stone. Soon, the those slithering lizards began to close in. With a swift twang, Han let his arrow fly. Shifting our focus, the protagonist's battle raged. He was locked in a brutal fight against that monstrous boss, and it quickly looked like victory was within his grasp. With a decisive move, he ripped the skull right off its head. He roared, demanding to know where the leopards were hidden. However, that monster already seemed to have drawn its last breath. Back on the mountain, Park's group was still fighting those lizard men. Then, one of the others piped up and asked, "Don't long-range weapons consume far more dimensional energy than short-range ones?" Han replied. "There's no power limit, but they can be ineffective depending on your level." Soon after, Choi shouted a grim warning. "More lizards are coming." Junho, in response, quickly seized his two weapons. Han exclaimed, "Junho has gone crazy again. Don't let him jump into the fray." Soon after, something caught that other guy's eye. The protagonist, along with that monster, was soaring through the air. Everyone was completely stunned by the incredible sight. But at that very moment, those persistent lizard men were almost reaching the mountain's peak. Just then, Park seemed to have finished off that last lizard man. A desperate voice cried out, urging everyone to seek cover. Then, that monstrous lizard boss struck the mountain itself. The system blared, notifying them that Park had leveled up. His wind ability had just been unlocked. As a direct result of the massive explosion, several monsters were sent plummeting into freefall. However, the very mountain itself also began to collapse. Choi, for his part, frantically screamed for everyone to take cover, but it wasn't enough. Everyone began to plummet toward the ground. All those monsters were falling too, creating a terrifying landslide. However, Choi seemed to have miraculously saved himself. He called out, asking if by some chance everyone was okay. Soon after, that other guy from before called out that he was fine, and Han was thrilled he was still alive. But beside him, Junho also appeared to be awake. Park, now returning to his usual human form, told them all to leave, as the door had already been opened. Thus, everyone quickly stood up, ready to return to their world. The guy observing all of this asked himself, what was the true point of all this? Back in the real world, that portal was still pulsing with immense power. Meanwhile, Miso, along with a group of soldiers, stood waiting for the protagonist, who at that very moment finally emerged from that place. Meanwhile, that soldier silently observed everything. As the entire group had returned, completely intact, without any casualties, his gaze fixed on the protagonist. The guy questioned if that was Park, noting how frail he appeared just moments ago. Suddenly, Miso stepped closer to the protagonist, intending to greet him, only for the boy to astonishingly transform into a pigeon, and then promptly took flight, soaring off into the unknown. Watching this unfold, the other guy was utterly stunned, questioning if he had truly transformed into a pigeon. Miso then inquired, "Is something wrong here?" And Choi snapped back, stating if she was there to negotiate, she should just leave. Miso, undeterred, then asked about the recording, and Choi insisted they simply return to headquarters with Chief Kim. However, the girl countered, declaring she also had to go with them. Choi, in response, pressed for her reason, and the girl revealed that her mission to observe Park had just concluded, and thus she was dispatched. Moreover, she had been assigned a critical mission to assist along the field's northern border, close to Daegu. The other guy explained that 4 members of the portal management were designated to stay at that location, as that was the bare minimum to manage the equipment. Chunho, with a hearty handshake, then urged him to relax, promising to treat them like esteemed guests. The guy observing the protagonist's brother is astonished, for in reality, he was completely different. Then, the scene shifts to the other guy, sharply asking what going back implied, questioning if he hadn't insisted they cooperate with the protagonist. Miso countered, saying they should just return to talk salary. Furthermore, the director was expecting him, which meant an immediate return was necessary. The man retorted that was beside the point, pressing for why Park had outright refused their meeting. So, a fierce debate erupted between them, as Han, along with Chunho, observed the entire scene unfold before them. Han grumbled he was just irritated by the guy's tone, and Chunho insisted they simply depart. Moments later, the scene transitions to several buses on their way somewhere. Next, someone calls Miso, exclaiming, urgently asking her whereabouts and if she had spilled everything to the press. But the girl responded that everyone was retreating at that moment, except for the dedicated management team, so she told them to resolve it later. Just moments later, a guy unveiled a recording to the gathered people, where a mysterious inscription in Korean suddenly appeared. He then pressed, "Did everyone catch that Korean inscription?" And it was this inscription that They uncovered Park Soo-ho's diary, etched onto the cave walls. Right there in the recording, the guy suddenly springs into action, tossing the Lizard King aside. Unfortunately, the guy admits, I couldn't record much inside the dungeon itself, but I managed to get some footage right outside. Then, someone spots the boy's unique form and asks, was that a pigeon? Yes, it was, the presenter confirms. We believe he can fuse with any tamed animal, and that's where the recording ends. A white-haired man then exclaims, that was terrifying. The way the boy handled the Lizard King. Just incredible. The director, clearly intrigued, asks, given the Lizard King's strength in a level 4 dungeon is typically around rank B. However, the presenter quickly corrects him. Actually, it was rank A. The boy defeated a rank A monster with such ease. The director presses, so, is Park Soo-ho above rank S? Then, Troy interjects. His current dimensional energy is rank E, but his normal combat abilities are rank S+. After fusion, it depends on the animal, of course. However, we believe he can reach at least rank SSS. Furthermore, Park Soo-ho has no level-up limit to his abilities, unlike other awakened individuals. The white-haired guy then queries, are all the regulars like that? But Troy admits, I don't know if they all are. At that moment, the director ponders aloud, what was his status like before his return? The guy adds, if all the people who disappeared during the cataclysm returned like Park Soo-ho, our country, would become incredibly powerful. However, the presenter counters, going through a portal without any equipment means, essentially going in empty-handed. So, there's almost no chance of others like him. The director responds, either way, even the first round of tests demonstrated that Park Soo-ho is a returnee from a level 4 dungeon. Troy replies cautiously, we can't be sure of that yet. The director sighs, I don't want to believe it, but the fact is, it's not a new planet. What's most important right now is the secret of Park Soo-ho's abilities, which are inextricably linked to that dungeon. However, he then asks, why is Park Soo-ho stopping the scouts? Even after signing a contract? The white-haired man suggests, perhaps he doesn't want to share the secret of his power. But Troy quickly defends him, stating, Park Soo-ho isn't that kind of person. Then Miso asks, don't you think we should try negotiating a bit more? But the director retorts, what more could he possibly want? After all, we've already offered more than enough to the boy. At that moment, Miso responds, that's exactly. Why then does Troy storm out, clearly seething with anger? He can't help but wonder what they meant by Park Soo-ho's secret strength. Meanwhile, the guy tells Miso that if she can fill squad 37 with 80 C rank or higher recruits, he'll personally take responsibility for finding Park Soo-ho. Plus, all those troubles with the minister's investment? They'd be resolved without a hitch. The director then exclaims that even just taking all the spoils already sounds like an amazing deal. In response, the guy boasts they'd earn 3 times the usual amount, * plus times a whopping 780% bonus. Next, the director asks Miso what they could possibly offer Park Soo-ho for unrestricted access to the dungeon. However, Miso questions if they don't already have plenty of that to spare. Elsewhere, at what appears to be a plantation, a child asks Monk Myungjin if he's going to harvest the field's tomatoes, but the monk replies they'll harvest not just the tomatoes, but also the peppers and potatoes. As they enter the shed, one of the children declares they'll harvest 100 cherry tomatoes, while another excitedly claims they'll get 200. A third child mentions Jonghyun promised to make delicious roasted potatoes and peppers. Then, they're instructed to each grab a hoe and get to harvesting. However, as they work, a man with sinister eyes lurks, observing them from the shadows. The scene then cuts to a soldier announcing they have 10 minutes until departure. Additionally, they must report the number of soldiers and conduct a thorough equipment inspection. Thus, the other soldiers confirm everything is in order, with no detection issues. Meanwhile, Choi is engrossed in her phone. The girl reports, no issues with detection. Team 11, the soldier declares they're about to begin the operation. So, they begin their departure. Inside the tank, the girl is still glued to her phone, while the soldiers chatter amongst themselves. They've heard the Daegu border is absolute hell on earth, riddled with dungeon breaches. Another guy then voices his doubt that the detection team would be in command of the front lines, asking, is that true? Choi grimly confirms, it is. That's precisely why they should write their wills and send them to their families before they go out of signal range. The scene then shifts to another house, where our protagonist lies. Shortly after, he receives a call from Choi. However, the boy is fast asleep, while Han is glued to his computer. Han mutters that our protagonist is sleeping far more than usual, especially since it was revealed he's just a returnee from a level 4 dungeon. And the donations? He should have stopped. Yet what he saw completely took him by surprise. Right then, Junho bursts onto the scene. Han scolds him to knock next time, and the boy quickly apologizes, wondering if they were doing something illegal. He asks if the monk called, but the boy hesitates and simply replies that he hadn't. Junho adds he couldn't reach him and worries if something's gone wrong. Henyok's asking if he's reached divine enlightenment, but either way, he's probably just off somewhere, having a blast, or playing around with the kids. Noticing something in his hand, Junho asks, and the boy promptly responds, his grandmother thought he was hallucinating, likely due to a vitamin deficiency, so she bought him supplements. Han then asks if he thinks the protagonist isn't sleeping a bit too much, and the man replies that he was just about to wake him. Meanwhile, back in Park's room, the boy is already wide awake, staring intently at the colossal tree before him. He reflects, remembering he had always suspected he could reunite with his friends once the portal opened. But the land he returned to was only a tiny fragment of that vast place. Instead of finding his friends, it was crawling with red lizards he'd never encountered, so he had no idea where his red wolf family could possibly be. What's more, his greatest enemy, Kuro, could be lurking somewhere with that giant gorilla he fought previously. He wonders, where could they possibly be hiding, and did they flee to another place? Perhaps in fear of those lizards? However, he instantly changes his mind. Does it really even matter? Because if they're destined to, they'll reunite one day. Soon after, Junho enters the room, asking if he's awake, and suggesting they eat something. Park replies that he's already awake and had slept so much that he didn't even realize he was hungry. So, the two leave the room, while Choi is still trying to call the young man. A while later, the protagonist is already having dinner at the table with the two, asking where that blonde girl had gone. However, they are completely stunned by what they hear. They ask if he doesn't know the woman's name. Park, in turn, asks if her name isn't Blondie, questioning why they're acting so shocked and incredulous. Han clarifies, stating her name is Choi, and then asks if, by any chance, the two of them weren't seeing each other before. Park, confused, asks if he's talking about that house over there. Then Junho asks if they thought they were going to send her to the field. Park insists he has no idea what he's talking about, so Junho explains that she had called because the protagonist wasn't answering his phone. And besides, they needed to recruit new members for the guild. Park, was that times really times necessary? Someone asks, to which Juno asserts, absolutely. They absolutely times needed times people to manage the portal meter, you see, and a new portal could burst into her territory at any moment. Next up, our protagonist corners Han, wondering if he knew where they could recruit even times more times people. The boy muses he might know, if he just asked an old boxing buddy. Park then inquires, has that monk ever shown his face around here before? Juno responds that he hadn't called times anyone asterisk, either, and remained silent about where the elderly orphans were residing in Seoul. An irritated Han exclaims, that monk, he's still not answering his phone, and he's not the type to just ignore calls. The scene then dramatically shifts to the battlefield, and meanwhile, Choi remains poised, glued to her phone, anxiously awaiting her orders. A chilling realization hits her. She's in the red zone, crawling with necrophiles. She briefly questions if this was even part of the Times' original Times route, but just as quickly, she shakes it off, forgetting everything, and abruptly switches off her phone. The camera snaps back to Park, who's suddenly realizing he has 2 missed calls from that Times girl. He promptly tries to call her back, however, the number is already unavailable. The scene then cuts, once more, to massive tanks rumbling towards a mysterious location, surrounded by a menacing horde of zombies swarming the area. Meanwhile, Park is still desperately trying to make that call. As Choi's phone appears to be suspiciously covered in blood, Park then grimly realizes she's simply not answering. Soon after, a car pulls up to the protagonist's lavish residence. Meisu informs Juno, they've just arrived. She then asks if she can meet with the protagonist. The other man, looking off to the side, spots Park, who's simply sitting in a chair, intently staring at something. Park asks, is this about the inspection? Meisu responds, yes, it is. The protagonist retorts, it's not like we're a new planner agency. Why are you so fixated on inspecting us? Meisu responds, they want to uncover the secret behind your extraordinary ability within the dungeon. Park sighs, I've told them countless times. All they need to do is train diligently for 1,000 years. Why won't they just believe me? He exclaims. The man then urges him, please, stop acting like that. We're from the same country, after all, he continues, so we should aid each other as good compatriots, especially in this time of national crisis. Park then asks, what exactly are you talking about? The guy explains that the frequency of level 6 dungeon appearances is drastically increasing, and the time limit before a dungeon break is steadily shrinking. The number of infected people in the field has absolutely skyrocketed, putting immense pressure on society amid a massive food and labor shortage. Powerful individuals, especially those with strong abilities, like our protagonist, are desperately urgently times needed. Park interjects. What do you mean by infected? So, the man reveals that after the cataclysmic shift, an unknown virus began tearing through the populace living in the fields. The infected are horrifically dubbed necrophiles, and those terrifying red zones mark areas swarming with them. If these zones expand, all land-based, transportation will be completely cut off, and dungeon breaks in the field would become an insurmountable nightmare. Mr. says they initially thought it was an alien virus that burst forth from a portal, but it proliferated with such terrifying speed that handling the crisis with their current resources became impossible. Park then asks if, by freely inspecting and hunting within these dungeons, they would be granted 2 incredible gifts in return. Mr. reveals the first gift. His guild's level would instantly be raised to level 5. This means he could conquer any dungeon from level 5 and below. Isn't that unbelievably exciting? The other gift? He'd be granted new territory, a vast region once located in the north, right near the protagonist's land. He asks if he could possibly handle it. Park counters, saying if he's referring to the fields, that land was already completely abandoned, asking if he was now requesting him to protect the endangered East of Seoul. Mr. confirms they were indeed abandoned lands. Except for a scattering of cities, most of the region had become desolate fields after the Great Disaster. The brave souls who remained in those fields couldn't endure it much longer and began desperately migrating to safer havens. However, even the major cities with stable security simply didn't have enough room. Park then asks if he's expected to stay there and welcome them. Mr. explains that when people gather, they naturally tend to help rebuild the city, developing vibrant trade districts in the dungeons and clearing farmland. If his guild proves its ability to expertly manage the territory, it would undoubtedly generate immense profit. In the dungeon's commercial district, modular mobile homes should be strategically utilized in case of dungeon breaks. Park, taking it all in, admits that it wasn't a bad offer at all. He then inquires about the current situation in North Korea. The protagonist reveals they suffered a catastrophic blow to their command system, right at the onset of the Great Disaster. The other man explains there were coups, and when the system utterly collapsed, they fled to the mainland. The remaining survivors are now desperately wandering from place to place, fighting to stay alive. Since they can't systematically manage the dungeons, devastating breaks are erupting everywhere. He asks if it wouldn't just be a matter of time before they all flee to South Korea. Soon after, the protagonist thinks he might be mistaken. Then, with a decisive nod, he accepts the offer. We should sign this contract, he declares. Clearly pleased, Mizu exclaims he made a truly great decision. Park questions if the requirement to stay in the country for 30 days had already been lifted. And the girl confirms it. Park then declares there are 2 crucial requests he'd like to make. First, he eagerly wishes to meet the brilliant scientist behind the groundbreaking dimensional energy measuring device. Second, he needs to locate a specific member of his guild, the monk from earlier, who abruptly stopped answering his phone. Mizu, calm and collected, assures them those 2 requests would be easily fulfilled and promptly taken care of. Standing tall, the man declares he'll commence his mission very soon after. The scene dramatically cuts to a bustling building, where 3 individuals wait by an empty chair, clearly anticipating something significant. One man muses that the legendary Astila Guild is the elite mercenary group forged by Korea's largest conglomerate. Recruitment only opens a mere twice a year, yet most mercenaries face disqualification during the grueling initiation phase. This guild stands as the ultimate dream for countless mercenaries, making it incredibly difficult to enter. But once you succeed, you're showered with immense, invaluable support. For precisely this reason, he applied, secretly hoping for times anything asterisk, even after being rejected by the guild. However, a truly unexpected twist occurred, and he miraculously passed the initial registration phase. Therefore, he was finally being recognized after tirelessly working for 3 long years in small, obscure clans, now standing as an influential mercenary. Yet, it wasn't over. Of the 50 determined individuals who successfully navigated the registration phase. Only 10 would be chosen after the intense interview. So, he absolutely couldn't lose his confidence now. After all, this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At that very moment, the boy receives a mysterious email from someone, his eyes widening in shock at what he's seeing. Sometime later, a woman announces they can finally leave the room. As a result, the other hopeful group starts to exit. That man sighs, noting this open recruitment was quite disappointing, with the candidates appearing rather ordinary. The other woman suggests they'd make good porters, because they'd guard their supplies as if their very lives depended on it. The other man excitedly shares that he found a skilled swordsman. This man, named John, boasted plenty of experience, having worked for 3 years, yet remained in rank E. The guy says if his awakened ability truly is fencing, then he might be worth training, so he'll take that man. Thus, the other man instructs him to usher in the next group. That guy then calls for numbers 46 to 50 to enter the room. The intense interview, it appears, has begun. Again, the other man questions why only 4 people are present, wondering where Jiang could have vanished. The boy replies that, Jiang. Then, out of nowhere, he simply left. Our focus then shifts to the boy's phone from before, because none other than Park had just sent him a message, inviting him to join his prestigious guild. No wonder he'd ditched the interview then. He knew he shouldn't overthink it, he just had to accept. This was, after all, the man who'd saved his life, and even more so, soon to be the most talked about figure across all of Korea. Our attention snaps back to the tank, charging relentlessly towards the battlefield. The other soldier emphasizes, stay alert, everyone, for a surprise ambush could strike at any moment. But at that very moment, several terrifying monsters were secretly surrounding the whole area. One soldier notes, these roads are getting seriously dangerous now. Perhaps they should have kept to their usual path, the other suggests. Retorts, there's nothing to be done. They wouldn't arrive on time if they took the normal route. Soon, the same soldier hails his friend over, because he'd come across something very strange. A chilling question. What could it possibly be? Closer inspection revealed it. Several zombies, gnawing and devouring a monster's corpse, their eyes now fixing the tank with a menacing glare. The horde of zombies stared intently at the tank. The soldier urges, blast them into dust with that rocket launcher. But the other says, if they fire, the necrophiles would simply become utterly enraged. The man insists they're out of time, so they must fire. If they can only escape this place quickly, they would then be within military operations area, following the captain's precise orders. The soldier begins loading the shots with urgency, and the captain commands them to open fire. As a result, 4 rockets erupt, streaking directly toward the relentless horde of infected. The monsters had virtually no time to react. Brutal explosions tore bodies apart in a gruesome spectacle, as the tanks roared forward without mercy, crushing all that remained in their destructive path. Yet, the destruction only served to draw out even more creatures. The survivors howled, unleashing a blood-curdling summon for reinforcements. The tanks braced for the clash. The creatures charged forward, snarling wildly, desperately reaching for the vehicles. The sergeant barked from the cabin that they were pushing forward and commanded, full fire. The cannons roared to life, unleashing a deafening barrage, carving a path through the utter chaos. Meanwhile, a white van raced wildly down dusty roads, relentlessly pursued by a horde of infected. Suddenly, the dashboard blared. They were critically low on fuel. The driver roared, we're nearly out of gas, and Monk screamed back, keep heading for the camp. The van surged ahead, zipping past a sign pointing the way forward. But the monsters refused to abandon the hunt. Monk insisted that just a little more effort would get them there. They'd reach the mountain camp. The driver, clearly remorseful, apologized. He was the one who'd insisted on taking this route, but never imagined the monsters would already be here. Monk then turned to the older, more seasoned monk and declared he too wanted to cook fresh meals for the children. The older monk, surprised and a little embarrassed by the confession, simply thanked him for the unexpected support. Monk then continued, noting there was still a massive amount of work to do in the fields, and they'd have to shake off these persistent monsters if they ever hoped to eat peacefully with the children. The older monk agreed, acknowledging that the little ones must be absolutely starving. The grotesque, chilling sounds of the infected grew relentlessly closer. Just as the van finally reached the camp, Monk yelled that the gate was alarmingly open and urged the driver to slow. He spun around, yanked the curtain aside, and peered inside. He asked the terrified children if they could truly run, because once they stopped, they'd all have to bolt as fast as their legs could carry them. The kids were terrified. The women nearby could only manage a helpless sigh. completely speechless. But Monk was absolutely determined. This time, he would save every single one of them. Even though the monsters seemed clumsy, they were terrifyingly fast. When the van finally screeched to a halt, the passengers immediately leaped out, running for their lives, with the infected horde hot on their heels. Monk, carrying 2 small children, suddenly heard someone screaming just behind him. He whipped his head around. One of the grotesque monsters was practically on top of them. The creature stretched out its long arms, breathing heavily, ominously. Without a moment's hesitation, Monk gently put the kids down, telling them to run and never look back. Then, he turned to directly face the monstrous threat, grabbed his staff, and with one devastating, clean strike, he absolutely smashed the creature's head. Its jaw flew off with a sickening, dry crack. With impressive, unstoppable speed, Monk charged directly into the zombie horde, absolutely forcing his way through the monstrous crush. After clearing the first horrifying wave, he paused for a brief moment. Ahead, even more infected were already closing in. Relentless, he grimly thought there were far too many monsters already present, and there were still 6 agonizing minutes left until the dragon's devastating attack. Then, something truly caught his attention. His brilliant, shimmering fireflies began to mysteriously appear all around Monk, dramatically lighting up the scene where he stood, encircled by the terrifying zombie horde. In the very next instant, colossal tornado columns inexplicably formed, violently sucking the monsters up into the sky. Everyone watched in absolute shock as the infected spun wildly through the air, like mere leaves in a storm. Monk stood frozen, completely surrounded by that mesmerizing, magical glow. And then, a powerful, enigmatic figure appeared directly behind him. Atop a distant building, perfectly silhouetted, stood the protagonist, watching it all unfold from above, hands casually tucked into his pockets. With the vast blue sky stretching serenely behind him, he calmly remarked, "Now, that's an ability I could really use." The fugitives and the bald man snapped their heads around at his voice, instantly recognizing the young man even from a distance. Seeing him, Monk excitedly cried out, "It's my benefactor!" But the protagonist coolly warned him to back off before the tornado swept him away too. As he powered up his ability once more, the monsters spun even more frantically within the roaring whirlwind, and the dazzling fireflies pulsed with intensified brilliance. The entire scene resembled a living tapestry, exquisitely embroidered with countless shimmering jewels. The protagonist's eyes sparkling, he declared, "I like this." Meanwhile, the military vehicles desperately struggled to hold back the monstrous horde with relentless bursts of gunfire. The sergeant, visibly frayed, bellowed into his radio, frantically demanding connection to the military network. He was practically begging for immediate reinforcements. They were being swarmed by a relentless tide of zombies. Just then, a sudden hail of stones pelted the convoy, and dozens of infected swarmed the tank. The horrifying monsters clawed desperately, attempting to tear open the cabin, as the sergeant roared for everyone to hold on for dear life. The stones kept raining down, and the infected, even after being knocked off the tank, relentlessly struggled to clamber back up. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently over a cobblestone, violently tipping onto its side. The vehicles behind witnessed the horrifying accident and immediately ordered a turnaround maneuver. Meanwhile, Choi, oblivious to the escalating chaos, sat in her car when she noticed her sword begin to pulse with an eerie glow. Over the radio, a frantic voice reported, "The first vehicle has flipped." The car screeched to a halt, and the soldiers inside, utterly confused, demanded, "What's happening?" One, trembling, muttered, "Captain, we're totally screwed." Zombies began swarming the car, only to be mowed down like bowling pins. Choi coolly pressed a button, retracting the window blind, and that's when she saw it, menacing red eyes glaring back at her from the other side of the glass. Infected were piled high, swarming all over the vehicle's roof. Choi sharply ordered, "Unlock the door immediately," while a soldier nervously grumbled, "I should have known this would happen after those nightmares last night." The driver tore his gaze away from the zombie-covered window and declared, "Opening the back door." The door creaked open slowly, and the guttural roars of the monsters instantly filled the air. Choi bellowed, "Everyone, get back!" The infected's decaying hands began pushing the door wide open. The soldiers, utterly terrified, wondered how they were ever going to get through this. Choi then commanded, "Everyone, head straight for car 7, and to obliterate anything in her path." A blazing yellow fireball ignited in her hand. She roared for everyone to spread out, then unleashed a scorching, flaming column that incinerated every zombie unfortunate enough to be in its path. The soldiers were absolutely stunned, utterly captivated by the girl's incredible powers. and someone quickly remarked, "The path is clear now." She urgently told everyone to get moving, fast, because more monsters were already on their way. She then informed the driver that he was coming with them too. That car, however, was definitely staying behind. Suddenly, one of the grotesque zombies lunged from the vehicle's roof, attempting to attack her. But Choi, quick as ever, instantly drew her sword, and in a single, fluid motion, expertly sliced the creature clean in half. The monsters began to relentlessly surround her on all sides, and she let out a frustrated curse under her breath. Annoyed, she spun her sword in a perfect, dazzling arc, scattering the infected like mere leaves caught in a furious wind. Then she yelled, "Clear a path!" Meanwhile, the sergeant in the first car was still desperately trying to hold off the relentless attacks, with fierce gunfire. He then ordered his soldiers to immediately form a perimeter around their embattled vehicle. One of the soldiers cautiously approached to check on the survivors. In the second car, peering inside with apprehension, he grimly reported that both the driver and the front passenger were dead. But the relentless infected simply refused to give up, pressing their attack. The soldiers desperately struggled to open the jammed car door, but without success, until one of them finally shouted, "We need a blowtorch." They quickly identified themselves, saying, "We're from Group 7, and then announced they were opening the door, yelling for everyone to stand back. The others immediately formed a makeshift human shield, desperately trying to protect the helpless survivors inside. But there were simply too few of them, and the ravenous infected quickly shattered their defense and charged forward. The remaining soldiers desperately shouted to the captain, "We're being crushed, we can't hold on much longer." But the captain, incredibly, remained steadfastly calm. He declared, "This is no time to panic, we just need to hold out for a little while longer." One of the soldiers, utilizing his unique clairvoyance ability, looked ahead into the distance and dramatically announced, 40 meters left." As if on cue, more and more zombies surged forward, surrounding the soldiers, who fired non-stop into the relentless horde. The sergeant swiftly drew a dagger and shouted a fierce command, "Soldiers, prepare for close combat." That's when brilliant flashes of electric blue lightning began to glow menacingly behind the monstrous horde. The lightning savagely sliced through the infected, as if they were made of mere paper, scattering body parts everywhere. The destructive phenomenon rapidly intensified, until it utterly consumed the entire, massive horde. Shocked beyond belief, the soldiers bewilderedly asked each other, "What is happening?" Until one of them suddenly pointed an awestruck finger to the sky above. Up there, figures were dramatically leaping down from colossal, giant drones, emblazoned with the distinctive 707 symbol. The captain smiled in relief. Those bastards showed up just in time. One of the special unit soldiers landed on top of a car, surprising the troops on the ground. Meanwhile, Choi kept fighting the infected, cutting them to pieces. Unaware that reinforcements had arrived, she spun to attack again, but her sword was intercepted by another soldier approaching from behind. Looking at his face, Choi thought, "Is that Jin Woo's son?" The soldier who had landed on the car said he'd handle the rest, and started preparing a device on his back. Jin Woo's son then put his hand on the girl's head, pulling her close, and said loudly, "Shield." At that moment, another soldier on top of the car fired several red spheres from his weapon. The balls flew toward the horde of infected, but didn't explode immediately. They just kept moving forward as if they were carrying something. Suddenly, the soldier shouted, "Fire!" The spheres began to explode, one by one, the monsters apart with destructive force. Rocks, trees, and bodies flew everywhere. In the center of the blast were Choi and Jin Woo's son. Soon the place that had once been filled with monsters turned into a sea of flames and destruction. Drones and helicopters flew over the area, trying to communicate with the surviving soldiers on the ground. They requested a report on the number of dead and injured. But suddenly one of the pilots warned over the radio. Something unknown was approaching at high speed. Meanwhile, the infected, that had been thrown into the air by the previous tornado, started to fall from the sky. The protagonist smiled at Monk, who stared back seriously, both surrounded by the soft glow of fireflies. The zombies' bodies rained down around Monk like a grotesque storm. The orphans watched in awe and wonder. When they saw there were no more monsters nearby, they ran toward Monk, shouting joyfully that the monsters were gone. Our protagonist smiled, and said, "That was fun. Now, it was time to go home." Monk turned to him, calling him his benefactor, and asked how he had found them at that moment. The other monks and children also noticed the protagonist, and asked who he was with a satisfied smile. Monk began to say that everyone should welcome him, but he couldn't finish the sentence. One of the surviving infected grabbed his leg, and sank its teeth deep into his flesh. Monk looked down in horror, seeing the zombie biting his leg mercilessly. And while that happened, in a neighboring country, In Osaka, Japan, a new portal opened, the road began to collapse. Swallowing whole cars, a gigantic monster emerged from the portal. Spreading panic among civilians, a woman stumbled, when suddenly, the stroller with her baby began to roll away on its own. But just as despair set in, it was stopped right in time, by none other than Okita Hiro. He appeared, swooping in precisely at the portal's heart, a true savior. A wave of relief washed over the crowd, erupting in cheers. "It's Hiro, we're saved!" Around the colossal monster, elite men in sleek black suits materialized, swords gleaming. The horrifying creature reared its head, unleashing a torrent of scorching fireballs. One of the skilled men instantly activated his stealth ability, vanishing from sight. His twin swords became cloaked in menacing black flames, just as a fiery projectile streaked straight for him, detonating in a colossal blast right at his side. The monstrous beast relentlessly launched more flaming projectiles, scorching the earth, devastating everything in its path. But then, in a blink, a legion of identical men in black appeared. They were clones, a brilliant distraction. While the clones bravely engaged and distracted the rampaging monster, Hiro swiftly closed the distance, slicing the behemoth in half with surgical precision. He swung his sword with such effortless grace, it was as if he knew exactly each vital point to strike, delivering a flurry of impossibly swift blows. He systematically tore the monstrous beast apart, watching it crumble to the ground in shattered pieces. Witnessing this breathtaking feat, the people erupted in thunderous cheers. Hiro's name echoed through the streets like a triumphant anthem. "It's Hiro's team. They've saved us once again." As the danger subsided, military vehicles approached the portal. On the evening news, frantic reporters reported that a colossal monster had erupted from the portal, unleashing widespread destruction. But thanks to the swift intervention of Hiro's team, major losses were miraculously averted. Akiko, beaming, praised Hiro. "You truly did an excellent job out there." Curious, he playfully asked, "So, what captivating drama are you engrossed in now?" She replied it was a recap video, all about Times, the Times protagonist. "Of course." Then, she asked if he still remembered Times him asterisk, the druid she'd mentioned previously. With a slight, knowing smile, Hiro inquired, "Again? What trouble has he gotten himself into this time? Did he get stuck somewhere?" Akiko explained. "Oh, he's just returned from an epic dungeon expedition." Hiro watched the video, a flicker of disdain in his eyes, thinking, "This is all so overdramatic. I was there myself. It wasn't that times big of a deal. Why make such a huge spectacle out of it?" But then, something specific in the footage truly caught his attention. He promptly asked the girl, "Could you scroll down a bit more on the screen, please?" The image froze on a striking group photograph, emblazoned with the title, "In-Depth Analysis of Park Guild." Hiro's eyes suddenly widened in shock, and he unmistakably recognized one of the faces staring back at him. The girl asked if he knew anyone in the picture. Hiro was utterly speechless. That boy. He's the eighth evil, there's no doubt about it. He vividly remembered that, right now. The boy should have tragically lost his father and been living in an orphanage. That's precisely why Hiro had placed him last on his list of targets to eliminate. There was still ample time before he would fully transform into the absolute worst villain to ever emerge from Korea. But now, none of it made any sense. That kid was supposed to be a terrifying villain. The eighth evil. What on earth was he doing in that Times photo? Another familiar face in the photo also caught his discerning eye. Yang Jae-sik. He was introduced as the new, formidable member of the Suho Guild, and Hiro remembered him very well indeed, the infamous infernal swordsman. He even recognized Monk, whom he himself had once, the very man they once hailed as the immortal destroyer Monk. Hiro simply couldn't grasp how such formidable individuals had all converged into a single guild. The girl then presented him with a collection of shocking videos, explaining she had painstakingly compiled every single clip so he could witness the undeniable truth with his own eyes. Akiko then mused that in her view, either no one was truly in control of that guild, or it was a conspiracy far, far greater than they could imagine. In one video, Park effortlessly decimated a monstrous horde. Following that, a vivid recording captured the epic clash between Hiro and the fearsome Lizard King, culminating in him hurling the beast against a towering mountain. Hiro watched, utterly stunned. The girl then pointed out, "Don't you think he's drastically too powerful for someone from an F-rank dungeon?" "Rank dungeon?" He wholeheartedly agreed. That was unequivocally not the power level of a warrior from such a low-tier dungeon. Akiko suggested he might be an irregular, just like Hiro himself. The Japanese man's mind raced. What if Park had awakened, too, but simply hadn't been officially registered in the database? Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Park was also a regressor, just like him. What if he had journeyed back to the past, to systematically gather all the world's villains into a single, terrifying guild? But why? The answer struck him with the force of a physical blow. Park, just like Hiro, desired to fundamentally alter the future. If that were true, then the meticulously crafted, perfect plan Hiro had built to reshape the past could now be catastrophically at risk. Akiko, sensing his tension, gently asked if he was okay. He inhaled deeply, visibly unsettled by the sudden revelation. He declared he had to go there immediately, even after the apocalypse. She was, taken aback by his sudden, intense comment, demanding to know what was happening. Without a moment's hesitation, Hiro firmly replied that he absolutely needed to return to his own country. He had to speak with Park, face to face. But Akiko responded, her tone grave, that it was utterly impossible at this very moment. Hiro, shocked, demanded to know why. Meanwhile, back in our protagonist's land, outside, the colossal tree near Park's guild, the ecosystem had flourished so dramatically that deer and even towering elephants began to majestically appear in the lush, surrounding forest. Refugees, drawn by the bounty, had established bustling camps nearby, including the very orphans taken under the monk's wing. Everyone was utterly amazed. Elephants, they were really there. Fruits and vegetables flourished in unbelievable abundance, and the children spotted vibrant apples growing, wide-eyed, asking if they could truly eat them. The monk, ever resourceful, gave orders to construct a serene lake, and the children squealed with unbridled joy, instantly running around, eagerly pointing at every wonder they saw. Meanwhile, near the portal, the high-tech Reborns department meticulously established its sprawling base module. One of the soldiers reported that an alarming 37 squads, each comprised of 20 elite individuals, had endured the dungeon for 28 grueling hours, yet Park's guild had effortlessly cleared everything in a mere 2.5 hours. Another guy muttered that the guild's 8th full raid had barely lasted. A shocking 11 minutes. Miso, absolutely furious, frantically calculated that if they maintained this insane pace for 10 hours a day, they'd finish everything in just 4 days. That's when a chilling realization hit her. They had accepted the terms way too quickly. She muttered that it was absolutely urgent to impose a strict limit on their incursions. Meanwhile, Yang proudly brandished his brand new weapon, the infernal blade. One of the boys instantly exclaimed that it suited him absolutely perfectly. Park declared it a welcome gift and asked, "Do you like it?" Yang, absolutely thrilled, gushed, "Yes. My previous sword was already so dull. And Park, you've just given me times 1. Han then chimed in, explaining that the sword would only unleash its full power once its user reached B rank. Until then, it would sadly remain dormant. Yang grinned broadly, promising he'd do his absolute best to reach that rank, thanking him with genuine sincerity. Monk then turned to Park, stating he also had a request of his own. "My staff simply isn't dealing enough damage," he lamented, "and I desire a weapon with a much higher chance of landing critical hits." Zhang, utterly perplexed, whispered to Han, "Is he really times a monk?" And Han, with a perfect dose of irony, shot back, "Did you think he was a nun?" Monk then mused, saying he would absolutely love to buy a winged spear, but at his current level, it was utterly impossible. Park then asked, "You mean that spear that costs a whopping 120 million? The one that automatically catapults its user to A rank?" Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and then the spear materialized in our boy's hands, gleaming, magnificent. It was truly the legendary winged spear. The boys all let out a collective, astonished, "Wow!" Yes, it was that very same one, the legendary winged spear. Park then ceremoniously handed the weapon to Monk, who immediately began spinning it in the air, expertly testing its balance. Monk, loud and crystal clear, thanked him, promising he would repay it with infinite curses, and the very blood of their enemies. "Gang," once again in a hushed voice, asked Han, "just what times of curses were those?" And Han explained that Monk was a specialist in applying unique and utterly sinister debuffs. Park then turned to Han, asking if he, too, needed anything, but Han coolly replied that he'd already received more than enough. He raised the rifle in his hands, declaring he didn't need anything else. At that very moment, someone suddenly asked why there was an elephant roaming freely and casually on Park's property, but not even Park himself knew the answer. Meanwhile, John was thinking how incredibly surreal it was to see an F-rank group strolling so casually through level 4 dungeons. Park then turned to his brother and asked about the medicine. John, looking utterly confused, wanted to know why Han replied that if they didn't take it willingly, he'd personally force them to swallow it himself. Two sinister blades, covered in a captivating blue glow, appeared in Junho's hands, each surrounded by a truly sinister aura. John got thoroughly spooked for a second. Then Junho, bursting with excitement, said, "All right, then, let's dive right into the action." Meanwhile, Hiro still desperately awaited the answer to his burning question. Why couldn't they return to his home country? Returning to their urgent conversation, Akiko explained that all flights had been completely suspended, making it impossible to reach Park in Korea. Hiro hadn't known any of this. He couldn't understand why they were being so heavily blocked. She then showed him the shocking headline on her tablet. There had been a devastating wyvern attack, and a commercial plane had been brutally taken down. Akiko grimly added that the problem wasn't just contained in the air. The seas were blocked too. She quickly showed him another alarming article. A ship had simply vanished without a trace in the ocean. Hiro read it, utterly stunned. In his mind, he desperately asked, why had the wyverns broken through times now? At that very moment, he received an urgent call from the minister. On the other end, the voice was undeniably urgent. The team needed to move out immediately. A level 7 dungeon had opened. Hiro was completely in disbelief. How was that even possible? Akiko was shocked too. According to Hiro's predictions, that dungeon was supposed to appear in times 5 months. Looking at his phone screen, Hiro realized the entire timeline had changed. He furiously compared the records with what was unfolding right now. The wyverns shouldn't be out for another times 3 months, and the army would need another month just to contain them. If they didn't close that level 7 dungeon soon, the world would collapse. He realized it could only times be Park. It was him. He had come back from the future. And if that was true, everyone around him could be exceptional individuals. But one burning question wouldn't leave his mind. There was only one time stone. Did Park come back 20 years ago too? Or did he come from another point in time? Did he know something that Hiro would only discover much later? Hiro knew he couldn't ignore him any longer. He needed to find him as soon as possible. And if Park's goals were different from his own, he'd have to eliminate him for the sake of humanity. He turned to Akiko, his voice firm and resolute. First, we'll go to the level 7 dungeon. She immediately agreed, saying she would keep gathering data on Park. Meanwhile, our protagonist was already inside the dungeon. He asked Monk to gather the monsters. The monk approached a bull, started hitting it, and murmured a prayer. But Han ran up to him and shouted, "Come on, harder, Monk. Hit it like you mean it." The screams and sound of the staff echoed through the forest. Jang, at that moment, felt utterly embarrassed about these guys. Didn't they realize how incredibly weird this looked? Han, sighting down his rifle, warned with a sharp whisper, "They're closing in." The entire team fell utterly silent, eyes fixed on the forest ahead. Han called out, 40 meters. Junho, a smirk playing on his lips, drew his twin blades. Jang gripped his sword tightly as Han announced, 30 meters. And just like that, the enemies burst into view. A monstrous horde of lizardmen, spears glinting, surged forward. Han roared, 125 of them, charging straight for us. Park, with a swift motion, raised his hand, summoning forth ethereal spirits. They soared towards the monstrous tide, and with his other hand, he unleashed a devastating tornado skill. The lizardmen were instantly hurled skyward, spinning in chaotic fury. Through the chaos, Han spotted one escaping the watery vortex and didn't hesitate. "Perfect shot," he cheered, as the creature instantly dropped. 13 points for me, but the triumphant mood shattered. More and more enemies were relentlessly pouring in. Han yelled, "There are too many of them. Way too many." That's when Monk unleashed his Dragon Rupture ability. A massive, shimmering blue dragon materialized, erupting from the ground, lifting yet another wave of monsters high into the sky. But not all of them stayed airborne for long. Bodies began to rain down, and that's precisely when Junho sprang into action. He sprinted directly towards the descending monsters, ready to carve a bloody path through the carnage. Han turned to Jiang and demanded to know, "Why are you standing there like a statue in the middle of this hunt?" And that was precisely it. Jiang had completely frozen, only snapping out of his trance after Han's sharp words. Even more lizardmen materialized, their numbers swelling, glaring at the group with pure, unadulterated hatred, poised to strike. Han fired back with his rifle, yelling, "Justy already." Meanwhile, Junho was a whirlwind, slicing through monsters with his deadly daggers, severing limbs with terrifyingly precise strikes. Suddenly, one monster got dangerously close to Han, aiming a spear directly at his head. But Jiang, with blinding speed, jumped in. He sliced the spear in two, and in one swift, fluid motion, decapitated the enemy. Han, with a grateful grin, thanked him for saving his life. But when he turned, he saw Jiang already dispatching another monster. Right behind him, a second monster charged immediately after, but Jiang stayed utterly focused. With a single, powerful swing, he took out yet another. Han, utterly impressed, thought. Asterisk. This infernal blade is truly something else. Asterisk. And as he gazed at Jiang, he realized. Asterisk. He's on a whole other level. Asterisk. In that very instant, Jiang's mind flashed back to the past, to when he decided to join a major guild, and had that fateful interview at the Sela Guild. Asterisk. No other guild. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. Would ever asterisk. Asterisk. Send an E-rank swordsman into a level 4 dungeon. Asterisk. But now, everything within Park's guild had changed in a flash, as a massive lizard man suddenly materialized before them, growling with primal fury. Jiang's eyes immediately fixated on its face, a chilling mask, marking it as the legendary Lizard Man King. And just then, Junho burst forth from behind with a lightning-fast strike, slashing the monstrous foe and tearing its arm clean off. And Jiang, gathering every ounce of his power into the very tip of his blade, charged forward, a battle cry erupting as he unleashed a brutal flurry of slashes. The monster's colossal body was ripped to shreds. Right there, in front of everyone, the entire group fell into stunned silence as they watched blood slowly drip from the decapitated king's lifeless body. But the most utterly shocked of them all was Yang himself. He could barely believe he had defeated the formidable Lizard Man King with a single, devastating blow. Then, Han, with an overly dramatic sigh, grumbled, was it truly necessary to take him down so incredibly fast? With another sigh, then he lamented, now I'll have to leave all those precious blood crystals behind, again. Jiang initially didn't grasp why he was complaining, but then it clicked. Han offered an awkward smile and apologized, explaining he'd simply gotten a bit carried away in the heat of the moment. Suddenly, a portal flickered into existence right beside them. A disembodied voice boomed, announcing, 5 minutes remaining until closure. Park immediately ordered everyone to evacuate the dungeon, and the group swiftly began making their way toward the portal. Han glanced back, a look of utter frustration on his face, muttering, 400 million won worth of crystals are still back there. Junho simply told him to let it go, assuring him they could return for it later. Han, still feeling ravenous, declared, I'm craving fish cakes, and urged Junho to join him. Lost in their conversation, no one noticed Monk slowly falling behind the group. He was beginning to break out in a cold sweat and develop a noticeable limp, as the bite on his leg started to seriously bother him. Meanwhile, another elite team was meticulously sweeping through the dungeon. At headquarters, a soldier radioed Group 2, requesting a status update. The reply confirmed they had explored 30% of Sector 3, and that if Park had stumbled upon anything truly important, he would have already marked its location. They also reported having already meticulously analyzed all the intricate drawings adorning the caves, and were now advancing to the very next sector. Suddenly, another soldier's voice crackled over the radio. 6 targets moving, 70 meters from base, bearing 4 o'clock. The white-haired commander absorbed the information and immediately gave his order. Deploy 2 soldiers. Neutralize the targets silently and retrieve any crystals. He then contacted base, inquiring about the Lizard Man King's last known location. The operator quickly replied, our recon team tracked the king to Sector 12, sir. The man sighed deeply, set down his coffee mug, and mused aloud. This dungeon exploration is moving far too slowly. When would they finally discover something genuinely valuable? But then, suddenly, a strange sound shattered his thoughts, making him spin around. Just then, another soldier materialized, breathlessly reporting. 8 monstrous lizard men were closing in on the base, just 70 meters out. Yet, the guy remained unfazed. He coolly questioned if the creatures could spot them, then glanced to his side. There, a chilling red light pulsed ominously between the dense bushes. Clutching the remote control firmly in his hand, he declared that if they dared to advance any closer, they'd be utterly annihilated, turned into mere minced meat. Just then, a sickeningly slimy substance splattered onto his face. He slowly looked up, only to see it. The terrifying Lizard Man King. Grinning menacingly, fangs bared in a chilling display, perched right atop the headquarters roof. It glared down, a horrifying specter above the soldiers, as simultaneously, the separate team was still fiercely defeating more lizardmen, expertly extracting precious blood crystals from their forms. Suddenly, a distant roar echoed, making them whip their heads around. They frantically radioed, demanding to know what happened. The response was immediate. The base has been attacked. They needed to launch their defense, now. But it was already too late. A massive explosion rocked the headquarters. The captain cursed fiercely, then sprinted straight toward the blast. His loyal soldiers followed, right on his heels. More lizardmen charged, but the captain simply spun his mighty axe, firmly ready for battle. He sliced through the monsters with astonishing ease, carving a bloody path straight to the demolished base. He roared for everyone to run. To hurry. There was still a sliver of time, but they absolutely had to move fast. Helicopters and drones from the Elite 77A unit hovered over the landing zone, intently monitoring the unfolding chaos below. A fresh, terrifying wave of infected was surging toward the embattled soldiers. One soldier remarked that the zombies seemed to be retreating, while another desperately yelled that the wounded needed immediate helicopter evacuation. Without a second to spare, the troops fiercely fought to prevent any infected from escaping their grasp, unleashing a barrage of fire on anything that dared to move. Jin Woo-sun informed Choi that they had actually received an SOS signal during their aerial mission, and had arrived just in the nick of time. Choi replied, confirming they were about to rendezvous with the SDS group. The young man then explained that the CDC was now in full-scale operation, and they had to operate simultaneously in 5 different Level 2 dungeons. Suddenly, everyone looked up in horror as a massive fireball hurtled straight for their helicopter. The impact was utterly devastating. The aircraft exploded violently mid-air, its fiery debris scattering everywhere, leaving the soldiers below completely shell-shocked. Just then, a colossal creature burst forth from the dense trees, unleashing devastating fireballs in every direction, right inside the base. Inside the base, in front of a now darkened screen, a soldier grimly reported to Miso that that was indeed the very last recording, snatched by one of the soldiers, equipped to transmit data instantly. Miso pressed. Had they learned anything at all? Knew from it. But the answer was utterly disheartening. Not yet. They'd only have more information. Once the site was fully cleared, losing her patience, she demanded to know why the groups had suddenly changed routes and ended up times right here, asterisk? The soldier stammered, explaining that the instructors thought it was a mistake, but Miso exploded with rage, shouting, who, after all, had authorized entry into the zombie red zone? She swore that if that idiot somehow came back alive, she'd deal with him herself. She desperately tried to make a call, but all she heard was a recording, saying the device was turned off. She let out a heavy sigh, asking herself, what was wrong with Choi? And why did this always happen with times her asterisk? Meanwhile, the phone she was trying to reach lay destroyed, lying in a pool of blood. Back at the dungeon base, utter chaos reigned. Equipment shattered, everything covered in blood. A soldier, missing an arm, staggered out of the makeshift HQ, trying to stifle his screams. Behind him, the Lizardman King charged forward like a hurricane. The monster easily caught up with the soldier and knocked him down with one paw. But the young man seemed ready for this moment. With a dark smile, he pressed a red button on the remote. Control. The Lizardman King turned, realizing the danger, but it was too late. His entire body ignited and disintegrated in front of everyone. At that moment, the captain, the one with hair like Kakashi, and his team arrived at the ravaged HQ and were stunned to see the king's head lying on the ground. One of the soldiers reported that a portal had appeared 120 meters away, with only 10 minutes left before it closed. The captain, irritated, muttered, this was all a disgrace. Meanwhile, at the defense HQ in the capital, Misa was driving when she got a call, answering through her headset. On the other end, a soldier informed her. The first group had returned, but 2 were times dead asterisk, and 2 more were critically injured. Miso was utterly shocked by the number of casualties. How could something like this happen in a level 4 dungeon? The sergeant explained they had been forced to split into 2 groups, one for combat, the other for recon. And in just 2 hours, they'd be going back down again. Miso asked them to delay it. She needed to secure reinforcements first. She asked what the other groups were doing. The reply was curt. Everyone was on an incursion. She eagerly asked if they had uncovered anything valuable, but the soldiers stated they were swamped, defending the base. No other pertinent reports had come in yet. He then explained they had fully confirmed the time distortions. Group 1 had endured 48 hours inside the dungeon, yet only 24 hours had elapsed in the real world. Miso pondered, recalling that when she ventured into a dungeon herself, time had accelerated, moving twice as fast within. Park, on the other hand, had vanished for 10 years, meaning he had spent a staggering 20 years inside. She vividly recalled his unwavering words, that one needed to train for 1,000 years to truly become strong. Now, it all clicked into place. If that was genuinely true, he must have trained for a shocking 500 real-world years. How could anyone possibly spend 1,000 years inside a dungeon? she exclaimed aloud. Park's guild is astronomically ahead of us. Even if we boosted our mercenary numbers, we'd still be lagging far behind. We'd need to push beyond our limits to even dream of catching up to that guy. Another soldier then confirmed. Park's team had cleared the dungeon 50 times already, and in a mere 7 hours, they had just reported their departure from the island dungeon. Their next destination was the Awakened Department, to update their warrior records. Miso was utterly aghast. They were leaving? Again? And at that precise moment, Junho, driving the car, had just felt his stats surge. The other guys were sound asleep in the back, their levels having also shot up. Park turned to Jang, asking if he was tired. A little awkwardly, the boy confessed that all of this felt like a dream. Park raised an eyebrow, curious. A dream? What do you mean, Jang? Zhang, clearly embarrassed, explained he had spent the last 14 years merely existing. He had never even set foot in a level dry or level fear dungeon, yet now, in a single day, he'd entered a level 4 dungeon 50 times. The lizardmen he faced there were as formidable as dungeon bosses, from level 1 or level 2 dungeons. For 3 long years, he had been struggling, barely scratching his way to E rank. But with Park's guild, he had rocketed to D rank in mere hours. He stated that if he had joined the Sela guild, he wouldn't have even completed his training on time. Then, blushing deeply, he asked, "This isn't a dream, right? If you want, I'll hit you," Park replied. But Jang laughed, saying he'd rather keep dreaming if that were the case. The car pulled up to the Awakened Department, and Junho immediately yelled for everyone to wake up. Park told the sleepyheads to finish the process quickly, because afterward, they were going to devour lobster. In the energy measurement room, just as it had happened previously, lightning crackled through the air, and within the dazzling sparks, glimpses of mysterious eyes flickered into view. Park, hearing voices through the device, pondered. The stronger he became, the clearer those voices resonated. He recalled Miso's prophetic words, that an English scientist would construct this very device, and that she'd arrange a meeting the moment she could. Park's resolve burned fiercely. He was dead set on traveling to England to meet this man. Han saw the test results and exclaimed, "This number is far beyond C rank. Why did they only grant you that?" But even so, he congratulated him. Park found it quite amusing. Only now were they finally discerning his true level. Apparently, he alone possessed the gift to see others' levels. He approached the staff member, inquiring who had forged their system. Han, taken aback, said it seemed to have existed since the very moment of awakening. The staff member replied that it was less a fact and more an internal legend. They affectionately called it the God Stone. After the Great Cataclysm, this mysterious item was unearthed. It spearheaded the development of advanced spatial engineering. Han mentioned he'd heard whispers of it before. Park, utterly intrigued, asked, "What exactly times this stone?" The staff member then explained. Following the Great Cataclysm, a crimson stone etched with inscriptions materialized in Europe. Since then, every awakened individual across Europe possessed an integrated interface. Survivors fervently believed this stone carried a divine message, with profound commandments inscribed upon its surface. After decoding them, fragments of the stone were carefully disseminated across the globe. Thanks to these fragments, the awakened could finally access their interfaces. A crucial piece of that very stone was directly installed within the department's system processor, and that singular act enabled all awakened interfaces to function. The group was utterly stunned. None of them had any inkling about this revelation. Park then pressed the scientist. What exactly had been deciphered? He replied. The very foundations of the dungeon world, the level system, and the intricate use of spatial energy. All of it was laid bare. Park reflected aloud. So, all of this was truly part of a divine plan? Leaving the building, the boys were still buzzing, discussing what they had just heard. Park mused. How could anyone even find God? Han replied. Probably. Only after you die. In his mind, Park then wondered, what if it were possible to forge an artificial awakened by injecting atomic energy during a raid? But Han quickly shot that idea down, asserting, "That's pure fiction. Awakening requires extremely special conditions." Park smoothly changed the subject, congratulating everyone on their new levels. Zhang was still repeating that it all felt like a surreal dream. And Park, laughing heartily, asked, "Just how many more times are you going to say that?" Junho then dropped a bomb. His level was reset, and everyone was completely floored when he clarified his level had actually shot up. Park then playfully asked, "Remember that infamous orc dungeon?" Junho quickly shot back, "You seriously want to drag us back into that nightmare again?" A confident smile spread across Park's face as he declared that now, with his new level, He was powerful enough to tame even more times formidable wolves. It was time to expand their burgeoning family, Han eagerly asked. So, what's the plan? Park's answer was clear. Go on raids with Yang. He needs to rack up those experience points and boost our team's synergy. A grateful Yang immediately dubbed Park captain, and Junho enthusiastically chimed in. Yeah, raiding with Park is always a blast. An ecstatic Han then pointed out that with Park's new level, their government benefits were bound to skyrocket too. But Junho shot back with a scoff. And for what, exactly? We've already made an absolute fortune inside that dungeon. Han paused, thought for a moment, and then begrudgingly agreed. True, we're totally loaded now. Monk, ever the serious one, then stated that by his precise calculations, the group had just raked in a whopping 5 billion. Han excitedly added that they'd also snagged a ton of rare blood crystals. Junho then turned to Yang, a slight frown on his face. Oh, I forgot to mention something important. The guild takes a full half of everything we earn. The rest? We split it among the raid participants. Yang was utterly speechless when he saw that an incredible 500 million had just been transferred directly to his account. He even stammered, clearly embarrassed, that he hadn't really done anything to deserve such a massive payout. Han simply waved it off, explaining that Park was just an incredibly generous person. Yet, even with that, Yang found it hard to accept such lavish terms. Suddenly, our boy roared at the top of his lungs, "I'm starving," and immediately declared they were all going to eat lobster. At that exact moment, Han clutched his head with both hands, his face paling, and let out a piercing scream that he'd forgotten something incredibly important. The others spun around, startled, and asking frantically what was wrong. Tears began streaming down Han's face as he dramatically declared he'd likely be dead very, very soon. The rest of the guys just exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stumped as to why anyone would want to kill him. Soon after, the group arrived at a bustling restaurant. The place was growing busier by the minute, and in the distance, a mysterious portal glowed with an ominous light. The boys then huddled around Han's laptop, and Yang's eyes practically popped out of his head at the astronomical sum displayed. Junho, utterly incredulous, began reading out loud the names of the transfer senders, with a trembling, tearful voice. Han finally admitted the money likely came from the Yakuza. Junho, bewildered, demanded, "What does the Yakuza have to do with a hunter who just got back from a dungeon raid?" Han then explained that, judging by the messages, they were intensely interested in Park's unique ability to cultivate plants. Now that a massive cultivable area had been utterly destroyed, most of the world's food supply was dependent on planet Aruka. Park's ability, however, could single-handedly solve any country's looming supply problem. Han then added, with a rather forced and nervous smile, that as long as they remained firmly by Park's side, they'd be safe from any global crisis. Could ever be truly terrifying. Our protagonist pressed. "Why do you think they'll kill you?" Han explained. That the money was only the beginning. They desperately wanted to talk, and if he didn't show up in 2 days, he'd be a dead man. Park, utterly serious, declared he'd already made it clear he wouldn't go to them. Han chimed in, saying they just kept insisting. He then reminded everyone how, one day, completely drunk, he'd sent a message mocking Park for not having money to meet them. Jang was utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Park, as calm as ever, asked, "What exactly do they want from me?" Han pleaded. "Please, record a video for them, or they'll do something terrible to me." Our boy agreed on the spot. Han practically leaped up, bowing deeply, and thanking him with teary eyes. He promised to use all the money for the guild's benefit, still emotional. He even suggested changing the channel name to Park's Guild. Park, clearly impatient, urged them to finish quickly so they could go eat lobster. The others eagerly agreed. They were absolutely starving. Han quickly set up the camera and began recording. He greeted the sponsors, introduced himself, and then pulled Park forward, announcing he was the man everyone had been waiting for. He declared he'd leave the rest of the message to him, and stepped out of frame. Park stared at the camera, and, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "I'm not going anywhere." Then, he turned his back and added, "That's it, now, let's go eat lobster." John froze. "That's it?" he asked, utterly incredulous. The others couldn't quite grasp what the problem was either. John commented that Park certainly got straight to the point, and Monk added that he was starving, urging the group to hurry. At that very moment, Han received a message and read it out loud. If Park doesn't want to come to them, then they'll come to him. They want to know if he's okay with that. Everyone immediately turned, stunned by this bold proposal. Han explained they were willing to come right there for a serious talk with Park. Our hero replied, utterly indifferently, "Tell them it's perfectly fine by me." And as he walked away, he added, "Who's going to stop them if they decide to come? When they finally arrived at the cafe, Junho asked which country those mysterious messages originated from. Han answered it seemed to be the same place where Hiro had last gone. The group didn't even notice that a lone man, sitting at the next table over, was watching everything with intense care. Night began to fall over the city, as cars sped down the avenues. Inside, one of them, a young man was talking on the phone with his superior, assuring him he was already on his way. When he hung up, he frowned, visibly angry. He muttered that the old man was absolutely driving him crazy. Then, he turned to the driver. "I'm exhausted. Tonight, we're hitting the club." The phone shrieked to life again, and he snatched it up. Annoyed, he recognized the voice of a man calling directly from a cafe. He informed the director that Park had been located. The director, surprised, immediately demanded, "Where is he?" The answer? After dinner with his guild, he's heading straight for a dungeon. The director pressed for details. "Which dungeon?" The man replied, "It seems to be the very one where an incident just recently occurred." A sly smile crept onto the director's face. He then barked an order to his subordinate, "Keep him there." Meanwhile, inside the opulent DGB building, a man casually lounged in an armchair. He picked up his phone, asking the director, "How can I assist you?" The director's voice crackled back. "It appears we have a member of the sensational vitamin group, Song Yi. In her last interview, she openly declared her affection for Park." The man in the armchair confirmed, "Yes, that's absolutely correct. She really did say that," the director mused. "We'll soon be dropping a new song this time around," he added. "And I'm considering using this time's very scandal as the perfect basis for an advertising campaign." The man, a deep frown creasing his brow, simply couldn't comprehend what twisted scheme his boss was cooking up. The director then spun to his driver, barking, "Turn this car around. I need to pick up a very important client." The car swerved sharply, tires squealing, and sped off in a new direction. Meanwhile, the man in the car received another urgent call. This time from the chairman. He answered, a practiced politeness in his voice as he greeted the chairman. On the other end, the old man was already bellowing, furious, calling him a bastard and demanding, "Why haven't you arrived yet?" The man calmly replied that he was dedicating his full efforts to DGB, then coolly asked, "Why all the incessant swearing?" The furious old man screamed again, accusing him of conspiring against him times once more asterisk. He commanded him to come see him immediately, threatening, "If you go anywhere else, you won't leave alive." The director tried to placate him, reasoning that, after all, he was his own son, and also the esteemed vice president of DGB Corporation. He then vowed, "This time, I'll actually do something truly useful for the company." But the chairman, utterly confused, demanded, "What are you even talking about?" With a sly smile, his son replied that he intended to recruit our protagonist. The old man absolutely exploded again, roaring, "Do you think things are times simple?" He then revealed, "I've already dispatched a manager to handle it." Utterly fed up with the incessant yelling, the son slammed the phone down on his father, furious at the glaring lack of trust. Staring intently at his phone screen, he muttered darkly, "How can someone be treated this way, by their own family?" Right then, his phone buzzed again. It was Song Yi, affectionately calling him brother. A warm smile touched his lips when he heard her voice. He asked, "How are you?" The girl excitedly wanted to know if it was true that he planned to introduce her to none other than Park Suho. He instantly confirmed it. He called, saying he was on his way to scoop her up, so she'd better be ready. The moment the call ended, a storm brewed. He furiously replayed every word of his father's infuriating lecture. He seethed. How dare that old fox of a manager meddle with my master plan? He believed the young bloods should be the only ones pulling the strings, not even the formidable Mr. Park. Suho himself could resist the Vita Group idol's captivating charm. If this plan played out, he'd never have to bow to his father again. Absolute power would finally be his for the taking. Meanwhile, deep within a dark, desolate dungeon, towering structures lay consumed by creeping vegetation. An ominous, rhythmic buzzing reverberated through the entire area. The source? A helicopter, its blades churning the air directly above them, and it was being watched by monstrous eyes peeking through shattered windows. Suddenly, glowing spheres began to rain down from the sky. They scattered through the air, each sphere pulsing with an infrared glow. On the helicopter screen, a detailed image flickered into view. "Goblins," the pilot reported, his voice tense. "They're everywhere It's like finding a needle in a monstrous haystack." He couldn't help but wonder why such highly trained soldiers, equipped with the absolute best gear, were sent for one single guy Then, abruptly, a sudden shift in the ultraviolet spectrum. The distinct image of a person popped up. "There!" the pilot roared. "Turn left, now!" he barked, urgency in his voice. The glowing sphere immediately redirected its crimson beam to a man, crouched in a dark corner, a massive, jagged scar marring his face. Annoyed at being discovered, he grumbled. "First, they used me, and now they're coming for me again?" From the chopper, the soldiers shouted down. "Stay put! We're here to rescue you!" The pilot, aghast, cursed under his breath. He's completely surrounded by goblins, and at that time's exact asterisk, horrifying moment, a hideous goblin face lunged directly into the scarred man's view. The soldier screamed, "Faster! We need to reach him, now!" The man whipped out his pistol and started firing frantically. He blasted the nearest goblins and took off, sprinting for his life. But the relentless creatures weren't about to let their prey escape. They swarmed behind him, nearly snatching him from the helicopter's view. The chopper swooped lower, closing in on the desperate chase. The man pushed himself, running as if the devil himself was on his heels. A goblin lunged, its axe blade whistling inches from his head. He spun, firing again, dropping even more of the monstrosities. Scrambling, he bolted up a crumbling staircase. He fired wildly to keep them at bay. But fate, it seemed, wasn't on his side. He tripped, tumbling hard to the ground, his pistol skittering far out of reach. There was no time, not even a second, to scramble back to his feet. The leading goblin caught him, its monstrous jaws gaping wide, ready to rip him apart. But then, at the absolute time's last second, the goblin's head detonated in a spray of gore, a perfectly placed shot. A sharp, echoing crack, like shattering glass, pierced the air. A squad of soldiers suddenly shattered through the building's windows. The man immediately recognized them. It was the old DGB team. Realizing he had nowhere left to run, he let out a desperate curse. And then, he tragically died of natural causes. Meanwhile, a sleek black car tore through the city streets, its dashboard aglow. An urgent image of Group X blazed into view. The man answered the call, hearing the voice on the other end confirm, "It's Group X." They reported the target had been successfully captured. The man praised their swift work and ordered them to the warehouse. Elsewhere, the director was fuming, scolding the manager fiercely, demanding to know precisely what he had done wrong. The manager, clearly irritated, explained he'd only asked the manager to hold Park until his own arrival. The manager then recalled Park confidently walking toward the portal, quietly declaring he'd go in alone. He had called out, but Park merely glanced over his shoulder, pulled out a business card from the DGB company, and utterly ignored him. Park stepped into the portal and vanished, like a fleeting blur. The manager, his voice thick with guilt, explained that our protagonist disappeared in the blink of an eye, without even hearing him out. The director, turning away, declared he wanted no excuses. The manager could only apologize once more. When asked how long it had taken last time, the manager replied that in pairs, it had taken 4 grueling days. The man made a grimace. Alone, it would take at least 8 days. The director, utterly shocked, couldn't believe Park had actually entered that dungeon, alone, and a level 5-1, no less. At that very moment, a car window smoothly rolled down, and a girl asked eagerly when she'd get to see Park. Without even turning around, the director, eyes still closed, called her Spark, and stated our protagonist was already deep inside the dungeon, standing atop a gruesome mountain of slain goblins. Inside, Park calmly analyzed his abilities. He already had all his druid points, but still craved more experience. That's when he sensed something stirring beneath the pile of corpses. With a curious smile, he wondered if someone was still alive, and activated his tracking skill. Right in the middle of the pile, a heavily wounded goblin surprisingly appeared. Somehow, it was still clinging to life. Without a moment to waste, Park lunged forward with his axe. The goblin didn't even have time to react. The strike was brutally strong, shredding not only the creature itself, but also the surrounding bodies. Park pulled out a blood-soaked stone, and seeing the notifications, celebrated. 23 experience points. It was exactly what he needed. The stone vanished from his hand, automatically transferred to the guild's point bank. With that, he finally amassed enough points. The system then presented an offer: unlock a new hunting area for 5,000 points. Park instantly accepted. The map unfurled, and he selected Park's land as his destination. A clear message confirmed. His new hunting ground was officially activated. Next, he pulled up the detailed info on his tamed creatures. The limit was 100, and he currently had 24, including a hybrid, which sparked his curiosity. Park swiftly deduced the hybrid could be none other than Baku. Suddenly, a menacing new group of orcs began to approach. The interface flashed, suggesting he set a summon command. The orcs charged forward, weapons poised, eager for a kill. But Park seemed utterly unfazed, almost oblivious to their menacing presence. He was merely contemplating the perfect words to summon his beasts. He confidently extended his hand towards the advancing orcs. A vibrant bluish glow ignited, as he powerfully declared, "Summon beasts." Lightning crackled and brilliant lights illuminated the entire field. Yet, despite this spectacular display, the orcs relentlessly advanced, grinning wildly, their sharp, savage teeth glinting. From deep within the dazzling blue light, a wolf's menacing jaw emerged, revealing fangs that were absolutely ready for battle. One by one, the mighty wolves burst onto the field, a truly satisfied smile spreading across Park's face. The entire pack lunged at the orcs, while a peaceful dove soared overhead, silently observing the fierce battle unfolding below. Soon after, Park himself plunged into the fray, a dagger in hand, and a wide grin. He cheerfully declared that today was perfect to fill all 100 slots. Meanwhile, back at a thumping club, music blasted as young people danced, with wild excitement, but the director grumbled the vibe was a bit dull, and impatiently demanded more pretty girls be brought in. Just then, his phone vibrated loudly. It was the manager again. He answered with a reluctant sigh, but his eyes immediately widened when he heard Park had times returned. From the dungeon, he instantly thought the manager must be drunk. How could anyone return from a dungeon in just 2 hours, he scoffed. His surprise only intensified further, when he learned that Park had actually gone times back and times again. The manager explained that, according to a reliable vendor, this was now the second time such a feat had occurred, and apparently, Park was clearing level 5 dungeons in mere 2-hour bursts. The director found that utterly impossible to believe, and declared the manager must surely be hallucinating. Meanwhile, Song Yi, engrossed in her tablet, jumped in surprise as her name was suddenly called out. Back in the dungeon, Park continued to revel in the chaos, happily turning orcs into minced meat. But as he spun around, he spotted a deadly rain of arrows hurtling straight towards his wolves. Without a moment's hesitation, he gave the retreat command, and one by one, the wolves leaped into glowing blue portals that shimmered open on the battlefield. A furious rain of arrows then descended upon the very orcs, who desperately tried to shield themselves, screaming in agony. Meanwhile, our protagonist effortlessly propelled himself upward, and just like that, 2 magnificent white wings burst forth from his back. The orcs shrieked in their guttural tongue, as Park soared directly towards the enemy archer squad. He circled gracefully above the scrambling orcs, and, with a swift descent, unleashed his devastating tornado skill. Shimmering, powerful whirlwinds instantly materialized, snatching the monsters off the ground and violently tossing them. Suddenly, something massive in the sky snagged his attention. He glanced over to witness a colossal creature plummeting from the heavens. Park immediately sprinted towards the impact zone, even as the tornado continued to decimate the other enemies. He arrived just as the Orc King slammed down, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared it was time for the Grey Wolves to join the epic battle. In an instant, he summoned one of his loyal wolves. Then, our hero himself transformed into a colossal white wolf, absolutely battle-ready. The Orc King grunted something incomprehensible in its language, but Park, now in his magnificent wolf form, retorted, "I don't understand a single word you're yapping," and with that, he slammed a massive punch straight into the monster's face. The Orc King was sent hurtling backward. Immediately after, Park reactivated his tornado skill, and a colossal blast of wind completely engulfed the monster. Still in wolf form, our hero launched himself into the air, chasing the Orc King mid-flight. With a breathtaking spinning strike, he landed a direct hit on the Orc King, sending the creature plummeting downwards at insane speed, creating a massive crater upon impact. Park landed triumphantly on top of him, delivering the ultimate finishing blow. A triumphant notification popped up. He had leveled up and gained a whopping 238 experience points. A new portal shimmered into existence 500 meters away, set to close in just 15 minutes. Without a second to lose, Park sprinted, leaving the orcs to slowly recover from the devastating windstorm. He dashed through a wolf pack, instantly activating his tame ability. The orcs, now fully aware, were hot on his heels, but Park, with his newly tamed wolves, was already charging straight for the portal. One by one, the loyal wolves leaped into smaller portals he summoned for them. Back in human form, he stepped through the main portal, pondering how the side effects of this transformation felt vastly different from his previous hybrid form. Opening his menu, he saw he had successfully tamed 88 wolves. He mused that with just one more exhilarating run, he could fill all 100 slots, and even further boost his hunting level. Just then, a girl in a stylish cap materialized before him. It was Song Yi. She asked if he was Park, and he, clearly surprised, asked what she wanted. Nearby onlookers immediately recognized Song Yi and began buzzing with whispers. Are they together? Whispers of a blooming romance spread like wildfire while her manager frantically called the director, exclaiming they had finally met. The director, absolutely thrilled, was ecstatic. So, does this mean we're finally going to bag Park? The manager confirmed, Song Yi's making some serious headway. He's totally falling for her moves. The director just snickered. Because, let's face it, Park is just a man in the end. Song Yi gripped our protagonist's arm, and the manager practically vibrated with excitement. He declared, They're off to a cafe. The director replied, I wouldn't expect anything less from her. Then he commanded, Keep a sharp eye on things. Inside the car, he barked, Driver, step on it. Meanwhile, Park was looking uncharacteristically busy. The director finally arrived at the spot, utterly bewildered. He stammered, Where is he? As Song Yi sat sobbing uncontrollably at a table, she choked out that she'd come there with him. Park had just casually mentioned wanting a drink and then vanished. The director bellowed, absolutely incredulous, demanding to know, how is that even possible? As Song Yi's sobs only grew louder. Suddenly, Song Yi shrieked that Park rejected her for being weak, claiming he didn't like people like that. But the director, completely baffled, actually misunderstood, asking if she was on illegal substances. Furious, she shot up, slammed her hands on the table, and roared, Of course not. Then she whirled around and stormed straight out. As she vanished, she swore she'd become a hunter too. The director, utterly clueless, turned to the manager and asked, What in the world is happening? The manager finally explained that Park wanted a girlfriend who was strong. The director started to spiral, declaring everything was completely falling apart. The manager quickly tried to soothe him, reminding him, There are plenty of strong awakened women in the clan. The director shot back, Who are you even talking about? The manager replied, Well, there's that Class A redhead, super powerful. But the director immediately bristled. Furious, he demanded, Where do you even come up with ideas like that? Then roared, Where is Park Times right now? The manager stated. He's already gone back into the portal. Desperate, the director clutched his head, groaning, that nothing, absolutely nothing, ever went as planned. But suddenly, the manager pointed dramatically behind him. Park had already emerged from the portal. Our hero stood calmly, checking something. On the mysterious interface only he could perceive, a faint, knowing smile gracing his lips. Park then gazed out at the horizon, as the director, utterly stunned, muttered, I can't believe it. It's only been mere minutes. Then, he bolted straight towards Park, absolutely determined that this time, he wouldn't let him slip away. The man sprinted with all his might, bellowing Park's name. When he finally managed to catch up, our hero, cutting straight to the chase, asked, What do you want? The director gasped, I need to talk. He swiftly reached into the inside pocket of his suit jacket, poised to introduce himself formally, but Park utterly dismissed him. He simply strode through the portal without uttering a single word. The director, completely flummoxed, asked if he'd truly just been ignored so brazenly. The manager confirmed with a hesitant, Apparently, yes. Furious, the director immediately started cursing Park's name. He was about to charge after him through the portal, but the manager quickly intercepted him. Still fuming, he demanded, Did I just really witness that? The manager tried to calm him, and just then, someone approached. A sharp voice cut through the palpable tension, declaring, Enough. The director, clearly irritated, demanded to know who dared interrupt them. A man appeared, flanked by stern bodyguards in sleek black suits. Instantly, the director recognized Chief Secretary Cheon. Cheon then declared there were far too many eyes around, suggesting they drop the matter for now. Around them, a small crowd began to whisper. One person murmured, That's the president's son, right? Another person scoffed, He's like that because Park ignored him. Someone else chuckled, I'm curious to see what he'll mess up this time. The director, feeling his image rapidly crumble, thought, Things are truly spiraling out of control. He grumbled, Today just isn't my day. Chan then suggested that he rest and leave the rest to him. Still annoyed, the director stated coldly that this matter was his time's responsibility. But Cheon, praising his effort, said there would be another golden chance to get close to Park. With a sudden glimmer of hope, the director asked if that was true. The secretary confirmed it firmly. Then, a frustrated director said his goodbyes, muttering, I'm tired of this crazy guy. Right after, Cheon immediately called the president, reporting he was waiting at the dungeon entrance. The president asked if his son, Jong-ho, had messed up again. but Chon replied that the most important thing was Park's unparalleled ability to clear dungeons, something that utterly exceeded all expectations. The president, pleased, said that was precisely why they were investing so much money in him. At that exact moment, Park burst forth from the dungeon once again, catching Cheon completely off guard while he was still on the phone. Without even bothering to look around, Park opened his interface and meticulously began analyzing the data. He had finally tamed a whopping 100 creatures, and now, at the second hunting level, the limit had gloriously increased to 200. With everything reviewed, he mapped out his next plan: rest and a hearty meal. Meanwhile, he didn't even notice the people standing directly in front of him. Cheon greeted him, and Park shot back with a sarcastic retort, remarking that he was quite times popular today. The secretary then introduced himself, identifying as a DGB member. Park noted it seemed like that Times Guild was responsible for managing this dungeon. Cheon confirmed it, clarifying he was here to apologize for a certain incident. Park was initially confused, asking what exactly he meant, but then a light bulb went off. They were referring to his recent dive into the level 5 dungeon. Park shot back, "Why are you only apologizing now?" Cheon explained they were preparing something far beyond mere words. They also wanted to express their immense gratitude. Park's very presence had skyrocketed the dungeon's value. Nearby, people whispered, buzzing with curiosity, wondering who that guy talking to Cheon could be. The secretary then announced they had something prepared for him, suggesting they continue their conversation at a nice restaurant. Park, feeling a rumbling in his stomach, immediately agreed, proclaiming he'd absolutely love to eat. Cheon mentioned the cars were ready and waiting. Park, ever the critic, commented on their excellent taste. The secretary asked if he liked them, and our hero simply offered a wry smile. Back at Suho's guild, the night was utterly magical. The main tree had shot up even taller, and fireflies danced gracefully through the air. The group returned home, celebrating their incredible day with good drinks, juicy lobster, and a truly royal feast. Yang remarked that he totally understood Monk's blissful state, but truly felt for Junho, who hadn't even gotten a single sip. Han burst out laughing, suggesting it would be genius to just hire a driver, and everyone immediately agreed. Suddenly, Han's expression darkened, he cursed loudly, and Junho immediately asked what was wrong. He groaned, realizing he was supposed to have set up a meeting with all the people interested in joining the guild, but he completely forgot because of all the food and drinks. Monk mentioned he needed to stop by the construction office the next day, and, a bit worried, suggested they reschedule. But Han, brimming with excitement, declared this would become routine. "We'll do it every day, eat and drink lobster." He opened the chat, revealing it was overflowing with angry, complaining messages. He looked at Junho, asking if he should just handle recruitment himself. Junho replied, "Actually, it's pretty much my job anyway, since he didn't even have a license yet, and was still officially registered in the guild as the doorman." Junho was utterly shocked, and Monk commented that before anything else, he absolutely needed to get his license. Junho replied that the very next day, he could finally start the process. Zhang meanwhile issued a chilling warning: tough times were definitely coming. After all, many more exhilarating raids awaited them. Kel quickly offered his apologies to the guys, but Han confidently declared that Park would surely find a solution. Monk chimed in, adding that their guild leader would know exactly how to tackle this kind of problem. Suddenly, Gun Wu came absolutely barreling to meet the guys, leaping straight into his father's welcoming arms. Meanwhile, Grandma watched from upstairs, her eyes lighting up as everyone arrived. Junho hugged his son with pure joy, and Han was absolutely thrilled to greet the old lady, who was carrying a massive box overflowing with fresh lobsters. Grandma playfully demanded, "Where on earth have you all been this whole time?" They explained they'd been hard at work, then stopped for a quick drink. Oh, and of course, they brought the lobsters as a special gift. Park, with a satisfied, full belly, put his hands on his stomach and declared, "Now that was absolutely amazing." The secretary beamed, happy to see him so utterly satisfied. Our hero then cautiously asked, "And all this, the lavish dishes, the custom-modified SUVs, wasn't it all a bit over the top?" But Chandler answered firmly, "When someone risks their very life, just as Park bravely did, there's simply no such thing as too much. And that wasn't all. There was more. There were still other incredible gifts to come." Meanwhile, in a desolate, isolated area outside the city, muffled screams of terror echoed from inside, stark red containers marked DSS. Someone, their mouth gushing with blood, screamed, begging them to just kill him already. Park, growing a bit suspicious, asked if this elaborate apology was merely an excuse to throw a party. Cheon chuckled, saying he certainly had a great sense of humor. But then, the mood abruptly turned serious. Park directly asked what they truly wanted. Cheon, now equally serious, revealed they desired an official partnership with Park's powerful guild. He then explained that the bustling city was currently divided into 12 sectors, but the mighty DGB company didn't possess a sector of its own. Yet, all because they crucially lacked a proper level 6 combat team. Even with all their immense resources, they simply couldn't manage to form one themselves. Park remarked, that must be a significant blow to their pride. The secretary quickly agreed, especially for the company's esteemed CEO. Our hero was direct, stating clearly that he wasn't interested in representing any existing sector, but Cheon quickly clarified, the proposal wasn't to simply join a sector, but to brilliantly create a 13th sector, together with Park's formidable guild. Cheon went on to explain that today's existing sectors are formed around powerful level 6 guilds, but those guilds are already completely overloaded, and residents live in fear. However, if a brand new 13th sector appeared, a place where nothing threatened them, everyone would be desperate to move there, and property values would absolutely skyrocket, and they firmly believe that Park, Suho's guild could become the shining symbol of that very hope. He then asked if Park's guild had faced any difficulties recently. The answer was crystal clear. They sorely lacked capital and manpower, with experience. But if Park focused solely on the dungeons, they'd manage everything else, from operations to government support. Park countered, saying they already had capital and experience, but what they truly lacked was strength. Even so, Cheon insisted, seeing massive potential in Park's guild, then questioned if his companions were ready for this epic challenge. Our hero pondered his friends, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. Rayon then unleashed another bold provocation. Why do big guilds always get massive support from companies, and never the government? He challenged. He declared DGB wouldn't find a better partner. Park reflected, realizing this meant total, absolute control over the dungeons. And honestly, it sounded incredibly appealing. But ever cautious, he vowed to consider it carefully. After all, a new sector isn't built overnight. Cheon, surprised, still thanked him. He'd thought people called Park a goofy glutton, melting at the mere sight of gifts. Perhaps the gifts hadn't been good enough? Park then stood up, declaring he needed to leave. Cheon stopped him, reminding him he was forgetting one more time's gift. The secretary mentioned it had been incredibly difficult to find him. Park, curious, asked, "Who are we talking about?" Cheon then revealed that after being placed on the wanted list, the ex-director of the debt company had fled and gone deep into hiding. But the company's relentless agents had finally tracked him down. And now? He was completely in Park's hands, officially declared dead during his capture. Surprised, our hero acknowledged the man had caused immense harm. Honestly, he simply asked Cheon to handle him however he saw fit. The secretary looked awkward at the answer, and Park explained, "That guy's days are already numbered. Why waste more time on him?" Cheon asked if he truly didn't want to see him, after everything *, but Park replied it was too much, even for him *. He even suggested throwing the guy back into the dungeon. Suddenly, Park had an idea, and asked them to wait a moment. Meanwhile, Junho was getting smothered with joyous hugs from his son, who excitedly showed off all the cool moves he'd learned at school, until his phone rang. He picked up. It was his brother. After hearing Park, Junho asked, surprised, "Seriously? Now?" And Park confirmed, "It's right now." Junho pressed, wanting to know what it was about, and was even more surprised when he heard someone specifically wanted to meet him *. Park said he'd send the address via message. When he mentioned DGB, Junho looked utterly confused, and asked, "What's DGB?" In his car, the protagonist confirmed he was heading out. His final comment was that he'd leave everything for his little brother to handle. The secretary nodded, confirming they were ready if Park needed anything. Even deep into the night, every window in the DGB building blazed with light. Then, the president himself made a call, cutting directly to Miso's boss, wondering if he was still at the office. The boss affirmed he was, then pressed for the reason behind the unexpected call. The president revealed they'd successfully met with Park, and thankfully, everything had gone perfectly, showering him with thanks for making it happen. But the boss sharply shot back, scoffing that there was no need for thanks. All he cared about was a swift return on his investment, since soon, a massive exodus to Park's lands was about to begin. He then also mentioned, with urgency, that they'd have to completely rebuild all the infrastructure and housing complexes, and rebuild them times urgently, asterisk. The boss then replied, pointing out that it was precisely in dire moments like these that everyone should be helping one another. Meanwhile, Junho arrived at the designated location, immediately met by two imposing figures. Just to be absolutely certain, they confirmed his name before leading him to a lone container. From within, a man's frantic screams and furious curses violently erupted, demanding food, and vehemently threatening to kill everyone once he broke free. That must be times him asterisk. The guy the DGB soldiers had captured, the very one I had claimed, died naturally. Suddenly, the door creaked open slightly, and his angry tone instantly vanished. He instantly stammered that wasn't what he truly meant, apologized profusely, and insisted he was just incredibly hungry. Junho calmly stepped into the container, and the man froze, utterly stunned. He recognized Junho instantly, a wicked, knowing smile slowly stretching across his face. The young man just responded with a quiet, level. The man then wanted to know what Junho was doing there. Junho replied that he'd merely been told that someone specifically wanted to see him. The man observed that Junho hadn't changed a bit, then asked if Park had come with him. Upon hearing no, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Junho then sharply asked what he wanted, and the man, with surprising gravity, insisted he wanted to apologize. He claimed that the day he attacked Junho, it was only times because he lost control. Right after Junho's friend had thoroughly beaten his men, he said he regretted it deeply. Junho simply replied that he understood, and that it was all water under the bridge now. The man thanked him, then, quickly shifting gears, brought up another topic. The infamous 5th-level dungeon incident. He adamantly insisted he wasn't the one who sent that unfortunate person in there. Seeing the stark suspicion glinting in Junho's eyes, the man then scoffed, asking if Junho really thought a mere debt collector would actually possess the power to do something like that. He declared it was all times, the government and DGB, who desperately wanted to use Park for their own twisted interests. He swore he was just the unfortunate scapegoat. Junho remained silent, simply listening, until he finally said, "That must have been truly hard on you," the man confirmed. He lamented that his entire business had been utterly destroyed. He'd been forced to hide in forgotten, goblin-infested ruins, and he truly believed he would just die there. Junho, with a hint of gravity, replied that it was indeed a sad situation. But that wasn't all. The terrified man began to plead, begging for his life. He desperately wanted out, claiming he'd actually given Gunwoo's family money. He even helped Gunwoo's mom secure a job. But then, he suddenly stopped. Realizing the gravity of what he'd just blurted out, he hung his head low. He confessed the woman had explicitly asked him not times, to tell Junho a thing. Junho's calm expression shattered into shock and confusion. He demanded to know, what times of job was it? The man began to explain everything. He'd been a manager at an employment center for quite a long time, he said, and Gunwoo's mom had come to him, practically begging for help finding work. A flash of memory struck him, pulling him back to the past. It was the day they'd stormed into Junho's apartment, searching for him. But they found only the woman, clutching her precious baby tightly. The man had scornfully asked where Junho had run off to. He snarled that the debt had grown massive, piling up disgracefully. It was pathetic, he scoffed. How the family suffered for one mistake. The woman cried, trembling, begging them not to hurt her, not to kill her. The man gripped her face, declaring he could never kill such a beautiful woman. He asked if man was truly worth all this suffering. He taunted, asking if they even had enough food on the table. Then he offered his help. A hard-working woman like her, he promised, could pay off the debt in just 3 months. But the woman recoiled, turning her face away from him. She pleaded through her tears, begging him not to do that asterisk. Even so, he brazenly pulled out a thick wad of cash. He asked if she wasn't sick of living like this, adding that nowadays, a woman's life could transform in the blink of an eye. He left the money, tucked inside a paper, with his phone number, telling her to call when she was ready. As he left, he warned that if her husband wasn't there next time, she'd have to pay. The woman stared at the closing door, her heart pounding, her eyes brimmed with fear, hot tears streaming relentlessly down her face. After hearing all this, Junho was utterly stunned. "She went to your office," he exclaimed. "She went to your office after that?" The man explained that, after Junho vanished, Gunwoo's mother appeared, desperate, with the boy cradled in her arms, begging for help to find a job. Junho could barely utter a single word, but the raw pain etched in his eyes spoke volumes. He remembered the crushing day he came home to find his son crying, with only a note left on that very paper. She had written that she was tired of living Time's life by his side, and asked never to be looked for again. Clenching his teeth, Junho demanded, "Do you know where she is? Times now?" Asterisk? The man replied that if Junho freed him, he'd show him exactly where she was living. Junho's heart pounded in his chest, but gazing at the beaten man, he had already made his decision. Meanwhile, Park was driving when he received a message from Miso, revealing that Dr. Toddler was finally available for a meeting in England. Our hero, finally alight with excitement, replied as Miso's story flashed through his mind. He recalled how the power meter, a marvel of ingenuity, alongside the blood crystal generator, had ignited a thrilling new era of discovery. Park's heart pounded with the hope that the doctor could finally unravel the mystery of that dimensional rift's origin, determine which alien planet he'd crash-landed on, and, just maybe, if it held the key to reuniting with his brothers. Electrified by the sudden thought, he eagerly tried to call and share the incredible news, but his call went straight to voicemail. The phone was completely off. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun to the driver, declaring they absolutely needed to change course. When the man, bewildered, asked where to, Park decisively answered, "Back to the DGB container, pronto." Meanwhile, the ominous blue SUV was already speeding away, and the scar-faced man inside was absolutely bellowing curses, telling everyone to go straight to hell. Then, he sharply turned to Junho and grunted a rough thanks, to which the young man, ever so sarcastically, drawled, "Oh, you're welcome." The car continued its relentless roll through the dark, shadowed night streets, until it finally pulled to a stop at the exact address the man had provided. Junho calmly announced their arrival. The guy, meanwhile, leisurely stretched, declared he'd enjoyed a superb nap, and even had the nerve to compliment the car. With a sly, knowing look, he purred that Junho was certainly doing well for himself. But the young man, unfazed, completely ignored the loaded comment and cut straight to the chase. He demanded to know, where was Gunwoo's mother, right now? The man simply stated his guys would appear any moment to escort him to her. And wouldn't you know it, at that very instant, a menacing group began to approach. The scar-faced man casually leaned out the car window, an almost friendly greeting for the thugs. A horde of gangsters swarmed the car, recognizing him immediately. One of them practically shrieked, "It's Boss Yangiri." Another gasped, utterly shocked he was still alive. A third wisecracked that they'd already officially counted him among the dead. When one of the goons dared to peek inside and spotted Junho, he instantly demanded to know who this kid was. Another gang member, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, muttered, "Isn't that Junho?" The name instantly rippled through the hostile crowd. Everyone knew it. They began to mock him mercilessly. "Isn't that loser, Park Junho?" "Whoa, nice big car." Yangiri then chimed in, stating he was merely helping the kid locate his wife, and requested their cooperation. One of the thugs, ever nosy, peeked inside again, muttering that if he sought the woman, she was likely the one called Mi-gyung. "She's right inside the building," he added. Junho was then forcibly guided to the entrance, completely encircled by a terrifying mob, bristling with axes and baseball bats. One of the thugs viciously shoved him from behind, sneering, "What are you so afraid of, huh?" Almost stumbling, Junho cautiously stepped inside the ominous building. From behind, a sinister laugh echoed, gloating, "Looks like he's just dying to see his wife." Then, a voice commanded, "Turn on the lights," and with a flick, the room was violently flooded with blinding, brilliant light, temporarily searing Junho's vision until his eyes frantically adjusted. Before him stood a massive grinder, caked in dried blood. Junho's brow furrowed as his gaze locked onto the grisly scene. Yungari then chimed in, revealing this building once served as a crushing factory. Suddenly, one of the thugs piped up with a suggestion. Perhaps Mi-gyung was hiding in the second section of the warehouse, but another quickly countered, stating they'd already found over 200 bodies inside. He couldn't even keep track anymore. Junho, utterly bewildered, turned, attempting to ask about Gunwoo's mother, his voice caught. But before a single word could escape his lips, he was brutally slammed on the head with a heavy bat. He crashed to the ground, a thick stream of blood beginning to trickle down his face. The scar-faced man let out a cruel, mocking laugh, declaring Junho far too stupid to comprehend. They had killed her. He spat that they'd helped Mi-gyung, yet she never repaid their kindness. He branded her ungrateful, snarling that if she hadn't been so utterly foolish, she might have survived. In the end, they were simply doing Junho a favor. As Junho struggled to rise, he heard a chilling declaration. Your woman means nothing now. Then, the relentless kicks began. The scar-faced man unleashed his full, unbridled rage, screaming that every single thing was Junho's fault, and his brothers they had utterly ruined his business. Another thug tried to intervene, telling him to calm down, insisting there'd be no fun if he killed him so quickly. But the man was unstoppable, consumed by an all-consuming hatred, still yelling, "It's all because of you. How am I supposed to kill those bastards now?" With a chilling, insane grin plastered across his face, the man peered down at Junho, now lying unconscious on the cold ground, and asked, "Do you have any idea how long I've dreamed of this?" Junho coughed, still miraculously breathing. A mocking answer came, "This bastard's tougher than he looks, huh?" Someone then suggested splashing water on Junho, claiming he had just passed out. But even as he lay there, battered and broken, a single thought burned in his mind. "I'll kill them all." It felt like a dark echo from his childhood, when he used to utter the exact same phrase while immersed in video games. He'd believed his problems would vanish once school ended. But now, as an adult, there he was, playing again. And as he played, he found himself wishing death upon the manager in his favorite games. The protagonists were bloodthirsty maniacs who mercilessly slaughtered their victims, and Junho frequently envisioned himself in those very roles. It was his only escape from the utterly miserable life he was trapped in. The virtual world was the sole sanctuary where he truly felt free. The only person who had ever treated him with genuine kindness was Mi-gyung. She was the courageous one, the first to ever ask him out on a date. But even after their son was born, the destructive habit persisted. Junho would still unleash his rage on violent games, while his wife and child slept peacefully in the next room. In his tormented head, he was nothing but worthless, dead weight, a man who tormented his wife with constant, unpredictable outbursts. Suddenly, one of the thugs flipped a switch, starting the grinder, and yelled that everything was ready. The scar-faced man then barked at Junho, ordering him to get up. He declared he was utterly sick of beating him, and soon, he'd be reunited with his wife. Junho, on the other hand, hung his head low, pondering if he ever would see her again. If she was still breathing, he'd fall to his knees and beg for a second chance. But the man towering over him wasn't dreaming of any sweet reunion. "No," he snarled. "They'd do to Junho precisely what they did to the girl. Break his knees, then toss his mangled body, piece by agonizing piece, into the grinder." He pointed to a hulking thug wielding a sledgehammer and barked his command, "Go ahead." The monstrous sledgehammer was raised high. The thug leered, telling Junho to grit his teeth, because this was going to hurt asterisk. Junho replied, his voice a barely audible whisper, "Thank you, now. I remember everything." He admitted he was a wretched bastard, who deserved every bit of suffering. But strangely enough, as the first blow landed, the pain just vanished. The thug, utterly baffled, screamed that Junho was insane, and swung the sledgehammer down, with every ounce of his monstrous strength. But in the blink of an eye, in a flash too quick to follow, Junho times moved asterisk. He stood, and with chilling precision, silently sliced off the thug's hands. Blood erupted in a crimson spray, and a gut-wrenching scream tore through the warehouse. Right then, dark, spectral daggers began to materialize and coil in Junho's hands. The remaining thugs froze solid, their faces contorted in pure, unadulterated horror. Then, his voice eerily calm, he spoke, "When Gunwoo's mom left me, I promised myself I'd never do this again. But now, it's too late." A sinister smile spread across his face as he warned them, "No one, absolutely no one, is leaving this place alive." A fresh wave of panic-stricken screams erupted from the thugs. They pointed frantically at the blood-soaked blades now gripped in Junho's hands, and shouting in terror that he had awakened asterisk. They tried to flee, to escape the impending doom, but it was utterly useless. Junho moved after them, a phantom of death, slicing them down effortlessly, cutting them down one by one, with brutal, chilling precision. Yongari watched, utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the horrifying spectacle unfolding before him. With each sickening strike, Junho's grin twisted wider, more monstrous. Each thug he cut down only deepened the deranged, twisted expression on his face. The few shattered survivors fled the building, their screams echoing in the night, and a severed head was tossed out right alongside them. Junho stepped out just moments after, coolly walking through the doorway, his spectral daggers still dripping crimson. The terrified thugs begged, pleaded for escape, but he was already closing in on another one, moving with impossible speed. High above, where snipers should have been stationed, Park himself watched the entire gruesome spectacle unfold with a faint, enigmatic smile. A man dressed in sleek black, standing beside him, asked, "Is your brother all right, Park?" Park simply said, "Yes." and then instructed, "Make sure Junho won't face any legal repercussions after this little incident." The man replied coolly, "Most of those thugs are already labeled as negative social value." Negative social value, so the government won't bat an eye. Meanwhile, Junho had no idea his brother was even there. He kept up the brutal slaughter, consumed, as if nothing else in the world existed. Park, still smiling, watched, a profound realization dawning, and simply said, "He has truly awakened now. He can handle anything." Standing tall, Junho's smile wasn't fueled by anger anymore. No, it was the radiant grin of someone who'd crushed his regrets and truly evolved. As the long night finally faded, the next day brought shocking headlines on the news. Reporters buzzed, announcing that despite countless dungeon breakouts plaguing the city, the dire situation was miraculously starting to improve, all thanks to the swift actions of the special military forces. Yet, many still worried the existing guilds simply couldn't keep pace with the rapidly multiplying portals. But for now, the residents could finally revel in the sweet sound of victory as the triumphant soldiers cheered their hearts out. The rolling cameras then zoomed in on the elite 707 unit. And there she was, our fierce blonde hero, Choi. The live footage captured Choi, striding confidently with her group, right alongside her, the fiery redhead, Miso. Miso, watching the whole scene unfold, grumbled under her breath, cursing Choi, an idiot for not even bothering to call her. Suddenly, the broadcast cut to a bombshell scandal, this time involving pop idol Song Yi, who had just dropped a brand new song. A damning photo flashed on screen. Song Yi, deep in conversation with Park. The anchor's voice cut in, asking, "Did you guys see this guy?" Choi happened to pass by just then, immediately stopping to watch the screen. Beside her, the fiery redhead beside her took one look at the image, and absolutely Times exploded. Times in rage, screaming Park was a son of a B Times dog. Just then, the captain of another elite group materialized from a shimmering portal, muttering curses under his breath. One of his soldiers quickly reported they'd dispatched 12 teams to that precise location, and every single one had returned with more resources, but the ultimate treasure they sought remained frustratingly elusive. Miso, observing silently, suddenly found herself drifting into old, haunting memories. She replayed Park's glib words, how they just needed to train for 1,000 years, and then a chilling memory resurfaced, something the enigmatic white-mustached man had uttered during a critical meeting. That Park simply didn't want to expose his true secret to Times anyone asterisk. That's when Choi Times exploded, Times in righteous fury, yelling, "Park's not like that." After piecing together all that vital information, Miso came to a startling conclusion. She needed to stop obsessing so much over mere dungeons, and start paying far more attention to what Park was actually doing with all of this power. Just then, the girl's phone screamed Times to life. It was Park himself, and she answered, her voice taut, demanding to know if there was any chance they'd find his brother. But he calmly brushed it off, saying everything was fine, before dropping a bombshell with a completely different question. What happens to an awakened when they're bitten by a zombie? Miso's expression, usually so fierce, immediately hardened into raw concern. Worried sick, she shot back. Did someone get bitten? Far away, Monk lay in his secluded room, writhing and groaning in agonizing pain. His bitten leg throbbed with a sickly rhythm. Dark blood dripped from the festering wound, and a menacing, reddish web had begun to aggressively spread beneath his skin. But Park, feigning ignorance and pretending everything was perfectly normal, simply replied, "No one got bitten, I was just curious." Monk, however, writhed in agony, clutching his leg, but found no relief. Trying to stay calm, Miso began to explain, "So far, there have only been 38 recorded cases of awakened individuals bitten by a zombie." She continued, "By day 48, 2 had tragically died of leukemia, 26 lost all their hair, and in 7 cases, there was only localized pain at the bite site. No other symptoms." But then came the terrifying truth. 3. Yes. 3 rank F, awakened, actually transformed into zombies. She elaborated that typical symptoms include a spiking fever, intense phantom pain, and ominous red veins spreading. She ominously added, "The lower the awakened's rank, the higher their chance of transformation into a zombie." Park interjected, "What exactly should be done after a bite? Do they need to go into immediate quarantine?" Miso responded, "In specialized facilities, infected individuals are constantly monitored, while scientists tirelessly work on developing a vaccine." Park hung up, but he remained utterly unconvinced. In his mind, it all sounded like just another experiment on human guinea pigs. As Park walked through the bustling streets, he spotted a mysterious man selling various goods right on the ground. His face was obscured by a deep hood, and he was scribbling strange, arcane symbols on pieces of paper. The MC walked up and greeted him. The man replied, "Long time no see. Still looking for medicine for your brother?" But Park shook his head. "Not this time. My friend got bitten by a zombie. Do you have anything that could possibly help?" The man immediately started rummaging through his jars, until he located one in particular. He handed over the jar, declaring it would help against any bite. The ointment is called Anti-Frame. Use it twice a day, morning and night. In about a week, it'll start working. Park then asked the price. The man gave a knowing smile and said, "Since this is your second time, I'll give you a special discount. It usually costs 4 million, but I'll sell it to you for 2. Park didn't hesitate. "Better safe than sorry. I need some serious backup. Sell me 10 jars. The seller happily agreed, a grin spreading across his face. And before Park left, the seller offered one last crucial piece of advice. If the infected person starts convulsing, give him a hard slap. Sometimes, believe it or not, that stops the infection. Right after that, Park quickly walked away, the jars secured in his backpack. Just behind him, 2 police officers suddenly appeared, yelling, "It's illegal to sell things here." The vendor didn't think twice. He packed everything up in a single second and dashed down the street. The cops ran to the edge and looked down, but saw no one. Suddenly, a large black bird flew off, leaving them utterly confused. Meanwhile, Monk continued writhing miserably in bed. Outside his room, Han, Jang, and Gun Woo were in a growing panic because Park still hadn't arrived yet. Gun Woo nervously stepped inside and asked, "Is he turning into a zombie?" Han took a deep breath and grimly replied, "Yeah." And right after, Han whipped out his phone, displaying something intriguing on the screen. It was a button. "What's that?" Jang asked. Gun Woo dramatically explained, "It's the ultimate weapon. If I press it, Monk dies." Before anyone could even react, the kid impulsively mashed the button, but instead of a booming explosion, a super bright flashlight simply flickered on. Han stared in utter confusion. Jang froze solid, and Gun Woo, thoroughly disappointed, mumbled, Huh? I thought 100 spears would shoot out of the phone." In one last, dramatic flourish, the boy stretched out his hands as if casting a powerful spell and dramatically shouted, "Come back to normal, don't turn into a zombie." At that very moment, from downstairs, Grandma's voice boomed, "Everyone to the table, the soup's getting cold," and, as if by some unbelievable miracle, Monk, who had been completely passed out just moments ago, sat bolt upright in bed, clutching his head. Gun Woo pointed and shrieked, "He's up!" Jang, utterly shocked, stammered, "Did he really turn into a monster?" Han honestly answered that Monk probably just wanted something to eat. Suddenly, a new voice echoed from directly behind them, asking what on earth they were doing. They all spun around at once. Standing right in the doorway was Park, casually holding a green jar. The guy scrambled over, utterly shocked by Monk's dire condition. The ghastly red veins had already spread to his eyes. That's when Park delivered a precise, resounding smack right on his head. Cut to the reporter, live from the city where the perilous Level 7 dungeon had just been cleared. The whole world watched that place with bated breath. 10 days and 11 grueling hours had passed since Hero's group of 10 ventured into that dungeon. On the bustling streets, a massive crowd had gathered, hope shining brightly in their eyes, praying the team would return safely. And then, a lone silhouette shimmered into existence within the portal. The crowd absolutely erupted with an overwhelming roar of joy. Cries of, "They're back!" passionately echoed everywhere. Hero's name was passionately shouted, filled with overwhelming emotion. The reporter excitedly announced that Hero's Fire team had triumphantly emerged from the dungeon, and that the world needed to know. This mission had been a resounding success. People clapped and cheered wildly. But suddenly, Hero's teammates began collapsing, one by one, to the ground. Medics rushed in frantically to help them. Then, Hero himself stumbled to his knees. The reporter, utterly shocked, asked if the battle had been so utterly exhausting. The boy then fell, completely unconscious, to the ground, and she announced, her voice filled with disbelief, that 7 of the valiant team members hadn't made it out alive. After the dungeon, Hero was rushed to the best hospital in the country. Akiko remained steadfastly by his side, watching over him as he slept. When he finally opened his eyes and saw her there, he softly called her name. And the girl was, startled awake, he clutched his aching head, bewildered. He croaked for water, then released a weighty sigh after a long drink. The girl, eyes ablaze, laid all the blame squarely on him. He gently assured her it wasn't her fault, though he bitterly knew, in truth, it wasn't his to carry, either. Akiko then revealed they'd uncovered Park's clandestine meeting with Diego, a development that struck them as profoundly suspicious. The boys' eyes widened in shock. After all, Diego was none other than the deputy director of the Supernatural Department, a formidable figure commanding all national security operations. Gaining the attention of such a man surpassed any mere recognition. From the awakened Federation itself, it solidified it. Park was now firmly on their radar. A furious hero seethed, deeming Park nothing less than a conniving bastard. He believed he, and he alone, was destined to lead humanity toward a brighter future, not Park. He decisively concluded he could no longer ignore this rival. He had just lost 7 valuable people in that treacherous dungeon, but even that didn't faze his hardened spirit anymore. He'd already lost countless companions over time, endured so many deaths, and lived through countless reincarnations. Even Akiko had perished dozens of times. Suddenly, a blinding clarity struck him. His burning rage had a name: Park. He absolutely couldn't allow a dangerous lunatic to sabotage their grand plan. From his suspicious actions, it was terrifyingly obvious. Park was plotting something dark. Thus, Hiro chillingly concluded that for the greater good of humanity, Park had to die. Hiro urgently instructed Akiko to find any boat that could transport him to Busan, or, if necessary, to construct one with her bare hands. Just find a way, any way to get him there. Meanwhile, on a bright, sunny morning within Park's flourishing guild, golden sunlight streamed gently through the vibrant leaves of a giant tree. Junho, however, woke up with a truly splitting headache. Grandma, ever stern, playfully chided him. That's why you shouldn't drink so much. Then, she urged him to come downstairs for breakfast. He snatched his new ID badge from the table, a proud smile spreading as he thought, now, I'm truly a real mercenary. Meanwhile, Han was already secluded in his room, hunched over his laptop, diligently managing the intricate business side of their operations. He mused that after the public discovered Park was merely an awakened, their viewership had dipped slightly. But even so, their channel boasted a staggering 1 million subscribers and over 10 million views. It was a level of success he'd never even dared to imagine reaching. As they say, success is all about connections. Indeed, earning the trust of someone powerful is a skill in itself. He was deep in thought at that very moment, when Junho suddenly burst through the door with explosive energy, nearly sending Han into cardiac arrest. Grinning broadly, Junho playfully asked if Han was the only one enjoying himself there. Furious, the boy instantly snapped back, "Have you ever learned how to knock?" Junho quickly apologized, explaining that Grandma was calling him down to eat. He then asked where Jong had disappeared to. Han simply replied that he was training, as always. He wouldn't come down until his intense practice was utterly complete. John stood resolute, deep within the training field. Surrounded by countless tree stumps, he closed his eyes, simply listening to the whispering wind. Then, with a sudden flash, his eyes snapped open, and he began. He unleashed a flurry, slicing through the towering trees with masterful skill. He executed one precise technique after another, until, with a powerful final strike, he felled the final one. But even then, he still wasn't satisfied. As if by magic, the trees regenerated instantly across the entire field. He muttered, determined, "I can't afford to hesitate in combat ever again." He repeated those furious attacks, pushing himself harder, over and over, swearing aloud that he would never, ever, let that happen to him again. Meanwhile, Park and his lively crew of guys decided it was time to head out hunting, joined by their loyal pack of wolves. One of the boys excitedly shouted, "Whoever catches the deer first, wins." And another quickly chimed in, "The loser has to pick all the apples." Park stood respectfully, right in front of the temple's grand entrance, facing the wise older monk, flanked by 2 young boys in simple gray robes. Our boy commented, impressed, that the temple was finally ready, and then he asked, a bit jokingly, "Is there any risk of it collapsing?" The monk just heartily laughed, assuring him that absolutely everything within those walls had been constructed with perfect care. Park said firmly that if there was ever even the slightest problem, they shouldn't hesitate for a second to immediately tell him. The monk then thanked Park deeply, his voice full of gratitude for his help. They admitted they didn't even know how they could ever repay such incredible generosity for being given this safe shelter. Meanwhile, a deer ran swiftly past, with a whole determined pack of wolves hot on its heels, fiercely chasing after it. Gun Wu was excitedly leading the entire race, excitedly yelling at everyone, "Come on, run even faster, run!" The temple boys gleefully followed along, barely keeping up, hyping up the wolves, encouraging them to go absolutely all out. Park watched the entire scene unfold, a warm smile spreading across his face, saying softly, It's the first time I've ever seen Ganwu look so incredibly happy. After all, he used to be so incredibly lonely. So many mothers wouldn't even let their kids play with him, and he heard absolutely all of it. A woman from the temple called out brightly, "Lunch is ready," and invited Park to join them, but he politely declined that day. Curious, he then asked, "Is Monk showing any signs of getting better?" The other monk said that, though he'd previously suffered from delusions, before, he was already capable of training once more now, and he was even eating well again. Meanwhile, the monk now stood before a mirror, intently staring at the scar around his fierce red eye. He was like Saitama with a Sharingan now. His mind began to drift, pulling him back into the distant past. He remembered the painful teasing, when they used to call him a hairless monkey. An orphan from the earliest days of his childhood, he was relentlessly bullied by other boys, until he completely shut himself off from the rest of the world entirely. Then, his kind master took him in, bringing him to the temple for refuge. Many years later, goblins brutally invaded, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. They brutally murdered his master right before his very eyes. Monk confessed to Park that it was times day his killing spree began. He hunted down the goblins, one by one, fueled by a merciless, unbridled rage. No hidden corner was safe. He scoured every inch, determined to exterminate them all. He admitted he'd embraced that brutal sin completely by his own unyielding will. And as for his soul, he didn't give a damn what fate awaited it afterward. All he craved was to silence the searing, burning anger that consumed him. Deep inside him, during that chaotic frenzy, he began to hear voices. Or perhaps, it was simply his present self conversing with his future self. The voice declared that if he had truly cared about anything, he would have perished in that wretched dungeon a lifetime ago. Monk turned to Park, expressing his gratitude. He had saved him yet again, by helping to restore the temple and bring peace back into his troubled heart. But then, he suddenly grew serious, declaring he now possessed a brand new goal. Park and the others listened intently, completely baffled by his words. Then, Monk summoned a magnificent winged spear, right there, in front of them, inside the guild, destroying everything around him. The boys recoiled, startled, as Monk, with a sinister smile, declared that for the sake of the wronged souls, he would face hell itself in their stead. Jiang looked utterly confused, and Han muttered that now they officially had two maniacs in their group. Just then, Grandma came charging up the stairs, a menacing knife clutched in her hand, yelling to know which idiot dared to draw a weapon. Inside her house. Monk didn't hesitate. He dove right out the window, shattering everything in his path. Minutes before all this chaos, he'd been in his room, staring intently at his own reflection. Just as they called him down for lunch, he headbutted the mirror and smiled, a pure, maniacal grin spreading across his face. So damn handsome. Meanwhile, the brilliant full moon lit up the tranquil sea, leaving a shimmering silver trail across the gentle waves. A small ship sailed swiftly as Hiro and Akiko stood together at the stern. As they finally reached the shore, Akiko declared they'd continue by car from there, while Hiro, utterly silent, simply stared out at the distant horizon, muttering to himself that he was following the druid. Back at Park's guild, everyone wondered if Monk had managed to sneak back yet. Someone joked he'd surely gotten an earful from the furious old lady, and another swiftly replied that it was the least he deserved after smashing the window. Junho then burst in, announcing that the secretary had just called. The city plan was finally ready. The next day, they'd receive the map and begin hashing out all the construction details. Park sternly told Junho to keep a very close eye on them. No shady business would be allowed, as he chewed on his breakfast. Jung curiously inquired where Park was heading off to. Our protagonist replied he was off to England to meet with Dr. Toddler. But Han immediately declared that would be impossible, for now. Park asked why, and the boy began to explain. All flights and sea routes had been cancelled. Surprised, Park wanted to know what had happened. Gang answered. A series of dungeon breaks had started. The sky was overrun with wyverns and the seas with another creature. Tense, Park asked for more details. Han showed him a news report about the wyverns. Then another piece covered a giant octopus, and they didn't even know where it was now. Junio asked thoughtfully if Park couldn't just fly there himself. Our hero replied that he probably could if he turned into a pigeon, but he'd only managed to fly for about 10 minutes, and then Junho jumped in right away. Yeah, that's not even enough to get to the corner, let alone England. Park let out a heavy sigh. He never thought he'd one day wish so badly for a decent pair of wings. Then he asked how long he'd have to wait. Yang answered that the country's army was already working to wipe out the creatures, but it would take at least a month to fix everything. Park was stunned by how long it'd take. But Han came up with a crazy 2020, yet possible idea. He said, there was another way to get to England. By using a golden eagle, but not just any golden eagle. It had to be an awakened golden eagle. Park's eyes went wide, and he asked where on earth he was supposed to find one of those. Khan said it might be possible to find one in a restricted area up north, where a survival channel showed a guy living in the wild. In one of the videos, they caught footage of several giant awakened animals, and among them, a golden eagle. Not long after the blue SUV was already speeding down the road, someone inside the car let out a frustrated, "Damn it," Park commented, that he was chilling, that doing nothing, and Han, almost crying, replied that he was going blind from managing the channel so much. Our hero laughed and said he should be happy then, but Han shot back that if they filmed something good out there, he'd have even more work to do. Akiko was driving and suggested that hero take a nap. After all, they still had 10 hours of travel ahead, but he refused. Girl said that if anyone found out what they were doing, there'd be a huge scandal. Hero knew that, and he also knew it could spark an interethnic conflict. When she asked why they didn't try to settle it through official channels, he answered, "No time for bureaucracy. It's easier to handle it ourselves." The GPS announced that 1200 meters ahead was the start of the zombie zone, and Akiko said they'd have to cut through it. Meanwhile, Park and Han had already stopped their car and gotten out. Suddenly, a colossal beast snorted right before their eyes, sending plumes of steam through its nostrils. Bearing menacing sharp teeth and a savage grin, a colossal boar stared Han down, clearly beyond furious. Park's voice echoed in his head, asking how he felt. Terrified? The boy replied, eyes wide, that the thing looked way too strong, and let's be real, it really didn't like humans. Our hero, however, loved times that answer. He declared he needed to tame that creature. Suddenly, the boar charged forward, and Han ran for his very life. Scrambling up the nearest tree, the enraged boar slammed its head into the trunk so hard, the tree began to tip. Han screamed for help, and with a devastating second hit, the tree gave way completely. He crashed onto his back, eyes squeezed shut tight, begging for help until he felt something soft brush his face. When he finally dared to open his eyes, he found himself face to face with a Times giant, Times rabbit, sporting glowing red eyes. Panicked, he started scrambling backward, glancing frantically at the boar and Park, who were just standing there. Utterly confused why the animals weren't attacking, he stammered, asking if they weren't actually planning to eat him. Park calmly answered that it didn't look like it. Relieved, Han lowered his head and let out a long, shaky breath. He pointed at the giant rabbit and practically begged our hero to get that thing away from him. Because, seriously, it was terrifying, and its level was insane. Was a horrifying rank C. Level 2. At that very moment, a shimmering blue portal appeared, and the rabbit hopped right in. Seeing that, Han immediately asked why the boar hadn't done the same. Park just climbed onto the colossal beast's back and said it would carry them. He'd even given it a name already, Yaka. While Park confidently rode Yaka, Han, meanwhile, sat atop a wolf, asking if those transformations were really times worth it. Park then explained, they only changed the animals' personalities a little. Still skeptical, Han retorted, it seemed like times more than just a little. But Park clarified that he only transformed beasts, weaker than him. Curious, Han wanted to know if that rabbit was really that scary. Park confirmed, saying the creature actually had a higher rank than even him. The boy grumbled that even a rabbit was stronger than he was, and even though they'd already found two powerful animals, there was still absolutely no sign of the elusive eagle. Han asked how much longer they'd have to stay out there. They reached a high lookout point, offering a breathtaking view over the entire forest. Park commented that the eagle was, by far, the absolute hardest to find. The protagonist then called Miso, who immediately answered, asking how she could possibly help. Park wanted to know where Blondie was, since he couldn't reach her. Miso replied that she was currently in another region, and asked if he wanted her to connect them. Meanwhile, heavy, ominous clouds gathered over a ruined city, where a lone soldier, a frantic shout reached the captain. 10 minutes, that's all we have before the dungeon breaks. Choi, stone-faced, issued a chilling command for immediate withdrawal. The soldiers had already called for an airstrike what felt like ages ago, so why had no one responded yet? Finally, the grim transmission came through. An airstrike was impossible, and the artillery was also completely out of operation. One of the soldiers, absolutely furious, let out a frustrated curse, demanding to know why they were only hearing this now. They were told the third battle group would arrive in 10 minutes, and another would follow in 15. Choi absolutely seethed, asking if this was some kind of joke, because until then, they'd have to hold off the spiders. Alone. The soldiers, ignoring his furious complaint, declared that retreat was their only option now. Choi, already at the end of his rope, snapped orders to grab their gear and move out. Another soldier yelled that they'd better escape before the witch changed her mind. And the girl herself mocked the line with a chilling laugh, saying, "See? That's why nobody loves me." Right after, she answered the phone, introducing herself as the captain of the 11th Recon Squad. On the other end of the line, Park cheerfully chirped that it had been a while since they'd heard from them. Blondie was surprised to hear Park's voice and fell utterly silent for a few stunned seconds, before finally saying he needed to find the Golden Eagle and wanted to know if her group could help. Her jaw clenched tight, hearing that. Then, she suddenly yelled into the phone, "Screw you, you disgusting pervert," and slammed the phone down in his face. Park just stared at the phone, utterly bewildered. He turned to Han and asked, "Seriously, how does asking for help to catch an eagle sound sexual?" But Han was already glued to the terrifying sight ahead. He pointed and said, "What is that?" A towering column of black smoke was rising outside the city. Holding up his phone, Han said, his voice laced with disbelief, "It's starfish." Park's eyes widened. "Star? What?" Han showed him a news report on his phone. The starfish dungeon had broken open. Those monstrous creatures spat fire and exploded violently when they died. Our hero was stunned that they caused problems even after death. Han, eyes wide, pointed upward. "Look at the birds." A massive flock was streaming across the sky, fleeing the dungeon, and amazingly, Park seemed to revel in the chaos, watching it all unfold with a small grin. Han, seeing the fire spreading rapidly, warned, "This is moving too fast. Time to get out of here." But Park stood there watching, the fire close in, as animals ran desperately through the forest. The flames started to catch up with the slower ones. Suddenly, the wolf Han was riding on let out a chilling howl. Park's eyes, steady, declared, "The fire has begun. The fire starters are here." The inferno was already devouring everything, with animals desperately catching up to even the swiftest of them. Suddenly, both of them glanced skyward. Han shouted, "A golden eagle!" And amidst the flock, a truly massive eagle soared, unmistakably bigger than all the rest. Park, utterly amazed, declared, "It looks incredible." He quickly read its info. Rank C, Level 6. With a grin, he named the majestic bird J.M. Suri, and declared, "Now, he's going to fly with me." Meanwhile, the news channels reported on the sudden, catastrophic fire, claiming it appeared from nowhere, ending as a natural disaster. Experts even proclaimed all the starfish were wiped out by a hurricane. Watching the piece, Han muttered, "What a load of crap. No wonder no one watches the news anymore." Pleased with uploading the real video, he stated, "Now, people will finally see what really times happened." The drone footage captured Park masterfully, using his board to circle the roaring fire, as if drawing a mystic ring with the very power of the earth spirit. Then, with a flourish, he activated his tornado skill, causing the raging flames themselves to obliterate the starfish. The video was dramatically titled, "Park's Tornado Skill," and the comment section absolutely exploded. Some doubted its reality, others asked if he was a god. Han was utterly shocked. In mere seconds, the video had rocketed past 400,000 views. Another clip, recorded after the fire subsided, showed drones still hovered above the scorched area as Han raced to Park, who had completely collapsed. Han considered cutting that part out, as showing weakness wasn't exactly a good idea. But then, a brilliant spark of inspiration hit him. He could post it as a separate, bonus video. Just then, someone called his name. Han turned, surprised, a coffee cup still in hand, stepping onto the balcony to look down. Below, Junho and Jong stood waiting. He asked if they were heading into a dungeon, and they confirmed a level 2-1 had just opened nearby. Junho chimed in, saying they still had 3 spots left. Han laughed. "You can't handle a level 2 dungeon alone?" Junho retorted. "I have more skills than everyone combined." And Jong added that Monk was already waiting patiently in the car. Han realized the guys had picked up a ton of diverse skills. Since their group was still quite small, they needed to cover as many roles as possible before setting out. He asked for just a moment to upload one more video to the channel, and his fingers danced across the keyboard. The message on the video read, "Park, I invite you to London, Dr. Toddler." The footage itself showed pure chaos, monsters terrorizing Earth, unleashing devastation. The very skies, completely overrun by terrifying creatures, and even the mighty ocean rendered utterly inaccessible. Absolutely nothing seemed capable of halting their progress. The video clip showed Park, initially with his back to the camera. He then dramatically turned, promising his swift return, and asking everyone to mind the house in his absence. In the very next shot, colossal wings dramatically unfurled from his back. He soared into the sky, as a caption declared, "Your adventure continues." The final scene depicted Park vanishing into the vast unknown. Han was absolutely buzzing with excitement from the results, and had a crazy idea: this could totally be a movie. The video exploded, going instantly viral. Even at the motel where they were staying, people were already glued to their screens, watching it. Akiko, laser-focused, watched the freshly posted video. She was absolutely stunned by the revelation that he'd gone to London. When Hiro emerged from the shower, towel drying his hair, he asked what was happening. She informed him, her face tight with worry, that Park seemed to have left the country. She quickly showed him the video. Hiro, visibly annoyed, snapped, "Why the hell did he go to London?" Hiro suspected that because Park was from the future, he already anticipated Hiro's every move. So, if Park was actively avoiding a fight, it clearly meant he wasn't ready yet. And that meant Hiro had to reach him before he finished whatever elaborate scheme he was planning. Akiko declared they couldn't just sit and wait for his return. And Hiro, a sinister grin spreading across his face, replied, "Then I'll just drag that bastard into the light." The girl, surprised, asked how he planned to achieve that. Hiro answered without hesitation, "I'll provoke him." Meanwhile, completely oblivious to Hiro's schemes, Park, transformed into a magnificent eagle, was soaring towards London. He quickly realized he couldn't fly as fast as he needed. At this rate, he wouldn't make it in time. When he opened his menu, he was shocked. Using GM, Suri had a strict time limit. And worse, a whole new set of fire abilities had just unlocked, but they were insanely expensive to use. Suddenly, the interface blared a warning at him, 60 seconds before transformation ends. Deep within a vast forest, teeming with colossal trees, the frantic sounds of a chase echoed. A powerful bull was running for its life, with two relentless men on motorcycles hunting it down. "Don't waste bullets, aim properly," one of the hunters shouted. "I already hit it 3 times, and it's still alive." The other hunter snapped back in frustration. "We're gonna run out of gas soon. Come closer, Uncle Jong Song," the younger guy yelled. "Just shoot it already." Jong Song edged closer as his nephew took careful aim. This is it, they were close enough, and he fired. The shot struck the bull's leg, making it roar in pain, but it kept running. "Am I gonna need a machine gun for this thing?" Just then, the guy spotted something plummeting from the sky. "Uncle, what's that?" It was something enveloped in crackling lightning, slammed right before the bull with incredible, shattering force, hurling the beast backward, kicking up a furious cloud of stones into the air. The bikers instantly froze in their tracks. They scanned around nervously. The impact had ripped open a massive crater. The kid gasped, "What in the world just fell from the sky?" Zhongshang simply replied, "Doesn't matter, just grab the bull." But then, a thunderous, piercing scream tore from the crater, and they both froze. "Uncle, what was that sound?" Suddenly, a brilliant, blinding light began to radiate. Inside, lightning flickered violently, and the screams intensified. And Zhong Song, utterly terrified, peered into the crater. "What is that?" the kid urgently whispered. "Is that a person screaming? Or an alien mimicking a human voice?" Then, a human hand burst from the hole, crackling with raw electricity. Zhong Song instantly drew his knife and braced himself for whatever came next. The two men stood utterly tense, muscles coiled, until Park slowly emerged from the crater, clutching his throbbing head. "Thought I was gonna die like that," he groaned, wincing in pain. The kid turned to his uncle. "Yeah, seems human enough." "All right?" "Of course I'm human," Park said, still trying to steady himself. "My name is Park. And you guys are?" "I'm Chul Yong. And this is my uncle." "How'd you survive a fall like that?" "It was a fall straight from hell," Park replied, stretching his stiff neck. "Where am I?" Chul explained their location, mentioning a river nearby and confirming they were still within Park's own country. He added that Park's accent sounded distinctly southern, and then asked, "But what exactly were you doing falling from the sky?" Park let out a short laugh. "Well, first I was flying, then I fell." Chul, taking it all in, said, "If you survived all that without a scratch, you must be one of those super strong awakened ones." "Huh." Park hesitated for a second, then smirked. "Yeah, strong as hell." The man still gripped his knife tightly and asked if Park was alone or accompanied by allies. Park replied that he did have companions, but he was currently traveling alone. The uncle then stated he wouldn't stop him. They were simply hunting the bull, and it should still be around here somewhere. Zhongshang instructed Chul to search for the animal, and the boy glanced around, remarking it couldn't be far. Park, still disoriented from his incredible fall, wondered if he'd truly been flying in this specific direction. He instinctively stuck his hands into his pockets, searching for his phone, but found nothing. Frustrated, he wondered where it could have fallen. Without overthinking, he immediately activated his clairvoyance ability to pinpoint the device. He found it nearby, hidden deep within the bushes. When he picked it up, he let out an annoyed sigh. The phone was utterly wrecked. Meanwhile, the men had finally located the bull, which had been thrown an astonishing distance, leaving them wondering if it was even still alive. The uncle was absolutely stunned. Their bullets hadn't done a thing. Yet, a single hit from Park had knocked the beast out cold. Chul then asked if they'd have to butcher the animal to carry it back. The uncle admitted hauling it whole would be an immense challenge. They'd spend an entire day just skinning the meat, and still need to fend off wild animals on their journey back. Even so, he pulled out his knife, declaring that if they didn't bring the bull back, the villagers would surely starve. Suddenly, Park materialized on top of a rock, calling out to them. He asked if either of them had a blood crystal phone, since his was broken. Chul said there was one in the village, but the uncle swiftly cut him off. There are women and children there. How are we going to bring an awakened one back with us? Chul instantly realized he'd said too much, and immediately apologized. While they talked, Park walked over to the bull and effortlessly lifted it, as if it weighed nothing at all. The men were utterly shocked at his insane strength. Park then made an unexpected offer. He'd carry the bull to the village in exchange for the phone. The two men stepped aside to whisper. Chul commented that he was incredibly strong, and the uncle added that even bullets wouldn't work on him. Even so, Chul insisted they absolutely had to bring the bull. The village had nothing left to eat, but the uncle fired back angrily, reminding him what the awakened ones had done last year. They disguised themselves as nomads, were welcomed warmly, then brought their allies and massacred everyone. Park interrupted. Are you going? Or not? The two men quickly got on the motorcycle, and the uncle revved the engine. Park followed on foot, casually carrying the bull in his arms. Zhang Song told Chul to hold on tight, saying there was no way Park could keep up with them. The engine roared, and the bike sped off at full throttle. Chul felt guilty for leaving the bull behind. The uncle shouted, Forget him. We'll get to the river and hunt another one. But their plan was utterly ruined. Park appeared right next to them, running with the bull in his arms like it was absolutely nothing. The two men's jaws utterly dropped. Watch out, Park yelled. Right ahead of them was a deadly cliff. Before they could even react, the bike flew over the edge, the two of them screaming into the abyss. Back in the village, things were chaotic. The gate was smashed, and a group of villagers gathered, stunned, when they saw Zhong. They were stunned, and asked if it was true a bull had been chasing him. No, it wasn't the bull. There was someone carrying the bull right next to him, shouted one of the frantic villagers. The moment Zhong slammed on the brakes, the villagers rushed toward him. A man demanded, What happened here? Why is the gate like this? Injured and bandaged, the villagers quickly explained. It was like an entire herd stampeded through here, one cried. Another approached, telling the uncle, We all went to save Hyun. Zhong, already on edge, sharply asked, What happened to her? The villager explained that a colossal, winged creature had attacked the village. It was monstrous, murderous, and worse, it breathed fire. Despite everything, one of the villagers somehow managed to get everyone to the shelter, but when he turned around, he saw Heian lying helpless on the ground. The beast noticed she was alone, snatched her by the arms, and flew off with her. That's where the story ended. The monster had taken Heian away. Zhong, seething with rage, roared, Where did it take her? The man tried to calm him, saying, the elder had already gathered a group and gone after her. But Zhong was out of his mind. He kept yelling, demanding to know exactly where the creature had gone. Finally, the villager pointed toward the mountains. They went that way. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhong leaped onto his bike and roared off, ignoring everyone shouting after him. Chul's eyes, brimming with tears, turned to Park and begged, Please, save our Heian. I'll never forget this. It didn't take much to convince Park. To everyone's utter surprise, he agreed immediately. He simply said that when he got back, he wanted the phone as payment. In an instant, blue lightning crackled around his back, and huge wings burst forth. In the blink of an eye, Park soared into the sky. The villagers stood utterly shocked, asking, Who is that man? One guy whispered. He's a southerner, a young nomad. Watching Park blaze like a lightning bolt through the sky, added, He's also a beastmaster. Meanwhile, Deep in the forest, a colossal bear was roaring, foaming with uncontrolled rage. A group of men tried to lure it into a trap, hoping to escape, but one of them tripped, lost his balance, and was flung to the ground. The bear was almost on top of him. His companion, helpless, could only scream his name as blood splattered violently through the air. The fallen man was flung helplessly, as the enraged bear closed in fast. With one brutal swipe, the beast sent him flying aside. Consumed by raw fury, one of the men drew his knives and charged in, trying to avenge his fallen partner. But the monster was too agile, too strong. With a single swipe, it scattered the entire group. One man yelled, "We have to retreat," but another snapped back, "Are we really going to just run away?" A sudden shout of, "Watch out!" ripped through the air, and in the very next instant, the monstrous bear landed another devastating swipe on one of the men. Coughing up blood, he choked out, "At this rate, we're all going to die." Despair began to creep in, stealing their last reserves of hope. They questioned if there was any point in continuing their desperate attempt to save Hyun. Perhaps that terrifying winged creature had already devoured her whole. Of all the awakened ones from their village, only a meager 4 now remained. They absolutely could not afford to lose a single soul more. As the bear raised its colossal paw once more, poised to crush another man, something slammed into it with utterly colossal, earth-shattering force. The colossal beast was sent hurtling through the air. It was Park, in his majestic eagle form, who came soaring down from the sky, delivering a thunderous kick right to the beast's face. The men stood utterly speechless, their minds struggling to comprehend the incredible sight before them. Park, now surrounded by a vibrant swarm of shimmering, iridescent crickets, and with luminous wings unfurled on his back, they all gasped at once. "Who is he?" "Just a man," Park replied. "But Chul asked me for a favor. Where's Hehan?" One of them quickly explained that the flying creature had seized the girl and carried her away to its formidable nest, deep in the mountains. He added that they had been completely caught off guard by the sudden bear attack. The others were still reeling, struggling to recover from the brutal blows. Park then made a shimmering bottle materialize in his hand and declared, "Since you have injured men, you'd better use this potent healing potion." One man took the flask, stunned by its immense, almost priceless value. Meanwhile, Park pressed on with urgent determination. He needed to know the exact location where the girl had been taken. Suddenly, the monstrous bear reappeared, enraged, roaring ferociously behind him. Without even removing his hands from his pockets, Park landed another lightning-fast, powerful kick. The beast went flying yet again. He then slammed into the creature's belly, and with an explosive upward kick to its chin, he launched the bear into a wild, spinning flip high up in midair. Park landed softly, effortlessly, while the bear crashed down hard onto its back. Yet, despite this unbelievably impressive display, the system still showed that the bear's formidable integrity remained almost entirely untouched. Suspicious, Park fixed his gaze on the beast. "Playing dead, huh? Open your eyes, come on." The bear instantly obeyed, its gaze instantly locking with Park's. He then gave the command, "Get up, and obey." The gigantic creature slowly sat down in front of him, utterly submissive. The men couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Park had somehow tamed the colossal, fearsome bear. The system then prompted him for a name, and so, he named the mighty beast Ilgon. He learned that Ilgon had once reigned as the undisputed king of the forest, until that very winged creature arrived, utterly defeated it, and brazenly stole its entire territory. Park then smiled, a knowing glint in his eye. "So, you know where she went? Let's go after her then, and get your revenge." Ilgon unleashed a thunderous roar, signaling he was primed for battle. Just then, John burst onto the scene, his motorcycle screeching to a halt. Gasping for air, he rushed forward to join the group. One man questioned his return, but John simply retorted, "That doesn't matter, where's Hehan?" Silence fell. The grim truth was, they had no. Park locked eyes with young Shang and solemnly promised, "I will bring Hehan back, but in return, you will uphold your end of the deal." It was then that John finally realized Park's true identity, stunned to find him there. Wasting no time, Park gave Ilgon a firm command, "Take me to the right place," and with that, the two set off, leaving everyone behind utterly speechless. As they raced, Park's body began to shimmer with a vibrant blue glow. Lightning crackled around him, and his majestic wings reappeared. With a single, powerful leap, he soared high into the sky, streaking toward the distant mountains. The men stood frozen, realizing they were in the presence of someone who not only commanded beasts, but could transform into one himself. Jong Song collapsed to his knees, watching Park vanish into the sky. He clasped his hands together in a desperate prayer, fervently hoping Park could save Hyun. Meanwhile, grotesque sounds echoed ominously from a nearby cave. The winged creature was voraciously devouring half a deer, perched atop a horrifying pile of bones. In a dark corner, near that horrific scene, Hyun cried out in despair, desperately calling for her father. The pained sound of the girl's voice caught the monster's attention. It whipped its monstrous head toward her, snarling, drool and blood dripping menacingly from its jaws. Terrified, Hyun curled up, covering her face with trembling hands. But, before the creature could get any closer, Ilgon, the giant bear, appeared behind her, roaring and ready to face the enemy. The monster turned and lunged ferociously at the bear, but Ilgon was already braced for the impending fight. Behind him, a massive eagle swooped in. It was Park, ready for battle. Just as the monster was about to sink its teeth into Ilgon's armor, something utterly unexpected happened. Park's body glowed brilliant blue and partially merged with the bear. One of his eyes now burned with an ominous red glow. He instantly recognized the enemy. It was a young, wounded wyvern. Still wounded, the creature tried to bite Park's mighty claw, but he countered fiercely with his other massive paw, striking the monster hard. Then, he swiftly grabbed the wyvern's neck, hurled it far across the cave, and blasted a searing fireball after it. The creature smashed violently through the cave wall and plummeted like a rock. Park then turned to Hyun, his voice firm, and promised, "I'll save you, but for now, stay right here, keep absolutely quiet." Just then, another massive wyvern slithered back into the cave. Park's mind raced. Could he possibly tame this beast? Given his heightened spatial energy, it seemed plausible. The interface flashed its requirements. To tame a wyvern, its integrity had to plummet below 10%. He knew then, it was possible. But a primal, destructive urge suddenly roared within him. His body, seemingly on its own accord, sprang into action. He slammed into the monster with earth-shattering force. The wyvern shattered another cave wall, tumbling down as its integrity plunged to a critical 16%. Park realized with dread. Ilgon's hostility was raging completely out of control. His own emotions were running absolutely wild. Once again, the bloodthirsty desire to kill flared fiercely. His body instinctively coiled, preparing for the finishing blow. With a massive, fur-covered paw, he struck the wyvern hard. But in his mind, he screamed at himself, "Don't kill it." Knowing Ilgon wouldn't stop, Park abruptly canceled the transformation. The bear, shimmering, returned through the blue portal and vanished. And the wyvern, now severely battered, tumbled helplessly down the rocks. Just as its integrity finally plummeted below 10%, Park swiftly activated his taming skill. An exclamation icon blazed above the creature's head. It worked. He immediately triggered his next move. Instant healing. The wyvern's integrity surged, rapidly rising. Once 99% healed, Park gave a clear order, "Fly." Still growling, the creature faltered, dropping for a moment. Then, it powerfully steadied itself, and soared into flight. Riding on his magnificent new companion, Park soared skyward, as the wyvern, now glowing brilliantly with a blue healing light, flew high, all the way to the mountain peak. Down below, the villagers below froze, utterly stunned by the sight. They gripped their weapons, ready to open fire, their eyes widened. Zhongshan, overwhelmed, couldn't bear the weight of the moment. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out apologies to his missing daughter. Witnessing Zhongshan's profound pain, the other men also fell into a somber silence, thinking of Heian. Then, a hush fell over everyone. One man pointed, trembling, to the sky. "Isn't that the same creature that attacked us?" Another man shouted. "State of emergency. Shoot it down." Guns were immediately raised. Fingers tightened around the triggers. But the village elder roared, "Stop. Don't you dare shoot." Everyone froze mid-action. "There's someone on that creature's back." Another man confirmed, his voice trembling. "Someone's riding it. It's Heian." He couldn't believe his eyes. The wyvern landed gently right before him. And there was Heian, beaming with a radiant smile. She ran straight into her father's waiting arms. He couldn't hold back his tears. She was alive. A true miracle. And safe. Later, the entire village gathered joyfully around the roaring bonfire. They roasted meat, feasted until their hearts were full, and talked endlessly about Park, now hailed as the Dragon Knight. More succulent meat sizzled over the roaring flames. As someone jovially joked, the baby needed more food. Another hesitantly admitted they were still afraid to approach the magnificent winged creature. Park watched, fascinated, as children playfully chased the wyvern, and pondered how incredibly gentle it had become after its taming. He even discovered that he could now peer into the past of any beast he had tamed. The wyvern's story, though, was heartbreaking. Her entire horde had been almost wiped out by the Sky Alliance. She was so young that she always flew far behind the others, which ironically ended up saving her life. After crossing the borders, she starved, suffered grievous injuries, and after an attack on the village, she stumbled upon Ilgon's den, where she wisely decided to hide. The village elder then thanked him out loud. Thanks to what Park did that day, he boomed. We can finally celebrate. With his incredible magic, he had provided abundant food, healed the wounded, and even expertly repaired their damaged houses. He shared that even before the government's collapse after the catastrophe, they already lived in deep poverty. But despite that, they were genuinely happy until, united as they were, they still couldn't resist the monstrous hordes and had to flee. The city quickly became uninhabitable, so they moved deeper into the vast, unforgiving continent before many other nomads took the same desperate path. Now, there was almost no one left. Hunting was utterly impossible, nothing would grow on the barren land, and wild animals mercilessly attacked alongside ruthless raiders. The chief grimly revealed that when they first left the city, there were 400 of them. 2 years later, only 60 remained, and that very day, they had been planning to leave again, because staying there was simply no longer an option. Curious, Park asked if the continent was safe. The answer came with a heavy sorrow. There is no safe place anymore. Those regions are vast, filled with terrifying monsters and vicious bandits. But the elder had heard whispers, rumors about certain hidden areas, protected by powerful magical barriers, where civilians could find refuge. The problem, he sighed, was that without powerful connections, no one could get in, especially if they spoke a different language, were just refugees. Simply making it there alive would already be a miracle. That's when Park suddenly remembered what Miso had said. Soon, all of Asia would become a massive battlefield, and refugees would end up coming straight to their times lands. The nomads had also heard from the city guards that, if they couldn't defend themselves, they should ally with someone who times could asterisk. But that, of course, would come at a cost. The chief then stood up, declaring everyone was already quite drunk, and suggested they simply sleep there for the night. He mentioned they had prepared a humble room on the second floor for Park. Chul explained the place was a bit messy, but he'd surely sleep well. But our hero declined with a gentle smile, stating he needed to leave. The elder's brow furrowed with worry, muttering about the lateness, but Park calmly assured them it was fine. The man nodded, admitting they'd kept their savior here too long. Park offered an awkward, humble smile. "Oh, no, it's not like that," he insisted. The elder then asked Chul to quickly fetch the blood crystal phone from the room. The boy dashed away to retrieve it. Meanwhile, villagers began to converge, eager to bid Park farewell. Behind him, the majestic wyvern was already poised for flight. The hero accepted the phone and remarked that the navigation and satellites were working perfectly, promising to put it to excellent use. The leader assured him no thanks were needed for anything. After all, he had single-handedly saved their entire village. That's when Park's hand began to glow, and a vibrant sphere of electricity coalesced in his palm. The villagers watched, utterly captivated, in awe, expecting him to unleash his magic once more. Suddenly, dozens of blood crystals cascaded from his hand. The villagers were absolutely stunned by their sheer number and immense value. As he prepared to leave, Park expressed his sincere wish that these crystals would help them too, offering his heartfelt goodbyes. The entire village erupted in thanks and crying out wishes for a good journey. He waved back, promising they would surely meet. Again, the wyvern spread its magnificent wings and soared into the sky, and Park excitedly shouted, "We're going to England!" Zhang Shang held He Yon's hand tightly, their gaze fixed on the hero's silhouette as it vanished over the horizon. The scene abruptly shifts to a buzzing news broadcast. The anchor dramatically declares breaking news. A horde of wyverns had been annihilated by the Sky Alliance. But that very morning, the Air Force had found another wyvern, though this time, there was something drastically different. The creature was being controlled by an awakened. The story immediately went viral. The appearance of an unknown dragon knight was met with widespread celebration. The broadcast then dramatically cuts to footage of a ruined bridge. A catastrophic collapse had just occurred. 2 monstrous giant fire ants had burst forth from a portal, transforming everything into a true, searing inferno. But then, something incredible came hurtling across the bridge. The anchor urgently asked the camera to zoom in on screen. A mysterious man with long hair appeared, wielding 2 formidable swords. The commentators were utterly stunned. Was that the one hero? What was he doing in a neighboring country? Questions erupted and spread like wildfire. Could it truly be him? The similarities were absolutely undeniable. The news swiftly confirmed it. The most powerful, awakened, had appeared out of nowhere on that very bridge, alongside the Sela Guild. In just 10 breathtaking minutes, they decimated all the monsters. The commentators were completely divided. Some whispered traitor, a venomous hiss in the crowd. Others fiercely defended him, but one headline blazed across every paper. The Dragon. K-Knight has officially joined the troops, spearheading a mission to purge the Scorpions. And now, the greatest. Awakened summoners were converging on that very spot. Everyone demanded to know, who is he, truly? Who is this enigmatic Dragon Knight? Just in the past few days, new reports have exploded across the headlines. The Dragon Knight returned, to bolster the troops, this time confronting monstrous ogres. Based on the intel gathered, it was finally, irrefutably confirmed. The mysterious knight was none other than Park. The commentators unleashed a torrent of praise. They crowned Park a god, meticulously detailing his astonishing abilities, and even boldly suggested he deserved the title of the Times, New Times, #1. But then, a bombshell dropped. A breaking news report revealed that the Times, current Times #1, Hero, had launched a direct, shocking accusation against Park. The anchor explained that Hero's unexpected statement, coupled with his dramatic return to the country he had once abandoned, had ignited an absolute uproar. He then urged everyone to watch the explosive interview together. The reporters got straight to the point. They demanded to know why he was accusing Park, and what exactly brought him back. Hero didn't hold back. He declared he had come, personally, to expose that the so-called God of the Wind and legendary tamer was actually a complete fraud. The press conference exploded. Journalists clamored, demanding an explanation. Why call him a liar? Hero claimed that Park ran away the moment he found out Hero was coming, too terrified of being exposed. He added that Park's videos and reported feats were all wildly exaggerated. According to him, Park was nothing more than a regular tamer, with zero professional evaluations or official recognition, promoted only because the government shamelessly profited off his image. A reporter noted that this all sounded like a deeply personal feud, and asked if he had anything to say directly to Park. The hero looked straight into the camera, as if he knew Park was watching, and dramatically threw down the gauntlet. If you want to prove me wrong, meet me at SPFC station. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Han took a thoughtful sip of coffee and muttered, surprised. Damn. The media is absolutely buzzing with this hero, claiming he'll crush Park with one hand. Another news piece flashed, showing Park standing alongside the Russian president, clearly highlighting their unexpected friendship. Watching this, Junho wondered, how did Park, who was supposedly heading to England, end up in Russia? The phone rang. It was Park's guild. Junho picked up. On the other end, they wanted to know if he had managed to reach Park. But the answer, unfortunately, was a resounding no. Han, surprised, asked if the agency director had dared to call again, and Junho, with a weary sigh, confirmed it, leaving Han utterly perplexed. Not long ago, Junho couldn't even stand to hear the director's name spoken aloud, and now, he was actually taking calls daily. The mood at the base was impossibly tense. No one was finding anything of value within the treacherous dungeons. Even one exhausted man suggested they simply give up the search for real riches, and instead, settle for whatever meager loot they had managed to scrape together. Han lamented, noting that now everyone seemed to urgently need Park. And Junho, curious, wanted to know why, this time. A new news segment on TV then explained, Level 7 dungeons were appearing with alarming frequency, leaving the locals deeply worried, and hoped that Park's guild would finally take charge of the 13th district. Junho interjected, mentioning that throngs of people were eager to move to this brand new area of the city. Han exclaimed this was the perfect time to act, which left Junho a bit annoyed, saying the director had told him the exact same thing, which genuinely surprised Han. The agency's proposal was this. Once the district gained official recognition, Park's guild would then become fully responsible for protecting that land. The agency would handle all the taxes and take care of the minor dungeons themselves. On their own, Han, thoroughly impressed, asked what Junho had said in response. He replied they were still thinking about it, but in Han's eyes, that was a huge mistake. They should have accepted the offer immediately. The agency also wanted the guild to form a special squad, ready to act whenever. New dungeons appeared, but Junho made one thing perfectly clear. As long as his brother was away, he couldn't possibly make that decision alone. He truly didn't know if they could handle clearing level 7 dungeons and founding a new district, all at the same time. Han then reflected, if they became a special task force, a truly elite unit, the respect around them would change completely. But on the other hand, it would also mean taking on significantly greater risks. He glanced at a picture of Park, standing proudly next to the president, with the magnificent wyvern painted in the background. He thought about how the entire country was in chaos because of the hero's impactful statement, "The new district." And still, no one knew where Park was. Han then asked Junho if they had any contact with him, and he just shook his head. At the very same time, in a ruined city, a sleek red car sped wildly through empty, desolate streets. The gray-haired man behind the wheel, his voice trembling, called out to Park with a slightly nervous, urgent voice, wanting to know if he could hear him, as he was already on his way to the Stime, designated rendezvous point. On the other end, Park calmly replied, asking if he was the guy in the distinct red car. The man confirmed and warmly welcomed him to London. He then asked if Park could see the 3 massive stone golems chasing the car. Our hero confidently said yes, and that he'd take care of it right now. From above, riding his majestic wyvern, Park began his swift descent, eyes locked intently on the 3 colossal golems closing in behind the car. One of the golems, massive and menacing, the one closest to the car raised its massive hand, and boom, the impact opened a crater right next to the vehicle, cracking the ground like shattered glass. But before the car could be crushed, a huge fireball appeared out of nowhere, slamming into one of the golems with brutal force. The creature was hurled into a building, smashing the facade with its own body. The 2 remaining golems roared furiously, but at that moment, Park flew past them on his wyvern, grabbing the monster's attention with a flick of his hand. He released tiny shimmering lights, fire fairies, right after. He activated his fire tornado, feeding the flames with bursts of wind. The destruction was so intense that the 2 golems collapsed. With no chance to fight back, Park approached the first monster, and a pillar of flame exploded from his hand. Then he turned to the second one and landed a precise kick to its head, which cracked instantly. The creature's jaw flew off, smashing through a wall like paper. Looking at the mess, Park remarked that they seemed weaker than they looked, probably because of their low level. His wyvern then landed nearby, sending up a gust of wind. Behind him, he heard clapping and shouts of admiration. Park turned and came face to face with a gray-haired man snapping a photo and saying excitedly, "You're exactly like the rumors say." Our hero asked if he was Professor Toddler, and the man confirmed with a smile. The wyvern flapped its wings, and the professor marveled at the creature. He asked if it was the famous wyvern. Park explained that the Russians had suggested painting it, so people wouldn't confuse it with the wild ones. Toddler, clearly grateful, said that even if just for a short time, he'd felt the presence of the Dragon Knight, and thanked Park for saving him. Park joked that the professor's translator worked really well. The man showed off the device, saying that when he heard about the meeting, he bought the most expensive one available. Park glanced around a bit suspicious. Is this really London? The professor answered that things were rough all over England, but London was pure chaos. And when the sun goes down, everything gets worse. Park got the picture and prepared to leave. He opened a portal and called his wyvern, which he had named Birion. Birion slowly stepped into the portal while the professor watched. Fascinated, the portal opened into a place full of wolves. On the other side, the animals watched as the wyvern crossed through and the portal closed. Once inside, they all gathered around the creature. It let out a roar, and the wolves howled back together. Someone commented that must be the same wyvern from the news. Another added, "They say she lives on a farm with other domesticated beasts." All sweethearts. Meanwhile, the red car sped down the road. The professor still couldn't believe what he'd just seen. He said that for a wyvern that size to pass through a portal, the level of the place must be at least 3. Park confirmed. "Looks like you're pretty well informed." The professor said yes. After all, Park was the main topic on the news these days, he added, excited that he was happy they finally met. But Park didn't look that thrilled. Deep down, he felt like this whole conversation reeked of a scientist eager to run experiments. The car sped through the ruins toward the coast, where monstrous creatures swam in the river. Park asked if his lab was in London, and the professor explained that the city was in the past now. The new capital of England was New Dover, and that's where the lab was set up. Park asked why they hadn't arranged to meet there directly. The professor explained he needed to pick up some materials from this location, especially after the recent bombings that left lots of blood crystals scattered around. He said he was researching the creation of instant teleportation stations, portals that could summon creatures. According to him, the portals used by monsters during rift events work the same way. Just imagine how amazing it would be if we could use that. No monster could ever stop humanity's progress. Again, Park didn't look convinced, but politely replied that the idea sounded good. The professor went on, saying that at the moment, even river and air routes were blocked. If nothing changed, humanity would end up isolated. and survival would only get harder. The car sped across the bridge over the river, until the professor awkwardly added, "I guess I'm talking too much," but Park didn't even blink. His eyes stayed locked on the road ahead. The man asked why our hero was in such a hurry to meet him, but Park answered in a low voice, eyes fixed seriously on the road. "Careful." In the next instant, the asphalt on the bridge just exploded, like something gigantic had torn through it from below. A massive sperm whale emerged, breaking through the structure with its snout, and launching the car backward with brutal force. The professor gripped the steering wheel in panic, yelling, "Is that a whale?" But Park didn't just see the whale. He instantly read its info, level C2, integrity at 18%, and as if that wasn't enough, a colossal shark burst out of the water, and near them tentacles started to surface. Even with the car flying through the air, the professor wouldn't let go of the wheel. He screamed in terror, "That's a megalodon." Meanwhile, an epic battle was raging under the destroyed bridge. Whale versus megalodon. The car plunged toward the water, the whale crashing down behind it. Military forces rushed to the scene. The helicopters in the sky. Soldiers speeding across the surface on motorized boards. One helicopter reported that a small vehicle had been hit, and requested immediate civilian evacuation. A soldier on a board asked who was coming to back them up, and the answer was direct. David and Silva, the legendary duo, including the mighty Muscle Queen. David, a burly guy with a ponytail who liked guys, took charge, and asked if the red car was Professor Toddler's. A soldier confirmed it seemed so. David dove in, his eyes glowing like spotlights, lighting up everything underwater, and soon enough he found the car, but it was empty. The soldier looked around, and saw the megalodon chasing the whale, which was several times smaller. The shark nearly caught up, but the whale twisted at the last second and escaped moments later. It breached the surface, throwing up a massive curtain of water, and the shark followed in a brutal leap from above. The soldiers saw the commotion, and prepared to open fire, but one shouted, "Wait, there are people on the whale's fin." It was Park and Professor Toddler, both relieved to be alive. Park looked at the shark and analyzed. Level D dry, young specimen. He extended his hand and activated his tornado ability. Immediately, a blue light engulfed the shark, pulling it into a magical vortex. One soldier, watching from afar, recognized it. "That looks like a tornado. I saw something like this on YouTube." David, back on the surface, muttered in disbelief. "It's him, the Dragon Knight." Park then summoned his fire fairies, and the tornado transformed into a massive fiery whirlpool. With the whale out of danger, the military moved in to finish the job. Helicopters closed in, opening fire on the burning shark. Meanwhile, the professor still clung to the whale's fin. Stunned by what he was witnessing, he thought to himself, "He trapped a megalodon in a fire tornado, and I saw it with my own eyes." At that moment, Park turned to the whale, and asked if it was happy to have avenged its mother. The creature said nothing, but gave him a grateful look before diving back down into the deep. Below, a soldier watched the burning megalodon crash to the seafloor and shouted, "It's going down." The shark hit the bottom with a thunderous impact. That's when Park realized his level had increased, and his water affinity skill had been cancelled. Later, in a calmer place, a small cottage sat near a cliff under the bright sun. At the table, coffee and biscuits waited. The man asked if Park had slept well. He said he had, and looking out at the sea below added, This place is amazing." The professor agreed, and almost as part of the conversation, a whale leapt from the water, splashing waves and foam. Professor Toddler explained that because of monster attacks, blue whales were becoming increasingly rare, but that one had been lucky. Park smiled and said, "This village really does feel like the end of the world." The professor nodded and said that English troops had been surrounded by monsters. For a long time there was nowhere left to run. That's why the country had started building impenetrable walls. But Professor Toddler confessed that he was still haunted by what had happened that night. Professor Toddler commented, surprised, that he was still amazed by how Park could tame and control so many different creatures. But what really blew his mind was the fire tornado. Seeing that live was surreal. Meanwhile, Park calmly sipped his coffee. The professor said that to this day, there had never been an awakened one capable of controlling all four elements: water, fire, earth, and air. He smiled, curious, and asked what life had been like for our hero before awakening. Park replied that his life was the most ordinary thing in the world, until the day he ended up in the animal kingdom. That's when everything changed. Then our hero asked if the professor was the one who created the device that measures spatial energy. The professor confirmed proudly, "Yes, that's my work. Did you like it?" But Park cut straight to the point. "What kind of laws are behind that?" The professor was caught off guard, and wanted to know why he was asking. Park explained. Every time his energy was measured, he felt like he was being watched. Strange discomfort. like someone or something was observing him. The atmosphere grew heavy. Professor Toddler looked visibly uneasy. Unsure how to answer, Park continued. He said it was connected to the planet he'd returned. According to him, that planet had been shattered, fragmented, and now reappears on Earth in the form of dungeons. And those level 4 dungeons, they were just a tiny part of what that world used to be. Instead of the friendly animals he once knew, the place was now overrun by lizard men, creatures he'd never seen before. Then he asked, what happened to his old companions? Why hadn't he aged a single year in 1,000? And who were the ones watching him whenever his energy was measured? This time the professor confirmed everything Park said was true. He explained that all of Park's questions, his sudden interest in languages and writing it was all connected. They opened a hatch in the floor and started descending the stairs. Down there, the professor revealed that this was his real lab. Park commented that the place was deep, and the professor explained that it was designed to withstand even a nuclear explosion despite being a personal lab. All of it actually belonged to the government, and Park was the first outsider to ever set foot there. At the end of the stairway, the professor typed a code, and the door slowly opened. This is it, he said. Lighting the room with a flashlight, Park fell silent. Taking in the scene before him, the lab was huge, but a total mess. Stuff was scattered everywhere. Professor Toddler chuckled, and said that despite the appearance, the place was fully equipped. He showed a series of devices, analysis stations, test samples, even a robot capable of recreating projects, from codes and identifying voices. On another workbench were stones and flasks filled with minerals extracted from dungeons, all being analyzed right there on the monitor. Notes made by Park in that cave were displayed. The professor explained that all this material had been found over the last 2 months in various dungeons. And the most impressive part, they had found inscriptions in the human language. Inside these dungeons, yes, Park's language, these inscriptions had been appearing repeatedly for the last 21 days. In every dungeon they explored, Park was stunned. He asked, are there different versions of the same dungeon? The professor answered, yes, dungeons with the same pattern had started showing up in different cities around the world, with levels ranging from 2 to 5, and they didn't appear at the same time, but in different moments. That made Park remember something Miso had said. Dungeons open, near awakened ones. Maybe this proved they weren't just fragments of a planet, but rather, the dungeons themselves replicating. Park asked if the planet had actually been copied and shattered. The professor admitted that so far, that was the most convincing theory. Then our hero asked, and what about the animals that live there? Professor admitted that was a question he also wanted answered. Is that why you wanted to meet me? Park asked exactly, said the professor, holding Park's hands eagerly. He confessed that he hoped to discover how the dungeons appear and disappear with Park's help. Someone had contacted him recently, the author of those inscriptions. Ever since he received Park's letter, he'd been restless. Unable to wait for this meeting, he was desperate for answers, and called Park the Dragon Knight. But Park felt frustrated. Deep down, he thought the professor didn't really know anything, trying to change the subject. The professor brought up the spatial energy meter, and said he'd show the device right now. He began rummaging through one of the lab's boxes, until suddenly he exclaimed excitedly, got it, and pulled out a strange-looking stone. The man showed the stone to Park with a satisfied smile, and our hero asked what it was. The professor held the stone out to Park, explaining that it was called a memory stone. He said you had to hold it in your hands and close your eyes. Without questioning it, Park touched the stone, which immediately began to glow as soon as he closed his eyes. He saw those strange inscriptions again, as if someone were watching his every move. When he read that his data had been recorded, he opened his eyes, suddenly his expression tense. The professor, curious, asked what it felt like. Park replied, uneasy, that he clearly felt a strange gaze while holding the stone. Professor said that everyone reacts differently, but the more sensitive ones usually feel that way. Park wanted to know if it was possible to make an energy meter using that stone. The professor confirmed that it was, but explained that he wasn't the one who created the stone. Surprised, Park asked what he meant, and the man with a calm smile explained. He said the stone fell near a portal on the day of the Great Catastrophe. It was much later that they discovered its properties. Park asked if the stone literally fell from the sky. The professor replied that although Europe suffered greatly, it also received a blessing, the divine stone. It fell exactly on the day of the disaster, and thanks to it, they started exploring space. The professor explained that the information inside the stone allowed them to create many devices. Then he turned to Park and showed him a box with several vials, saying that it was one of those inventions. Inside there was a holder for stones. Toddler managed to embed a memory stone. Their Park didn't seem too impressed, but the man added that he managed to transfer all the information contained in the stone to the device. He explained that the stone absorbs information from any contact, has a limit, but still works very well. He handed the box to Park and asked him to touch it without hesitation. Park placed his hand on the object. Seeing the results, the professor was thrilled, saying that Park had managed to surpass energy level B in just 3 months, something unheard of, even for someone so special. Park asked if that was really a portable meter, and the professor confirmed, excitedly saying that he still wanted to shrink its size. He explained enthusiastically that he had recently developed another device and showed it to Park, who asked if it also used the same stone. The professor confirmed, adding that this case had extra functions. He said the stone could store an impressive amount of data, revealing physical indicators. Park, curious, asked what kind of indicators he meant, noticing the word agility on the screen. The professor explained that with this device, it was possible to know the level of strength and dexterity, which would help form more efficient teams not just by energy level, but also physical power. Park listened in silence, processing the idea that, until now, no awakened one could see other people's stats. With an excited smile, the professor asked what Park thought of it, and he concluded that, in practice, there was no way to see another awakened one's stats before. The professor said the prototype was ready, and invited Park for a demonstration the next day. Our hero returned the box, agreeing to join. But suddenly, the screen showing Park's strength and agility stats started flashing. An error alert popped up, and the professor, surprised, said that hadn't happened yesterday. A bit embarrassed, he turned to Park and asked for a moment. He grabbed his phone, called the director, and said he'd have to cancel the demonstration because of a device issue. Meanwhile, Park flipped through an article about him and Song Yi, but got annoyed when he saw they used a quote from a cave. Exactly the line. He hated. The professor hung up, saying he wanted to continue the conversation, but an urgent matter had come up. Park took the chance to ask if he knew where those stones came from. The professor answered without hesitation that memory stones are extracted on the planet Aruka. Meanwhile, the sun was setting over Park's guild, painting the trees and fireflies in shades of orange. Gunwoo and the monastery boys were playing in the sand. When a threatening shadow appeared over them, Hero was standing there, holding 2 swords still dripping with fresh blood. Gunwoo froze, staring at Hero, and one of the monks murmured in shock that it was blood. The man turned to the child and the young monks, who stood up, staring at Hero. Gunwoo was the first to snap out of his trance and asked who he was. Choi's clothes and face were stained with blood. He asked the boy if he really was Gunwoo. Meanwhile, Park had no idea what was happening at the guild, and asked the professor about planet Aruka. The man explained that those memory stones weren't that special. They just reflected the same wavelength unless broken into pieces. If blood crystals worked like batteries, memory stones were like data transfer devices. The High Elves used them to stay connected. Park wanted to know who these High Elves were, and the professor explained they were high-ranking elves. He added that the spatial energy measurement device was just a bonus, because the original plan was to build a network to connect the elves, and later a network for the entire Earth. With a smile, the professor said this information came straight from the elves, who arrived on the planet back on Aruka. Elves use these stones to measure energy, class, and other attributes, meaning you can't hide any information from them. Park was surprised, wondering if those elves saw the same status window he did. He opened his own, and was shocked to see all the professor's information: rank, class, profession, basic traits. But suddenly, the screen glitched and showed the message, "No signal." Annoyed, Park thought the system was acting up again. Meanwhile, the professor noticed that Park wasn't paying attention and felt awkward. He said he needed to fix the box, even if it meant staying up all night. He made it clear he wouldn't leave the lab until he solved the problem. Park just smiled politely and said he didn't want to get in the way. The man asked him to wait a bit because the guide would soon arrive to show him the city. On his way out, he advised Park not to wander too far since there were plenty of shops on the main street, and he promised to continue the conversation the next day. Alone in the lab, Park looked around while he waited. On the screen, he read that time moved twice as fast inside dungeons, and that the inscriptions on the rocks were over 200 years old. He analyzed everything, thinking how ridiculous it all was in front of him. A table was covered with memory stones of all shapes and sizes. Park picked up one of the stones, and once again, I saw the inscriptions saying they were watching and recording his data. Then, he had a sudden realization. Maybe the High Elves knew who was watching him and what caused the great disaster. He thought he needed to visit Aruka in person. Suddenly a man appeared, coming down the stairs and calling his name. Park turned around, pushing the thoughts away, and asked if he was the guide. The man introduced himself as William, from Lawrence Corporation, saying he was a pioneer in the measurement field. Park didn't waste any time and said he had somewhere he needed to go. He pointed at the screen and asked if he could get there. The man explained that was the South Portal of London, in the 11th Infantry Brigade's operations area. William asked if he wanted to join the dungeon. Sweep and Park agreed immediately. The guide looked a bit uneasy, but agreed to accompany him. Meanwhile, Professor Toddler was in his office, trying to figure out what had caused the error. He double-checked everything, found no faults, and wondered why the device only glitched when scanning Park. The man was completely puzzled when suddenly the door opened. A man stepped in, asking if the professor was there. It was David, who came in, greeted him, and asked where the Dragon Knight was. How could he miss a chance to see him up close? The professor explained. There had been an issue and said the guide was handling everything. David, a bit disappointed, still pressed him, asking if he was sure he wasn't around. The professor confirmed and asked him to place his hand on the scanner. Since he was there, David obeyed, curious. Right away the screen displayed his strength and agility stats, and the professor lit up everything. Was working perfectly. David, impressed, realized those numbers were his physical indicators, and he stared at the results, fascinated by the new invention. The professor commented that he expected nothing less from a rank C awakened, who had already reached the strength limit. David felt flattered but admitted, a bit embarrassed, that he'd be happier if his results were in 4 digits. Otherwise he still needed a lot more training. Those words made the professor's eyes widen, as if a new idea had just struck him. David said he was going to look for the Dragon Knight, said goodbye to the professor, and left, while the man was still lost in thought about that 4 digits. Suddenly, he started typing frantically on the keyboard, muttering that 999 had been the maximum until now. He thought, what if I open Park's data and raise the limit to 9,999? As soon as he did, he stared at the result, eyes wide, and let out a curse, completely shocked. Outside the lab, a gigantic monster was restrained by thick chains, bound to 4 war machines surrounding the creature. A black car drove by slowly, and one of the men commented that the monster was immobilized for research, since it would die anyway. So the company decided to buy it. William was driving, with Park sitting beside him, silently observing everything, until the man said they had arrived ahead of them. A portal shone with an intense blue light, surrounded by a military camp. William explained that it was a level 5 dungeon, infested with giant locusts, and only 18 hours remained before it would explode on a screen. A video played, showing a famous comedian dressed as a locust, yelling at a guy that he would kill him with a slogan that read, "Forward warriors, the crazy locust awaits you." Laughing, William said the soldiers were trying to profit off the comedian's popularity. Further ahead, Park saw a squadron of aircraft fighting a massive wyvern. He asked if the attack had already begun, and William explained that more than half of all territories were in constant combat. But dungeon invasions never stopped. Suddenly, a shout echoed. "Watch out!" A downed helicopter was plummeting toward them, and crashed into the ground with a loud boom. Its blades broke off and flew straight toward William, but Park caught them with one hand, stopping everything right there, leaving the man speechless. Someone shouted, asking what had happened, and they answered that the helicopter had crashed, but the rest of the platoon had already pushed into the dungeon. The soldiers looked at Park, and one asked who that man was. Another recognized him immediately. It was the Dragon Knight. William thanked him, and Park asked why, genuinely surprised. The man answered without hesitation, "For saving my life." William then said they could consider the dungeon entrance settled now. He pointed to a group of uniformed men and said, "There they are. The Lawrence Corporation's combat team. These guys are rank A, chosen especially for you." He introduced the man in front, saying he was the leader of the Phoenix Squad, Robert. Robert greeted Park, saying he was the captain of the 2nd Phoenix. But our hero didn't even care. He just walked forward, saying he didn't need any team, he'd enter the dungeon alone. William was speechless, trying to convince him not to go in solo, reminding him it was a level 5 dungeon, but Park didn't care. He told them not to follow, and stepped into the portal, instantly enveloped by the blue glow. Inside the portal, Park opened his info window. Grumbling that it still didn't work properly, he closed it, muttering that B-rank monsters didn't even reach 1400 energy outside. William still called his name, but the hero had already taken his golden eagle form and vanished into the light. The man sighed, incredulous Robert from the squad, that he saw no reason to follow him if he didn't want their help. Anyway, the soldiers murmured among themselves, some saying they were being looked down on, others arguing that even if he was the Dragon Knight, they should stick with him. William apologized to Robert, who replied that it was fine. They were still waiting for the official mission to begin. The soldiers kept discussing Park's attitude, while William ran a hand through his hair, wondering what he was supposed to do. Now, just then, a red SUV pulled up next to them. Everyone turned, curious to see who'd arrived. Out stepped David in a hoodie, waving at William as he got closer. He said everyone was already gathered and asked Robert why he was there. Instead of hunting locusts, Robert shot back, asking what the hero, who's supposed to save the entire world, was doing in the village. David defended himself, saying he didn't deserve to be judged, but Robert bluntly said that for now, he could absolutely judge the 9th in the world ranking, and first in England. Robert cracked a half smile and said they needed to get ready for the mission, adding that they'd see each other at the farewell party. David shot back asking if he was serious, that he'd really have to see that drunk face at the party too. In the background, the soldiers murmured that sometimes these veteran chats were enough to make anyone sick. When the conversation ended, William called out to David, his eyes welling up. The big guy bent down a little laughing, and asked why his dear William was crying, and where the Dragon Knight was. The young man, annoyed, reply that he'd just gone alone into a level 5 dungeon. David's eyes widened in surprise, and William added that Park had gone in so fast, he hadn't even been able to stop him. The kid, now staring at the ground, muttered that he didn't know what to do if anything happened to Park. He'd probably get fired. Suddenly, David burst out laughing, leaving William even more confused. The big guy explained that this was exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from a Dragon Knight. Seeing William's stunned face, David said he clearly didn't understand much about the Dragon Knight, but William insisted that it was still a level 5 dungeon. David just waved it off, joking that he'd be waiting at the cafe with a pink ice cream, and told him to let him know the moment Park came back. But suddenly David stopped. Feeling something strange, he turned, pointed at the portal and shouted, "Park's back." William couldn't believe what he heard, but it was true. Park came out of the portal, brushing the dust off his uniform like nothing had happened. William let out a scream of pure shock. It was simply impossible. Meanwhile, the soldiers were doing a final gear check. Ready to enter the portal, they were talking among themselves about how the previous combat teams hadn't come back, and doubted they'd be able to contain the rift. One asked if the place would be overrun by locusts now, and another replied that the National Bureau had already requested reinforcements. Worried, a soldier asked what would happen if the rift opened while they were still inside. His buddy, sweating, said he didn't even want to think about it just then. One of them lifted his head, went pale, and asked if he was seeing things. His partner asked what he was talking about. The soldiers ran to Robert, telling him Park had already returned. The man, incredulous, took a moment to process the news. Meanwhile, William ran toward Park, overjoyed, while David shouted, calling him Dragon Knight. Park recognized David immediately, and said he was the big guy he'd seen before. But the two didn't have time to talk, because all of a sudden, someone yelled. The fire boar had escaped. David turned and saw the colossal monster covered in flames, charging at them. William, terrified, stammered that it was a fire boar. But David was furious when he recognized the beast. That giant pig had destroyed his favorite ice cream shop. Fueled by rage, David clenched his fist, shouting that this wouldn't stand, and activated Megan's strike. His fist glowed a bright blue before slamming straight into the boar's head. The impact was so strong that the monster was sent flying backward, crashing into a crowd of soldiers who scrambled to get out of the way. The soldiers, amazed, murmured among themselves that this was exactly what they expected from David, the true living storm. Park was also impressed by the punch, gave a wide smile, and said that was seriously strong. David walked up to Park, shook his hand, and said that even though they'd met before, he wanted to introduce himself properly. Park returned the handshake, and David confessed that he'd been waiting for this moment since that day. Our hero, confused, asked why David had looked forward to this so much. The big guy explained that he'd seen Park turn a megalodon into fish food, and ever since he realized the two of them were a lot alike. David asked if Park knew how he'd gotten so muscular, and Park just raised his eyebrows, curious. Then, David, proud as ever, said he'd seen a cave painting of Park training with giant bananas. Everyone laughed at that, but he saw a brotherly spirit in that image, and started training with bananas too. Park, stunned, asked if that was for real, and David swore it was. He even showed a photo saying, "Look how I was at my worst." Park looked at the photo, pretending to get it, while David explained he'd even worked on a banana farm. They'd always given him strength that made Park remember that, in a way, bananas had saved his life too. He thought it was incredible that someone actually connected with those drawings that had become a joke to everyone else, and in that moment he decided he liked David. David finished by saying not to get hung up on numbers, and asked if Park could really beat monsters using only muscle. Our hero gave a confident grin, and said that was easy. David fired up, said he wanted to see Park fighting monsters in hand-to-hand combat, no special abilities, and Park, without hesitation, accepted the challenge on the spot. William tried to step in on their conversation, asking them to wait a second, but David and Park didn't even listen. They stepped right through the portal, leaving William and all the soldiers staring curious about that scene. Headlines exploded in every paper. David and Park had saved England by clearing the dungeon 15 times in just 40 minutes. Well before the rift could open, all the associations, including the Lawrence Corporation, officially thanked Park. Even the Queen of England made a point of honoring him, granting him a knighthood. Miso and her boss read the news stunned by everything. She commented, amazed that he had just saved the country. But the boss just held his head exhausted, asking if there was still no word from him. The boss asked if his dungeon had been cleared yet, or if they'd found anything. Interesting inside, Miso said they'd found nothing. The boss let out a heavy sigh, as if he'd expected that answer. She tried to lighten the mood by asking if they could get the money back. The man grumbled that a level 7 dungeon was about to appear, and money was the last thing on his mind right now. With a sly smile, Miso teased him, wondering where all that patriotism came from, since he was planning to run the moment the level 7 dungeon showed up. The boss brushed her off, changing the subject, and told her to think of a way to get Park back in the country as soon as possible. Miso chuckled, saying not to worry. The moment he saw the internet, he'd come running back. The boss raised an eyebrow, curious, and she explained that just an hour ago, they'd posted a new video on their channel, and that hero had really stirred things up. Curious, the boss opened the video and widened his eyes, totally confused. Meanwhile, helicopters fired at a colossal monster, while nearby there was a wild party to celebrate clearing the dungeon. Champagne glasses clinked under a burst of fireworks. David, pumped up, told Park that this was the best day ever, even better than the day he caught the tentacle shark. Park thanked him for the compliment, and added that David's fists had done a great job too. Then David asked if he'd met Sylvia while he was in Russia. Park, confused, asked who that was. The man laughed, saying she was a pretty famous tamer. As soon as she heard about Park, she dropped everything to fly to Russia. And it wasn't just her, a bunch of tamers wanted to see him up close. Park was surprised, asking why so many people were so eager to meet him. David explained. It was because he was a dragon knight. There wasn't a single tamer in the world capable of taming a wyvern like him, but Park didn't get all the fuss, saying that was actually pretty easy. Suddenly David got serious and warned him, either way, he'd better not take the bait. Park raised an eyebrow, asking what he was talking about. David asked if he hadn't seen the news. A recent article said that hero claimed he wouldn't even need a single hit to defeat Park. Our hero looked puzzled, asking who that guy was. David, surprised, said they were from the same country, but that hero had run off somewhere else. Park looked at the article, not recognizing the name, saying he'd never heard of the guy. David took a deep breath and explained that hero was actually the #1 in the world. But behind all that fame, he was a total maniac, a killer. Park frowned, tense, wanting to know why they called him a psycho and a murderer. David went on. Hero had done a lot for the world, he was the best. But he was also unpredictable. David himself had once had the chance to fight him. He lost, of course, but he said it was the best fight of his life. That day when David admitted defeat, Hero just laughed, saying only the strong had the right to judge a fight, and that ignorant guys like David needed to learn how the world really worked. With a chilling stare, Hero promised he'd show him the price of arrogance. David told him that right after, he took a brutal beating. He said he'd seen the devil himself in Hero's eyes at that moment, and he raised his hand, covered in scars, explaining he'd needed 8 complicated surgeries to rebuild it. As Park listened, still struggled to believe someone could be so cruel. David finished by saying that many who challenged Hero ended up dead. Even those who surrendered didn't escape, and that's how he earned the title of Killer. Park, stunned, asked why someone would do that. David sighed, saying nobody really knew for sure, but repeated firmly, whatever the reason, it was better not to provoke that guy. Our hero, still confused, murmured, "What did I do for him to want to provoke me like this?" The news spread fast. Hero had crossed the line and attacked Park's territory, and Hero himself claimed he was just defending himself. Park, shocked, muttered if that bastard was really invading his land. David, who had no idea either, looked at him confused. Inside Park's guild, a voice echoed, demanding to know why they'd taken so long to contact the boss. But Park cut him off and ordered them to just say what had happened. Junho explained that Hero had stormed in, yelling that if Park didn't show up, he'd kill everyone. 2 wolves on patrol were killed on the spot. Park heard it all, stunned, and asked who had died. He kept saying that shouldn't have happened. If they had been attacked, he should have gotten an alert. He opened his status window, but all that popped up was no signal. He cursed out loud. Park realized the alarm hadn't triggered, because of a status window error. Furious, he thought. While pack members were dying, what were the others doing? Were they so trapped they couldn't even leave the area? He shouted, demanding what everyone was doing during the attack. Someone yelled back, asking what he expected. It was Hero the No. 1 inch the world. Our hero started to lose it. Junyo, staring at the screen, begged him to come home as soon as possible. Park just scoffed, determined that once he got back, he'd push them so hard in training they'd beg for death. David, listening in, asked if he really planned to go back. Park said he had no choice, but David warned him it was obvious this was all part of Hero's plan. He said he didn't know why Hero was so fixated on him, but it clearly had a purpose. It was rare for a champion to mock an unranked newbie like that, and in the middle of a fight, an accident could easily happen. But Park shut him down, saying it was fine, and asked Toddler and William to say goodbye for him. David just stayed quiet, watching him leave with a worried look. Park raised his hand, trying to summon his wyvern, but instead of appearing, nothing happened. He just stood there waving his hand. Puzzled Toddler, watching everything through the monitor, wondered why David had brought up the news. The man whispered to himself that he'd wanted to keep Park there longer, and murmured that he'd understand later. Meanwhile, Park glared at his skill window, growing impatient, staring at the countdown. Finally, the window came back online, showing invasion, 2 wolves dead. He read the names, murmuring to himself, overcome with sorrow. In a flash, the summoning skill activated. Portal opened next to him, and a wyvern emerged into a hall full of people, who all started whispering about it. David, mesmerized, watched with a huge grin, while the professor followed it all on the monitor. On the screen, it said the ability wouldn't be available again for another 23 hours. The professor held up a blue glowing stone, an artificial mineral, created by fusing the memory stone with adamantium. The Arukamite. He reflected on Park's abilities, realizing they were exactly like the superior elves. He understood that when Park touched the Arukamite, it caused the status window to glitch, shutting down any skill that used spatial energy for an entire day. The professor thought silently that, if humanity kept developing like the elves, there would be consequences, but that thought hung in the air. At the same time, in a high part of the base, a phone rang. David called the director, who asked if he was still with Park. David said he'd already left, and mentioned he'd stored all the info in the stone. The director, surprised, asked if Park had left earlier than planned, and ordered David to return to HQ. Meanwhile, the professor was still staring at the monitor when his own phone rang. It was the director. The mustached man wanted to know if the test had worked. The professor confirmed that everything went exactly as expected. The director smirked and asked if he'd gotten it right. If it worked on Park, it would work on the people of planet Aruka too. The professor confirmed, but warned that the elves were close allies. They needed to be careful. The director, with a cold smile, countered, "No alliance lasts forever, and according to him, the elves could turn on them at any moment." The professor pointed out that there were still plenty of other problems to solve before the project could actually turn a real profit. The director, on the other hand, snapped back, saying that crime among Awakened was only rising, and that their alliance with the elves could fall apart at any moment. Toddler still tried to argue, but the director cut him off. He said that soon the levels would truly match real power, and they needed a way to control that. The professor hung up the phone, thinking to himself that the real problem was Park's power reaching 8,000. Would that be enough to take down monsters like him? While all this was being discussed, Park was already flying on his wyvern, set on revenge, with no idea what was happening behind the scenes. He growled to himself, wondering how Hiro had the nerve to invade his land. He was dead set on crushing him. Meanwhile, back at Suho's guild, Han asked what was going on, but Junho just let out a heavy sigh. He showed his phone to the others, and said they were screwed. Everyone's eyes went wide, and Monk asked what the hell was happening. Junho brought the phone closer so they could see, and they all froze in horror. On the screen was a single message from Park: special training for whoever committed the crime. They freaked out, clutching their heads, and screaming, "Why? What did we even do?" Han, almost in tears, asked how they were supposed to face the No. 1-inch the ranking, when he could easily handle even a C rank. Suddenly a picture popped up on TV, showing the 3 of them standing in front of Hiro. The comments exploded, calling it a disgrace for the guild, cursing Monk as a fraud and saying they should leave the country. Han said it was a frame from one of his videos, while Junho, head down, said those were the comments from Hiro's guild forum, calling them all weaklings. Jang grumbled that people really were rotten. Junho, eyes welling up, said no one was on their side, even though they were the victims. Jang turned to Han, demanding why he uploaded the video. The boy explained, he just wanted to expose Hiro. Monk said, there was no way to undo the mess now. The shame was already out there. Han snapped back, saying someone shouldn't have gotten drunk all night, picked a fight with civilians, and ended up caught by the bureau. Monk went red, turning away, grumbling that he just tried to help small shopkeepers, but ran into monsters disguised as people. Junho said that either way, no one was safe now because Park was genuinely furious. Monk shot back that everyone had left the guild to hide from the barrage of hate. Zhang asked what the bureau said, and Han replied that all they'd put out was a one-liner. We're sorry. They all stood there stunned, not believing that was it. Zhang exploded, saying a foreigner had illegally entered the country, invaded the guild's territory, attacked, and caused damage. But no one did anything, and they should have held him responsible. Out of nowhere, Han shouted that he'd just seen a report, saying Hiro had already gone back to his country. Everyone panicked. I couldn't believe they just let the guy leave. Monk clasped his hands and started praying to the Buddhist god of mercy. Zhang, furious, said he'd go raise hell at the bureau. Junho tried to calm him down, saying the bureau would probably play dumb and leave them to deal with it alone. Zhang wondered if Hero was part of a security agency, and if this would end up as some personal vendetta. Monk sighed, saying, the real losers here were the officials, dumping every problem onto citizens. Jane concluded, outraged, that the worst part was seeing everyone turn on them when they were the victims. Han read an article from the US, saying that Park's guild should move to a superpower country, where they'd have protection. Junho agreed they were right. It wasn't that they were weak, it was that their country was weak. They really should consider emigrating. Han said Park had to fix this mess, and asked if they'd all seen that bastard's eyes. Hero, bleeding, had said that if they didn't bring Park to him within 10 days, they'd all be dead. They all stood there, trembling, frozen in front of Hero, and Junho, stuttering, said they'd wanted to fight back, but they couldn't even reach Park. Zhang, almost crying, admitted he'd been so terrified he'd turned to stone, unable to move an inch. Han added that, if they'd fought back, they would have died on the spot. Junho said, if they'd fought and died, it would have been even worse for Park. So yeah, they'd done the right thing. Han asked about Gunwoo, since the monks were still in shock, and Junho said the boy was fine but quiet. He spent his days watching TV in his room, when he used to wander the territory, even scaring off the wolves. Deep down, Gunwoo even seemed a bit happy to have seen Hero up close. And Han said, the only thing they could do now was wait for Park to come back, because when he did, he'd crush Hero to dust. Junho turned to Han and said, they needed to do something before Park got back, but the boy didn't get it at all, and asked what he was talking about. A moment later, the two of them were already walking through the farm area, and Han asked why he was the one picked for this. Junho replied that unlike the others, Han didn't have anything better to do. They walked around holding metal detectors. Junho commented that they buried that stuff there before they left, and Han muttered that it felt like looking for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, Junho's phone rang, and he answered it on the other end. Miso thanked him for their continued cooperation, and said they'd only been able to explore the dungeon because of them. Hunyo answered that they had a signed contract, so there was no need for thanks. Miso asked them not to blame the government for what happened before. Gunho, keeping a polite tone, said goodbye to her then. He walked over to Han and suggested they head over to the animal farm, but Han immediately refused. Junho said those people were always planting bugs in important places. Anyway, Han asked him not to be so harsh on Miso, reminding him that she'd always been on their side. Yuno agreed, but added that sometimes the enemy is closer than you think. Han admitted he was right, and said it didn't hurt to be careful. The farm was filled with every kind of creature. A pack of wolves, an elephant, a bear, a massive rabbit, and lots of birds. Seeing it all, Junho remarked that they had so many animals there, and Han nodded down below. A huge bear and a giant black rabbit were fighting each other. Watching the scene, Han asked if they were just playing, but Junho stayed silent. He only said that the family was growing, but the owner wasn't around. Then he asked where he was. Han remembered an article, saying that Park had been seen riding a humpback whale near China. Junho said that if he was in the Sea of Japan, then he was already close to home. He asked if there was a lake on the farm, but Han reminded him that Park had been taming animals, even before he had a farm. It was obvious Park had sharpened his taming skills during his journey. He'd even frozen the sea to wipe out monsters. Suddenly, Junho stopped, staring straight ahead. Han's eyes widened when he saw what Junho had noticed. Two little monkeys sitting up in a tree staring back at them. Curious, Han asked if they were Japanese monkeys, and it hit them impossible. The news showed that Park was attacking the city where Hero lived. They both read the headline in shock. Repeating it out loud, a wyvern flew over the city. As people looked up in fear, Park descended on the wyvern and people started shouting, recognizing him as the Dragon Knight. In an instant, the wyvern flapped its wings, and everyone ran for it, screaming that it was a monster. On the livestream, they kept saying that Park was attacking the city, and all the comments were bashing our hero. Park roared, yelling for Hero to come out and face him. Junho and Han watched the live feed. In shock, Han said that was exactly like Park. People in the comments were stunned, saying he'd come for revenge, while Park kept shouting, calling Hero a bastard. The news said the Dragon Knight was in the city center, looking for Hero, and that he'd entered the country illegally. Even though he'd blocked traffic, he hadn't done much damage yet. The Federation of Awakens Criminal Task Force arrived at the scene. The reporter looked surprised to see the vehicle, and confirmed it seemed to be Lieutenant Saseki's #1 squad. The man was walking out front, followed by a team of uniformed agents. While people whispered that it was him, the reporter announced that the #1 team was already on their way to the scene, and the comments blew up saying Park was done for now. He added that a whole battalion of Type 10 tanks was headed there too, along with a squadron of unmanned drones. Seeing all that, Han said in disbelief that this time, Park had really stirred up some trouble. Meanwhile, everyone inside the local Ministry of Defense building was being gathered urgently. The operations center was dead silent. But everyone moved fast. One operator announced that the tank squad was ready. Another said the drone combat battalion was prepped too. On the screen, a wyvern appeared with a huge red circle hovering above its back. Another agent reported that a combat satellite had locked onto the target. 2 men in the operations center watched everything closely on their monitors. The vice commander of the Federation of Awakened informed the Minister of Defense that his team was trying to bring Park over to their side. The minister replied that Sasaki had already arrived on the scene, and suggested it was better to wait and see if Park was really on their level. Meanwhile, Sasaki was approaching the spot where Park had landed. Surrounded by the excited cheers of the crowd, Park kept yelling, demanding that Hiro show himself. When he suddenly heard Sasaki calling him, our hero turned curious to face the man coming his way. Sasaki announced that Park was under arrest for trespassing, inciting panic and other crimes against public order. But Park ignored the entire speech and just asked if he was Hiro. The man answered seriously that his name was Sasaki from the police department, and ordered Park to get off the wyvern and surrender. But our hero just looked at him with disdain and said that, if he wasn't Hiro, he'd better get out of there. The crowd gasped. He just refused to cooperate with the famous Sasaki. Suddenly black ropes shot out from red circles in Sasaki's hands, wrapping around Park and the wyvern. The crowd erupted, shouting that this was the legendary Sasaki's bind. Park looked at the restraints around him and let out a surprised laugh. Sasayagi yelled at him not to move, or the vines would tighten even more. But Park just spread his arms calmly, examining the dark ropes. Seeing that, Sasagi leapt in to attack, yelling that he'd arrest him by force. Now, the commentators on the live broadcast said, Sasaki only needed 1 minute to take Park down, already saying goodbye to him. But the one who took a punch to the face wasn't Park. It was Sasaki himself. Park punched him so hard that the man flew straight into the sky, and the ropes around Park shattered. The crowd held its breath in shock as they watched their hero fly through the air. Sasaki crashed near Park, landing flat on his back. But it was a trap. He quickly got up and triggered another trap. Even then, he couldn't process what just happened. As blood started dripping from his nose, Park smirked and said, "That's right. If your territory is under attack, you defend it to the end." At that moment, the wyvern flapped its wings, snapping the binds, and letting out a roar so loud that everyone flinched. Seeing Park's power, Sasaki admitted to himself that he was scared. He thought this is exactly what you'd expect from a Dragon Knight, and if he hadn't triggered a debuff right when he got hit, his face would have been crushed. Park told him that if he already knew that, he'd better get lost, but Sasaki lunged at him again, saying that now he'd also charge him with assaulting a police officer. Our hero just looked at him with disgust and muttered, "What an annoying guy." Sasaki jumped, yelling "Die" as he tried to stab Park with a knife. In that same moment, Park raised his hand and activated Air Whirlwind, summoning a swirling wind that caught Sasaki off guard. The crowd, which had been cheering before, fell dead silent this time. It wasn't admiration, it was pure fear. In the command center, the Minister of Defense and the Vice Commander of the Federation of Awakened watched the screens in disbelief. The wind tossed Sasaki around, mercilessly slamming him hard into the corner of one building, shattering it to pieces. Then he was thrown in the opposite direction, smashing through the windows of the building next door. The men in the command room were horrified by what they were seeing. Junio was stunned, saying Park had actually sent Sasaki flying, and Han commented that this was so typical of their brother. Park kept yelling, demanding that Hiro show himself instead of sending henchmen. The wyvern breathed out a pillar of fire, making the soldiers yell at him to stop shouting. They were only there to protect civilians. In the comments, everyone was shocked. Sasaki was being tossed around like a rag doll, while Park showed off all his strength. The Secretary of Defense remarked that Park was even more impressive than he'd expected, and said Park seemed like a better asset than Hiro. The Vice Commander said Park had sent an invitation to join them, and that they'd accept as soon as air travel was back. Meanwhile, Park shouted that if they didn't bring Hiro out, he'd burn everything within a kilometer. The crowd heard that threat and panicked, running and screaming in terror. One soldier in the command center said civilians were at risk, and they needed to take out the Dragon Knight using the satellite. But the minister just smiled and said things were getting interesting, asking why everyone was so nervous. The minister asked the vice commander of the Federation of Awakened what they would do next, and he replied that Lieutenant Messi was already getting ready. Suddenly, someone behind Park shouted at him to stop, and our hero turned around. A big man in uniform stood facing him, staring him down without fear. Park opened his info window, and saw that this man was just an ordinary person. Surprised, he asked who he was, while the wyvern let out a threatening blast of fire. Without flinching, the man introduced himself as Messi from the police department, and politely asked him to stop all this. Mark said he'd only stop if they brought Hero out, giving them a 30-minute deadline. But Messi explained that Hero couldn't come right now, which made our hero curious. Then the lieutenant said seriously, that Hero was inside a level 7 dungeon. Park repeated out loud that he'd gone hunting, and asked exactly where he was. Messi explained there was no way to see him now, since Hero would need 10 days to get out of there. Park was shocked. He'd been provoked by someone who needed 10 days, just to clear a dungeon. Confused. The lieutenant said it was still a level 7 dungeon. Park replied that he'd come back in 10 days when Hero returned. Messi agreed, but warned him that he'd still have to pay for everything he did today. Our hero let out a sarcastic laugh, saying it was their mistake, stealing pups or eggs, while the leaders out hunting was cheap thief behavior. The lieutenant smirked slightly, and promised he'd pass that message along. The wyvern flapped its wings, and soared high, as the citizens watched in fear. Back at headquarters, someone said they couldn't just let Park escape like that, because it would bring global humiliation. But the minister shot back, that using the armed forces against one single awakened would be even worse. Even so, he reminded them that Park had promised to come back, and asked the air fleet to follow him. As our hero flew back home, a few helicopters tailed him from a distance. Then Park looked back in surprise when he saw a huge, dark portal open on the ground below. Flying closer, he thought it must be the gate to planet Kuchen. While Park was returning, headlines were already blowing up saying he'd declared war on Hero. Back at Park's guild headquarters, the guys lifted bottles in celebration, saying this was exactly what they expected from him, making everyone pay in kind. The news also reported that Sasaki had been taken to the hospital, with a concussion after just one hit. The government treated the incident as a direct attack, and demanded that Park be extradited, or they declare war. Meanwhile, the ministers gathered for an emergency meeting, but still hadn't released any official statement. In the comments, some were calling for Park's extradition, others said he'd done nothing wrong, since Hero had even killed the wolves, and many were terrified of war. Han remarked that it really seemed like the world might go to war because of Park, and Junho, excited, asked what they'd do. The kid joked that they should head to the US. Nobody would dare start a war with them. Zhang suggested they discuss that calmly. When Park got back to the guild, suddenly, a pigeon flew in through the window, cooing loudly. Then everything outside started glowing blue, lighting up the whole room. Gunwoo's voice echoed, shouting that Uncle was back. The guys tensed up immediately. Park, furious, asked where the cowards were who needed to answer for this mess. The kid said they were drinking in the office. Seconds later, Park opened the door, and just his stare was threat enough. The air turned heavy. Junho was the first to speak up, saying his brother was finally back. Park's eyes glowed an intense blue as he asked, annoyed what they'd been doing. Someone screamed run, and they all bolted in a panic, diving through the window, and smashing the glass to escape his wrath. Meanwhile, in a mansion up in the mountains, a heated meeting was going on. Some people were shouting that they should send Park away. Others yelled they wouldn't give in to anyone's blackmail, and that if it came to that, they'd send Hero there too. The Foreign Affairs Secretary complained that all this happened because Park always got away with everything, so now he thought he was invincible. But the Minister of National Security shot back, saying it all started with Hero, so it didn't make sense to blame everything on Park. The Foreign Affairs Minister got irritated and started cursing, until someone suggested they take it outside, instead of filling the room with swearing. That's when a man in a black suit stood up and said, "Seriously, the president has arrived." A man in a yellow t-shirt who looked like the oldest one there sat at the head of the table, and everyone stopped arguing, immediately falling into a tense silence. The president got straight to the point, and asked if Park and Hero had any connection. The assistant secretary replied, there was no link between them at all. The president wanted to understand why all this had happened then, but no one could come up with a clear explanation. He said he'd heard that Hero had started it all, but wondered why someone who betrayed his own country would pick a fight with Park. The head of the bureau said they had two possible theories. The first one was simple: Hero might just be jealous of how fast Park's popularity was growing abroad. One of the men in the room shot back that if that was true, then Hero didn't deserve to be 1-inch the rankings, acting like a child. The president turned to the defense secretary and asked bluntly, if it came to war, did they stand any chance of winning? The man took a deep breath and said that if it were 10 years ago, with a huge budget and a decade to prepare, maybe they would. Hearing that, the president didn't hesitate, ordered them to hand Park over. The Minister of Defense went pale, asking if that was even possible. The others began murmuring that it was the only option. If war broke out now, they'd all be doomed. So they needed to think about the people's safety. But the head of the bureau raised his hand and said, their second theory was even more likely. The president, surprised, wanted to know what it was. The man explained that, maybe, it was all a foreign government's plan to force them to give up Park. The president's eyes widened. If that was true, then the threat of war was just a trap. The bureau chief stressed that with how drained both countries were, conflict was practically unavoidable. But one thing was clear, they needed Park. The president asked for confirmation. Was Park really that strong? Since he hadn't even returned like Hero. The chief explained that Park was different from everyone else. Several countries were after him because of the powers he had. The president wanted to know exactly what powers those were, since so many seemed ready to risk everything. The chief revealed that Park was one step away from mastering all the elements, controlled by the High Elves. After they discovered Park's powers, interest in a rookie skyrocketed, and no one there had regional magic. The ministers were stunned when they realized what it meant. Magic on a regional scale. The agriculture minister, excited, asked if that meant instant harvests. The bureau chief confirmed it all. Park was basically a winning lottery ticket, worth an unimaginable fortune. After that, the president and all the ministers agreed. They would protect Park at all costs, even if it meant war. The president ordered the Minister of Justice to put Park on the VIP list, and forbid him from leaving the country. Meanwhile, the chief thought to himself, where there's money, there's war. Headlines popped up saying the ministers refused to extradite Park. Another report claimed that the DGB was planning to build a massive, grain storage facility on Park's guildland, inside a black car speeding down the road. Someone was thinking that in the end, everything always came down to money. The chief wondered why Miso had said what she did, and he reminded himself that he'd been the one who kept Park from being deported. The girl asked if he'd talked to Park, but the chief explained there was no reason for Park to turn down their help. They were keeping him out of prison and giving him a chance to make money. He asked her to let Park know that soon. They'd level the guild up to rank 6, so they needed to focus on expanding farmland. That way, the country would become the world's new breadbasket. Overtaking Ruka, Miso said she'd already set it all up with Max, and that they'd meet Park the next day. The bureau chief was surprised they'd arranged it so fast. He said Park could smell money from miles away, and that he trusted Miso to handle it. She fired back, saying she always cleaned up the mess alone. But the chief snapped that he'd deal with it later. Meanwhile, near the level 3 Locust dungeon, Han, Junho and Zhang fell out of the portal and collapsed on the ground. Han couldn't take it and face-planted too. Just before Monk appeared and landed right on top of them, Park glared at the three, furious, yelling at them to get up because they still had 10 more rounds to go. But Junho didn't even move. He sounded like he was snoring. Park was about to blow up when his phone rang. It was his grandma, and our hero answered immediately, asking what had happened. Grandma asked if he really forced the boys to keep training, even during lunch, and Park answered that those brats had already eaten more than enough. While he was gone, she passed the phone to Miso, who got straight to the point. She'd heard they'd been stuck in a dungeon for 3 days straight, going through insane training. Park confirmed it and asked what she wanted. She took a deep breath and said, the country's reaction was getting pretty serious, but they had a solid plan to fix it. While listening, Park glanced at the boys sprawled on the ground. Unable to move, he thought to himself that people have their own rules. Ignoring them could bring a lot of headaches. After thinking it through, he said he'd rather everyone talk it out at home, and settle everything once and for all. On top of Park's guild house, the tree was growing taller and taller, casting a cool shade over the place. Under it sat Miso, Park, and another man. The girl introduced him as Max, head of the SPFC branch. Max greeted Park, saying it was an honor to meet him in person. As soon as they sat down, Park got right to the point. He wanted to know what the SPFC needed from him. Max explained that, not long ago, the champion had challenged Park to a duel, and even repeated Hero's words, saying he wouldn't even need to fight for real to win. Park's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked if Hero really said that. Miso, caught off guard by his reaction, asked if he didn't already know. Park said he'd vaguely heard something like that, but didn't get the reason behind it. Max was honest, the whole thing was just for money. If the duel happened, the money involved would be massive. He suggested that Park shouldn't overthink it and just accept. That way he'd make a fortune and still prevent a war. 2 birds, 1 stone. Park remembered David's warning that Hero was a psychopath, a killer, and that it was better to stay away. So he asked if he accepted, he'd be allowed to kill Hero legally. Miso and Max went silent at that. Max answered awkwardly that, under the rules, they wouldn't blame him if something happened, but they weren't exactly encouraging murder either. Miso cut in, telling Max she'd talk to Park alone and get back to him. Max agreed, wishing them luck with the decision, and left. As she watched the car drive off, Miso turned to Park and told him that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to accept, the war wouldn't break out anyway. But Park smirked, and said he actually wanted to do it. She explained that Hiro's country's goals were crystal clear. Either lure Park in or get rid of him, but Park just shrugged, saying he didn't care about their plans. Hiro was asking for a beating, and, as long as it wasn't against the law, he had no problem with it. Miso then suggested they donate all the money they'd raised to Hiro's country, to earn some political points. Park liked the idea and agreed right away. She smiled, saying she'd pass that on to Max, but she had one more thing. She handed Park an official document from the government. She explained that once a year, all guilds, level 6 or higher, gather together. Park flipped through the papers confused, and Miso explained she was planning to invite him. He pointed out that their guild wasn't level 6 yet. Then Miso pulled out a small statue with the number 6 and said, it was official now. Their guild had leveled up. She added that the certificate came straight from the bureau, and the entire working district would be handed over to them, with autonomous rights over the territory. The Park was stunned, asking how that was possible. Miso explained that once the infrastructure was built, and people settled in, that area would officially become the 13th district, under Park's guild's control. Park, half sarcastic, said that meant it was time for him to step up himself. Back in the office, he told the boys everything, but all four were against the idea. To them, the government hadn't protected anyone when they should have, and now they wanted the guild to defend the land. Park pushed back, saying the decision was already made, and the government had plans to build the city. Junho, surprised, asked if Park had taken the bait they could be getting used. Park said they could treat it like a demilitarized zone, and expand the farm slowly. Han grumbled that it was disappointing, and that he'd rather take the money and move to the US. But Park shot back that he planned to make that area the official headquarters, and in the future, divide the new territory into sectors. Han, wide-eyed, asked if Park was really planning to make them run the whole thing. John commented that in the end, each sector would be managed by a mayor. But if Park decided to appoint sector leaders instead of mayors, then he'd basically be a lord. Han loved the idea of being a castle administrator, and repeated the title all excited, while Monk read an article saying that thanks to Park's lands, their country was about to become the world's new grain production hub. The boys started wondering if they could compete with Aruka's agricultural industry, which has trade gates all over the world, but charges a fortune for its goods. Han said that if this really happened, Park would basically become a real lord, owning a territory that rakes in an astronomical fortune. He even asked if the contract was already signed, and if Park kept 2 copies so nobody could try to scam him. Later Park snapped back frustrated, saying they couldn't even defend their own house. How could they dream of being castle administrators? Then he added, if they were done eating, it was time to get back to training. Out of nowhere, Han doubled over, pretending to have a stomachache, and yelling that he urgently needed to buy medicine. Watching that scene, Park started to lose his patience, but before he could completely blow up, Yang cut through the chaos by reading out a bombshell headline. Hiro had just come out of the dungeon. Right away, the guys started mocking, shouting things like, "Welcome to Hell, Hiro," and "He's done for now." The news said that Hiro's team managed to clear the level. Zeben dungeon. In just 8 days. Another headline showed Hiro's response to Park's taunt. "I'll teach you some manners." They even showed TV commentary, speculating about the upcoming fight between Park and Hiro. In one interview, a former world champion said that fighting face-to-face isn't the same as clearing dungeons. An SPFC commentator added that Park had absolutely zero experience fighting another awakened one in a one-on-one battle. Another article revealed that the biggest bet ever placed on Park's fight had reached 240 million. The guys read that in shock, blown away by the insane amount of money. Monk commented that even if they cleared the dungeon 100 times, they'd never see that much cash. That's when Junho asked Han to scroll down, so they could read the rest of the article. Noticing something another article said, the protagonist had donated the entire amount to Hiro's country. Han shouted in shock, asking what was wrong with him. Why give away money he'd worked so hard for to another country? Junho suggested it was to avoid a war, but Han argued that even so, the angry comments hadn't stopped, and Monk reminded them there was also the payout for the winner. Han realized that the winner's prize was double. Jang asked if that was really true. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared behind them, coldly asking what they were doing there. The guys bombarded him with questions, trying to understand why he'd give away all that money, when his own life was on the line. The protagonist just told them if they were done eating, they should follow him. He was going to check out Job's lands. Meanwhile, the bureau chief told the president that, of course, the amount had been adjusted. If they split 5 billion for each, it would be more than enough. And as a precaution, they'd signed an agreement that the protagonist would donate the prize to national funds, stopping all the war rumors. With a sly grin, the bureau chief told the president this was just the beginning, and that once the protagonist succeeded in farming, He stopped there, mysterious. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already flying on his wyvern toward his new lands, to see how things were going. He remembered what Miso had said, that there used to be an HQ building there. If they fixed it up, it could hold about 100 people. When he saw some old structures on the ground, he realized that's what she meant. Miso. And the workers were already waiting. When they spotted the wyvern landing, as it came down close to the ground, its wing beats stirred up a strong gust of wind. One worker asked if the wyvern had gotten bigger, and another said he was shocked to see it up close. The protagonist dismounted, and the wyvern immediately stepped into the open portal. Miso greeted him, asking how the view was up there. He said it looked good, and commented, it'd be great to plant trees in a 4-kilometer radius. She told him that as soon as the area was marked, she'd send the paperwork for approval. The protagonist spread his arms, activating his skill, and fireflies began to gather around him. In seconds, a glow started to radiate from him, and the fireflies multiplied by the hundreds. One worker asked if he was famous, and Miso explained that this was how he marked territory. Nearby, the Mohawk guy welcomed martial arts fans, announcing that Sidekick was live with them that morning. After a lot of effort, they managed to find Hiro's team in front of the level 7 dungeon. The reporter asked how Hiro was preparing for the fight, and he said he had no time to train. Hiro added that soon there'd be way more level 7 dungeons, and humanity wouldn't get a break. But the headline told a different story, that Hiro saw no need to prepare to fight. Someone like the protagonist meanwhile. The protagonist's team was eating, and Junho complained. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a hot meal. Monk said it was last Monday, and Jiang told them to stop whining. Just then, Sidekick walked over and asked if they were the protagonist's team, the so-called walking joke. He wanted to know if they knew his channel, and if he could interview the protagonist. John suggested he should go to job, since he was probably there planting trees. An article soon came out saying the protagonist had disappeared, and was busy planting trees, and nasty commenters started saying he was planting them just to be buried under them when he lost a hero. Meanwhile, Akiko was sitting in an office, staring at her monitor, and the access denied notice. She tried another combination and waited nervously for the result. On the Bureau of Awaken's personal info screen about the protagonist, the message popped up, access granted. She smiled, proud she'd cracked it, and opened the folders marked confidential. Akiko opened one file and started reading carefully. Suddenly her face filled with shock as she thought stunned. 1,000 years in another piece. Global betting experts said that 85% were betting on Hiro's victory. Another report highlighted that Hiro, also known as Humanity's Hope, had reduced the dungeon clear time to 8 days. One more article said the DGB had transported construction materials to the city, and at the entrance to the protagonist lands, there was now a sign warning about wolves. A final report said there were 6 days left until the showdown, and the stadium was already sold out. A new article said the fight was only 2 days away, and the protagonist was still on his land. Meanwhile, Hiro and Akiko were sitting on the couch of the city's best hotel. Sipping wine, the girl asked what Hiro was thinking about. After taking a sip, he answered that he was thinking about how he'd kill the protagonist if he didn't show up for the fight, setting the glass back on the table. Kiko said she didn't think it would be that easy. Hiro asked what she meant, and she explained she was talking about killing the protagonist. She told him she checked the Bureau of Awaken's secret files, and found it was recorded that the protagonist had returned. After spending 1,000 years on another planet, Hiro was surprised and asked if he'd used the regression stone. Multiple times during that period, Akiko said she didn't think he'd use the regression stone, like Hiro had, but he argued that it would be impossible to live 1,000 years without it. She explained that according to the records, the protagonist spent 10 years on a planet, where time passed twice as fast, and considering that Hiro had spent 500 years on Earth regressing, it didn't sound that crazy. She added that it explained why he hadn't come across the protagonist. During those 500 years, Hiro asked if he discovered the source of eternal youth. Akiko said there was a rare item called the Red Divine Peach. Hiro repeated the peach's name, waiting for more details. She explained that this fruit appears only once every 1,000 years on a planet, and disappears after 10 days. This divine fruit grants immortality and eternal youth. Hiro said the guy was becoming more and more interesting to him. He'd managed to live 1,000 years without the regression stone. The girl admitted she was worried, knowing the protagonist had lived even longer than Hiro. Hiro stood up and said that no matter who the opponent was, he'd never let anyone get in his way. News headlines were now all about how the protagonist hadn't arrived in the country. On the day of the fight, meanwhile, the protagonist was working on his trees, back on his new land. Apples began appearing on the branches, and he watched the results while Han stood nearby. Our hero said that was enough for the apple trees. Han agreed, saying there really wasn't any more time. But the protagonist didn't listen, and said the pear trees were next. The boy shouted that there were only 3 hours left, and that he really needed to go. The protagonist replied that since his level was still low, he couldn't plant too many seedlings at once, and that while he was away, they needed to buy everything he'd ordered. Han told him not to worry and begged him to just go already. The next second, a portal opened behind the protagonist, and his uniform appeared inside it. A giant wyvern stepped out of the portal, scaring Han so much that he fell backward. The protagonist said he'd be back soon, and that they had to clear plenty of dungeons. There'd be no forgiveness if they slacked off. Han scratched his head and asked what he meant by slacking off. But he didn't answer. The wyvern took off, carrying the protagonist, who grew smaller and smaller against the sunset sky, watching him go. Han was shocked that the protagonist wasn't even a bit worried about fighting the champion. He couldn't believe he'd been out there planting trees this whole time. As soon as the protagonist disappeared, Han pressed a button on a remote, and several drones flew up around him. He grinned, saying it didn't matter, because he already knew what he'd use for the opening clip, and the stadium was already buzzing, the voices of the commentators echoing everywhere. One of them said there were only 3 hours left until the fight. The audience was brimming with anticipation. The man mentioned he'd heard the protagonist still hadn't arrived, and wondered why he decided to skip the showdown. The other said this wouldn't be an easy fight for a rookie, going up against the champion, and that his country's government was responsible for the protagonist's actions. Hiro and Akiko also arrived at the stadium and sat in the waiting room, which had a huge wall-to-wall window. Hiro asked if there was any news, and Akiko said that not long ago, he'd expanded his lands in Job. Hiro suddenly smiled at the mention of the protagonist's new lands. He thought, as expected, the protagonist already knew what would happen in the future. After all, the first place to open a level 7 dungeon in the protagonist's country would be Job. When the dungeon opened, the combat team threw everything they had at it and got wiped out. The country lost more than half its awakened fighters from the sea, and couldn't contain the monsters. Because of the explosions, Job was burned to the ground. After that, monsters overran the continent, and unable to stop the invasion, the protagonist country fell. Hiro figured the government wanted to avoid that tragedy with his help, and wished the guy luck, calling him arrogant. The commentator announced there were only 7 minutes left, and by the rules the participant would be disqualified if they didn't show up at least an hour before the fight. Suddenly the crowd felt a strong wind pick up, and everyone looked to the sky, whispering, trying to figure out that sound. "Is it a monster?" they asked, terrified. Out of nowhere, a massive wing appeared over the stadium, and the entire crowd started screaming. It was a wyvern. Akiko stood up from her seat, watching the crowd now shouting. "He was there," the commentator said, surprised that against all odds, the protagonist had arrived, riding his wyvern. David jumped with joy, yelling that he told everyone the protagonist would show up for sure. 2 men next to him said he'd created quite the drama. The head of the bureau cheered, shouting that if he won, the world would belong to the protagonist. Miso was watching the broadcast too, while the commentator kept saying he couldn't believe the protagonist had shown up just 5 minutes before the match. Soldiers in the field, command center cheered along, shouting for him to defeat everyone. The commentator announced that the Dragon Knight was finally landing. After circling the whole stadium, Choi, who was with the soldiers, heard his name and muttered it quietly. The protagonist jumped off the wyvern, which was now much bigger. Without a word, the wyvern growled and stepped into a portal, disappearing in front of everyone. The crowd roared, amazed by the summoning magic. The protagonist looked around, and asked why there were so many people there, and where Hiro was then. He shouted for the whole stadium to hear, that he wanted Hiro to show himself. The commentator explained that the protagonist seemed to be hunting Hiro inside the arena, watching as he called out his opponent. The crowd joined in, chanting Hiro's name in unison up above. Hearing the chants, Hiro stood up and told Akiko he was going. The girl jumped up, grabbed his hand and tried to stop him, but Hiro smiled, telling her not to worry. He'd win and come back out of nowhere. White flakes started falling on the protagonist, while a bird flew over his head. He looked up, and the commentator shouted that Hiro had arrived. The long-haired man dropped down from above, smashing the stadium floor on impact. The crowd exploded in cheers, celebrating the champion's arrival. But the protagonist didn't look surprised at all, nor was he scared. Calmly, he asked if this was really Hiro, but Hiro didn't answer. He just said he had a few questions before killing him. Hiro asked if the protagonist was a survivor of the apocalypse, but he had no idea what Hiro was talking about, and shot back, asking what apocalypse he was on about. Suspicious Hiro said, "That was a terrible act." Our hero started losing his patience, and demanded to know what nonsense this was. Then Hiro asked if there was still a regression stone, and how many years you could regress. The protagonist, still confused, asked what stone he was talking about. The commentator said they seemed to be talking, and asked his co-host if he was curious about what they were saying. 2. The second commentator joked that maybe Hero was giving advice. As the more experienced fighter, the first said, if that was the case, they'd better listen, and sent a broadcast drone closer. 3 drones quickly dropped down to the arena. Hero activated a skill, and asked if the protagonist felt like he owned the world. After coming back from the past, our hero looked even more confused, asking how he could have come back from the past. That's when 2 blades appeared in Hero's hands. He said the protagonist was asking for this. He lunged, swinging the blades, saying he had a way to make him talk. The commentator shouted excitedly, as Hero launched the attack. Suddenly, everyone froze, unable to believe what they were seeing. The protagonist's fist slammed into Hero's face, catching him off guard. The punch was so strong it sent the champion flying. A stunned silence falling over the packed stadium. Hero crashed to the ground so hard he left a crater in the floor. As the protagonist walked slowly toward him, the commentator screamed that Hero was down, looked badly hurt, and wasn't moving. Our hero cracked his knuckles and said that apparently, he was just another lunatic. He shouted for him to get up, asking if he was really dead already. And that's when Hero moved his hand. The protagonist mocked him, asking how the so-called champion could be so weak. He ordered Hero to get up, because he hadn't gotten what he deserved yet. Hearing that, Hero opened his eyes and slowly pushed himself up. The commentator yelled in excitement that Hero had managed to stand, while the stadium watched, stunned as the champion struggled to his feet swaying. The crowd was shouting for Hero, cheering him on to get up and keep fighting. He looked at the blood dripping from his nose, confused if he'd been hit by some kind of magic. Park muttered that everything needed to follow its course, and that first of all, Hero needed to learn some humility. Those words made Hero snap. He charged, yelling at the protagonist to shut up, but his charge was cut short by another punch, straight to the face. Hero froze, stunned, trying to understand how he didn't even see that punch coming. The next hit slammed right into his stomach, sending the champion flying again. Wasting no time, the protagonist activated his tornado ability. In an instant, Hero was lifted by a swirling current of wind, mixed with glowing fireflies. Once the power was fully charged, Hero was launched high into the air, swallowed by a massive vortex of wind and water. The protagonist leaped above him, a ball of flames forming in his hand. The Fire Fairy stream skill. He came down with his burning hand, slamming the fire straight into Hero, engulfing everything around them in a blazing flash. The arena crowd panicked. Some cowered. Others covered their mouths in shock at what they were witnessing. Everything was on fire, wrapped in a column of smoke. The commentator nearly choked, saying Hero was getting one-sidedly destroyed, then corrected himself, calling it total annihilation. The second commentator couldn't even reply, just staring at the arena in silent horror. Some spectators cried, others screamed, watching the protagonist lift Hero's limp body by the neck. The commentator gasped, saying he looked dead, but the protagonist replied that Hero didn't need to pretend. He knew he was still alive. After all, he could see the health bar. Park looked into his rival's eyes and asked why he was after him. With his health regenerating, Hero growled that it was because he wanted to kill the protagonist. Confused Park asked why. Hero's eyes turned blood red, and his health rose even more. Seething with hatred, he said, Park deserved to die. The protagonist, stunned, demanded to know why. Then Hero's face began to twist, growing monstrous, as he revealed that a 500-year plan had been ruined because of him. Park's eyes widened. What plan? But Hero, now fully transformed into a monster, whispered to himself, monster break, and he roared that he had to save Earth. Everything around them was drenched in a blazing red glow. The protagonist shook his head, saying the guy was completely insane. But the transformation finished. Hero unleashed his divine rage. Space exploded like it was being ripped apart, hurling the protagonist backward. The energy pouring from Hero was so intense that the stadium's glass shattered into thousands of shards, raining down on the crowd. Red lightning split the sky, tearing through walls and the ceiling. In the control room, the minister and the vice commander watched tense. The minister commented that the potion that restored Hero was dangerous, while the vice worried about another blast. Now, it wasn't Hero anymore. It was a colossal beast, with massive horns and a huge tail, stomping through the arena. Seeing it, the minister muttered that from the look of that transformation, Hero must have discovered some insane secrets on the planet Kuchan. After the impact, smoke covered everything. Groans of survivors echoed through the stadium. People cried, screamed for help. A little boy called for his mom trapped under debris. Many had died in the blast. Even Akiko back in the waiting room was wounded. When the huge glass window shattered in the arena, Hero, now a full monster, snarled that it was time for the final blow. The wrath of God. It was such an insane power that a human body couldn't withstand it. That's why he had to summon the beast. Hero was shocked. He needed to use it on just one man. when he'd saved it for the boss of the 8th level. But then the monster heard a sound. Its eyes widened under the rubble. Park emerged, clutching his head and cursing the pain. Hero, or rather, the beast, stared in disbelief as Park, glowing with a green light, walked toward him. The protagonist looked at the beast, and with a furious grin said, "That bastard really was something." Hero couldn't believe he'd survived the wrath of God. Getting closer, Park taunted, calling the monster a bastard and saying he could transform too. Hero, a mix of fear and rage in his eyes, growled and asked what item he'd used to get that strong. Hero screamed, demanding to know what Park had used to regress. But the protagonist calmly replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. There was no regression item. What he had was a skill called Forest's Blessing. Hero roared in disbelief, demanding how a skill could be stronger than an elixir. Park, with a calm smile, explained that it really was an elixir-level skill, able to fully restore all vitality and mana used in just 5 seconds. That made Hero completely lose it. He yelled, asking if Park was actually smiling. But Park just raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Preparing to strike, Hero snarled, demanding to know if he thought this was all some kind of joke. Meanwhile, the protagonist glanced at his status window, which confirmed that the monster before him was Hero, a U-rank hybrid. Suddenly, the monster lunged, landing a hit that caught Park off guard. As he struck, Hero screamed that the world had died because of him. Swinging his tail, he slammed Park, asking if he could still laugh. Raising his fist, he repeated the question, throwing punch after punch, but it was like they didn't even land. Park scoffed that a U-rank wasn't that strong anyway. Instantly, he landed a devastating kick to the monster's chin. He locked eyes with Hero, asking if that so-called 500-year plan had been ruined because of him, and if that meant the planet's destruction was his fault too. Was that why he had to die at Hero's hands? Stretching out his hand, Park released a green glow, forming a barrier against the wind. But Hero, furious, said if he understood everything, then he should just die already. Suddenly, a strange purple stone appeared in Hero's hand. He gripped it tightly, and a violet light surrounded the monster. As he roared that Park had destroyed everything, he asked if he even knew how Hero had reached that level, and how someone like Park dared talk down to him. Amid that chaos, Hero remembered when he was just a baby watching a superhero movie. The kids cheered as the hero landed the final blow. Even as a child, Hero felt happy seeing the hero save the world. But suddenly everyone gasped when the hero fell to his knees bleeding. The screen showed everything burning. The narrator said the hero's soul stone would turn back time, and he'd be forgotten. But it was okay as long as his loved ones could live. The kids cried, but Hero didn't. He smiled, thinking that even if he was forgotten, it was enough for the world to remember a single hero. At that moment, Park's foot smashed straight into Hero's face. His eyes widened in shock. The impact was so brutal, the monster was sent flying. Park, unfazed, repeated that he was just a lunatic. Hero hit the ground face first, digging his claws in to stop himself from skidding farther. Coughing up blood, he slowly pushed himself up, staring at Park, admitting in his mind that he was strong. He couldn't believe there was someone he couldn't defeat, not even in this monstrous form. He realized there was no sign of regression in Park, but it didn't matter, he could always start over. Right then, the protagonist landed another blow, asking what he was mumbling about. He said he wasn't the reason the plan failed. From now on, he'd teach Hero what real wisdom was. But the monster wasn't resisting for real. In his mind, Hero was praying for him to keep talking. Meanwhile, the purple stone in his hand, the copy stone, had already reached 79% completion. It didn't just copy power, it absorbed the soul too. Hero believed that, in the next regression, he'd have Park's power under his control. He repeated to himself that only he could be the hero to save this world. But Park activated his reality ability. His hand glowed, blue-black veins spread across his face, and suddenly, it wasn't a human hand smashing into Hero's face, but a beast paw transformed into a massive bear. Park landed a punch so powerful, it sent the monster flying, breaking his nose and knocking out several teeth. Hero's body crashed through a wall, landing on the other side, back in human form, right in the middle of the crowd, who stared at him with disgust, calling him a cruel monster. Hero's hair turned white as he hit the ground, cursing when he realized the copy stone had shattered. A trickle of blood ran from one eye. He looked up at the sky, where an eagle circled overhead. It was Park, now in eagle form, slowly descending toward him. And in that moment, Hero understood he wasn't up against just another human. The protagonist dropped to his knees beside Hero, who was sprawled out on the ground. With a faint smile, he asked if Hero could finally see reality for what it was. But Hero didn't get it at all, and snapped back, saying it was just nonsense. Out of patience, the protagonist said firmly that Hero better never show up in his territory again. If he did, he'd die next time. With blood-red eyes, Hero whispered for him to shut up. But the protagonist shot back, calling him a delusional idiot, saying that anyone chained to the past had no future at all. Those words hit Hiro hard. His eyes widened as if he really heard them. The commentator narrated that even unconscious, Hiro seemed to hear every word. As the protagonist, now in his eagle form, flew away from him meanwhile, Choi had watched the entire fight, clenching her fists in frustration. Only one question echoed in her mind: why? She remembered that day in the hospital, when she'd asked the protagonist why they couldn't fight together. He'd looked at her with pity, telling her she was still too weak. Their strengths weren't balanced. Someone would get hurt. Choi got even angrier, remembering how he'd walked away with someone else. Right after saying that, as she left the room, she muttered under her breath, furious that that idiot always talked nonsense. Meanwhile, news headlines plastered screens everywhere, with the protagonist's overwhelming victory. Articles reported that over 48 people had died in the stadium during the fight, and that the world's unofficial No. 1 Park had donated his entire prize to Hiro's country. Another article said that the victims' families were preparing a class action lawsuit against Hiro on a restless night. Hiro had a nightmare in it. He saw the protagonist transformed into a beast with claws, forbidding him from ever stepping foot in his territory again. For a guy stuck in the past like you, there is no future, those words echoed in his mind, jolting him awake in a sweat. Sitting alone in his room, Hiro looked around, trying to figure out how long he'd been out. He grabbed his phone from the bedside and checked the news. Endless headlines about Park's victory, and the lawsuit against the ex-champion. Reading the flood of hate-filled comments, Hiro let out a sarcastic laugh, mumbling that they were all hypocrites. Just then, Akiko walked in, relieved to see him up with his phone in hand. Without thinking twice, she snatched it away, begging him not to read any more of that garbage. She said people were just wounded in their pride. What he really needed was rest more than anything else. Hiro realized she was trying to protect him. He didn't say anything, just let out a heavy sigh. She asked if he was okay. He said he wanted to be alone. Before leaving, Akiko told him she'd be taking the phone with her. Left alone, Hiro stared at the door for a long moment. Then he slowly stood up, walked over to the window, and pulled back the curtain. Outside, a mob held up signs, yelling at him to apologize and disappear. He thought bitterly that these people always chased after him, no matter how much of himself he gave. In the end, they never changed. He opened his status window and glared darkly at the copy stone. It showed the copy had been interrupted. He cursed under his breath, thinking that if he just held on a bit longer, he could have copied the protagonist completely. Then he stretched out his hand, and a red stone appeared. Dreaded regression stone before him. Countless versions of Earth appeared, filling the room with that stone. Hiro could go back 20 years, and now he saw no other choice. He had to eliminate Park once and for all. He figured he could activate the stone in 2 years, maybe sooner if he could level it up to 3. But his thoughts were cut short. When 3 men walked into the room without knocking, Hiro recognized them instantly, and greeted the man in the center, who asked if he was all right. Hiro replied bitterly that in a way he was, but demanded to know what was going on. The man said it was an order from the bureau. Hiro shot back that he hadn't received any notice. The man just shrugged, saying he didn't know either. He'd just been told to escort him. Hiro turned to the other 2 men, wanting to know why they were there too. One said they'd been called. The other muttered they bumped into each other on the way. In that tense silence, Hiro understood the real reason, and the 2 men avoided his eyes, too afraid to look at him directly. All the awakened Marine ranks were gathered there, and Hiro immediately realized this wasn't some ceremony to hand out awards. He stared at the men in front of him and told them to wait outside. He needed to get ready. The hooded man nodded, saying, "Of course," and started to leave the room with the others. Tallest one muttered under his breath that they'd better keep quiet, since 2 more were waiting outside. The hooded man tried to hush him, but it was too late. The 3rd man let out a sigh, saying Hiro had already figured everything out. There was no point pretending anymore. With a smile that turned dark in an instant, Hiro asked if those 5 really thought they stood a chance against him. The hooded man tried to backpedal, insisting this was just an investigation, and that he needed to cooperate. But Hiro's grin grew more twisted. He sneered, asking exactly who they thought they were investigating. The 3 men froze like statues, unable to answer in Hiro's mind. It was obvious the agency must have recorded his entire conversation with the protagonist on the day of the fight. Maybe they were after the items hidden in his inventory. He threw the question right at them. Did they really want his regression stone? Were they planning to lock him up and torture him for it? The hooded man stammered, denying it, saying it wasn't like that. It was just about some items missing from the reports. The tallest one snapped, "If you really have something like that, why not use it to help the people?" Those words made Hiro's eyes burn red with rage. An orb of energy formed in his palm. He growled that that line had crossed every limit. Soon the whole country would know exactly what it lost. Because of that mistake, in an instant, the tall man tried to activate his abilities to restrain Hero, but it was already too late. Small horns sprouted from Hero's head, as the energy around him pulsed violently. Outside, the two guards saw the light pouring through the door's window. A moment later, blood trickled through the cracks. As they ran to open the door, something exploded inside, blasting them back along with the door. Through the smoke, they could see what was left. Hero, now transformed into a monster, had impaled the tall man with his tail, while lifting the other one by the neck like he weighed nothing. "Do I still look weak just because I lost once?" the monster growled, making it clear he'd snap the neck of anyone who took another step. The hooded man reached out begging, calling him captain, but the monster snarled that he didn't have the right to use that title anymore, and demanded to know who gave the order. "It was the commissioner," the man stammered. "Tucker, the commissioner of the Supernatural Bureau. A patriot, he only cares about bloodlines. He waited for you to fail to have an excuse to strike." Tucker no longer trusted his loyalty. He said, when Hero's team cleared the 7th level of the dungeon, 9 died, and Hero had transformed to heal them, but hid items and skills in the reports to the commissioner. It was all lies. He wanted to know what else Hero was hiding. The hooded man repeated Tucker's words. Before launching a full investigation, they had to interrogate Hero. But the monster just laughed. "It's just greed," he spat. "That commissioner wanted every item for himself. I bet he would have offered me the captain's seat of the first squad, if it had all gone his way." The man hesitated, remembering Tucker's empty promises about loyalty. The monster roared with laughter, calling them fools. He'd already watched this country be destroyed 25 times. He wanted to rebuild civilization right there. But how could he ever overcome human greed? "Assuming," Hero asked, "and Akiko, does she know everything?" The hooded man shut his eyes, clearly too scared to answer. The monster roared at him to speak up. With no way out, the man mumbled that yes, Akiko knew everything. Fury consumed Hero, and he squeezed the man's neck until blood splattered the walls. The hooded man tried to shout his title to calm him, but it was far too late. The explosion that followed obliterated the entire room. The headlines blew up immediately. Hero had escaped, killed 3 Marine ranks and injured 2 others. Meanwhile, in the Supernatural Bureau, the commissioner stood at his window, growling under his breath. "To Hero, you ungrateful bastard. This is why you never help strangers. They'll stab you in the back." That's how Tucker summed it all up. They took the boy in, helped him, and yet he still had the nerve to bare his fangs at them. Tucker came to the conclusion that Hero had always been a spy, planted there by his home country on purpose. The commissioner decided he now had enough proof to convince the prime minister. He figured that with this incident, he could get rid of multiple problems at once, and create spotless new heroes to replace Hero. He turned toward the door and called for his assistant, in a booming voice. A young man came in immediately asking what he needed to do. Tucker ordered him to contact every network. In 2 hours, there would be a press conference about Hero. Meanwhile, headlines kept tracking Hero's every move. One article claimed that the strongest man alive was now in job. Another covered Yang was training new recruits, titled "The Guild is overflowing with fresh blood." A third reported that the countdown for job, to become the 13th district, had officially begun on YouTube. Video analyzed the expansion of Park's guild, calling it the job version. In another, a real estate expert said this expansion was only natural. One more clip broke down Park's fight, titled, "The Dragon Knight Seeks Divine Powers." Han was glued to all of it, amazed at how much information was pouring out. All 10 of the most watched videos were about Park. Grinning, he whispered that this was next-level global fame, but then he stumbled across a headline saying, Hero had escaped from the hospital. A TV anchor announced that Tucker had called a press conference, and suggested they listen in. The commissioner accused Hero of being a spy, and demanded an explanation for Park's so-called terrorist attack. In response, the government spokesperson fired back, calling the accusation absurd, and saying the country was outraged by the insult. Han sighed, listening closely to the minister's words, but a chill ran down his spine when he realized Hero had vanished. He thought, how could a guy who was nearly dead show up again? And what if he returned when Park wasn't at the guild? A shiver crawled up Han's back, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Without wasting another second, he bolted from the office. Determined to find Park, he tore through the forest, grumbling that Park always disappeared when things got ugly, wondering why he couldn't just stay home for once in his life. Suddenly blue lightning bolts began to streak across the sky. Han froze, mouth hanging open, an eerie fear creeping up his spine. The scene felt way too familiar. Then a massive bolt struck the ground, and screams echoed from deep in the woods. A swarm of workers burst out of the forest, sprinting straight at Han, yelling at him to run too. Seeing that Han knew for sure that lunatic was already there, Terrified, he kept repeating to himself that the madman was back. In the chaos, Han pushed past everyone and ran straight into Yang, who seemed to appear out of nowhere. They stared at each other, shocked, breathless. Han spilled out what he'd seen, saying that the crazy hero was back, but Yang just frowned. He'd gotten a report that a portal had opened nearby, and was going to check it out. Han repeated portal, just as confused as the workers running past. Zhang nodded. They turned and stared, stunned as the lightning kept slamming into the ground. Suddenly, a red sphere began forming inside the glowing storm. Both of them stood frozen, speechless. John swallowed hard and whispered that the portal looked terrifying. A soldier in gear walked up and told them it was a level 7 portal that would explode in 42 days. Choi shouted that was way too long, while John Ho reminded everyone that the same kind of portal had already produced 23 gates and lasted 120 days. Guys freaked out. There were too many people and not enough time. John Ho complained that they'd been so busy with the 13th district that they hadn't even checked the skills of the people they'd hired. If a rupture happened, they couldn't guarantee survival. Only Monk stayed calm, he said. They had no choice but to face it and clear everything before disaster struck. No one had the courage to answer. Monk asked if Park would allow this to happen. Zhang sighed, saying, first, they'd have to make it back alive. Han, trembling, asked if they really planned to walk into that hell. He admitted he was still a pathetic rank, E, and Yang said he was too. Zhang grumbled, asking where Park was when they needed him most. Han muttered that he'd keep looking. Junio said he'd check the animal farm and walked off. Monk said he'd scout the east side, and Yang decided to head for the entrance. The guys spread out in different directions, but none of them noticed the tiny ferret right in the middle of them. All it looked just like Park, and as if they could feel the ferret's gaze. The group slowly turned around. Park's voice, coming from his ferret form, asked why they decided to accept that territory in the first place. Juno answered that it was because they'd gotten blinded by the chance to be the 13th district, and admitted he'd fallen for the manager title too, and the others quickly agreed. But Park immediately cut them off. That wasn't it. The real reason was that the place was actually a massive hunting ground. The boys froze, realizing what that meant. The ferret said it was obvious why that location had been picked, and he admitted he liked how they thought. He invited them to feel the raw wildness of that land for themselves. Monk even closed his eyes, breathed deep and smiled into the wind. Park, still a ferret, told them there was a massive prize waiting right on their path. He asked if they shouldn't be hunting with grateful hearts for that. Han said they were thankful, but their levels right now. Park interrupted him. The prey stretches out its neck, begging to be caught, yet they still wanted to run. He told them that if they kept living like that, they'd just run forever, right back to the miserable lives they used to have. Those words hit Monk like a knife, and he widened his eyes as Park asked again, did they really want to go back to how things were before? Immediately, they all shouted no, in unison. They said they'd never go back, not after fighting so hard to get there. Han rolled up his sleeves, ready to jump into the dungeon right then, and Monk offered to be the scout. Suddenly the ferret shone with a blue light, and everyone froze. Right where the little creature was, Park's human silhouette appeared. He smiled, and warned them that, since it was their first level 7 dungeon, they'd probably need some time to get ready. The guys switched their tune immediately, saying they needed time to get organized and stock up on hot meals. Park told them someone would have to train the rookies and oversee construction too, so Yang and Monk would go in on the first run. Everyone shouted back excitedly that they understood, and dashed off to get ready. Han, sulking, grumbled that he was sad. His name wasn't on the roster for the country's first level 7 raid team, but Park told him he was going too, which didn't exactly make him happy. Our hero stepped toward the dungeon entrance, and announced they were going in now. Han tried to stop him, begging to wait, but Park ignored him and walked through the portal with no choice. The guys started filing in after him. Han, running in last. Junho, fired up, asked if it was really okay to just dive into a level 7 dungeon. Like that. Monk right behind him just shrugged. Park and Zhang were already inside, wrapped in a faint pink glow, with Han trailing behind, yelling at them to wait up. On the other side of the portal, their silhouettes appeared. Park stepped out first, scanning the terrain with John and Han right behind him, eyes narrowed and alert. Suddenly, a skeletal monster leaped at them, reaching out a bony hand. Han was so freaked out, he forgot what to say, letting out an incomprehensible scream instead. On the info screen, message popped up. They just entered the lands of the undead. Outside, the people monitoring them saw the same thing, and froze in fear. On TV, the anchor announced that this was the first level 7 dungeon in Park's country, and only the 8th in the world. He said it was expected, and now, the international airport was packed with people trying to flee. The live broadcast showed the chaos. A man shouting that there were no tickets left, and a woman begging desperately for them to open a sea route. The reporter looked confused, saying the tension in the country was only just beginning. Meanwhile, Park's guild had already stepped inside the dungeon. Back at headquarters, the top brass argued whether the team had made the right call, going in so soon. The agency head asked if Park's group had really made the right choice. The assistant confirmed Park, Han and Yang were inside. One man lowered his head, listing their ranks, and another asked why Park had taken them in. Someone pointed out that Han had a video memory skill. The chief shook his head, saying, at least they'd leave recordings for the next teams. And now there were already tons of videos online, showing raids in level Zeben dungeons.